See Mars with a telescope, the sun, the moon,
And they are
everything
round.
else we see in the solar system is a sphere.
Therefore,
So
you're
we're the
standing on
one
a round
thing
thing
that is different.
because things in the sky are
And
round.
that actually made somebody who was more interested in actually hearing information. That actually got them to think. They were like, "You're right." Everything
Like, who's
else we
saying
take a picture of is a sphere.
She's speaking like as if somebody's talking to her about
Everybody
like.
watches newscasts. You all use mobile phones. You all see airplanes fly around. You all
technology
go to,
because of
see Ed
globe.
Sheeran in concert one day in London, another day in Melbourne, Australia. This all depends on our fundamental understanding of the size of the Earth and its shape with extraordinary precision. And if you want to get into it, the Earth isn't quite a sphere. It's a little bleh. Its spin is a little bleh, stretched it, made it slightly oblate, as the saying goes.
And it's not okay to think that the Earth is flat. This is not a viable argument. I have friends who have been on the International Space Station. They have orbited the Earth once every 90 minutes. I have had personal experience with people that have been up in space and can see with their own eyes that the Earth is round. And of course, we've taken all these amazing pictures from space. They're so beautiful, all those pictures of the Earth. So I don't really know what's going on right now with this Earth is flat thing.
In a debate, what is the construct? It's typically two people, and there's an audience, and you debate some opposite sides of some issue, and then there's a winner of the debate.
An audience.
And then everyone walks away reflecting on the winner. So who wins a debate? It's often the person who's charismatic, who's maybe charming, that's related to charisma, of course, who has a good
He's saying how you win a debate.
Nothing to do with facts. You gotta be charismatic and
who is speaking objective truths who could lose a debate. So then what is the point of the debate? If one of these points of view is objective.
He's saying truth right now.
So
he's basically saying, I'm not going to debate any facts because, I'm just charismatic and I'm going to win no matter what.
That is something that should not be debated. Does not belong in front of an audience getting debated. You want to debate something? Debate political policy of what to do in the face of climate change. Do you have carbon tax? Do you solar panels? Do you subsidize them? Debate that.
Debate politics, but don't debate facts or objective reality.
Susceptible to it. But spend some time learning about navigation. Tell your friends to spend some time learning about navigation. Navigation's changed the world, by the way. What are you wearing? You're wearing stuff that came from another part of the world on a ship. It didn't get here by magic. It got here through science.
What's that got to do with all the China?
People who are claiming that they're using math, science, evidence, and physics behind their cause.
Yeah, he's like, no, it came on a boat, not science.
Were they using it?
Bro, the guy got on a boat and navigated and made it to the other shore. It's not science.
We live in a country that protects free speech, which usually also means free thought. You want to think Earth is flat? Go right ahead. But if you start influencing other people who have power over other people, and you have no foundation in objective reality, it can be dangerous. If you influence people or you're dangerous. Someone who has influence,
Miggy, you're dangerous.
Rules by which.
So that's a double standard. You can have free speech, but you can't influence people. Well, what the hell is it? That's a
situation.
It contradicts itself. How is it possible you have free speech and you don't happen to influence?
Which does not have correspondence in objective reality, starts becoming predominant in the thoughts and hearts and minds
hopefully
of civilization.
It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from.
It's not okay to say that.
It's something
after he said it's dangerous to say it.
We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the Earth is a sphere for a long time.
Put this question to bed.
Get smarter faster. New videos every week from the world's biggest thinkers.
The next thing they're going to say about that is that, hey, we're going to have to throw these people in jail. The people that say this stuff, we're going to throw them in jail. And that's the next step.
Yeah. But Neil was saying it's okay. Free speech. If you think the Earth is flat, that's fine. Free speech.
He said you can believe it, right? You can believe it, but you can be influencing other people.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's saying, because it's dangerous when you do that.
Yeah.
So how is it free speech though? Who's hearing you say that? Like, isn't that when you speak, people hear you? Otherwise, how is it the speech that you're saying free? That's why, like, it's a contradiction. You can say whatever you want so long as you don't influence people. Once you start doing that, then you're dangerous.
Yeah.
Essentially. And then at the very end, she's like, "We're gonna put this to bed." No. Maybe you're trying to force people to go to sleep on this, but they've been awake. They've been awakened, so they're not going back to bed.
Yeah, she is definitely in bed dreaming about imaginary fallacies and trying to tell you that's what you have to believe, whatever she's dreaming in bed.
And I thought it was interesting because the part that I liked was the part that you picked up on, Jimsy, like what Neil deGrasse was Tyson about, what he was saying about the like how you win the debate. It's those who are charismatic. He was actually saying it towards Flat Earth. He's like, that's why people are like listening to these guys, because they're charismatic characters. Like, and really, he got the way he's saying it. It really applies to them because that's what they are. They're very charismatic people. You know, the ones who they're animated and they get on stage and they're influencers. So the people like him, you know, partly because of like he's a smooth talker and like, you know, let's get real. You know, he is kind of like a smooth operator when he's up there. But as far as spitting facts, no, they don't have facts. They're just charismatic people.
He said like that, and then he said that's who wins debate, the charismatic, whatever.
Yeah.
And then he spoke after these people that believe, if you believe in the flat earth, but then you're trying to influence people without the fundamentals of objective reality. What does being charismatic has to do with fundamentals of objective reality? Like isn't that subjective? Like being charismatic, that's very subjective, isn't it?
It's a projection of the way you interpreting the information, but it's like your character. Like people are drawn to you because of your character, so they like you because of who you are as a character. But maybe the information you have is not even anything to do with reality. You know, it's just
so he's double speaking, basically.
Yeah, it is. But this thing came out, man. They were very proud to say, you know, why it's not good for you to say that the earth. So in a way, this video is kind of like, hey guys, if you're saying these things and you're charismatic, stop it. We don't need to hear you guys out. So it's like a passive aggressive way of like telling you not to keep saying this. But at the same time, they're like, we can't tell you not to say it. You know, that's how it's kind of like, we can't say you can't say these things because you got free speech, but we're telling you stop it. You know, in a way.
Your priests are telling you it's not okay. So basically, whoever believes these priests are like, you know what? The priest said this, and if someone says they don't believe in a globe, they're being bad, and that's a bad thing to do because, you know, Neil said so, and the other lady said so, and Bill said that being going against the religion, it's naughty, it's bad and dangerous. Okay, so whenever I hear someone going against the globe, I'm gonna tell them because my priest says so.
Yeah, this is all of it is just to deal with more. I don't know what. Here's my thinking though: the people that are actually speaking facts and talking about flat Earth and such, like, why would they even take this video? Like, oh man. I think this has more to deal with the people who haven't heard about flat Earth. So when they're hearing this discussion that they're having, they're more prepared to be like, okay, I've heard this before. Like these guys are saying or warning me whenever somebody does speak about flat. I think that's what it is. I
think this is for normies, like people that actually don't have like a long attention span or cannot think critically. I think this is for that type of people, like the people that are just taking these messages and whatever they're saying as face value and accepting it because they said it. TV said so, the priest says so, and therefore it is because they say so.
in your experience and what I've seen, I would say, well, in my opinion, right? I'll say this in my opinion, but the majority of people who are rebellious against like these types of ideas are the ones who are less educated. They're the ones who haven't finished like high school, and they're the more critical thinkers, I guess, in my opinion, because the ones that I see that are more educated ones, they tend to challenge this a lot farther. Like they're more into like the way that the globe has been telling them like all of the things about space and all this stuff, that what's the sun made of. I don't see it like a lot in the people who like didn't only went to high school, and they didn't go to like to college or something. The majority.
When you say that, I remember even before Flat Earth, I had this lucid dream that I didn't finish high school, right? But I did. I remember I did, and I have a diploma. I finished the thing, right? But I had this dream, this super lucid dream, that when I woke up, I almost had this feeling that it was actually reality, that I didn't finish high school. I didn't believe high school. It wasn't, high school for me wasn't like a real thing. And it's always stuck. I remember these dreams very lucid that I didn't finish it. And I don't know, that stuck to me in a way that it's hard to explain.
How did it feel though? Like you must have felt different from that version to the one that you remembered, like actually going through it. Like what was the difference between the two? Like do you felt more free, or do you felt more like you didn't understand things, or what was it? What was the difference?
I remember like rebelling against the indoctrination. Like I didn't want to finish it. Like I was not against it, but not agreeing with it, and kind of like I remember like they offered me to like do the test to the military and to go with their agenda, and I was disagreeing with it, going kind of like not agreeing with the kind of like the graduation and the ceremony, and I was like just leaving high school, like some children do. I remember children leaving high school and never coming back, leaving school. That's what I did in the dream. I left school and never came back.
Yeah.
But it was in my mind, because in reality I did finish it.
No, it makes sense, man, because like most of us that have gone, like I felt that way. I got my GED, of course. I finished because like I dropped out. I think it was like 11th grade that I dropped out, because I knew the work. I knew all of the like what to do and things, but I was just really lazy. I didn't care for like didn't put a lot of investment in school, but I knew how to do the work. So for me, it was like easy to get past it. So the first time I took my GED, I passed it. Like it was easy. So the information wasn't hard. It was just like when you go to like, I don't know, some people enjoyed school. I never really did. I hated like sitting there listening. I just wanted to get to like the lessons, just teach me the lesson. I did. And I don't know. School was just more like it was bothersome to me. I don't know. Some guys really like school. Some people don't. I never really didn't like school. It was not my thing. I felt like I liked the lessons, like the way people learn like math and writing and all that stuff, but just I don't know, the whole thing about waking up in the morning and going to different classes, and there was more to it. It wasn't just like the lessons, it was like other stuff. So that other stuff I didn't really like school about. I don't know. I was always rebellious, man, like ever since my young years. Like I was the black sheep. People really didn't like, didn't have too many friends like that way. But at the same time, I was like, I felt like I knew all the stuff already. Like once after they taught the lesson and I learned it, it was like, I almost like it was irrelevant to me, the rest of the stuff. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, you think about like with school and they teach you like with health and with like science and all that, like they would tell you about people from long ago, like history. And I would question it just in my mind. How do they know all these things? Like, what book? Why do we have this education? Like, where did this information come from? Like, these facts, Columbus, came to America, and like that stuff was being taught. And it wasn't only till after all of this stuff, until we started to learn about flat Earth and investigating, that we started to realize that the history, the health, the the cosmology, all that stuff is just fabricated. None of it has any cohesion, in reality. Like, I think that's the major part of it, man. When you come to this, when you come to the knowledge of flat Earth, you don't research. Once you find out the Earth is flat and it's stationary, then you realize other topics that you've learned in your past were also fabricated as well. Like they were taught to you, but they weren't necessarily real. Like the history that you have, that you learn, it's written by the victors, the people who won the wars and all that. They're the ones writing those stories. And then people are regurgitating them. Oh yeah, well, did you know this happened in history? And you're like, yeah, who told you? And where's the information coming from? Where's the source from? And like the Pilgrims, they came to America and they had a feast with the Native Americans, that were already here. There's a story, right? But they don't tell you the gory side of it, like what really happened. Like, what did they just? Because even the Native Americans said, like, the story is different. It's just not like what they've told you. So
they were treating the natives here like they were these kind of like behind the times people.
Yes.
Like they were these I don't know, some type of savages that lived in the land. And that's totally crazy. That story that we got is definitely wrong.
But they knew more about the land and how to respect it and like live in it. And the other guys were taking it that's the way it seems to me. They were taking it by force. And they had technology with them. So their technology of the weapons of war and stuff were the reason why they were dominating, the other people who didn't live that way. Of course, that's what
the thing is that I think there was after the flood, after that whole period of I think the creator or definitely something happened that there was some type of big reset, because all civilizations, all like regions of the world have this kind of record of like the flood, right? And we probably can kind of see that scar that happened. You can kind of tell it's pretty obvious that something like that happened, the flood. And I think after that, there's for my understanding, there's a big possibility there was a big period of almost like some type of period of peace in a sense. There wasn't like worldwide. Yeah, it was after the reset. There wasn't this war control that we have at the moment and war and all that stuff. But there was like a long period of peace actually, and then after these controllers were able to devise the monetary system and the weapons and the explosive and the rifles, and they were able to amass the masses and the amount of people that they needed to start, invading neighbors and starting trouble and getting inside the politics of nations. And then they were able to get us to the point that we are at this moment. But I don't think it was always like this, because the how do you say, the control that they have at the moment, that they've been working towards this point for a long time.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Jimsy. Like, and the reason why what you're saying is absolutely true. Like, there isn't any doubt in my mind that because everything starts with it being good and then it gets corrupted. Like, it's good and then it gets corrupted. It's good and it gets corrupted. But what I mean by that is, like, so in the beginning, right? Like, if we take the biblical story, like Adam and Eve, right? They were meant to live on this earth peacefully and avoid the tree in the middle of the garden of Eden, right? You don't go to that tree. You can eat all these other trees. Don't eat this one. Stay away from it. It's right in the center of the garden. Don't eat it. Just, you can eat every other one. But temptation, and of course there was a tempter that was tempting them to go and try it out. So once they did, they got corrupted, and then they were meant to live outside of Eden. So they were banished outside of Eden. So they had to go live somewhere else, not in the garden anymore, where they were once. So everything was from that point forward, Cain and Abel, you got like destruction, and like it went all the way really corrupt all the way to like the days of Noah. So the prophecy is that it's going to happen like that again. So yeah, you're right. After the flood was a giant reset, and it was peaceful, and it was harmony, and everybody was like, and I even have a thought of like the Tower of Babel was actually something that probably was pre-flood, man. I feel that. I don't know if the timeline puts it there or not, but
you know what? There was more peace between the nations because the nations were God fearing.
Yeah.
After the flood, people knew that you had to kind of like actually behave in a certain manner and follow because there are certain rules that are fundamentals. And these days, rules are just thrown out of the window. The actual rules. And now we're being given these policies and these ideas that are completely the opposite of what we're supposed to be doing. And that's what has everybody messed up.
This thing that you're saying, Miggy, about how everything starts out good and then eventually becomes corrupted. Yeah, that's that seems to appear to be true, but what I think a lot of people like us have come to realize and seen over and over and over again is the Hegelian dialectic. So the question then becomes, problem, reaction, solution. Now the question is did it start out as good and then become corrupted, or was it corrupted from the beginning and used as a way to, get their way to control us? It appears good, but it's only for a period of time. The intentions were already there for the corruption.
Yeah, I think it's I would say it like this, and how it makes sense to me is entropy. Entropy is a great demonstration of it. So something is as brought out to be something to be used for good, right? And then over time it starts to age, and with age comes like corruption. Corruption happens, and then you start to see the thing that was good turn into something that's bad. Like if you have like meat or any kind of fruit out for a while, you could eat it. It's good for you, right? But what happens over time is that it becomes like aged, and entropy happens, and microbes happen, and so like the fruit and the food becomes spoiled. And if you eat that, you will become corrupted like that food. You'll get sick. So I feel like that's the way things are. We're in a state of entropy, like humankind. So
yeah, I can agree with that. I'm just saying, like, maybe it's what I was saying. It didn't really quite fit exactly with what you're saying. It's just when I hear like everything starts out good and then ends up bad, like but I kind of don't really think that that's just natural anymore. It's usually controlled
you're right
from the very beginning.
Yeah, but then there's like other factors, like with the human condition, right? Like our emotional state. Like there's people that are preying on those things, right? So I would say, like within everything, it starts out good, and then the intentions. Okay, like you can think of anything, right? The school system, it was intended to like help people get educated, reading and writing, because at first they were illiterate people, so they want to teach them how to do things and then become productive members of society. And like the idea from it became like was good, and then it turned into like they're using that now to indoctrinate people to like witchcraft and spells, and you know what I mean? Like it just now it's being used for evil. Where like now people.
Even with that example, I wonder if the schoolhouse really had those good intentions to begin with, or if it was always for indoctrination.
Well, and that's because like I'll put it this way: you send your kids to school, but you're actually the teacher. You're supposed to be the one that. So like when your kid learns anything, right? You guide them and like, okay, this is what you learn, but this is how we understand reality, and you teach them, and so they're instructed with your knowledge, because that's. When God like speaks to like the parents in the Bible, it's like, we're supposed to be the caretakers of our kids. We're the ones supposed to instruct them on the ways of God, like, and teach them that. But when I'm not just saying God, but I mean like in the ways of being good and such. But so when you don't do that, you can see the repercussions with people who aren't instructed in their life how to learn how to know what good is and what bad is, because they grow up thinking they don't have any knowledge of that. So to them, being bad is a natural disposition. So you don't understand if it's bad or not. You just think that's the way normal life is. But when you're instructed, like, teach your kids, okay, this is good, this is bad, stay away from this, you can do this, and you're giving them boundaries and they understand how to live. So if they don't have that, you see the kids that don't have their parents to teach them, they grow up thinking any way is good. They don't understand like why it's bad. So and that's the way it's supposed. Like, parents, it doesn't matter what the world does. Like, you can send them to school, but so long as you're the teacher, then you can give them away from like anything bad. Like, they'll start to have discernment. Like, they'll tell you, "Hey, Dad, I learned this," and you're like, "But what have we talked about? Like, is this good?" And they're like, "No, this is not good." Like, and so they kind of repeat to you because they know that you're the teacher, not the places they go learn from. Like, ultimately, anyway. It should be that way. Some parents are just let the school system do the teaching, and they don't interfere.
Yeah, that and the way that the public school system is designed, or perhaps, I don't know if it's by design. Most likely is, because usually things are. But the kids, after they spend enough time in school, they seem to, especially in public school, they seem to respect their parents' opinions or lessons or whatever less than that of the teacher and the school. And, so you can tell them whatever you want, but they rebel against the parents typically.
That would be more in the later years, right? I think what you're saying is when critical...
I'm already kind of starting to see it, like it with my daughter in third grade. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and I think for us and parents, that's the hardest part, because you can't, like, your instructions always have to be with love and guidance, and it can never change. Once it becomes like firm and aggressive, then you actually show her or him that you're actually like what they were being told, that you actually like the portrayal of who you are, telling them this type of information, that they're being told by the other side, like, hey, yeah, but they don't really know. And once you start questioning them, they're going to get upset, and once you actually portray that, they're going to be like, yeah, this is exactly what they told me you were going to be like, instead of it being like, look, I care about you, but these guys, they are saying these things because they don't accept the knowledge of the truth. And, you go into that, but you always have to do it understanding, knowing the opposition and the ones who are telling the loved one that they want them to believe that. So you're going against the indoctrination part. So how you relay that as an ambassador for truth, being kind and loving, that's going to reflect to them, or if, some parents might get it really, no, what did I tell you? And the kids like, oh, they get shocked, and they don't know, they're just in the state of like, they're trying to discern reality for themselves. That's when critical thinking really starts to mature. And hopefully it's kind of like the parent knows how to deal with that, because it's not easy when you see your kids actually start to say things that you were once taught that was wrong. It's difficult for us.
I've got an example of that. Like, like my daughter's, she's pretty bright, and like she's actually interested in flat Earth stuff. She that's one thing where about the rebellion. Like, she was telling me, how they started teaching the globe in class, but she was so proud to tell me about the kid Dominic who spoke out of turn and said, no, it's not, because the Earth's flat, and she wanted to stick up for him, and he's right. She came all proud to tell me that, so that's a win, I think, on my side. But then, like, the same weekend, she's telling me about how some kids, pronoun people, oh
my gosh,
I'm trying to tell her, like, that's, no, there's only two, and then there's confused people. Like, that's what I'm saying. She's like, well, that's what you believe. So in this case, she's going to take the side of the indoctrination of the school and say, Dad, you're wrong when it comes to that.
I can't believe that's heartache, man. It's tough to deal with, bro. Like, I get that's. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, it's, but what, there's the firm, very strict way to do it. And then you already know the outcome of that. That's going to be more rebelliousness because you're being.
Yeah, if I try to push her on that, all of a sudden she's going to come home saying, I want you to call me the heat.
Yep. So it's, oh man. And that's why I'm saying, like, these days, for kids to be in school these days, I think it's it's a really tough thing, man. Like for them to be going through school, and they're dealing with a heck of a lot more indoctrination than you and me. Like it's
yeah. I think for sure. It's disgusting, like how they're trying to take these very adult issues and indoctrinate our kids with them at a super young age, and especially like political issues and things like, no, we didn't do that back in the 80s and 90s. We didn't get our elementary school kids, trying to start a political revolution. It's what they're doing now.
Did they teach them how to do that, right? Don't they teach them how to like march for what they believe and stand up for your rights? And you're like, man,
and it's not what they believe; it's what they want them to believe. But they're young and they think they're like, no, it was fun. We had a parade.
Yep. And it's cool because they allow it. They're like, no, you can. We're gonna have a period here in class where you guys are gonna be able to go out into the, into the open place here in the center of the school, and you can march for what you believe in. And it's trendy. It makes it sound like it's something cool. So everybody's doing it, and then it's that's it, man. I'm telling you, indoctrination is just. And then they come to you, and it's like you have to fight all of that. When they. It's difficult, Lou. Dude. Like you got a tough road, man, with these guys. These agenda, I don't know.
Yeah, all parents that want, if all parents, right now, they all know. Everybody knows. I mean, unless they're stupid, they're retarded. They don't know. A lot of people don't know.
But what I will say is, we fight for the things we love. So you're never gonna stop. There's never gonna be a time where you throw your hands up and like, I can't deal with this. You're gonna be like, no, that's my loved one. You got like you. Yeah, you'll get in somebody's face, dude, if they start teaching you some crazy stuff like this. I saw these parents, bro, like all over America, like they're going to the school systems and they're like, I need you to take this book out of the library. It is gross and it does not represent like what kids should be learning. Like he's got in the school boards, like in the meeting, like, and he did it in a respectful manner, but he's like, let me show you what it says. And he started reading it, dude. It was utterly grotesque. The things that book said. And
the adults don't even want to hear what's written in that book, but they're also going to fight and say, no, we need that in the library for the students.
Yep. So, I think that's what a parent that loves their kids going to, like, that's what it looks like to me. That's what love looks like. They'll fight no matter what it like. And that's what I'm always saying. Like, because I know some people on the truth side, they're like, we don't participate in that. We don't think none of that's true. I'm like, on the community level, you can fight for stuff. Like on the local level, you can do stuff. I mean, you can gather together with your, with your other parents and stuff, and there's causes you can go against. But on the macro scale, I could see how that falls apart because then when it gets to the government level, they start overriding things. So I don't know.
Even on that local level, I'm maybe it's just a conspiracy theorist. I would have agreed with you up until maybe even a couple of years ago. But even on the local level, when you see them pushing these agendas, and your neighbors, and you see little signs in their yards, and you go, how the fuck did this pass? I don't trust the election results, even in little local elections. Mm-hmm. I don't trust those referendum results. I don't trust it.
You think they're swaying people's minds at the local level too?
No, I don't. I think the agenda will get whatever it wants out of there, and the election is only a ruse to make it seem like it has some legitimacy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would still keep. I don't know. For me, I would say just keep fighting, man, because you got.
Yeah, you almost.
No, even if dude, even if that's the case, keep fighting because your loved ones are in the system and there ain't a damn thing you can do except for keep fighting, because
I can agree with that part of it for sure.
So
you got to remember that the fundamentals of the design of this place, like you were talking about entropy and the way we start as newborns coming from a mother and a father. There is certain fundamentals and certain, I would say, design laws put in this place that we have to abide to. And then family, community, nation. We can have that well designed in a certain manner to be able to enjoy life in a certain way. And then Lou wants to mention also the other side of that, which is the corruption, the lies, the fear, the wars, which we experience, and it looks that it's part of this place, right? Because it's been going on for a long time. But you need a certain mentality, a certain effort to be able to achieve all of the messed up situations that we have at the moment, right? You need damaged people, the divided families. You need these corrupted governments that are always pushing their agendas into people. If that stuff wasn't there, the fundamentals and the natural laws, I think will take over. But right now we have this big effort of lies and agenda pushing, whatever they're trying to do. But you see how they have to be pushing it 24/7 to everybody, and they have to program everybody so it keeps going, because I think at the moment they stop lying and they stop pushing it, the whole thing falls apart. It just falls. That's why they have to push it. And that's why they have to take the education system, the economics. They have to control the resources. It didn't start yesterday that they started controlling the resources and the economic system. It took a long time to take piece by piece by piece to be able to come to this point. So it wasn't always like this.
Yeah. I agree.
It wasn't always like this. Yeah.
And to your point, when you were talking about like when I mentioned like the Native Americans, there was a tribe, and I was watching a video where this guy that he would speak to like the elder of the tribe, and the elder would always talk about like the traditions of like the past, because these guys, they have to repeat the actual like traditional thing that's passed down verbally. They have like the way you pass down traditions to people. It's like they have to recite the whole tradition of like their tribe verbally back to them, and like it has to be precise. It has to be like exactly what
it is in practice. Remember, when you engage with your family, with your community, with your nation, and you have culture and a lot of things going on between people, families, brothers, sisters, cousins, husband and wife. You have an experience of life that you live with you grow with it, and you can pass down to your next generation. And that because we pass all that stuff down because it has a lot of value. It has a lot of fundamentals that we know are true because we became that stuff. We grew up with that stuff, and we want to pass it down because are good things. That's why we pass it down. And then, but then we have the corruption that comes in and wants to overthrow all the work, all the development that communities do, and all the advancements that people can fulfill and can achieve to the continuation of family, community, nation. Which, when you put people together, and bro, when you have. Look at nations that when they don't have to worry about war, about economics, about food, about all this stuff that is being kind of like this scarcity system that is being pushed to everybody. When people are thriving, bro, it's a beautiful thing. And it's designed this whole place is designed for us to thrive. But you have the corrupt ones, then the delicious, the parasites, that are just usurping everything. They have seized. They have a purge, seized, and put themselves in positions of power. And I think we allowed them to do it, I guess, in a way, because I believe people have so much power, but I don't know. I don't know what happened.
You have to. You're right. Yeah. You have to give them your power. You have to give, like with your mind. You have to give that to them before they take over, because they can't take over unless you give them your mind. So if they tell you that you can't trust your senses, right? If they say you can't trust your senses, we are the authorities. Well, we have experts. The experts can tell you what reality is, but you You can't trust your senses because, well, you sometimes know that your senses can mislead you. So you can trust the experts. The experts will tell you what's going on. So when you give them your mind, okay, let me trust you. And so they start putting in their agendas in place. So that's how, and then you support them because you're like, yeah, they're the experts. I don't know too much, so they know. And so when you start, that's how you give over your power. The power that was originally yours.
When you allow them to do that, they kind of like put us in this system of inefficiencies that things are not functional. It's dysfunctional. Like we are backlogging into wasting our energy and our time on useless things like politics, wars, and these kind of crazy ventures that we spend a lot of time and energy into that are just a waste of time and energy and effort. And it creates a lot of problems. And it's being, in a way, being incentivized to behave in the wrong manner in many ways. Because right now, think about it. Like what has been going on since for the past 2 years or 3 years, right? This whole thing they push in their products and when people are sick and scared and poor and they need to use their time and their efforts to make someone else rich or whatever instead of empowering themselves and their families and using their time and their effort and their energy to empower their families. The people have been misguided into killing themselves for putting this effort into this fantasy system. This lie. And then if that wasn't the case, if we were allowed to thrive, this will be a way different story, and we have the potential to do way better than what we're doing right now. But you have this system in place.
You'll be able to harness energy from the earth the way it was meant to be harnessed, not the way that they're showing you. And now it's all convenience.
And that's why there's always a resistance against the system and against this thing, and that's why there's always them kind of having this like we were talking about the video that you posted about they have to send a message out there. The priests have to tell you that you're not behaving. If you believe that this place is what we're not telling you to be, if you believe the opposite of what we're telling you, you're being naughty, you're not behaving the way you're supposed to be doing. So they do this in so many ways, and they disincentivize people from detaching from that belief system and behaving the way the system is designed to have you working like part of the machine that is the artificial machine. Because the actual machine, this place, this design, these fundamentals, this place that we came into from a mother and a father and a designer, a creator, the way he designed it for us to do things and kind of like thrive in this ecosystem that we're in. The corruption that is in place, that will keep you away from functioning the way you're supposed to be functioning.
Yeah. Like you that's truth, man. Because that we're supposed to be vibrating at a higher frequency. That when we're at our peak performance, critical thinking is on fire. Like when you have the right kind of health, when you have the right kind of spiritual connection, when you have the right kind of knowledge, all of these things combine, mind, body, and spirit. Like you become like very, very sharp. You're able to understand what the earth actually is how it's supposed to benefit you. But you don't get the benefits because you're taught the wrong way. So you're taught to vibrate at a lower frequency where you have brain fog. You eat things that make you feel bad. You don't have connection to the earth, so the spirituality's gone out the window, and you live like, what is this life all about? So you're just like a cog in a machine that works at a very, very low rate. Like it's not as efficient as it would if it was connected. So flat earth is much more than just the shape of the earth's conversation. It spans out to like everything, like how we're supposed to really be on earth, like the most efficient way. And it's not how they're telling us. That's the thing that we're realizing more is that information right there. Yeah. Also, Pacific Ocean is here. Pacific Ocean, if you want to go ahead and talk, you can go do so. I'm going to mute you. I'm going to take off for a little bit. I'll be right back.
One quick other just side note. When I came in, the eclipse was happening, and I was surprised that you guys weren't doing like some kind of watch party for it. Anybody see it?
Wait, that was yesterday.
It was like literally just happened, like within the last hour and a half.
I'm in the. Where are you, bro? Are you in the Middle East or something? And I mean, in the Midwest of the U.S. or something?
Yeah, in the Midwest, but no, like it was literally this morning. Like it was at sunrise this morning, wherever you are.
Okay, because I'm in the Northeast, and I took a few pictures of the moon, and it was pretty high, not pretty high. It was kind of high. It wasn't near the horizon when I was looking at it, and that was like I don't know, like 4 in the morning, and it was pretty high up.
Yeah, it was supposed to occur it occurred between 5 and 6 Eastern Standard this morning.
Which would.
I took a few pictures like at 4 in the morning, and I saw like the kind of like a shadow.
5 and 6 Eastern is between 6 and 7 Central, which is where I'm at. So yeah, that's like literally.
Central's an hour. You would have been between 4 and 5. You're an hour before Eastern in Central.
No, the East sees the sun first. It's earlier on the East than it is on the West.
What time is it for you now?
6:49.
Yes, 7:49 for me now. And it occurred.
I'm gonna post a few pictures that I took.
Yeah.
Okay, of them.
I see what I did wrong there. So, but either way, it just happened within the last couple hours, right? Last hour or two, or something like that. It just happened like an hour or two ago.
I got in this morning at like 4:30 and got up to my roof at 5:30 to watch it. It started at like 5 and went until about 6. But it was
either way. I would have had no shot on it. It's all cloudy here. I was just wondering if you guys did do like a little watch thing on it.
Yeah, if you scroll up in the live stream, we threw up a few pictures. I think Batman in Australia, Timbo in Australia, and myself.
So nobody got the Stellanillion, as they were saying could happen?
Well, Stellanillion is when you see the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time, right?
Right, so I guess that would maybe have been more possible in Central Time where I'm at, right? Because that would have been, or no, that would have had to still be.
I think so. I think near the horizon it would have been where you were at. Near the horizon will be where you were. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe you would have had to be further north in order to see both at the same time. And so I don't know that you were able to see it in the United States. You might have had to be in northern Canada.
Well, they were saying even just a couple of days ago that there was a chance of seeing it, I believe, on the East Coast in New York. They were saying that, like on the news, weathermen were saying it.
Yeah, for like maybe a minute, right? Whereas the further north, you go, well, then you're kind of closer to both, and so you'd be able to see both better. But the further south you go, the further away they are from you, and therefore it's harder to actually see them both at the same time.
Yeah.
And so, this time of year isn't necessarily ideal, right? This is where it's an equatorial type loop, sort of. So the sun is kind of near the equator, a little south of the equator now, whereas the moon is kind of at its summer, because as the moon goes up and down, if you think of it from a northern perspective, the moon is located higher in the sky, like summer would be. So during this time of year for the northern area, and the ideal scenario is where you're going to have both of them kind of in the summer. But again, I guess you can't really get the eclipse near the summer. You almost always have to get it near the equator. Now that I think about it, but oh well.
Another thing with that, it's pretty amazing how fast, like in the fall, You know, you go from the sun seeming hot, bright, and everything, and how fast it moves to the south and stuff gets cold. I mean, if you look at it, right, like we're not that far from the winter solstice already. December 21st is the shortest day of the year. Like for us,
Yeah, we're right at the point where it's changing the fastest, in the arc.
Yeah.
It's been 70 plus degrees, around 80 degrees in the northeast for the past week, which is normally not like that.
Gemsy, the guy on right now, dude that Miggy was referring to, that came by yesterday.
Yeah, I saw the name. I saw the name. I'm listening to what he's saying. Yeah, that's great.
Hey, Lizard, it's good to see you back on.
Good to hear a Lizard.
Yeah, I always like talking about this shit.
Yeah, I do. I do like talking about the events of the luminaries. Yeah, I enjoy talking about this.
One of the cooler things that happened this morning was Timbo posted up. If you guys scroll back to, I'll give a timestamp. Bear with me. So Timbo posted up at 42 minutes. Well, it would have been 2 hours ago, 42 minutes past the hour. His picture in his backyard of the moon. And then he asked me, the moon is in your southwest? And I said, the northwest. And then he posted up a picture. Now, what's super cool is I have a picture that I threw up at 16 minutes past the next hour, and I've labeled it speculation, blue and green map. What's interesting is if you guys look to the 9 o'clock position, you'll see, again, this is completely speculation, gentlemen. This is not a reflection on the server or anything. It's just my little speculation. The landmass at the 9 o'clock position, I believe to be, is Australia. And then if you skip across the two big land masses where that white dot is, if you are in fact looking at the map that I was referencing, you see the Americas in a black and green dotted formation. Now, Timbo referenced the moon being in his northeast. I think he said to his, let me see here.
This is, okay, yeah, this is your moon map, right? Where you're saying that it's a reflection of us.
Exactly. But here's the thing, and what I absolutely love about it is the fact that Tim identified it as the moon being in his northeast, right? So again, Australia, you look to that white dot, northeast, and then I take my location in Ontario, Canada, and I'm like, holy shit, the moon would be in my west. So technically, based on that, it kind of gives a relative location based on this morning's spotting, which I think is pretty interesting. Yeah, man. Location, location, location.
Yeah, I've always said that that's what the heavenly bodies are for. They're for navigation, like so they can tell you where you're at on the earth, and also the seasons that you're in, time of day, time of the month. So that's useful. It is very useful.
And what I selfishly, from my own little perspective, I was like, oh my gosh, he located it saying it was in his northeast. And I'm like, it's kind of cool to be able to, as you say, locate it with the celestial bodies. Super exciting. Thanks, Mickey.
Yeah, I was going to say that, it looks based on the flat Earth clock map. It looks like Alaska, further parts north in Alaska would actually have a really good view of both at the same time.
Yeah, by the way, this is a Lizard, Gemsy, I was telling you about yesterday. Now, I told Gemsy that you were talking about free energy yesterday, A Lizard, so
okay.
Just a conversation we were talking about. We do get into other topics, so we talk about the shape of the earth in here, but when we come to an understanding about the earth, about, flat and stationary, discovering things about like what the nature of our reality is and how it operates and on what level. And most of the information it's being suppressed by agendas. These agendas that are whatever they are. Doesn't matter. Like, we can span on different topics, but the agenda that you might think that they're holding back free energy from the people, it's because it's like, even with, like, I'll give you one example, like with water, they charge you for something that's free. When you have to go to a store and buy water, when it's natural springs are giving it out always, like it's free. You can drink as much as you want, and you can fill up your jugs, and then just store it. But they're telling you that water costs this much for bottled water because you can't get it where you're at, and you know what I mean? There's a lot of misinformation. So
yeah, they tell you can get it where you're at. All you gotta do is a measurement of humidity in the air, and almost anywhere in the world, like most places, probably not everywhere, but you always gonna have a humidity reading in the air. So you can devise something to tap into that humidity, and voila, water.
Yeah.
Right. Now, higher altitudes have more difficulties with that, but desert-like areas. But yes, there's a lot of free water everywhere. One of the challenges though is the water system. I mean, it's like here I live in Minnesota. What do you call that? Suburbs of Minneapolis and St. Paul, and for the last year, different cities have been having water issues. Kind of like what they had down south, where their water was getting mud in it and other things. It's like, so people have been, without water. They've been told to, hey, don't run your water, don't use your water, during this period because we're working on things. And it's like, what are they doing to our water? Is it all coincidence that it's happening, in a lot of different places all at the same time when maybe you've never seen it for 20 plus years, in your areas?
Yeah, that all stems from being dependent. When you're dependent on something for your source of water, they control that source that you start to, that's a chokehold for you. You know what I mean? Then you start to see the scarcity, but it isn't scarce. They're saying the control point that they have where you get your water, your source, is being said that it's not good at the moment. So a lot of people are like, what are we going to do? Our source for water is being contaminated. And it's like, if the truth was really revealed that the water is all around you, that there's well water, you just got to look for it. There's natural springs, you just got to find out where they're at. Like, once you start locating all these things, you become aware of the reality of that water isn't as scarce as they say it is. It's a control method to tell you that your water is being contaminated. Like, and then you're like, what are we gonna do? This is a real issue, and a lot of people get sick because we're so dependent on the system to take care of us, and when it doesn't it becomes an issue.
Right. Now, I'm lucky enough that.
Are you in Minnesota?
Am I in
Minnesota?
Yes. So I live in the northern suburbs of Minneapolis. I'm actually, I don't use city water, for example. I use, well water.
I mean, you know where Brooklyn Park is, right?
Yeah, definitely.
That's where I am.
My mother lives there. It's just 20 minutes.
It's a small flat earth world after all.
Guys, I love the water topic, and that's one. Me and my twin brother, this is one of his topics. He loves talking about water. I just want to go back to the moon talk a little bit before it cools down. It was what was it? Kiwi? No, not Kiwi. Kiwi. He was talking about kind of like the map moon that some people talk about. I think there's something to that. Couldn't confirm it, but there is definitely something to that. I just want to say, point out that the moon, the sun and the moon looks almost like when you take a photograph, an image of a full landscape, and in the film you get a negative of that image. You get like a black and white or kind of like reddish, or you get like a like a negative of all of the colors. Let me see if I got something here.
Yeah, you get that brownie. It's the brown tan color, right?
Yeah, look at. I'm posting this negative thing, right? This negative. You get
exactly. Yep. Yeah.
So I'm posting a few others after those.
Yeah, speaking of the moon, some people have a disagreement on like what it appears to look like. I'm actually saying that what it appears to look like to me is exactly what everybody says, like even in mainstream, like it appears to look like a globe with shadows and indents, and it looks like something physical to me. If it is an actual physical thing, I couldn't tell you, but it looks.
It's an image. I will say it's a reflective image on a physical layer above. So it is physical. So imagine looking at a moon in your plasma TV, on your plasma TV, right? You're looking at an image and you're looking at something physical, right? Because the TV is physical, the plasma TV is physical, but you look at an image. So you're basically looking at a plasma TV in the sky, multiple layers.
Yeah,
you're looking at an image of one of the layers, either the ground or the sky, or one of the layers above, or maybe the ground, or maybe the source of where the light is coming from and everything. But you look at an image imprinted on one of the layers above. A reflection.
I think
Go ahead, Elizabeth.
I think one of my favorite analogies for that would be that you're inside what do they call it, a planetarium, essentially, where you're sitting there looking up at the ceiling, and they're projecting the stars and the moon and the lights and the sun or whatever in the sky and things moving around. And it's like if you were in that environment and you physically know there's a ceiling because you can see it, but if you didn't know there was a ceiling, you could literally have a projection, especially if it's far enough away, 70 miles, whatever it is, away. You can't really make out the fact that it is a ceiling. And, and there's nothing saying that you don't have reflection of light off of that dome-like structure, and again, you can recreate it in a planetarium.
You know what's okay? So going on the moon, I think something's real interesting. I don't know if you guys have ever noticed this, right? Depends on whether it's waning or waxing, right? Whatever side of the sun that the moon is on, you're going to see something different. So like the image that Cuddy put, if you can see, and it's like 3 minutes after the hour and live stream, you see how like on that image, it looks like where they have a comparison, like the moon's disappearing, like you can't see the rest of it, right? The rest of the silhouette of the moon, right? Like the darkened part of it, the darkened part of the moon. And on like the moon, when it's on a different phase cycle, like if it's I forget which one it is, the one where the moon first appears, is that waxing? No, is that waning? I'm getting them maybe confused, but like what I'm saying is when you see a little sliver of the moon on that particular instance, you could see the whole entire rest of the moon. You could see all of the darkened side, even with that little sliver of light on the moon, just a tiny sliver. You could see the whole rest of the moon. But on this case, you can't see the whole rest of the moon. You can only see half of it. But it's crazy, right? Because what I'm saying is when the light is on the other side of the moon, you could see the whole entire moon. But when it's on this side of the moon, you can only see a portion of it, even with the lit side. But you can't see the rest of it. Do you know what I mean? Because this, I don't know if you guys have thought of this, but I've saved some images. So I'll meanwhile, you guys maybe think about what I was saying about that. I'm going to find the image that kind of elucidates what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you get into arguments of being able to see the stars through the moon. It's like, is it really a physical object, or it's gone? You can't detect it. And during a solar eclipse, you see it when it crosses the sun.
I found the images. Let me put them side by side so I can show you.
Take into account that the layers above are actually physical, right? So that
look at those.
It is true. Yeah, it is physical, but an image on a physical layer.
Do you see what I mean, Jemsy? Look, on the one hand, you have the image above. It looks like half of it is lit, and you can't tell of the other half what it is, if it's solid or nothing. But the one on the bottom, when it's lit like that, you can see the whole entire darkened side of it.
I've seen that. I've seen that happen. Yeah,
that is crazy. That to me is like how that can't be explained by light hitting the surface of a sphere. It can't. How are you able to see the rest of the moon, the darkened side?
That's weird.
Right?
Aren't there pictures of stars being visible through the moon? when it's in a wax.
Yeah, there is. There is.
What I mean is, that you guys get what I'm saying though with the light.
Yeah, no, I do. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen that before. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a sliver of light, but you can see the whole entire moon.
Yeah,
and the one on the top, you see the half of it is lit, but the other half is you can't see it. You can't see the rest of it.
I'm going to guess that they would try to say that that's from Earth glow.
Yeah, what was that called? Yeah, I think that's right. I think Lou's correct. What was that called, Lou? What's it? There's a name to it. Earthshine.
Earthshine, Earth glow, whatever that's name.
It reminds me of a song.
Yeah, look up Earthshine. I think that's what it's. But that's weird. Why is it Earthshine then and not Earthshine when it's like? Why is the Earth shining on the moon on the others? Yeah, that's convenient. I think that's.
Well, you know how they hide truth in plain sight, and they say the light of the moon is light from the sun reflecting, right? Could the sunlight be reflecting actually in a different mechanism, right? But it could be a reflection. It could be a reflection of the light. So when people say no, it's not the light reflecting, I think that might be like a big claim saying that's not a possibility.
Yeah, look, let me put the definition. This is crazy. Yeah, Lou was right. It is that was their explanation anyway. What is the definition of Earthshine? Sunlight reflected by the Earth that illuminates the dark part of the moon. Because the moon will be near half phase, Earthshine will brighten the darkened portion of the moon. Astronomy called also Earthlight. It's called Earthlight in astronomy, I guess. It's
Earthlight. Yeah.
Wiki. It's in Wiki. Must be true.
So then, how would pictures exist of stars through the moon? Like during waxing waning phases, we can see the stars through the moon. Would that indicate
the stars, there's multiple layers above. So whatever the light is doing at its own layer, so it might be intersecting with one with the other. So yeah, there's multiple.
You can't just take that as like a given, like we see stars through the moon. Like I've seen a couple of pictures of that. I've never seen it. Anybody else?
I've never seen it myself.
Gotcha.
Yeah, to that, Lou, I would say this. You know how you can follow the moon with one of those apps? And I would say, when you point your phone up to the sky, it'll tell you the positions of like all the heavenly bodies, right? So you'd be able to tell where the moon is even in a new moon phase. So even if you were to see like in that app where the moon should be, and if you could see a star, like, or would it be like a darkened shadow covering the, you know what I mean? Because if it was, let's say something solid, then it would be like, even in a new moon phase, it would be blocking out the light of the stars as it passes like in front of them. Do you know what I mean, Lou?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
On a new moon phase, like when you can't see the moon at all, it's still in a position in the sky. It should be if it's something solid.
Yeah, but they say, yeah, it should be. I still don't fully understand their argument about that because I have questions regarding that. If we live on a spherical object, on a ball, and there's people on like all different sides of it, then that moon has to be like high in the sky for a lot of people, right? And then maybe it could be below the horizon for you, right? So maybe you're missing it. But yeah, it can't be the same for everybody everywhere. And it is on a new moon. Like nobody sees the moon that day.
Yeah, it's gone. But what I'm saying is during that phase, can you, like where the moon is supposed to be, like in the sky? Because it still has a location, right?
So they say it's supposed to, they say it goes below the ecliptic. And that's why it disappears for you. But I guess I don't fully understand that concept or something.
Do you not understand what I'm saying? Like it's still on its path. It's still on the same path that it was. You just can't see it. But on its path, like does it block the light of the starlight? Like as it moves across the sky in its like new moon phase where you can't see it? Like that place where it should be, is that place where it should be blocking starlight? Like as it because it's dark
Right,
and you can't.
it would look like it should look like a black hole of like a missing stars, right? And stars disappeared.
Or have Earth.
And I'm saying we don't see that. Not to my knowledge. I don't think anybody's ever seen like where the moon should be, and then all of a sudden they see the light just go dim, like they don't see it anymore. Like
and this fits perfectly with what we're saying about the Earth shine. Like if during a partial a phase you can see the rest of the moon due to Earth shine, then why during the new moon do you not see it because of Earth shine?
Exactly.
Right. In our optics and filters should be able to see it. So the argument that it's washed out by the brightness of the sun makes no sense, because you can make that argument possibly during an eclipse, but when it's above or below the location of the sun, then it should be relatively far enough away and give you some angles that's going to create Earthshine. And you don't have the direct sunlight, and therefore you should be able to detect it and take image of it. As long as you manage your focal length and filter the brightness, so compress.
So we're not a bunch of dummies here. I think we're trying to understand this Glober concept that they have. I'd like to hear.
No, you're a dummy.
One of these half-wit Globers come and think that pretend they know everything. I want. Oh, you guys just don't get it because you're stupid flat earthers. Like. No, like if they were like, these have to be good questions for them too, right? Like
right. You've got that, and then you've got the shade of the moon, being warmer than the shadow of the moon is warmer than the light of the
direct sun. Yeah, the direct moonlight.
Right, and that completely makes no sense in a reflective.
Hey, Lizard, I don't know if that's fleshed out or not, because I've seen the investigation into that. I don't know if it's completely fleshed out. I think we've taken a topic and ran with it. Like, I don't know if it's completely looked into yet. I got qualms with that, man. Like, I would say that because there was one where they got one of those like a magnifying glass, like the ones that old TVs used to have. What's the name of that type of magnifying lens that it was in front of those old projection TVs? I don't know the name of that. But they put one of those, and they were trying to focus that moonlight to kind of, because if it's possible, right, you could focus light into a specific beam. When you do that, you get a concentrated version of the light that you're getting from whatever source. So let's say that light that you're getting from the sun would be concentrated into a beam, and it would start to burn things because it's super intense. It's concentrated. Well, they try to do it with the moon to see if the readings would change as far as the intensity goes, and you don't get any variance. So there isn't a change in the moonlight when it's concentrated in that way. You should see. If it was cold, if it was a cold beam, then it would be intensely cold. It would start at least a certain fraction would be more intense than it was if it wasn't concentrated. And that's what I was getting at, was like, well, if there isn't a change, even if a slightest change, like a small variance of it getting colder, then the idea could be not what we think it is, and we're actually doing more. Because like, here's the thing, man. Everything basically, when the sun's not around and it's nighttime, everything's cooling down. We understand this, right? But certain things are giving off, heat more. Some things are conducting heat more than others, so they're able to release that heat during the nighttime when the sun isn't beating down on it. So we understand that, you know what I mean? So when you see something in light or in shadow, it could affect that. There's other variables is what I'm saying. So with this kind of thing just being linear, like, oh, we see light, it's cold, the moonlight is cold. Like, I don't know if there's a lot of in-depth kind of look into, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
There's definitely been in-depth look. I mean, I could point you to independent studies being done by people where they actually use reflective surfaces of different colors, reflecting different wavelengths, and plotting out the temperature variances between the different materials and or different colors of reflective material. And again, there's people that have done extensive studies. So maybe you haven't seen this stuff, but I'm saying that there's a lot of evidence, even using a simple thermal a camera that'll show you temperatures in seeing variances, and literally you will see that the cold follows the moonshine.
Yeah,
you know,
firefighters have those on their helmets. A Lizard. They have like that heat detection. What do you call those that we could tell the temperatures? And they need it because it's a part of their gear when they're going and rescuing people, because they have to know the intensity of the heat of like where they're trying to rescue people from, so that they know they won't put themselves in harm's way. Like let's say the backdraft behind a door. You know, like if it's super hot on the other side, they'll be able to see it with that monitor they have on their helmets. So I mean, there is other technology exists.
Yeah, there's also other less specific studies that people have done. I mean, just as the concept of your campfire. I mean, literally, you know, the cloud goes in front of the moon, and your fire will start to spark up. Whereas when the cloud, you know, frees up the moon, and now your fire is in the moonlight, the fire starts to die down. I mean, again, this is not specific measurements. This is just something you observe, and so it's not scientific per se.
Yeah, you're talking about effects. Yeah, versus
something over the years that'll get verified or, you know, accepted or excluded. You're roboting, bro. You're roboting. We want to hear what you gotta say, but you're roboting bad.
Yeah, we're talking about effects versus cause at this point. And
so, as an effect, real quick, Mickey, my bad, bro. In a dynamic system that we're in, and we can observe kind of, I will say, I will label or describe, let's say the sun as probably one of the biggest inputs into the system that is causing an effect, an excitement of whatever you know, everything is heating up. The sun is causing things to, I don't know, excite and causes heat, right? That we see that happening, but that can't be the end of it. We need kind of like a flow, like an exchange, because that input and that cause of heat that the sun is causing, there might be a transfer towards the moon, which is causing the cold, the opposite of the, you know, there needs to be a
balance with what you're saying, right? Like a balance. There needs if they don't have the balance, and one thing is going to be dominating over and then everything would just burn up. If there wasn't like a positive and a negative, I think you need to have both.
Like any electric system that you need a flow of the system, the energy, or the flow of the positive. People label it positive and negative, heat and cold. You know, you need that, and I think when we think about that here, when we design things, also as a bigger spectrum of it, like the whole construct of display, I think it makes sense that at least at this layer that we can observe from down here, the sun and the moon makes sense that the sun will be kind of like an input, and then the moon will be like an outflow of whatever input the sun is doing.
I can agree with that. I think that much I can agree with, because you can see variance in, like, it's not that it's a cold light, but that it's an extractor of heat. Like maybe that was just the way I would see it. It actually removes like what the sun puts in, so it extracts what the sun.
And so the point is that whether it's the globe model or science in general, you don't see that issue addressed. And so the onus is on us, no different than we can see too far and giving visual evidence, and then going down the refraction route where they have some argument based on refraction. And so we go in circles on those conversations. I'm saying there's other phenomena, such as the sundial, honestly, and the moonlight, that we can provide, independent evidence of, just like we can see too far, that is not being explained by the mainstream in books or anything.
Well, it makes sense, because like when I see the sun and the moon and the cycles, I don't think the moon can be doing it extracting all the time. I think the reason why the phases happen is because the extraction happens at a certain phase level. Like the sun puts a lot of energy, but the moon slowly extracts it throughout its monthly cycle. And then it goes dark so that it lets the sun put all the energy back into it. And then it slowly gets, you know what I mean? Like as it gets, the energy of the moon starts to come back in, it'll start extracting little by little until it goes full moon, where it's extracting a lot of it. And then it goes, you know what I mean? So it's extracting that energy. until the part where, and so the sun and the moon work on these cycles to where the sun is able to put all of its energy in, and the moon slowly takes it out, and then, you know what I mean? Like, it has its cycle so that there's always a balance. It's always like flowing. It's never going to be like where the moon's full moon all the time, where it's extracting the full amount of energy. It just does it slowly. So it lets the sun be able to input its energy the way it's supposed to. And not just like the sun's completely sucking it all out of the earth. It does it gently, you know, to where it I don't know, this is my wild speculation, but I feel like that's how it's doing it, where it's not completely like removing it all at 100% velocity. It's taking it slowly as it's you know, getting full moon, and then at full moon it's like really at full force removing the energy, and then it slowly dissipates, so where it lets the energy come back into the system. And that's
the problem is you have to start somewhere, and you start with some basic, you know, measurements and scientific proofs, and from there you can start making assertions and start trying to find ways to test those different assertions, you know, such as, you know, what frequencies of light are we dealing with? Are we dealing with infrared? You know, are we dealing with other wavelengths that are interfering? You know, and so we've got some sort, you know, there's just so many factors that you could get into, but you really got to start with the basics first, you know, and just see the light itself.
So you think the basics would be like, if it was a cold light or whatever, however you're proposing it, there has to be an exchange of energy. Like, okay, so that much you do know. What is the end result? What is it supposed to be doing in this system in which we were taught was a globe, but now we understand it's different? What is the purpose for that system to be working in the one we're actually proposing right now? What is it useful for? Like, and that's what I was taking to the next step of like how there's energy flow, kind of like what Jemsy was saying, because you have to have like something inputting energy and something else that's being able to extract the energy, and like it's constantly being put in, extracted, put in, extracted. But I see it a step farther. It's like you have to go from maybe your idea of theory of what it could be doing as far as like it being a cold light. And then for the next step, like what part does that have to do with the system that it's in right now, and how does it work together with the energy from the sun and like other things, you know?
Right, and I think there you start bringing in other things like mushrooms and what happens with trees and nature, you know, and the impact that it has on living things. You know, why is it that a female's cycle tends to gravitate towards, you know, moon and things like that? I mean, there's just so many odd and interesting, you know, rabbit holes you can go down. But again, most of it is just strange assertions. And it's kind of like mapping an eclipse. You know, well, we can record and then calculate based on historical data without fully understanding, you know, the cause and how it actually works. We just know we can, you know, observe and repeat. And we do the same thing with nature. We observe and we see it repeat, and there's a pattern, but we don't necessarily understand the root cause. But
you know, if you have a terrarium and you set it up, you seal the ecosystem, the terrarium. You could have a light source outside of the terrarium inputting into it, and at the surface of the container of the terrarium, you will have kind of like the reflection of the source of the light. You have like at the glass of the terrarium, you will have kind of like the light on it, but that's not the light. The light is outside of the terrarium. It's not in the glass, right? And then you will also have a reflection of that light into the other side of the glass. I'm just saying. And also the heat that is coming from the lamp into the terrarium is gonna go away from it because it's inputting from one side, and it's also cooling down. So there's an exchange, there's a flow in and out of the system. But the system is sealed. Go ahead.
Let's say I think this is where we start getting into things like understanding scalar waves and understanding the idea of 0 point energy. You know, toroidal fields, magnetic fields, and we know that you've got a toroidal field that's got both a negative and a positive, or a north and a south, and they're actually, you have a spiral flowing inward. You also have a spiral flowing outward, and
I
both
agree
of
with
them
that.
are happening at the same time, bidirectionally in space. And so you've got two different sources that are emanating and reflecting and bouncing from a single source. That point source energy. And this is why people get into the black hole sun and other things. It's like, what is that source? That actual single source, that 0 point energy source.
Have you noticed that what we call, Polaris or celestial north? There is also, described or talked about a celestial south, which is the center point of that equal opposite toroidal that is in the sky. So you have the celestial north with the light in the middle, like you have that Polaris star, whatever people say it is. And then the equal opposite of that is an actual dark area of the sky, which is a center of the toroidal at the other side, which is pretty interesting that they're kind of like equal opposites.
Well, what I find interesting,
celestial north.
When you look at the magnetic declination maps, and they show you, they essentially highlight two areas in the southern area. I don't know if there's more, but there's two areas that are could be called the South Pole. So it could be argued that they're both the South Pole, but one's located over land in Antarctica, and the other one, I believe, is located over water. And so they say it's not an actual pole, and they don't refer to that one as a pole. But you have a vortex. You have an area where the magnetic lines bend around and tend to congregate. And we don't understand our celestial, in everything above us and how it works. I mean, I would hypothesize things like, well, maybe the stars is just the magnetic lines of flux interacting with water, at high energy levels.
Yes, yes. Think about it. Think about it of that center point of the vortex, 90 degrees above. So the celestial north, and now that center point, celestial north, right? Go 90 degrees below it. There is that area on the ground, 90 degrees. It will have an effect on that area. That vortex or that electromagnetic or whatever is causing on that area, it will have a direct effect towards that point, and that's what we call maybe geographical north, that people say when you go with a compass there, it kind of changes around. Yeah, because the sky, the source of it, the sky is it's actually moving in a vortex. So the effect of it on the ground is also a movement. Right?
And that magnetic field that it produces becomes like northern lights and such, that act with there's a lot of things that people would say with the northern lights, and it's how they're always shifting and changing, and they're never like in the same location. And I think that's interesting. All of that ties into like the energy field that's above us, and we could see that flow. There's currents that are actually happening above us in the upper parts of our sky. That we can like absolutely say that are just energy levels far beyond like anything that we could do with machines here down on Earth. So how is it? Where's this energy coming from? Like it's all of this energy is being
from the source above the firmament. The cause of the sun and the moon, the cause of the vortex is an actual structure that is up beyond the firmament and above the waters above.
That's other people argue that it's below. It's below the sun.
I mean, no, it's a combination. No, I just want to say that one of the centerpieces is obviously above what we can see, because from the ground we can see the effects that are being caused. But the cause of that vortex that we see, it's above the effects that we see. But there is not one thing. It's a construct. It's many pieces, including the ground that we're standing on, including whatever is below. It's not just one thing working by itself. It's a combination of things. But the vortex that we see is an actual structure that is up in the sky. It's actually moving in its cycle, and it's what we see is an expression of that electromagnetic or magnetic vortex input of the movement of that structure in the sky.
We know something for sure. Nature produces vortexes all the time. Every like think about it. It's just that's a natural way that if you run your finger through like water and you have like bubbles in that water, like in the middle part where you're running your finger through that water, you could see the vortices that get the eddies that get built up by that finger movement through the soap. Like they spin clockwise and counterclockwise on either side of your finger. This is like when you're stirring coffee in a you put some creamer in there and you're stirring it with your stir stick. On either side of that stir stick, there's going to be different rotations of that of the water, but it's going in the same direction. You know that your stir stick is going in the same direction. But that's something like to be noticed, like also in the sky, like in the equator, the stars appear to be moving directly east to west. But you look towards the south or towards the north, they're spinning in clockwise and counterclockwise, just the same you would see like with the stir stick. They're going in the same direction, however, east to west. It's just the different spinning of the star trails would also equate to that. It's like the energy is being moved in a current east to west.
Guys, remember that from my understanding, right, we have multiple layers above of the ceiling, right, of the ceiling, the roof, whatever, right? So the expressions and the effects that we see as the sun, the moon, the wandering stars, depending on how the planets, the wandering stars are always in relation to the sun and the moon and their position during their year and the cycles, right? So, and then we have the stars which have their own cycles, right, of the vortex in the middle points, and then the center line of the equator, then the other middle point, what we call celestial south. So there is multiple layers because of multiple cycles. But those, from what I understand and I can put together, we're still looking at effects that are being caused on the layers, right? It's like have you seen this guy that puts like a gas inside a chamber and he puts a magnet outside and you kind of see like this vortex inside the chamber of the inside the magnifying glass. You can see like kind of like stars in the intersection points of the vortex. You can kind of simulate this stuff down here. I mean, I have some photographs of it, some images of it, but
star in a jar.
Yeah, star in a jar is one thing. Yeah, star in a jar, because the source, definitely frequency, resonance, sound. I think the whole thing put together, that source that I'm saying is above the firmaments, above the layers above the waters above. That thing is definitely emanating all of the above. Resonance, frequency, people call it the sound, or the what is it? It has many names, many labels, but there is an input into the system that is not just the sun, because I know the sun worshippers, the sun is an important piece of the whole design of the whole system, right? But the sun is not the only thing in the sky. Do we agree? Or we have the sun worshippers that say, oh, the sun is the cause of the life in the planet, right? You remember those people that worship the sun and they say the sun is the cause of everything and we are sun dust? That is a story that is not complete, because the sun is still an effect, part of many effects that we can observe above, in the layers above. So I think that's underrated when people say the sun is the cause of the light and all that stuff, when we see way more than just the sun. The sun is almost like a window. You're looking at a window, like a focal point of the source, of the light, of the input of the source. Because the sun, you're looking at probably one of the lower layers of that input, and it's been designed to look like that. But it's definitely an input into the system. But it's not. The sun is not its cause. The sun is not the source. The sun is an effect. that is being caused. But remember, the heliocentrics, they're telling you that we follow the sun and we come from the sun, we are stardust, and depending on the position between us and the sun, that's why there's life on this rock. So they're always pointing out to the sun, like worshiping the sun in a sense.
I agree with you, Dempsey. I agree with you because like they would say that the sun is the source and it's not the source. I honestly don't. But people would say because of the heliocentric mindset, and even some people here might think that the sun is the energy source, and it's not. It's actually probably transmitting the energy from somewhere else.
And at the sun, you're actually looking it's like a window to the source.
That's
like
exactly
like an expression of the source.
You're the only person that I've ever heard say that. Mostly people think that is the point source, the origin, and it's not. It's not the point.
It's a physical object when it could be just a plasma, right? It's a focal point.
What is the thing that they say? What is that name that they were describing? A Vanderbilt generator. What is that? Van de Graaff? You guys know what that is? A Van de Graaff generator?
Yeah, it generates static electricity.
Yeah, but that's what they say that the sun is. Essentially, is a Van de Graaff. Do you probably fall in line with that, don't you? I think the sun is more electrical, and it's got to do more with that than it being more of like on the combustion heat side, like where they would say that it's like nuclear, and I think it's more to deal with like electrical statics, and like it's like a ball of electricity, basically. Like that's what I think the sun is. It's the source of the energy is more to do with electricity than it does with like a different type of heat source. And that's just my opinion.
Like ball lightning, is that kind of what you're envisioning?
Like concentrated. Like it's a source where that energy is it's super concentrated there, and that's how it distorts like radio transmissions. It's like solar flares, and like I think it's to deal with like an arc, like when the sun has like a electrical arc, it causes static interference, like here on Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I don't honestly know for sure, but I could certainly envision if you imagine like a hologram, a 3-dimensional hologram where they got a parabolic mirror, and you can put an object inside the parabolic mirror, and the light reflecting off the parabolic mirror can basically make the hologram materialize in thin air, right? I mean, can you picture what I just described?
Yeah. So imagine the source above, right? And inputting, let's say, I'm just going to say a laser going through the layers above. And remember, inside of this system, we have what do we have? We have helium, we have gases going up, right? And I think there's layers of, I don't know, gases. And when you look above, you kind of see, I think these layers, when you see all the colors and all this stuff, the layers is not just emptiness. It's superfluids or gases, helium, hydrogen. And when they say, oh, the sun is made out of hydrogen, there might be some truth to that. It might be super excited hydrogen that is at that spot being, burn or light up, I don't know, like, but it's being, it's being, what I'm saying?
The idea, however, is even if that was the case, the idea is that it's the point source. It's not like transmitted. It's not like a transmitter. It's more like it's the origin of the source of that energy. And you look at it, it's like it can't be the origin. Like there's no way.
It's not the origin.
If you took your source and reflected it off a parabolic mirror, that source of energy, light that's, let's say, moving off, in different directions on the parabolic mirror are all going to get focused, just like your radar, your antenna system for your satellite dish or whatever. Conceptually, that's what they do. They take, all of the electromagnetic waves coming from different directions. They reflect it off of the parabolic mirror and focus it back to a sensor, right? Your focal point, your lens. So the parabolic mirror is like the lens, and it focuses the energy that's coming in different directions and focuses it back to a single point, right? And that's kind of what I would argue the sun is. And you could also argue that same energy source, which is emanating up against the dome, is getting reflected off of the dome or material within the dome, like a parabolic mirror, and focusing that energy back to the sun. And this is where people would argue that the sun is kind of inside versus outside. Other people could argue that it's inside, but either way, it works like a hologram conceptually because it's all about your angle of incidence and how you're looking at it.
Yeah, us speaking in this way, I think it lends a lot of credence to the text in like scripture. And I know some people might go off the rails here, but just hear me out on this. In the beginning, right, the God created the heavens and the earth. And so like what happened was the 3 days prior to the sun, moon, and stars being created, the vegetation on the earth was already here. And like energy was already being input into the system, but there wasn't any sun there yet. So yeah, he was the point source of energy. So when the sun was in place, it's almost like that was kind of like put in place to get the energy from whatever he was bringing forth for life to happen into the system. So there has to be a way that the energy was be able to be put into the system without him being like the point source where, you know, he was going to be the one. And then what happens is the beginning, that's the way it was prior to the sun, moon, and stars being created. After everything comes to the end, like the book of Revelation talks about when the sun goes dark and the moon turns to blood red, that he will be the point source of energy. Once again, like there will be no day and night because he will be the light of the world. So that's kind of strange because it was in the beginning that way. And what we're talking about is the same kind of idea that the sun is not the actual origin or the source of energy that's being transmitted. It's like the energy's flowing from somewhere else. And there was a guy that was actually studying the sun that I do want to. He actually said this. He said this. He's kind of like they thought he was crazy. I'm gonna look him up, but he's talking about like he did an in-depth study in the sun. And he's like, the sun is not what everybody says that it is, like the heliocentric. And he's not a flat earther or anything. This guy was like, I want to say he was like studying the sun for like the company RCA because they were trying to figure out why their radios and stuff were getting like interference from like when the sun would be like electrostatic, solar, what do you call it?
Solar flares.
The solar flares, yeah. So he was doing a lot of study on that. Eric Dollard, that's his name. I just remembered. Eric Dollard.
Mickey,
look him up. Look Eric Dollard up, and you're gonna be like blown away about the stuff that he's super intelligent on this subject, and that's why I was listening to him. I was like, yeah, it's making sense what he's saying because it's not what we've been told. The heliocentric ball of burning gas. We should actually play one of his clips to be.
Hold on, Eric, before you go, the one thing I wanted to mention though, what you just said about in scripture about the moon being turned to blood. Yeah. Right? That's what we think just happened this morning with this last eclipse, right? Again, guys, this isn't anything reflection. This is just what I've been fearing over what's been happening. But I'm so really thankful that you mentioned that because this is the last eclipse that we had and it was blood red. Thanks, man.
Yeah, and that's what, but see that the energy is like once the energy is gone, so whatever the moon was doing, right? Like whatever it's supposed to be doing, that red, that tint that comes on the face of the moon, that's an interference. That's almost like whatever the moon was already with the shine that it had. It almost like it turns off, or it's like it turns into something else. So that red color is like not its original, light. It's something else. So it's almost like whatever energy is being produced or removing from the system, that's like an interference of that. So what, like when at the end of scripture, when the sun goes to like dark. And I'm thinking of looking like maybe it's like a solar eclipse to everybody. Like you're going to see it look like sackcloth black. And then the moon actually turns blood red. It's like the luminaries just stop working like the way they would. Like their energy is not going to be transmitted anymore. It's an interference. So it's like what was used to transmit energy and input and output into the system is going to be turned off. Like those the two great lights, they're not going to function like the way they needed to on Earth anymore because God will be the one, the creator, will be the one to replace that energy into the system. That's the way I look at it now. And us looking at it like mechanically, I think it makes sense because this whole place is designed like a perfect machine to be working until it's not, until it doesn't need to be working anymore. And then once the creator removes that, where that needs to be the source of being transmitted to us, he's going to be the point source of energy where he was always. You know what I mean? Like that made sense to me. Like why the connection between like how we're seeing it mechanical from our view and how he's the one that made the machine. You know, he's the one who made all of this. So once he turns it off, then like it says the stars will fall to the earth and the sun will turn black and the moon will turn red. It's like all the energy that was input into the system will be like now got from the origin.
And that's where the idea of the third black hole sun. Remember Soundgarden back in like 95, 98, they had that song Black Hole Sun. I keep thinking about the black hole sun being the original point source, right? And then on the fourth day, the sun and the moon were popped up into the luminaries were created, etc., off of that point source. Polaris being like a conductor of some sort of that black hole sun.
Yeah, there's a lot of theories thrown around, but yeah, that I've just for me, I've seen the connection through scripture being like it logically follows for me. So the science, like the mechanical way that we're looking at the universe right now, it makes sense to me now. I pieced it together when we started talking about all these things, like about the sky and all the like. How are we connecting it to like the origin? Like where if this is being transmitted to us and we're feeling the effects and we don't know the source. Maybe the source was the creator this whole time. And once after he's revealing himself, then it's going to be like now we know that those things were just being like the transmitters of the actual energy from its original source. That's to me, that's why it made a lot of sense when I read it in scripture. It was like, well, that makes sense now. Like I didn't have that.
And then you pull out the electro-optical equipment and then you can look at the source.
Yeah, you know, like the big rift in the sky, or like people will call that the Milky Way galaxy. But as you know,
you see how there's like light behind those clouds. Light. You see the lights that are kind of illuminating the whole area, and there's like you see clouds basically. It looks like clouds, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like covering whatever is covering what is causing that light. So the electro-optical equipment will cut through that and will show you the shape of creation. And I posted images of it.
Same breath. Gemsy is the idea that if we are looking at a gas-filled environment, noble gases, and we provide electric charge to noble gases, we know that they react a certain way, right? So all of a sudden we start to entertain the idea that, yeah, electric spark in combination with noble gases literally create what we are seeing. All these visual effects, the different colors and everything else, they're all seem to be noble gases.
Yep, and then you see an expression of the whole thing even here down on the ground. Like it's the shape of creation. You see it repeat everywhere on everything. It's even in your face.
Well, I mean, again, going back to this morning, what I took in was the fact that looking at the moon and it was showing this orangey red color, and then in the western sky, and then I looked to the eastern sky and it's starting to get lit with an incoming orange hue, right? And I'm like, well, I mean, these two colors, they're up in the sky and they seem to match. So I'm going to go out on a limb and just say they are connected in some way. Right, which is where we get the idea of, well, I'm getting the idea that the sun and the moon have some kind of connection, right? Where it's
for me, there's no question about it. There is just people trying to, because people are trying to kind of negate everything the globe said, obviously, but I don't like thinking about that idea of the globe when I'm actually trying to think about reality and the way we can talk about what we actually experience it and things that we can demonstrate and emulate in reality. You can throw the whole globe away and stop thinking about it. And what you're saying, the sun and the moon, a lot of people say no because the heliocentric model sounds kind of like the heliocentric model in a sense, but no, you can take some things, a few things, right? And what you're saying, yeah, it does make sense. Like Yeah, go ahead, bro. My bad.
Well, no, I'm just looking at the entire idea, thinking that, what if in fact the moon is either being charged from the sun, right, or the moon is in fact charging the sun, which we don't see.
The sun and the moon equal opposites. One needs the other one. There wouldn't be if there is a sun and there is a moon, because the way it's designed, one needs the other one, bro.
And this is what I'm saying. If you can imagine a combination of three that all need each other, right? But the principle doesn't need anybody, the bottom unit, so to speak. But once the other two are in place, it completes the entire circuit, right? And the noble gases just are the connection, if you will.
I posted something the other day. Let me show you. Go ahead, Miggy. I'm gonna.
No, I was gonna say. I think to Kiwi's point, I think he's saying it's the fabric in which they exist inside of, like It's like if you put something in a solution, that solution becomes the connection between the circuit. Like it connects the two things that were in the ecosystem that makes them operate the way they do. Exactly. Is that what you're saying, Kiwi? Like you're using the noble gases as a connection between, because like the sun, when it operates, like within the, when it's daytime, it lights up the sky. The noble gases are excited, and we see the different hues of colors as the sun approaches. Depending on the proximity of the sun. So as it appears to move closer to us, it gets brighter and brighter and so forth, and the energy increases, and we see that, right? So you're saying that the noble gases are like the fluid that they're in, so that it can make the system function the way it does, so that
the way it looks.
Yeah.
I'll even go as far as look at noble gases up top, right? And I'll say down below we need salinated water. We can't use fresh water because fresh water is not a conductor, but salinated water, salted water, in fact, is a conductor, right? So if we have the noble gases up top doing the conduction for the sun and the moon, and maybe we have the water that's doing the conducting for the land masses beneath, and maybe we, as the people walking, we get the advantage of using both. Well, the trees do and all that stuff, but man.
Yeah, no, I agree, Kiwi. You benefit from it too, man, because imagine when your body has more salt in it, you become a conductor as well. So you start to they say that the neurons in your brain fire off with electrical signals. Well, imagine being supercharged with like your the fluid in you is super salinated, and it's able to. But of course, we understand there needs to be a balance, right? You can't be over salinated. But if you are in a correct balance, your mind is able to be sharper. You can think clear, and the reason why there's a lot of people getting away from that is like the unbalance of like, if you unbalance the system, like your body, you can't benefit from this salination. Like it becomes something, like when you unbalance something either one way or the other, too much salt or too much something, it becomes detrimental to you.
Well, so if you don't have enough, if you have too much salination, you'll corrode. You can put metal instead of heavy salted water, it'll corrode it, right? And if you have just fresh water, it will in fact also corrode, but from a different effect. Yes. The major thing that I'm really leaning into is the fact, as well as we looked at what happened with Edison in the early, I think it was 1900s or whatever, right? With direct current, right? Plug into a wall, you have direct current. However, we have alternating current, which is safe, right? We see Nikola Tesla sitting in a room full of electricity with alternating current. Now I'm starting to think that alternating current is actually the secret to the universe, the creation of, again, free electricity, free energy.
Right.
Thanks for the space on that, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, the Earth mechanically can make sense to us in a way that we can see it operating. The Book of Enoch calls it, like when Enoch took a step away from like the Earth at a distance, he saw the big machine. I'm gonna see if I can get the scripture where he says that, but it looked like it didn't look something like what maybe he conceived it would be. And there's some depictions of him, like where you can see him peeking through the like reality, like you've seen those old depictions of Enoch looking through the fabric of reality, and he's on the other side. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna see if I can bring it up where he's talking about. I think that's real interesting to me, like listening to like that. But gets us to look at like the Earth as a machine, that was designed to keep the things on it functioning.
It's pretty obvious, actually. Guys,
what's up, Jimsy?
Look what I posted talking about the gases, and it's coming up. It's a like a Tesla coil next to the noble gases, and the what it causes the noble gases to do.
Now. Since we're in a place of
yeah, that's it, Cuddy. Thank you. Like, yeah. See what Cuddy's put that image. You guys have seen that before, but that's what it describes, and I'm gonna see where it actually talks about that. But he's like, he peeks through the veil that we can't see.
Yeah.
It's because we're inside this ecosystem. You only see like the stars. You don't see what's behind all of that. But he got to see what is behind all of that, the actual cause of the effect. And so he was like describing that. So I'm going to see where it talks about.
It's similar to what I posted about the Tesla coil, actually like a design machine that is outside of away from the gases, and it's causing the gases to do an effect. And we see the light show, we see the effects. But if you put a veil behind the machine that is causing it, right? The design of it, you don't see the machine, but you still see the effects.
Yeah, Jumsy, have you ever heard, it's on the periodic table, you said noble gases. Have you ever heard of H3?
Yes. Well, tell me about it.
Yeah, the heaviest water, right? And again, H3 is a noble gas, and it can take gas, liquid, or a solid liquid state. You could have a valley of it, a lake of it, and they would call it a valley. They call it the heaviest water. So I'm still thinking, man, and if you had H3 and charged it correctly with the correct current, maybe even harmonic resonance, if you wanted to go there, it could actually hold a form, hold a shape, and would almost could be a barrier.
Yeah. This is why they have to obfuscate and make these fantasy things, because people, even I'm pretty sure our ancestors knew a lot about this stuff. This is why the knowledge that is being passed down from generations, the family has been in a way separated and deconstructed and devalued for people to forget. Because when people get together, they just realize things, especially when they're concentrated on things that matter instead of things that don't matter, or of this idea of a fantasy world that some people live on there.
I would get it. I would read you all of these things, but like it's gonna get into a biblical side, which I can't do because it's gonna upset a lot of people. I don't want to be reading scripture. But what it does, though, it talks about a lot of things that you have questions on, like where these things mechanically come from. So it gives you the idea of the origin. Anyway, from a standpoint of something we can't know because we're on the inside of the system. So, but yeah, it does cause people to get upset because they would say like, well, that's your idea. But this does give like a more in-depth into like where they're coming from. And, you know, there's a lot of obscure things for us because we can't perceive spiritual things in this very materialistic world. So this is very spiritual, and it If you don't feel that way in life, then it would cause you to get upset.
Look at this one, Mick. This is relevant to what we've been talking and what I've been trying to communicate. It's in scripture, but it's just I think that's the centerpiece that I've been talking about.
It is. I agree. Like, I mean, I find that more and more that I'm aligned with how you're thinking, because that's exactly how I perceive. But you can't speak of these things because it's into the spiritual side, and people either have to like be connected to the earth to understand like the frequency of vibration, energy, like all that stuff has to be real to them. And it can't be just something mechanical where you don't understand, like things just don't happen to have like energy. The energy has to be put into them. And where does that energy come from then? You know what I mean? Because we can look into the effects of stuff. We can see what the sun, the effects of the sun, the effects of the moon, all these things. But then the question is, where is this energy coming from? Because it's being input. These can't be the point source of energy, because something like a machine would need energy from like a source giving it the energy to do it. I think they're transmitting energy, but they're not the origins of energy. So.
And then you have people on the ground, or people with knowledge on the ground trying to emulate, and we got a result, and we can
Yeah, it was tying into the conversation. I don't know if you were here, Gemsy, but we were talking about like our ancient past, and like how we see remnants of like what it was for the gods of old, like the ones who were fallen from heaven and they came to earth, and they you know what I mean, like the ancient civilizations, like those were the dominions of the ones that they called themselves the mythological gods, the ones who ruled the earth previous, where the flood came and such. But like those guys had the secret knowledge, and that's why the ancient aliens or something like that, like that's why that's even a thing, because they're investigating how they had knowledge of the stars, how they had like knowledge of like certain things on earth, like where like normal people, like if you look at these tribes, these indigenous tribes, they're just like spears and they're killing animals and eating, like they're not advanced, they're not advanced technology building structures like the pyramids. They're just indigenous people living in the wild, like just not really advancing in technology. They're actually just living in straw huts. Somebody had to have came here and given them this secret knowledge to do these things. That's the way I see it. It's like if you leave those people alone and no interaction or no involvement with like technology, they'll stay the way they are. They won't advance and create like complicated things.
One of my favorite arguments is that we're told we were horse and buggy in the 1800s, but how about how advanced was our language, in our books, in our art, in our music?
Super advanced compared to today's.
Really, really advanced.
Way more advanced.
Yeah, the way people spoke, like not even 100 years ago, the vernacular, how precise, like they would speak with such like the words that they would use, and we don't use that today. We have a bastardized version of the English language. They spoke like the proper things, like the one they would speak. And I even listening to like listen to like the old shows, like the old TV shows, and how they speak. It's like we don't even speak that today. Like that was only like 50, 60 years ago. Our language has been like so misused, and we're like speaking a lot differently than those days. That just how
we're so impolite. Yeah. No respect for each other.
Yeah, it's been
curse words.
Exactly. That is to me a lizard. That is the most important. Yeah, curse words have been like the norm now. So everybody's just talking slang. It's like a super lazy way of like speaking to somebody, and no intellect whatsoever required when you speak to somebody, and it's abusive, and it's like there is no thoughtful like intellectual communication any longer. It's just disintegrated into like a very I don't know if you want to call it like I'm trying to look for the word here, very degenerate way of like speaking. Like we don't even know how to communicate with one another anymore. It's just like it's all curse words. It's all like just bad thoughts, bad language, and it's crazy, man. Like
this is where I'm of the belief that the root of all evil is not money, it's language.
Yeah, I on the other hand, I long for it. I long for having a discussion that doesn't involve like, hey, what do you mean you stupid? Like all that stuff. Like if it's a great way that we can communicate intellectually, I feel it uplifts you spiritually. Like with just a conversation, because you can get into thoughts and feelings and discussing things, and you can talk about whatever, but it's fruitful. When you speak to somebody and they're just like, they're so negative, you can't get anything fruitful from that. It's just, bad language, angry,
Yep. And this is how you fix things. So if you recognize that the root of the problem is actually language, and you focus on fixing the language, that's how you solve the problem. That is literally, because we're babbling to each other. We're speaking void of thought, and opposite of what we think, and we don't understand what we're just babbling. And you want to fix the problem with the world, you fix the language. And
you know how I think language was derived from our actual experience in the place that we actually reside, right? And there's definitely some guidance from the design and I guess the creator, the designer. But when we communicate on our experience, our relation in an environment. And I think if we kind of like use that as a foundation, we can establish a language that is always in many ways objective and true to reality, right? And it is gonna stay keep us in a sense objective, right? But then today we speak this language that is a bunch of made up fantasies and ideas that have no relation to reality. And like you're saying, a lot of cursing, a lot of made up stuff, imaginary things that we put inside the language, and it kind of like moves you away from the actual experience and the actual thing that you should be thinking about at the moment.
Look at the TikTok generation, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, these guys. It maybe the school system. It's maybe the agenda that the overarching, whatever the elites or whoever is just putting this out and allowing it to be the most dominating force. It's just making things bad for everybody else, because the people don't understand they're being abused by like the language we don't even know how to speak to people anymore. I think that's a huge issue. Like you can't even have conversations. Like even in here, I would say take a look at it here. The first reaction that somebody has when somebody has a differing opinion or understanding is visceral. You don't know what you're talking about. Shut up. Like, there's not like an understanding that we should like allow some conversation to happen just to hear what they have to say, and then maybe respond based on the merit of what they just said, not on something we assume because we're don't want to let the conversation happen. So a lot of it sometimes stems from like us not being able to communicate, and language could be one of them, but it could be also because we don't want to let the thoughts come out from the other side. But if you stand firmly in a position, I think you should be able to have an intellectual conversation, at least to the,
Right. And so this problem has been identified, and it's been brought to the highest courts of the world, of the earth. And it's understood, it's patented. Our entire systems are being rewritten and have been for the last 20 years. And the people have no clue that our language, all languages, over 5,000 languages, have been proven to be incorrect and not incorrect thinking. So the concept is you need to have positive thinking and not negative thinking. And if we literally eliminated from our vocabulary the use of negative words or words that have negative prefixes, that's, there's actually two steps, and it's called correct sentence structure. Okay, so you have to structure your sentences in a logical format so that you're speaking what you mean. And then parse syntax grammar, which is where you start you parse the words to their root meanings so that you're actually speaking positives instead of saying not this, and not this. You know, I mean, and that's our problem. So we think, you know, words, we speak things into reality.
Being functional. Words that are functional instead of this. Someone said this the other day. It makes sense to me. Instead of being positive or negative, not just like that, like being in a function that is in a way, you know, productive or accomplishing something, instead of being dysfunctional and taking away or stopping, or in a way like stopping you or keeping you from, you know, doing things, or right. You know, in a way being productive and being functional, and words that are actually functional instead
right.
of
so what I'm saying is that this has already been patented. It's already been developed, and the language is growing, you know, and it's, you know, we're expanding on how it gets used, and all of our contracts are being rewritten into it. Or, you know, and we don't even know it. You know, the whole quantum banking system is based on quantum grammar going forward, because it's been proven in a court of law that we have been being lied to and taken advantage of because of our language. And there is a solution in place to fix it. It's just that, you know, not enough people know yet that we need to fix our language. We start fixing our language, then we start making contracts, writing laws, start communicating with positive thinking, you know, without using negatives, not this, not this, not this, but saying, no, it's this, and actually describing what it is. But our words are broken, and we don't know it. And that's the whole thing about the parse. And so it is complicated, because you literally have to start eliminating words from your vocabulary and start learning to say the same thing in a different manner. And it's a little bit of a relearning, and it's going to take time for us as people to fix our languages and to fix our problems. But there is something in place to move forward in this.
Yeah, and I think words have a connection to a meaning that is based on the immediate reality and the environment that we're in, right? Because you have to say things that mean something, not just babble, like you were saying, saying things with no meaning.
Yeah, you have to. It's a manifestation of thought, right? You speak things into existence, and the problem is with our negatives, you can't create a void. You can't create a negative. You can't create. It's a non-thing. It doesn't exist, you know. And we describe everything like saying unintelligent, you know, or, you know.
You can take the heliocentric model, like the globe thing, as an example. It's almost like a cartoon, like a movie, like a story being told that has no relation to reality, but it has a lot of words, a lot of descriptions. Even many of these words have definitions of what it means, right? But it's nowhere to be found in reality. But you can talk about it, and you can spend. People write books about it, have careers, spend their lives talking about it, right? Spending energy and effort into it, and it's completely dysfunctional.
Right. I mean, that's what we're taught. We're indoctrinated into this babble. You know, all of our dictionaries have totally screwed up all of the languages that we use. And really, the only way to fix it is to stop using. First, identify that it's a problem and the root of the problem, and then start correcting, which means correcting, you know, what words we use to describe things, and then of course the structure of how we write those words into contract, so that you can't argue about what it is somebody was actually intending to say.
I hear people in this context, hopefully I'm right, but people talk about Hebrew, like they put it like up, like really high on what you're trying to say as a language. People kind of talk about the Hebrew on that sense that you're probably trying to say. It's a more correct actual language that was used in the past, people say.
Yeah, but it's not used, right? It's only used by the Jesuits for their religion.
Okay. So the Jesuits use Hebrew for their religion. Interesting.
The concept of the concept of correct syntax or correct sentence structure, parse syntax grammar, is that if you follow, if you understand the concepts of the sentence structure, and you understand how to use positive thinking words, then you can translate those words into any language, and it means the same thing. The problem that we have is that our words are bastardized. So when you say a word in English, it means something different in another language. And so we're never actually speaking the same thing.
It could be like if you and I, let's say we don't speak the same language, right? But we go and step next to, I don't know, an apple tree. Let's use it as an apple because I guess it's in context. An apple tree, and I point to the apple and I say, I'm gonna eat the apple in Spanish or in English or whatever, and I go do it. You understand what I'm doing? I'm eating the apple, and that's what I meant when I pointed and I said I was gonna eat it, right? Because that's something that I can do and I can show you I'm doing it.
Yeah.
And then you could say it in a different language and do it, and I understand what you said. You said you were gonna eat the apple, and you did it. I don't know. Maybe that's a bad example, but maybe something like that. Something that are practical, like you can actually do and demonstrate.
Right. It's about thought. You're describing your thought. And what we don't even realize is that our words have so many prefixes. In every language, have taken our words and added prefixes to them and suffixes. And without understanding, we do it because of art. It sounds better. It rolls off the tongue, and so you're brainwashed and you're raised to learn this language, and you just learn these definitions. But if you actually look up the definitions, you got to pull it into context. You wind up with everything all about context. Well, what's the context of how the word was used? And then you have a judge who gives their opinion on the context of the meanings of how the words were used, because you're lacking the context. And that's where the sentence structure comes in. You need a consistent sentence structure that defines a context that's translatable between all languages, regardless. And then the parse portion is to eliminate the suffixes that create negative thinking. You have to eliminate the negative thinking when you say someone's not intelligent.
Hey everybody. Yeah, I completely agree with the language thing. I got kicked out of school when I was like 12 years old, so I'm pretty much self-taught. I'd love to tell you that I knew I was being conditioned. No, I just had a chip on my shoulder and I was a emotional wreck, basically. So yeah, I needed to teach myself later on in life, and my grammar was terrible, and I can't believe I used to beat myself up about it as well because I'd spell things wrong, and at some point it clicked that our language, English, is a terrible language, and it's a real mutt of a language, as I always say. I think Spanish is so much simpler. I wish I could learn Spanish. I should do that. Hey, Jemsy.
Hey. Spanish is fun. It's a good language, but yeah, it has definitely its downside to it. Because what he was saying about talking negatively, definitely in the Spanish language is big. The way people talk and put themselves down, and in many ways is even more prominent to these days.
That's interesting. Yeah, I looked a little bit into Spanish, and I just thought it looked so simple. I thought I'd be able to learn it in just a few weeks. But probably not.
Hey, I like the language. I like the language. But I think it's been like English. The English language has another English that is not being taught in school. Like there is the legalese English, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And then in Spanish is a similar thing. You learn in a certain context that is it's kind of dumbed down in a way. But yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine
there's good things as well. Yeah.
I was just going to say, I bet the way that people, converse with each other is a lot different to how you'd learn it as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it usually is. Yeah, it's difficult for me to.
Sometimes you communicate a certain way, and people want to tell you that's not the correct way to say things. So we understand each other.
Yeah, it's difficult for me to shit on language because I love language. I love language so much, and yeah, it was very difficult for me to come to that realization that he's kind of all grabbled.
Yeah, I get a kick out of it. I mean, just like look at the word understand. Under means below.
Standing under.
So understand means I'm below your standing. I'm submitting to your thought process. I'm not intelligent enough. But again, intelligence.
You stand under what I'm saying.
Yeah, it was that Jordan Maxwell. He came out with all that stuff, didn't he? I never got a good feeling about that guy, but he was definitely right. Certainly in a legalese kind of context, and that's where you get all these truthers. Things like, did they say? Somebody says to him, "Do you understand?" And they say, "I comprehend."
So I mean, this is where people have actually, again, we have a system of language that's being patented, or that has been patented, and it is being rolled out to everybody. It's just finding the information, because the world isn't going to teach you this. You have to find it yourself, and so you find those resources. You find that people have put a lot of time and effort into fixing our language under the patents, and they basically have lists of words that you can utilize that are fully translatable between all languages. It allows you to present your thoughts and your thinking in a manner which would not be misunderstood, because you're using positive thinking, and it is fully translatable between all languages. We just have more than 50% of our words in the English language. It's like 55% of our English words are completely broken.
Yeah, talking of language, why did you choose the name Alizard?
That's a play on my name, actually. My first name is Andy.
Oh, same as me.
And my last name is a nickname. That Lizard is just a nickname with two Z's, because of how my name is spelt. But
right, I thought you might have been into like David Icke stuff or something.
Yeah, and then when I first set it up, it's my gamer name. It's my gamer tag. And when I first got into Discord, is because I was, interacting with my son, as he'd stream different games and what have you. That's just what I set my account up as.
Yeah, truthers tend to look into things perhaps a little bit too much, so that's why I asked.
Fair enough. Yeah, think about it. Lizard isn't spelled like lizard, so. But yes, it was my nickname growing up. That was Lizard.
Nice.
For a moment, I wanted to call you Elizard, not a lizard, but perhaps that's just me.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's an actor, there's a few different actors that have a last name of Lizard. But that's my name has no Z's in it, so.
Perchance, may I know your first name?
Yes, my first name is Andy, or Andrew is my given name.
Which you prefer?
I've been going by Andy my whole life, but when I sign things, I sign Andrew. So
Andrew. All right. Right on.
Yep. So how often do you get into do we get Globe Earth, viewpoints?
Quite often, because we invite them.
What are the typical debate topics? Is it all of them, or mostly you can see too far and space being faked by NASA?
Well, one thing I realize is that only a small percentage of people are actually genuine that come into these servers. That's my experience anyway. A lot of them are actors. Well, I call them actors anyway. And
they'd be labeled like anti-flat earthers, or like they're contrarians, if you will. Everything we say, they're like, nope, that's not possible. You're like, you haven't even looked into it. You're already disagreeing with me. So yeah, most of it is just people refusing or in denial about like what we're saying. So it's not really a debate anymore at that point. It's just us trying to like convince them to see our point, our perspective. It's not even for them to agree with us, just to see what we're saying, and we can't even get them to do that because they're just in complete contradiction of what we're saying. Nope, that can't happen. You're like, have you even checked? They're like, no, I don't need to, because the people, the scientists are on my side. So I don't. Well, then why are you in here trying to look? Because I think you guys are ridiculous. I think that's what they say usually. That's what it boils down to anyway.
Yeah, and even when you say their own stuff back to them, they can disagree. Straight. Oh yeah. They're that disagreeable. But I was just saying the new hotness is to pretend to be a flat earther. That's what I've noticed anyway. Yeah. And that does make me laugh.
Yeah, they'll come in here. They're like, "Oh no, I'm flat Earth all the way, 100." And we're like, "Well, why do you think the Earth is flat? What made you come to the conclusion?" They're just like, I walked outside. Earth's flat." And they're like, if you ask anybody who's actually poured over the research of trying to figure this whole thing out, they would tell you like a little mini story of how they became a flat earther. It isn't just like, well, it was just really cool. One day my friend told me the Earth is flat, and I saw this picture, and it was like I believed him. It's like that's not how. That's what you hear. Like these guys who are pretending or just. It doesn't matter to me. Like you can say whatever you are, but at the same time, someone who's genuine will be genuine throughout. They're not gonna. There's nothing about them that you're gonna hear and what they're saying. It's gonna be disingenuous. So.
Yeah. I mean, it's like my story was pretty straightforward. One, just the fact that I even looked into it was a fluke. just being on truther boards and seeing somebody saying flat Earth and going, yeah, you guys are nuts, and then ignoring it for a period of time before I said, all right, let me research. And, found some basic stuff. I think Eric Dubay, actually, just some of his videos. And it made me think. And I had to pull out my calculator. I used Excel, and I went through the curvature formula and recreated it, from scratch using the Pythagorean theorem, and and just literally went through that. The concept of being able to see too far, and and that's just the basic stuff. And then it was like, okay, well, what about this? What about this? What about this? And it took probably about 2 weeks for me to gather enough information to pretty much address all of my concerns or questions to say, is it possible that there's another way to accomplish this? This statement of truth. Is there another way that it could also occur in a flat Earth? And
I was just going to say, based on your rendering of you considering mathematics, trigonometry, Pythagorean, these things, right? These are the applications that people start to realize. How does a curved surface start to interact with the triangle? 3 straight lines, 3 angles, all adding up to 180 degrees, yet you're going to tell me there's a curve involved in that entire thing. And that's what doesn't make any sense.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, and I get when you get, into cameras and lenses and you have barrel effects and distortion and, magnification that occurs, that's not consistent depending on the depth of field, closer things may be more magnified than farther things, that, kind of like et cetera. So, I mean, there's so many variables that yes, you could argue that things are curved, and we have to fix those in post edit, software, in order to try to correct for these distortions. But that doesn't prove one way or the other that the Earth is a globe, Yeah. I totally believe we can see too far. I mean, I did research on all the laser experiments and that stuff too, but
I would say be exposed to the conversation more, A Lizard, because I think you haven't heard the type of sophistry that gets kind of implored here in these conversations. You'd see the how can I put it? It's a debate tactics come out. I didn't say that, you did. It came from your mouth, and it's like there's certain. It's not just about the context of like what we're saying, not just about the subject matter, but how to proceed being charismatic in a debate, how someone perceives you engaging with someone else who thinks opposite of what you, and how the third party perspective becomes a reality for someone listening to you. Like, oh, he didn't present that well. He must not know what he's talking about. Yeah, the guy that's a globe earther is doing a great job. Like, it's perception. It's how they can like manipulate an audience to make them sound like they know what they're saying. Because like when they ask us, okay, tell me what the sun is, and we responded them, well, we don't know. Okay, what's the moon? Well, we don't have an answer for that. All right, see, ladies and gentlemen, here we have somebody who's saying that the Earth is flat, yet they don't know what the sun is or the moon. So we have the explanation to that, and you guys are going to sit here listening to this guy ramble on about flat Earth and not have any explanation about what they're saying. So how do you guys want to process that? Whereas we, who have investigated things, know this information. You see how this sounds in a courtroom style? The third party is listening to this like, damn, that guy's getting wasted, When in all reality, it's not about honesty. It's about charisma. It's about how it's being presented. And this is what they're doing, in essence, to kind of, the quote unquote, win the argument. They're not doing it with facts. They're doing it with charisma.
Right. And when they can't, when you're a charismatic debater, then they resort to emotion and name calling.
Yeah, they appeal to emotion, name calling. They try to say things like, the movement's dying anyways. It isn't going anywhere. You guys got a small channel. You guys ain't doing anything. And so it's a lot of mental projection. It's a lot of like putting you in a way that like you're diminishing your movement. There's a lot of things interjected in there, and it's psychology.
That's how people got latched onto the globe Earth in the first place. I understand all of their tactics when they come in here because I listen to what they're saying. And every line of word that they say, they're maneuvering. They're trying to figure out which way they can win the argument, not bring the facts. That's what it's all about, winning the argument, not bringing the facts. And so when you listen to speaking, you know, you're able to discern, oh, I know now what he's trying to get at, because you see them trying to maneuver, and you're like always, because of the fact that you're standing on truth, you don't need to maneuver. You're just like, you haven't presented any evidence. So here's the evidence we have, you know, demonstrated to everyone, and everybody can demonstrate to themselves, you know, if they want to. And they get so upset because it's like they have demonstration on their side. All they have are explanations, theories, ideas of what it can be, and they never have it. You're like, well, the moon pulls the tides with gravity. All right, where's the evidence of that? Please present it. Now, it's not just tell us, show us. How can we demonstrate this to ourselves? Well, you can't talk about gravitational because it's so big. It's planetary size. It's like, you know, moon is so big that you can't ever. Well, then why is this even a thing? Like, for you to actually say that it's directly linked to the moon, or, you know what I mean? When you start asking for evidence, again, that's my point. When you start asking for evidence, they become bankrupt. There isn't anything they have in the way of demonstration. Gravity's not holding anything down because you can't demonstrate that gravity holds gases in its place. So there's a lot of theories, ideas, and nothing to be demonstrated. And so that's what we ask for, demonstration. And so they don't have that. So when it comes right down to it, you know, we are just basically talking about, it's not about how the person's debating or how they're presenting it to you. It's about the facts. It's about information. If they don't have demonstrations, they don't have facts, then all they have are just ideas, you know, theories. That's it. They're bankrupt.
Yeah.
So,
I was just going to say that they tend to attack the person when they can't attack the argument. And I stopped watching. I watched a lot of debates back in the day, and I almost wanted to interject and say, right then, let's start from this place, because we always end up in this place, and we'll just start right from here. But anyway, the point is, I just quickly went off this whole debate format because I realised that it just quickly turns into a pissing contest, and not only that, it's like it just doesn't. It's not about the argument anymore. It's more about winning and more about, you know, who's got the biggest ego sort of thing, who speaks last wins sort of thing. And right. I was like, oh, I can't. The last debate I watched that I really enjoyed was Austin Whitsitt and Brian's Logic from Nathan Oakley's show. And
yeah, it was about a month ago, right?
I really enjoyed that one. I thought it was great, but nothing really fruitful came of it, and everyone left with the same sort of opinions they had before. But it was cordial. I mean, it did get heated at some point, a little bit passionate, but nobody resorted to muting. I mean, it nearly got to that point, but nobody had the mute. But that's thanks to Austin, because he's that kind of person. And I really enjoyed that one. And I came in here straight after it, and I was like singing the praises and saying how brilliant it was, you know. But then, well, you guys know the history of what happened afterwards. But
yeah, I think now that we're seeing the fruit of like intellectual discussion, and you know, people that are disagreeable are not going to be able to have it. They're just not. So it becomes like more of like, you know, well, my presentation is better than your presentation. I can say bigger words than you can. You know, it's like, that's not the point. The point is we're always in search of the truth. And it doesn't matter who speaks it. I don't have to look at a PhD to speak truth. I can look at some YouTuber that randomly discovered something or came up with some understanding that actually is truth. And it doesn't, like that, I always lean back to that. Like people within the idea that the globe earth, you know, academia is like, you know, putting people on pedestals, right? The shoulders of giants, so to speak. And you look at these guys like these towering intellects, and there's no way I could get in a forum with those guys. But it's always like, it doesn't matter. If you're speaking truth, there isn't anything they can say or any kind of magic trick that they can pull out of their hat, charismatic or not. They won't be able to speak against the truth, right? What the truth is. And that's the only thing that we got. we can stand on solid ground with the truth. If that truth is movable, then you're not standing on truth. Let's put it that way. If what you have is subjective, then it's movable because it's malleable, right? It can be whatever else somebody else thinks it is. So long as we're talking about objective truth, then we're in the place where we should be, where we're actually speaking truth to people. We're not just like saying, this is what I think. What do you think? This is what it is to you and to me, right? That's what we all agree upon. When we speak of things, there's definitions that are agreeable to you and me and everybody else, because that's why a definition exists. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to define something. So I'm always telling people that's why there's a lot of soul searching in doing what we're doing here, right? Because a person has to actually find themselves and reshape, reset, redo the type of character that you are to become somebody who can sit here and actually like be reserved, you know. At the same time, you know that sometimes you need to speak up, but at the same time, you're not overreacting. You're not jumping down someone's throat, shut up, you know, like, because when you start getting that way, you lose control. And if you lost control, then there isn't any way that you're going to get across to anyone. You just sound like somebody who's angry about things.
Yeah, that's what I
was. That's what, like, let me tell you, like, I got to say, people that know me in the past, I was really upset with the globe earth. I'd ban you in a heartbeat. Quickly, as quick as can be, because I didn't want to hear your nonsense, right? Now it's like I want them to actually talk, because if they hear themselves say the things that they are saying, then it becomes available to them, like, oh, he's saying that, right? Like if I'm repeating what they're saying, it's like, why is he saying that? They don't hear themselves saying it, but when I say it like they've said it, it becomes apparent that it's nonsense. But I'm like, I'm just repeating what you're saying. Like, isn't this what you are, telling me? And then it becomes something like of a inner battle for themselves to figure out, like, well, that's not what I meant, kind of thing. And they're soul searching to see what answer they can come up with. But it's like with the globe earth, it's bankrupt. There isn't anything they can find that's going to give them an out to logical reasoning. Hopefully that makes sense. I mean, I'm getting into it.
I've been paying attention to some debates going on. I actually found another site, 24/7. What is it? Cosmology Tartaria, and they've got debates that go on. Seems like weekly or so between flat Earth and not, and they have voice chat, much like this voice streaming that goes on all the time, throughout the day. And I'm constantly on there with other globe Earth believers, and having different debates. And so far I've found most people, very cordial, except for when they get into the debates. When they get into the debates, it becomes an emotional, he said, she said, finger pointing. You're not, recognizing each other's statements. And it's just a shit show. Pretty much every time I've gone to listen to one, and so it's, that I've noticed. But I have met a lot of globe Earth believers that are actually willing to listen, that are still strong in their views, though.
Yeah, and that's fine. I think, they want to be strong in their views and that, but it becomes a point where, a conversation is going to either yield fruit or not. And I think people need to understand, like, if you're in locked horns with somebody and they're just, I've spoken to many people and they're just like, I'm not going to look at your information. They'll straight out tell you, I'm not going to look at your information about flat Earth. Then you need to know when to pull the plug, because that guy is not ready to listen. Maybe later on, he can come back and revisit, you know what I mean? And say like, hey, I thought about it. I can see a point that you have here. But at this current time, if you keep engaging, it's going to be opposite of fruitful. You know what I mean? To the person. So, and I've said this before, like we're talking to a gentleman who came in here. His name is Band Member. And he was very disagreeable with the idea of the Earth being flat. And I was like, do you want to actually go and look for yourself? Like, I asked him directly, would you go and look? He kind of skirted around the topic. He didn't want to answer. But at the end, he was like, no, I don't want to look. So it's like he wanted us to kind of spoon feed him the information and so forth. And I'm like, well, that's the part where we can't help you with. We're not going to be able to make you understand what we're saying if you don't want to go look for yourself as well. It's part of the reason why people are flat earthers, because they went and did the research. They did legwork for it, And you're saying you don't want to participate in doing that. You want us to just give you answers. I feel like that's just going to be counterintuitive. Any answer we give you, you're going to hand wave dismiss and say that there's a better explanation that globe Earth has, because it sounds elegant when you hear the globe Earth tell you about how Earth came to be. And we don't have that elegance. We have truth, which is we don't know. And you don't want to hear we don't know. You want to hear explanations. And we don't have that. We don't have explanations, which is, I think that's the part where globe Earth wants to hear from the flat Earth side in order to be convinced a better version of Earth versus the one they're getting from the globe Earth. You know what I mean? That's the issue. They're hearing a very embellished version of a story, and we can't give that to them, so they're not going to be agreeable. They're going to be like, no, you guys sound like you're crazy, because I know what the sun is and the moon and the stars. All that stuff is real because it's been put into my head of what a story that's been told to me. You guys don't offer me anything. You offer me no answers to that. So why would I go to somebody that's offering me nothing when I can go to somebody who's offering me, explanation?
Yeah, and this is where I think that we should identify key things like we can see too far. But no, the problem I have with we can see too far, I had a good debate with a person, and again, because some of this stuff is new to me, trying to calculate refraction and light and get into the arguments regarding that subject matter, and having to do my own studying and researching about barrel distortion and pincushion and and what have you. To understand the images that he took himself with his telephoto lenses, showing
Right.
20 miles away and yada yada, and having to have a debate when he outright states that Flat Earth Dave won't even talk to him about it. He's like, as far as I'm concerned, he should pay me my 2 Bitcoins, because I've got proof. And having to debate a guy like that, on his supposed proof.
Yeah.
But what I found though is that it's like he literally thinks that he's right, and so yeah, I probably can't ever convince him, but I believe I can at least understand the subject matter well enough to add doubt to anyone that listens to him. Right. So by getting my head around his views and his understanding of things that he then uses to convince people that the Earth is a globe, and to be able to refute his evidence in an intelligent manner, which would state that this can be explained through these means or that means or what have you, and not just refraction but distortion due to the lens and the 200 millimeter lens and how you're focusing it, and aperture size and etc.
Right. So yeah, that's mainly the things that happen here have to do with that. They have to do with people, and on both sides, right? Flat Earth and globe Earth, dealing with the emotion. And
the challenges that I have is that I don't hear, I've been hanging around and seeing, once I'm now starting to get into the debates myself, and I'm listening to other debates, I'm hearing crap arguments. I'm not hearing intelligent speak in a lot of times. There's just too much, yelling and screaming and shit showing and grandstanding and not actually getting into details of actual reality.
And you see a lot of bitterness on both sides, and I think they're usually addressing that in here, guys. If you can't handle a debate, don't get in one. Like, don't start arguing with somebody if you're just going to be calling them names and hurling insults back and forward, and you can't deal with the discussion. Yeah. Destroy the argument, not the person. That should be. If you're going to go in there and talk about the thing that's opposite of what you understand truth to be, don't go hurling at the guy. Look at what he's presenting. Set your sights on that and see why that is not consistent with reality. Address the issue.
Right. And so I've been complimented quite a bit when I've been in discussions. I literally, like, in the 24/7 Cosmology Tartaria channel, they want me to start doing some debates, and I'm like, no, I'm too early in this. I'm not ready. I'll talk in chat and group chat and go through subject matter, And I find that I win. And what I mean by that is I usually have subject change and or silence on points that I make. I wind up putting an end to a discussion quite often, about statements that get made, and they're like, change subject, and so that's why I have people wanting me to get into debating. But like I said, I'm not ready, and I'm still trying to learn a lot. I have a lot to learn, before I'm ready to be put in that position. But I keep my cool. I don't go off the handle.
It's not easy. It depends who you're dealing with. Somebody that's really disagreeable. They can use a lot of debate tactics that can probably put you at a position where you feel, the need to get a bit louder and such. And it is the way it is. It's the nature of the beast,
Yeah,
because
and that's what I said. I'm not ready.
Subject matter is extremely controversial, so it'll make somebody.
I'm fine if somebody's open to talking, for the most part, but not somebody who's in your face calling you an idiot nonstop. It's like, I'd want to say, all right, we have nothing more to talk about. There's nothing of interest to discuss here.
Yeah.
Lizard, one of the things that I found helpful for myself is becoming versed in listening to their arguments. So being able to spot certain concessions like gravity, refraction, things of that nature, and then being able to take those things and deconstruct them while in the conversation being held. That will help you ultimately be ready, because you've got to be able to a certain degree, defend, because they will try to flip the defense onto you. But as Miggy and always teach here, try to be on the offense as much as possible. But there are times you're going to need to have a good defense ready for there. Because, like, I talked to McToon a couple weeks ago, and he was ready with all of his calculations and spreadsheets and all kinds of stuff. But the bottom line is he was presupposing the globe the entire time. Right, so was able to say, hey, you're presupposing the globe, state that. He can carry on and say whatever he wants to say, but if you're able to point that out, at least the audience can see that he's already, or whoever it is you're chatting with is already presupposing certain things, and hopefully that will lead to some positive in the debate itself.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'll just give you an example of a debate that took place. Was it this weekend? There's somebody with the handle of FTFE. I think that was it.
My goodness.
You know who that is?
Quite the fighter. That's Craig from the UK.
Like, if you were starting off debating and that's the first guy you started with, I'd say you started like one of the worst guys.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you, I haven't debated him, but I listened to a debate with him, and the arguments. And one, I was ready to shut that off. It was a shit show. But after the debate was over and we're in the general chat, I refuted the points he was making. And he literally ignored me because he was interacting until literally I just put him in his place. And he just moved on to bitching about everyone else, kind of thing.
Real quick, I just want to say that dude, FTFE, is the guy that helps prepare Professor Dave for his stuff. He prepared a lot of all of his literature. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm agreeing with you, man. He's that guy there. Like, if you want to debate flat Earth, he'd be the guy you want to get into, because it has nothing to do with facts. It has everything to do with like grandstanding, how to win an argument. Like, he's versed at that. It's just projection. He's gonna make you seem like the bad guy, like in the debate, so that people don't look at the argument. They focus on your character, and it's just, it's ugly. It's like politics. He trains people.
And that's where I'd like to find a few key things that we can use in a debate, because I'll concede certain points, right? And I don't concede that they're correct. What I concede is it can be seen either way. So there's no real point in debating this, because I can argue both sides of it, right? And so I get your side. And And I'll agree. Yep, that could be paint chips or it could be bubble. I can't say with all certainty it is one or the other. I don't know. And so it's not a point that I care to dwell on. I'd rather discuss things that we can see a difference and we can see something that doesn't work, you know? So, I mean, again, I look at like the bubbles story being no different than Eratosthenes, you know, where you get Carl Sagan saying, we can prove he proved it was a curve based on the angles of the shadows at the same time of day 100 miles apart. I said, no, that doesn't prove a globe, right? Because you get the exact same effect in a close local Earth, in the sun. So on a flat plane. So that doesn't prove it. Just saying it doesn't make it true. I'm not saying one way or the other. All I'm saying is you can't use that as an argument. And so I tend to want to avoid those, fallacies, and that's where I also got to get my terminology right, straw man attempt or fallacies or appeal to authority, and those terms. I see a lot of people use that as a statement, to get things back on track. But
I mean, because the logical inconsistencies of the way they've come out with their statements. There's a lot of wizardry when it comes to language and like how you present a case and how you put it in front of an audience. So somebody can just say that you're wrong based on the merit of how you're presenting. I'll give you an example, right? If somebody's presenting, like let's say on Flat Earth side, I'll use Kiwi. Kiwi, I'm going to use you as an example. He told Dean, who was in here, is an anti-Flat Earther. Of course, he's been in this circuit for debate for quite some time, and he was speaking to Kiwi about, and the discussion led into a calculator, Earth curve calculator. And I think Walter Bislin or Mick West are the two prevalent known guys who are science communicators. Well, I know one is a science communicator. I don't know what Walter Bislin is or what his background is, but the idea of the calculator being something that they made was not brought into context. And Kiwi was just like, well, we're using this calculator to see if we can get, Earth's curvature, and using that as an example. Dean used it as like, well, is it McWest calculator? Like he was asking him, like, where's the source coming from? And Kiwi didn't state where that came from. So he used the idea that it was his calculator, Kiwi's. This is a flat Earth calculator, man, that you're using. And Kiwi didn't come back with a rebuttal as to where the origin of that calculator came from. So it looked like on his point that he had a point. He didn't have a point because it wasn't about the math anymore. It was about where did the calculator come from? And so the people listening were like, oh, he doesn't have a rebuttal to where the calculator came from. So now that's a point for the globe Earth, because that then becomes like, okay, we're being honest. Where did it come from? Like who made it? Was it Kiwi's calculator? Was it an FE calculator? Like, you know what I mean? So Dean, in a way, kind of had a point, but at the same time, he didn't because the math still doesn't match. But in this particular instance, it was kind of used to turn the argument around. So if you're not prepared, if you don't come with like, look, this right here came from this place, and this is what I'm going to present as a citation so that you can examine it. It wasn't my doing. I'm showing you that someone else, you know what I mean? Like if you don't put things in a context and frame it in a way that they can't use it against you, then it won't be. Then it's something they have to deal with the origin of that information. Does that make sense?
Right.
Like
otherwise, it absolutely makes sense. And that's also why I'm prepared for that kind of debate.
Otherwise, when you say something, it's like, yeah, but you're saying that. Is this your opinion? Is this your idea? You got these flat Earth ideas, right? But who said that? Who else? Like, is some other intellect saying it, or is it just you? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's if you don't come with that, and you're just like, no, this is what I think, and they're gonna eat you up, man. They're gonna be like, yeah, right. That's what you think, and you want everybody to believe what you think based on the sole merit that you're the guy who knows what the Earth is, and we have all these astronauts and scientists going against what you think. You know what I mean? Like that's how they're gonna make it look in a debate.
Right. And then it's an appeal to authority and
right. So this is in preparation of that because these are the tactics that are employed in that debate style. It's about the antics. It's about the theatrics. It's about like getting people to get mesmerized with the debate and winning the argument. It's not about the context of the facts or the information.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that was like seeing, Flat Earth Dave go against Professor Dave, and what a shit show. It is And I thought, Flat Earth Dave did as good of a job as he could have. Maybe he could have done better in certain areas, but that, I get it. When you see that, you see exactly the tactics, and there's nothing tangible on their side at all. It's just straight up, attack you as a person.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Dave didn't do a good job either, but in the style that he was in to win the argument, Dave Farina was like way above, like, the cunningness of being in the debate. He had it way over Dave, like the other Dave. So
yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like his antics and his charisma were higher than Dave's presenting his. Like he was coming out of you just don't know what you're talking about. You're spitting all these things out, like the way you hear him and the veracity of how he's saying it. It equates to like, man, this guy's really coming at this guy. And from a third person perspective, it's not like he's coming with facts. It's just that he's coming with like such a intensity that's not matched by the other opponent, who's like, just like, no, wait, I'm just trying to show you something. And it's like, nah, he's really laying into you now, because, like, you know what I mean?
Right. I mean, it's the typical flat Earth arguments, where the thing that I find is that we use so many arguments which can be argued both ways, and it becomes an objective, or not a subjective point of view in a belief system, and we're stuck arguing subjective things. And I almost feel like that we're being forced into it. And so I feel like there's a lot of controlled opposition going on that literally gets us focusing on things where we really, can't win the argument. And so just saying something doesn't make it true. Just saying that you should think about it and you should consider it doesn't change anything.
I always talk about this, Lizard, and it's important, right? I'm exactly going on your point. When people start going to space and, well, rockets can't work in space, it's like, well, this topic is like their topic. They love the subject matter. They love talking about the ever-expanding cosmos. You're now on their playground. So you saying that it doesn't work is going to be met with their explanation, or whatever it is, of what they're saying of how it works. And how are you going to... Where's the objective standpoint at that? Nobody's going to be able to go and say, well, let's go to space and check it out. Like, you can't... You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and that's why I keep searching for subject matter, like the moon temperature, cold versus a hot, concept, and coming up with objective evidence, things like the sundial, which I believe that in the heliocentric model, you would not have an analemma, you'd have an ellipse. The sun would travel in an elliptical form, and so you would just see a big circle that's stretched out, and then the sundial would work in a globe model. But the analemma itself tells you that it's broken. And nowhere are you going to find any literature describing that. The only thing you're going to get a concession from their point saying sundial is only accurate 4 times a year. That's it. That's where they end it. They don't go any deeper.
Yeah, I've looked into this topic, and the reason why I was talking about sundials yesterday, and I was telling you that it's a derivative topic, because for everything that's matched, this is one of them. Actually, like the topic you were saying can go for both, is because we think that we have objective truth that falls on our side, but they have explanations. And I've always said this. So when you think you're meeting them on a ground that can only happen on flat Earth, it's not going to work out well, because they have explanations. Not saying that they're right.
I'm trying to find those explanations so that I can debate them.
So, and that's the thing. So, and I've seen the analemma argument, and they do have like a little diagram that they can show you different things, but it doesn't fare well. Let's just say that it's not a point to it's not the hill to die on. It's not the one that's gonna, oh yeah, if somebody heard you talk about sundials, that's really gonna win the people's minds. And it's like, maybe that's not your objective. Well, that'd be fine, but it's gonna be in the same category as those who go up against and talk about how rockets work in space and they're not supposed to. It's the same thing. It's like they're gonna have their explanation. It's gonna go through how their thrusters are producing oxygen mixed with the fuel that gives them they don't need oxygen because it's combustion's happening within the mixture. So you know what I mean? Like there's little nuances to the thing that you think you got them on that they're going to be able to get out of, because there's explanations to what they tell you is going on. I've heard everything, but you know what I mean. Like you do your best in what you think is your argument, and then when you hear the outcome, you're gonna see what I'm talking about. Like that's all I gotta say because I've heard these.
I haven't heard the sundial in a debate yet. You know,
I have in the course of having to do flat Earth for a while. We've heard almost all the topics. Almost, I say almost, but most of them are. The sundial's already been exhausted. As far as like, if you go back into like maybe 2019, like 2018, somewhere like that, you'll hear like some of the archives where people are talking about. You might even be able to pull some up if you really look for them. But yeah, it works just fine on a globe, according to them. So they flip it the opposite way. They're like, a sundial can't work on a flat Earth. Imagine that. But yeah, they flip it around. So, but like I said, maybe it's something you haven't heard, and so it's you want to be like, yeah, let me just try to go at it. I'd say just do it if you think it's a point you want to bring up. I would never tell somebody like don't do it. I would just advise you like when you do it, the outcome usually ends up this way because we've already.
And that's fair enough. You know, it's the whole. It's just like with visual image of refraction. You know, in pictures and trying to say light is always bending downwards, and you know the density of the air, the average is one inch per square mile. You know, curve to light. You know, based on refraction and yada yada yada. It's like, okay, I mean, I get it. At least I've heard the argument. You know, I guess I haven't heard a good argument for explaining the sun in the form of the analemma, because I would see it in an oval, and maybe I'm missing something. You know.
Yeah, good luck, friend. That's all I gotta say. Good luck.
Hey, good luck. Fair enough. Yeah, but I think some of the problem is that what happens is for a lot of people they can't visualize, they can't do the mental exercise, and so they just defer to authority, because they can't picture it, But maybe I'm not picturing it because I haven't heard the argument, and that's where I really question, because I'd love to debate it with somebody. I just don't know who to debate on that subject to hear the other opposing side.
Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun, my friend. Apparently, somebody had that argument fleshed out and done, and it keeps going over and over again. But like some people, since they're so new to the topic, they haven't like seen all the areas of what the different topics that we encompass within this discussion, because there's a wide variety of them. So yeah, I have heard the sundial one, and it's you can go either way on it, to be honest, because we're dealing with the celestial sphere, we're dealing with the perspective, we're dealing with a lot of things where it seems above us. Like if you advocate for a dome, or if you advocate for the idea that the way it appears to us is that like it's a covering over our head. So it's not like perspective can work like as you look down a long corridor, like the walls and the ceiling and floor meet at a point. So there's a lot to do with perspective. There's a lot to do with how we're perceiving the sun move across the sky. So in that, there's a lot of angles that we're dealing with that would correspond with the sun giving off shadows. And we did it with Eratosthenes. So Eratosthenes, on a curved surface and a flat surface, it works just fine either way. So therefore, if you're trying to put a sundial in that same perspective, it works either way. And I tried to explain that, but I mean, like some people follow the logic and let it take them where it is. But honestly, the other guy would be like, well, their surface is curved, it can work just fine. And you're like, no, it can't. And trust me, it'll be you trying to convince somebody that works only on a flat Earth, and it's whatever. In the meantime, I was talking. I was making some egg noodles, homemade egg noodles. I use a little beef gelatin, and I mix it up with 1 egg and like about maybe 5 egg whites. I'm telling you, man, perfect egg noodles. I'm gonna make a chicken noodle soup. How's everybody doing? What's everybody doing anyway? Do we got anybody new in here? I'm on my phone, so I'm not at my PC at the moment.
You guys probably weren't able to hear me. My phone times out on the screen, and then I think it mutes me automatically. Weird.
Yeah, that happens. Were you saying something when you were muted, or what? You're like, hey, is there?
Yeah, I was muted without knowing it. So, oh well. I was just reiterating what we had already said. So, yeah, I would just like to hear the other side of the debate. I can search for it, but
yeah, you can ask them. Ask them when a person of the globe mindset comes in here. Just ask them. That'll save you time, I guess. You don't have to do that. Just ask them. You can get into a discussion, or like if you feel strong enough, debate them on it.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. I just want to hear the other side of the story. I want to hear the argument because.
All right. So let me put the all call. If you guys are out there and you think the Earth is a globe and you know how sundials work on a globe Earth, come in here and have a discussion with us. We have a guy whose name is A Lizard. That's his username for Discord. But he would say that he would challenge you that sundials can only work on a flat Earth and not globe. So if you guys want to show him how it works on the globe, come in here and tell him. If you guys have that answer. If not, it's cool. It's cool. Doing an all call usually gets some people in here that are listening. Sometimes, not all the times.
Right. I mean, at least there's a lot of people listening, is what it looks like. So.
The captain said that tensions are so high that if we discover that the Federation colony on Apollo 3 was destroyed by the Klingons, there will be war between the Federation and the Empire. I know. That was a daunting possibility. But the survey landing party just returned. They're pretty sure the colony was actually wiped out by a collision with a passing comet. Well, that's great news. Now we won't be going to war with the Klingons. What? How can you say that? Well, the captain said that if the colony on Apollo 3 was attacked by the Klingons, there'd be war for sure. But they didn't attack the colony, so no war. Okay, yeah. It's too bad about the colony, but at least we know there won't be war. Yeah, I was getting worried.
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Walking Bear, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the inverse, also known as denying the antecedent.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may seem so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Denying the antecedent is a formal fallacy of inferring the inverse from the original statement. It is committed by reasoning in the form, if P, then Q. Therefore, if not P, then not Q. The invalidity of arguments with this form is most readily demonstrated by forming a counterexample with true premises, but an obviously false conclusion, such as, if you are traveling at warp speed, then you are aboard a starship. You are not traveling at warp speed, therefore you are not aboard a starship. Consequently, just because the Klingons weren't responsible for destroying the Apollo 3 colony does not mean that the current tensions won't still ultimately lead to war for some other reason.
Thank you, Mr. Spock. Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as denying the antecedent or the inverse fallacy. It's only logical.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Who's in here? Sasha's in here. Tim's in here. What's up, Tim?
Not much.
It's Tuesday, man. You know what Tuesday is, right?
Hi. It's Mini Friday.
I gotta say, man, being able to jump into that little speculation chat we had earlier this morning was pretty awesome. It's nice to think about the sky every once in a while and the possibilities.
Yeah, I actually want to get into a discussion about the Book of Enoch at some point with some people in here. Not in here, though.
How would you, well, actually, I had an idea, Mickey. How would you feel about chatting about that over on my channel one day? Or would you want to go down into biblical for that?
No, I don't care. The only thing with me is that I like to read and discuss. I don't like to read and argue, because that usually comes out like somebody will jump, like not you, but other people will jump in and be like, yeah, that's crazy. You guys believe this? And they just throw everything out of, if you're not...
So I'll be straight up with you. And again, my community specifically, there's none of that shit. It is what it is in terms of scripture and what's written, right, to be discussed. Not in, I don't leave any room for that. So. But if we could do it here in biblical or over on my channel, but I would love to unpack some scripture with you, because it seems we're on a similar path with the understanding of what's happening.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. I'm of the mind that, Scripture instructs. So that if that's the way things in reality, because we can't, some of the things in like Enoch, we can't even comprehend. It sounds like he's describing things, and we're like, I mean, I'm just gonna have to take your word for it, because like we don't see that, like we can't perceive it. We haven't seen beyond the veil. You have, like, and that's.
And I mean, he was elected because he led a life of righteousness, and chosen to be shown, to be called the scribe, and to be known as the scribe of God, and write the things that he allowed him to see. As you say.
Yeah, a lot of times people are, the questions that we're asking right now, the ones that we're searching for the answers to, we're like, we know the effects, but we don't know the cause. And like, he's actually showing us the machine. He's going through like what it looks like and how it operates. And that's why I'm saying a lot of times with flat earth, like there's this concept of what they have, like at what the sun's doing. I'm like, man, it's metaphysical. We have like no clue whatsoever of like what is governing the actual movement of that, or like the way, the path that it's going. There's these concepts that flat earth has, like what the earth looks like from top down. And it's like, I don't know, man, I'm getting this other thing from when I read and when I look into these like other scriptures, and like it's really, again, it's like so far beyond levels of what our understanding is, and it's telling us too in a way that Enoch was describing it. So, but we can't, even from his description, we can't even decipher a lot of times what that really means. The stuff he was describing.
Well, one of the things he said that me
through
that
gates.
rocked me back.
What?
Through gates.
Yeah, your sound sounded weird. I didn't hear what you said. What'd you say?
Somebody said Drew Gates, I heard.
Drew Gates? What is
no,
that?
I was saying I was referring to Enoch describing the sun going through gates.
Yes.
The first gate, the second gate, the third gate.
Yes.
The other thing that he said that had me rock too, or he wrote, was the four corners. Visiting the four corners, and how the aspect of four corners would unpack in what we're dealing with, what we're living within now. Right?
Yeah,
what corners look like.
The stairway to heaven was on one of those gates, I think, if I'm not mistaken. He was taken up in was it a vortex that took him up in one of those corners?
Something, well, because there was the rivers, right? There's I think 4 rivers, the 4 corners, and he was taken each spot and shown each thing. He was shown the depths of hell. And the other thing that I loved was he actually communicated with the ones who were sent away.
Yeah.
And he was able to transmit those messages and ask on their behalf if he would allow them. And like, nope, you did it. You got to stay where you're at.
No, they weren't. No, I think the idea is you're saying that they're already in a place. No, this is them on Earth. The beings he was speaking to were the fallen angels that were supposedly making themselves out to be gods on Earth. So the mythological gods of old, those were those beings that he was speaking to. They were the ones who usurped their power that they came from heaven, and using it on Earth to be, the gods of old.
I'll message you. Go do something.
Well, Enoch is a subject that I'd love to be a fly on the wall and listen in on that.
Yeah, it gets a lot of the stuff that's spoken of there is metaphysical, so it's not going to make sense to any of us. We're going to hear things that he uses as analogies to what he knows on Earth, so it can give us like a description of what he's seeing, but of what it actually is, probably we couldn't even understand it. We can hardly understand things here on Earth, much less something in the heaven,
Yeah, I mean, all I can do is speak to my own personal experiences, which there's definitely metaphysical shit involved, but not that I have any understanding of how it all works. So,
but it greatly differs from the explanations that I hear on both sides, from flat Earth to globe Earth, and in the flat Earth we're trying to get the explanations and like the reasons and all that stuff, and I think that at our feeble attempt to do that, we're failing at what the actual mechanics behind it all really is, and the purpose for it, because it's not just a machine; it's a machine with a purpose. So I don't think a lot of people realize it's not just that we discover that the Earth is like an organism that it's the way it operates. It heals itself. It can destroy. It can do a lot of stuff within its ecosystem, but that there's a design specific for it, like in relation to us.
Yeah, there's a Telegram channel that I occasionally follow, maybe once every other week on Telegram, that's called The Monads. And, I find it a little interesting, but the concept that we're all connected through the source, as like one being.
Yeah. Well, there's that idea, but I think that we were all designed specific. I'm going to turn a lot of stomachs upset with this, but we're all designed with a specific purpose, and some of us to the Creator's glory, and some of us to destruction. But we were all designed in a specific way, and you can see the outcome of that, of the life that a person leads, and what direction they take. Up to their final days, when they give up their last breath, we see that the person, the life that they led, whether it was a good or bad one, and the outcome of it because of how they perceive life. And so we know that some people are designed like they're just inherently never able to see truth and turn to it. But we see some people do, and there's a light inside of them. Those that do, they might struggle in this life, but they still fight for it. But yeah, there's a design and a purpose. We can't see the meaning, I think, and from our short lifespan, we're not able to comprehend it. So we try to make sense of it with the talks that we have and the conversations in here. But there's still a greater principle, like that matter is never created nor destroyed, but it still exists. It's eternal, right? It's just in the different states that it's in. So,
right, just thinking in terms of sound and frequency.
Yeah, there's. I mean, they would say that the spirit element is the sixth sense. Outside of the five senses, the spirit is like another, like the emotional side of you, your essence. Like when you die, you're not just material, physical. You're actually something else. Ghost
your
machine.
energy.
Yeah, the ghost in a machine. So whatever's animating your body, that's the true essence of who you are. That's you. That's what makes you. It's like putting your hand in the glove. When you put your hand in the glove, it becomes animated. It moves. It can do everything because it has a hand inside of it. Once the hand is removed, it's inanimate. It doesn't move. It's lifeless. Put the hand back in, and it becomes full of life. It can move. It can bend. It can hold things. You remove the hand, and it becomes lifeless once again. So that's what your spirit is in your body. It's the animation to the machine. It's the hand in the glove.
Yeah, I was literally just about to say, taking that thought, and one of the problems I've always had in life is seeing fellow brothers and sisters as fellow brothers and sisters. So I whenever I get into coaching basketball, I used to coach quite a bit. I talk about 5 fingers on a hand, right? Each finger has its own responsibility, job, thing to do, and its own identifier. You know, I am the thumb, I am the pinky, I am the ring finger. But collectively, they are strong. Individually, they're not as strong. Then you look at the hand, right? The glove, and then the body. It's all part and it all moves as one. Again, independently strong, but collectively, it's even more powerful, and that really sets me back.
There's reference to it. I guess I could put it in this context, but I will not get into the scriptures or anything. But I just will tell you that, in the biblical sense, those who make up people that follow the truth, that follow Yeshua, Jesus, as you might be able to recall his name, would say that those believers or those who follow him are the ones who make up his body. The rest who don't. They don't make up his body. They're not his children. So it's not like you can look at all of mankind and saying everybody are God's children. Those whom he calls upon himself are the ones whom he selected. Those who would hear the truth and don't deny it and come to it and embrace it. And those are the ones he calls his children. So it's not like there's a misconception, I think, on that from the standpoint that I see. This is my opinion. You guys might have your own opinion. But from my opinion, it's those who adhere to the truth and follow him that become that, not everyone. But if you guys say it's everyone and you see it that way, then, you know, you're entitled to your opinions. I see it that those who follow him become his children. And that's how it is. Like those who don't. They're not his body. They're not his, you know. Again, like I said, this is a bit biblical, and some people think differently, which is fine. This is, I mean, basically what my walk has perceived it to be. And it's not like one of like, you know, we got something you don't. It's more like, come and join me, you know, like that thing. It's never been like, because some people get it twisted, you know, like, oh, you guys think yourself righteous or like you're so this and that, or, you know, because I've been in discussions where people would say that. And I'm like, no, this isn't that. This is like, I'm extending my hand to you and telling you, like, come walk with me. Like, it's not something where you need to feel like I'm pushing you towards this. I want you to be with me. You know, we're in this life together, you know, all of us. So it's a person. Yeah. It's like, yeah. There is extremes on both sides. So I can see why people are jaded from this type of information. They're very, you know, visceral to hearing something like this. They're like, yeah.
Yep, I don't disagree, but you know, I think that there are you know, people here on Earth that have an understanding of all of this, but are actively working, you know, against it. You know,
yeah.
There is, I could say, like, the overall agendas. Like, if you go back to their root form, what is, because like we could say a lot of things, right? Money, power, all that stuff. But, and I look at it in a more perspective of like, you know, to me, it makes so much sense when I see it through the biblical lens, because I see like Satan has always had the power and control, because that's what he offered Yeshua. He said, if you'd only bow down to me, I'd offer you all the kingdoms of the world.
Yeah.
Only follow and so he denied him that, because there's one thing that was understood, is that he did have the power and control over these governments, over the kingdoms of the earth. So this is true. Like this, like you can see at the very top leader, because you would see, if that wasn't the case, the very top echelon would be the ones who are the most good, and they're the most evil, as we understand it, like from our perspective. So there's never agendas that are like for the betterment of mankind, they're for our detriment. So the only thing that we can see good is people in the smaller groups, like forming together, like you know, resistance groups. You know, like, no, we're not going to stand for these agendas. We're going to stand against them, and it's getting worse and worse by the year. You know, as you can see, self-evident, right? We don't have to go too far into those agendas, but there's only going to be a few people left remaining who you're going to be able to take away from these agendas. And then once it comes to like where the agenda is the complete dominant force, then it'll be like the gates will close. There will be nobody else who will listen to you anymore. I don't know what that time's going to be, but I know that because of it's the great falling away is what it refers to in prophecy as a great falling away. And it says, just as in the days of Noah, will it be again when the Son of Man returns. So it's going to be like, as bad as it was when the flood came, it's going to be the same bad. Like we're sliding downhill to the point where it's going to be so severely bad, where it's not going to, like, no one, not even truth, anything that we say will be completely like cut out from like every single form of like speaking truth in any way, the shape of the earth or anything. It doesn't even matter anymore. Like all of that's going to be curtailed. So it's like at the moment right now, it's get as many people as you can to talk about this awareness, and that's all we can do, right? Where?
Well, and then this is where I'd say that, that's not all we can do. And that's where I get into the language and the grammar and, that concepts of how, sovereignty and, creating a parallel, system of self-governance, and I believe that there is a way forward, and I believe that has been foretold. And if you reference the scriptures,
I would say this on the merit of what you just said. I would challenge you to say, to what extent would that actually, like, how far do you think that will actually last? Like, if you think it's going to be like, well, if we teach that person to be self-sustaining, that person to be self-sustaining, we'll have a whole group of people that are right now completely so dependent on the government, like for food, for health, for everything. Like, not a lot of people will be converted over to your style of thinking. There'll be a few, right? Those who you can talk to, but not. It's just not the overall like understanding that. I'm just saying, these guys have such a grip on people.
But that's a mindset of doom and gloom, right? And I prefer to think positive. And I don't deny that there's people that will never, go to it, and the fiction world is going to perpetuate. But I think the only way to, either you sit there and throw your hands up and say, we already lost the battle before it began, and it's inevitable. Or you go, it doesn't matter. I just have to live my life for truth and move forward.
The thing that I'm telling you is, like, when you go and make people aware, you're letting them know that there's a chance that they can get away from the lies. That's what I am doing. Maybe you got a misconception of what I'm saying. I'm not throwing my hands up. What I am doing is realizing the world that we live in. And so you're only going to be able to reach as many people as you possibly can with your platform, until the agenda starts to push our way, because we see it. It happened in the very beginning of Flat Earth, right? When Flat Earth started to become a really strong movement, it was exploding on the social media scene. These are facts, what I'm about to tell you. It exploded on the social media scene, and videos were prevalent everywhere. You could get so much information. We were speaking about it freely on almost every platform. And then slowly, everything started to creep in, and gates started to close. Videos started to be erased. And up until the point where we're at now, it's almost completely like choked off. Algorithms are not allowing people to visit this. And so what I'm saying is reality. Is not something that I'm doom and glooming about. This is the state of our reality. This is what's going on. So I'm not saying be doom and gloom. You're the opposite. You're the light. You're bringing light to people when you speak to them about awareness, about language, about everything. So this is what I'm saying. This is what you're doing. This is what I'm doing. But as far as reality goes, the overlords or the people that are governing this thing, they don't want that. And if you don't see that, then I think that's where you're going off on saying that, oh, we're going to make this a better world. And they will finally once see that we'll become the majority. And that, I mean, if you think that's what's going to happen, then I mean, you could live in your own mind and thinking that. But reality is, these guys have always held a clenching fist over the governments of the world, and they never look for the benefit of mankind. Always for agendas. Always for agendas. It's never been, to benefit all of us. Otherwise, we'd have free energy. Right now, we'd be living with free energy. We'd be living the right way, But that's not the case. So you can only do so much as you can, being the light. Telling people all you can do. You can't. This other utopian idea is not You know what I mean? Unless they're extinguished, unless the overlords are extinguished, then that's not going to be possible.
Right. Well, I don't disagree. Yeah, everything you're saying. I'm just saying that things are happening in a biblical sense. So, one way or another, I believe, you can argue that we're post-millennialism, or the Antichrist is coming, and to me, they're one and the same as far as how we would see things today. Because I believe if you're in the post-millennial reign of Christ, then you have Satan deceiving all nations, and I believe how he's going to deceive all nations is make them think that they're living in a different time than they are. And he would use the past as like a history book to recreate and rewrite history, and so he'd want to do a reset and kind of play things back, but but making some changes along the way, to try again concept. And
I can see that. Like, depending on where you stand on that whole post or millennial understanding, but the thing that's unmistakable that's a dividing line, I think, is the entrance of like this second coming of the Creator. Yeshua returning back. It's not going to be just some. It's not, well, the way I'm looking at it, right? It's not with the two ideas, right? It's not some unperceivable thing that happened, but we don't know if it did or not, kind of thing. No, this is unquestionably a time in history, or in our future, I should say, that's something will take place that the whole world will know unmistakably. Like, there isn't going to be a shadow of a doubt. Like, did it happen, or did some other idea of it, like an interpretation of it? Like, no, this is going to be an actual visual, physical, like, appearance of something that's happening. Like, there's I guess there's ways that there's explaining what it's going to look like. It's going to be unmistakable. Like, knees will bow down. Like, this is like the way the explanation of that goes, from the argument that you're saying that, well, it could be post, it could be pre. I think the people have already had that kind of debate about it. But the way I see it is something that's unmistakably known. It can't be like argued either way. It's like objective truth. If I could put it in a way, like you could say objective truth, like it will be known to everybody. So it's not going to be something, whether you and I will be like, well, maybe it's in the language, it's poetic, it's unmistakably, objectively happening in reality. And it was like, just something that it's real. It's not going to be something that we can quibble on about whether.
Right. Well, my point that I was trying to make is that you could argue, and again, it's all hypothetical in a sense. If you believe in the Bible, that you could be pre or post in the same scenarios would be playing out. Just like in the times of Noah, conceptually, right? It's a type of reset, and so where are we in time? And this is where I wanted to point. If I was to look at the Bible and argue, look at Revelations, and I consider Revelations from book 1 to chapter 1 or whatever, all the way to the very end, that it's a tale, it's a compressed tale of the entire timeline of Earth, right? And so when you read Revelations 1, that's the beginning, Adam and Eve time frame, all the way to the end. And so I view Revelations as kind of there's where are you in Revelations in today? And I'd argue that we're in Revelations 10. And so if and again, you could argue we're in post-millennialism, but I'd still say, well, yeah, we may be post-millennialism, but it's still Revelations 10 because of where we are, in time. And there's a lot of good arguments for Revelations 10 being today and as of right now. And so we're not at the Antichrist yet. We're not, and we keep giving the doom and gloom of all of that. And I'm saying, well, no, there's a lot that has to happen yet before that period of time, conceptually. And I'd argue that where we are in time is Revelations 10. And it's a little bit of an interesting reading. And I believe that this is where there's a biblical moment. This is, where it talks about the seventh angel of God, coming down from heaven. And I believe that person or that angel is a human, a person that's alive today.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's interpretation, and we can quibble on that. What I'm saying is, the factor that still remains is the return. That is unmistakable. So pre or post, that I think, whenever he returns is when his governance is gonna be instilled all over the earth. So there will be no mistaking that time period when he returns. It will be like a complete shift from the governments that we have right now that are corrupt to him being the one that governs the world, being the dominant force. Like what I'm saying right now, the exchange would be, of course, the dominating force on the earth right now is evil, absolutely corrupt. But when you have a shift in power, it's going to be completely known that it's him doing the shifting on it, taking over the countries, and instilling his government. So that's going to be.
I look at the story of the Antichrist being the idea of, when that happens, the Antichrist unifies all people. He's unifying everybody. He stops all wars, right? And everyone is looking up to him, and then he dies in the street and comes back from the dead, and all of that concept, as he's raised from the dead, just like Jesus. That whole story, but think of it as whether it's, people are going to say, no, that's Jesus because, it's Jesus' story. And other people are saying, no, Jesus was in the past. This is the Antichrist. And so you're going to have two sides, those that deny the Antichrist as Jesus and those that believe the Antichrist is Jesus. I get it, but none of that is the point. The point is that they have to unify us, that whoever that being is, who's going to play the role of Jesus, is going to go through a unification process. So they have to divide us first, and then they have to bring us together. And I believe that the way we bring us together,
like a utopian society, that sort of thing, like that, he's going to bring everybody together on the harmony of the world, or we're actually kumbaya and everything's good. Like, but that would default good, right? Wouldn't you say?
So those that are Satan worshipers, or the ones that are, Luciferian and, the controllers, I believe, their goal, one way or another, is to divide the hell out of us so that they can then unify us, right? The whole concept of dark to light, right. And so it's a psyop of immense proportions where they have to divide us in order to unify us. And they want to unify us under a control system in, one system. But, and so it's a process of how they go about unifying us.
Problem, action, solution.
Right. And I believe Revelations 10 is the key to the process. And I believe that's happening today.
There's certain prophecies and things, but yeah, it's interesting, right? Because you see it from a different standpoint. Everybody has their understandings, and I'd say we're here. We listen to everybody's ideas of what some people say. Hey, I'm not biblical. I don't go with any of that. I just think the earth. I'll give you an example. Like Tim, he's very good with it, right? And I won't speak for you too much, Tim, but just what I heard, you think everything is destroyed, created, destroyed, created. It's just on a giant cycle. And some people don't have the creator or anything that we're saying involved with it. So there's a lot of different takes on flat earth versus just, how me and you are saying, a lizard. So,
yeah. And I can, agree with a lot of people. I just say conceptually, you don't have to believe it. That isn't the point. The point is that other people do. And those people have control of things. And, and so it doesn't matter what you believe. It matters what the controllers believe.
That much I think everybody understands. I don't think anybody would disagree with that in flat earth, that there is agendas that are being pushed on us that we don't have any control. Like, none of us can say, hey, we're going to gather together and we'll make a difference. Like, you already know what you're coming up against. You know what I mean?
And they lay it out there. They lay it out there and they tell you. And it's kind of funny when you look at it.
So I do agree with you on one thing, Lizard. If there's going to be a solution to, let's say, world hunger, or, how can we come together? It's going to come from them, not from us. I do agree with you on that, because that's going to be the false way. They're going to be like, guys, we will know. You and I will know. Be like, like this. this whole unification of everybody coming together, like in this sense, no, that's not the way. But because you're going to recognize, like, it's coming from them. They want the unification. They want it. And you're going to be on the side of like, wait a minute. I thought we're supposed to be the ones who come up with this and together, not like they're the governments of the world instilling like a unification process. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's when you're going to be able to see that discernment. You're like, oh, I know now. It's not coming from us. It's coming from this agenda. That's the difference. And that's why I say, like, when you know that it's not coming from the governments of the world, because the type of unification I think would be even possible would be something where it's a solution to the problems they created, basically. Like the so-called problems, climate change or something, like, there isn't that, right? But I'm saying, like, they're going to give you an answer to stuff like that. And it's going to be like, oh, man, these guys are making the world a better place. And it's like, because the earth is a globe and,
So again, this is why, again, where people have the post-millennialism concept saying that, for all we know, this is a 10th reset, and they just keep replaying and going through these cycles over and over. But in trying again, just reset, repopulate, try again, whatever. And I guess that could very well be happening. I don't disagree, but what was the point I was trying to make? The concept of is just because something is good in the world doesn't mean it's currently bad. I believe that dark to light is still, or good is still good, right? You're not actually, you're not changing what good is. We're saying good is still good. And I believe that we need to be able to discern what is truly good. And I believe that we're going to be so confused, we're being deceived, that we are perceiving good as bad and bad as good. And so that's part of the psyop, that's being played on us, is that we don't really know what's good or bad anymore. We're getting confused.
That's by intent. That's by intent, and that's by the way they're crafting it. So we're looking, and I said this before, right? Because we're talking about like how people perceive their reality as they don't know. You ask them, okay, what was the globe Earth, and they give you all the reasons behind it, and then you're like, that's fine. So are you certain of that? No. Well, why not? Well, we can't know anything to be certain. We can't be certain of anything. We don't know anything to be 100% sure. Okay. So what you're saying is there's a possibility it could be something else. Yeah, it could be a simulation. It could be a dream. You can't rule it out. And so you're like, with these guys, they don't know how to like be certain on anything. And then what happens is they start standing on these foundations of logic that don't hold to reality. And that's what's going to happen when you start to think that way. The thing that was supposed to be good, which is your senses to help you navigate to this earth, to keep you out of harm's way, is now the thing that's working against you. You can't know reality by your senses. You have to lend your mind over to the authorities to tell you, like, oh, this is how it all works, guys. I'm going to give you the way that the earth is and how to think and perceive. If you have any health issues, go here. If you have any questions about your reality, go here. And so everything's given to you by the governments of the world, and that's how we perceive reality. And everybody's hooked into that system. Everybody is, like, unless you live in some outskirts of, like, where you're self-sufficient, you're detached from, you know what I mean?
You get put to sleep and you wake up 500 years later, and a time machine, and you find you're smarter than everyone else on Earth, right? It's literally the dumbing down of society, and people giving up their energy and their control to somebody else. They're just allowing themselves to be enslaved.
We've came out of the dark ages. I'm like, no, my friend, we are entering the worst dark ages there ever was. The time frame now, this isn't enlightenment. This is darkness. Everything that you see now is like corrupting your mind. The technology, everything is all against us. Unless you say that it's beneficial in some way where humanity is prospering, but anything that's good turns to bad immediately. Everything. It's like people, they find a way, like, let's just say, for example, there's a river nearby. Somebody finds out that this river's clean water and something, they'll start putting markets on it. Like, okay, we got bottled water coming from this river here, and somebody wants some water. Like, instead of it, you know what I'm saying? Like, as soon as something good comes out, it turns into bad. Like, so that's what they try to. They're selling us back water, which is it's supposed to be abundant, and you know what I mean. Like, the whole idea of the way things are now. It's not that we came out from the dark ages to like where we're at in the age of enlightenment. I think it's opposite. People were enlightened back then. Now they coming into the age of darkness.
Right. Yep. But I do believe that we're going through a phase. You know, this is where I reference Revelations 10 because it says a couple key things. Talks about the seventh angel of God having 1 foot on the land, 1 foot on sea, and putting an end to time, stopping time. And I understand the interpretation of that and how it directly relates to today because of my research. But that to me is literally right where we are. We have a movement that's going on where, you know, the key phrase is now space, now time. It's eliminating past tense and past tense and what's the other one? You know, basically everything is present tense in our language. It's about fixing our language to get rid of the past tense and switch everything to the now time in present tense. And this is the new patents, you know, the parse, syntax, grammar, correct sentence.
You remember in history, or if you read it, because it's all this is like referencing you I think you have some sort of understanding biblically, right? Would I be incorrect in saying that? Hey, Lizard?
No, I certainly believe I do.
Okay. The time period where we all were unified with language, was that a great time period for us, or was it a bad time period for us? What was your perspective on that?
The concept there, you know, we're talking about Babylon, and we're talking about the great city that was about 100 miles in diameter, reaching up to the heavens or the firmament.
Right, but what was that's the context of what I'm saying. But the unification of languages, when we all spoke one language, were we speaking something great, or were we unified in a different way with that one language?
The key thing with that one language is that it was Babel, and so it was a control system. So yes, it was one language, but it was akin to us using English today, and English being the global language that's used for contract internationally, but without fixing the language, and instead having it be broken with, you know, negatives thinking. So that's
I'm getting to the meat of what I'm saying. So if that was the case, the future of, you know, what you're saying comes to pass. Let's just say, for example, that does happen and people start catching on and they start learning this new one world language where everybody speaks one language. Do you think there will be fruit being born of that? Because it sounds like you're leaning towards the idea that it would be fruitful for all of mankind to speak one language, and we would benefit greatly, and we would come out of like being disagreeing with other people because we could speak one language. But do you think that would be great for all of us, or do you think that it would be used to turn against the goodness of what you're thinking in your mind and to be used for evil? Like, it wouldn't be like what you think, it would probably be turned over into something that was worked for evil.
Well, I think it's different because it's not. I don't envision, you know, everyone on Earth speaking one language. What I envision is correct sentence structure and parse syntax, which, if you understand how that works, it's translatable between all languages, and so you can keep all of your languages. You can have 5,000 different languages, but you can easily translate between those languages and have it mean the same thing. And you can do it all electronically using computers, complete translation without misinterpretation. And so the technology isn't about unifying to a one language. It's simply about unifying the correct syntax structure and using positive thinking words, eliminating the words that are negative thinking, and as a result, not translatable between languages. That's all this is about, and I think that's good. It's not about unifying a language.
Okay, so it's just mainly just speaking correctly so that other people can understand us correctly. What you're saying?
Yes, it's learning to use correct grammar and correct, English if you're English speaking, or Russian if you're Russian speaking, and German. And each and every language has the exact same problems. But they introduced it to every language. And if you identify the problem, you strip out the bad words and just use different words in its place, but positive thinking words, then you can go on with life and everything starts to fix themselves. Yeah,
I see what you mean, but like, how do you find that achievable in such a mass scale? When there's books. Listen, what you're saying is interesting, because people that have done studies on this and they've actually come out with their own ways of like being able to have this, kind of a curriculum, so to speak, to teach people. But the thing is, how is it well translated or adaptable to your average Joe who's working somewhere that is not using this vernacular or needing to use that, where they're just basically working, coming home. They're not imploring any of these ideas of how to communicate. When it's what I'm saying is not that it's not useful, but it's not practical for the regular person, that you're going to be trying to say, hey guys, if we all just like do it this way, it would make things easier. You could be able to talk to somebody and they would understand you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, when somebody's listening to you say that, it's going to have to be palatable to them. They're going to have to want that to be something they want to use. But if it's not anything in their life they need, they're going to be like, that's okay. Be happy and do what you do on your life. Like, so it's not going to be ingested the way maybe I think right now. How you're saying it is great. Like, if people were to look at it that way, it would change some minds and how we speak to other people. But practically, I don't think people are because of the state of where people are right now. They're not vibrating on a frequency that you can speak to them and they're like, hey, I get you. Let's do that. They're more like, who cares? That's your idea. That's your truth. That's your whatever. So this is the barrier that you have to actually like realize it's there before you attempt to resolve an issue, because otherwise it's going to be met with indifference. People would just be indifferent about it. Like, doesn't matter to me one way or another. What you think, that's your truth. Run around with it. Like,
right. So it starts not with the people, actually. And like I said, it's already much further along than you realize. It starts with the postal mechanics, international trade and commerce. How all of our different countries contract. How we have agreements. What processes do we follow to ship things from one country to another? The mail. Those mechanics of how we interact, that's what's being transitioned and has already been transitioned in many ways. And most all of the controllers know it, and even the puppets, from Trump down to Kamala Harris to, Biden may not be there enough to know about it, but to Putin, to you name it, they all are aware of this stuff. Bill Clinton was aware of it because it started back in the 1990s. This has already been in transition, and it's been happening, on a worldwide scale. Everything's being transitioned. It's all about the contracts, and it's the fundamental system of commerce and communication.
It's happening on trade and commerce. You're saying that people in that business, they're using a different way to communicate to each other, and they're more efficient, I guess, if I'm going along with your thinking, and it makes the process of like having to do trade easier. And that's what I mean.
That the foundation has already been being put in place, and it's been being put into place for a considerable length of time now.
Yeah, but are you saying that only beneficial to that specific field, that idea, trade and commerce? Or with that, it's going to catapult into like other areas of like people's lives? You think that it stems from there, but it's going to reach out to other places? Because I'm trying to find the connection of where it makes sense to you. People everywhere are going to be like, oh, this is great. We could start communicating this way, and it's beneficial to me because it's already been used since 1992. And you know what I mean? Like, from where what I'm gathering is like, I think you see like it's creeping in, and because of trade and commerce, or is it only have a place in trade and commerce, and that's the only place that it's useful? You know what I mean? Like how?
It's about being the sovereign. It's about separating yourself from the system that's broken, from the fraud, from the lies, from the laws that are faulty, and get tried in court based on however we interpret the words, right? And so the court systems to etc. So I mean, really, the idea is that with the foundation having been put in place and being forced to be rolled out globally, without the people knowing about it, but it's because and again, this is where you could argue that the controllers, could use it in a nefarious means. Okay, because they know about this stuff and what have you. I don't want to get in there. All I'm talking about is right and wrong and good and bad, not about how you can say and do things good for bad purposes. I'm not going there, but the idea is that you consider, and this is where we start talking about sea in maritime law. People want to reference common law and things like that. But the problem is that people don't want to fix the language, and so they're trying to put the cart before the horse, and so they're arguing 1776 and 1826 or whatever, the different years and the Constitution and the amendments and roll back the clock when it comes to laws and talk about God's law but you're missing the point. You can say all that but you're going to find yourselves right back where you are until you fix the language, right? Because and that, like I said, is already in place. And so really it's about becoming a postmaster of yourself. You are a vessel, you are a mail, you're a letter. The way the whole system works is that you are, you got to become your own postmaster, and you deliver yourself from one place to another following maritime laws and using the post office mechanics. And we have concepts in laws that are written and have been rewritten in quantum grammar, or say syntax grammar, which is recognized across the world on how that, for example, anywhere in the world, if you're a postmaster and you're delivering mail, it's kind of like that messenger. That not that you go to the old kings and queens, that messenger that brought the messenger, that brought the message to the king couldn't have been killed for bringing the message, but for the most part, that the messenger, it was always given amnesty. It's not he's not responsible for the contents of the message. He's responsible to deliver the message, right? And so the whole global the whole worldwide system of commerce and everything is based on the mechanics of trade and commerce, where there's certain foundational things in place about delivering mail. And so the whole concept is you become a sovereign individual, you claim yourself as a living being and not a straw man, dead piece of paper, birth certificate system. You separate from the birth certificate system. You become a postmaster, and basically you become the ship's captain of your own vessel. And now you navigate space, that and we now transact and do commerce. And in doing so, we do commerce in quantum grammar. So not that we can't talk in normal grammar with each other, but commerce and contract and law starts to transition fully to quantum grammar, or parse syntax grammar, correct sentence structure. Why? So that it can be completely translated between every language and mean the same thing forward and backwards. And that's what's being put into place, and that's understood by the controllers. They know it. Does it mean that everyone's going to transition to it? I don't know, but I believe that that's the foundation to build a new system. And you could say maybe it's the new world order, right? That is the new world order, or it becomes the new world order. And I said, I don't care if that is or not. The point is that I'm responsible for myself. I'm not letting the government, treat me as a slave. And that means I'm growing up as an adult. I'm becoming an adult. I'm no longer a child. I'm responsible for my actions. I'm responsible for what I do. And so I think it's a good thing in that context.
So you would say that being a sovereign citizen would be something beneficial to every human living on the land? Like, because I've heard of this before and I've been in discussions like this, but what happens is it's hard to discuss things like this because it breaches certain foundations for people. Like they actually cross boundaries and may misinterpret things, may take things out of context. It's a very fringe topic also to be discussed, especially in an open forum, because things can be misunderstood.
Absolutely, I get it.
We've had these types of conversations in the past, and it doesn't.
Well, the concept of being a sovereign, there's so many groups of people that have different views on how to go about it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm just saying that things have been put into place to allow people to transition, and many people are transitioning to sovereigns. But that doesn't mean that you can still, cross borders and all that other stuff. There's still things to adhere to.
That's what I'm talking about. Like that actually gets people to think, well, I'm free. I can do what I want. I'm not a part of any system, and I can roll about this earth like maritime laws and stuff, like, because like I'm not in the system, so you can't say that I'm a part of like any country, so to speak, right?
Right. Well, and that's the difference here is that what I'm talking about as far as sovereignty, I'm actually talking about claim to the life, which has a flag and is registered, with the UN, and it's the U.S. flag actually. It was captured in 1999 when the last bankruptcy was dissolved, and a new country was formed legally, and recognized by the UN. And that's why we see all the gold fringe flags and wrong shaped flags like under Obama, etc., is because they have been flying an illegal flag that's not globally recognized as a country. And so that's the fraud that's been played upon, more specifically the American people and North American people, because Canada is included in here when it comes to the bankruptcy. And it's really confusing. So there is a flag and there is a country. And there are borders, and even though it's still under the guise of sovereignty, but it's the understanding the concepts of commerce on a worldwide scale and how the mechanics work. And we're not saying we're all going under one flag. No, we're saying we still have individual flags and we still interact with people, through our country's flags. It's just that the fraud that's being put out there by the governments across the earth needs to be held up and pointed at and shown that it's broken and they're lying to us and it's fraudulent, and this is a way to move forward.
I'd say
I just wanted to say that what you're saying, that there's definitely a lot of truth and a lot to understand about that. Miggy mentioned sovereign citizen, and the only sovereign I think is God, the Creator, because a citizen is like an employee of the corporation. You can't be sovereign and an employee of the corporation that gives you a title and a role and give you an ID number and call yourself a sovereign at the same time. That's like an oxymoron, actually. So people calling themselves sovereign citizens, I think it's a big mistake, actually.
Well, needless to say, I was just going to say on this topic, if anybody probably wants to talk to you more about it, they can do so in the DMs or something. I do want to shift the conversation back to Flat Earth, just for the sake of like not going too far into this topic. And we float into too far into the water.
Yep, I get it. It's for me, it's easy to do, but
it's a very it's an underrated topic, and I think we have in the language that we've been taught, we've been moved away from actually understanding the commercial side of things. That commerce has been in place for probably the first time that one man met the other man and traded, I don't know, food or I don't know, something or words. That's probably was commerce back then. So having an understanding of what or understanding of what each person means when communicating is important to be able to do any type of have any type of relationship. So the thing is, in the schools these days, they've been teaching us this I guess on watered down language. So it's important to understand this kind of stuff. But yeah,
they don't teach
in the flat earth stuff. When we talk about the meaning of words, the definitions of terms, and what things actually mean, is very important, and it speaks to even on the commercial world and the legalese or the law of the land and the laws of the creator, because when we talk about natural law or God's law, words have meaning. So it's the same thing on the commercial sense of things. So yeah, it's important.
Yeah, and the schools don't teach us any of this stuff. Even the colleges don't teach you this stuff. How does the world actually work? Even you go to business school, you go to law school, you go to all these schools, and it wasn't until I think it's in the last 5 years that now quantum grammar is actually a required study material. You need at least a semester of it in Harvard or the different law schools. They now actually are starting to teach it. In those schools, because this is the future of commerce and international trade. So
yeah, it's an important topic, definitely. We have some new people. Jonga. There is Motley Mike.
I'm on my phone right now, so I can't get to the unmute button.
I unmuted Jonga. Right. Jonga want to open their his, her, or its mic.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
What up, Jonga?
What up?
So, what brings you to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, man? Like, the topic, was it interesting, or was it something you stumbled upon?
I was just watching a Witsit video. I was going through some of the Enoch stuff he went through, and right. I just clicked on the link underneath, and I haven't really used Discord a lot, so I'm kind of new to the scene, but it's cool that there's a conversation going here.
Oh, what do you think about the topic, man? Like, shape of the Earth. Do you think it's a globe? Are you on the fence about it? Do you think it's flat, or where is your?
At this point, it seems pretty obvious that it's that it's flat. It's been like I don't know. For me, it's been like I guess about a year of looking into it. Almost 2 years now, and it just it's undeniable. But I live in a place where I can't talk about it except with my friends from LA. And, now I got you guys. But yeah, it's mind blowing, and it opens up a whole door towards spirituality and looking at God completely differently in the whole thing. It opens up so many doors. It's overwhelming. So yeah, I'm just trying to take it step by step.
I can identify with what you're saying. The moment that I actually came to understand that the Earth isn't a globe anymore, when I did my couple of weeks of research into flat Earth, my eyes were bloodshot. Like I tell my testimony about it. Like I went a deep dive into like all of the subject matter. Like I was trying to figure out answers on the internet, and nothing led me to like this concrete evidence that the Earth is a globe. So I came out like a baby looking at all the stars and the moon and the sun with amazement, like wonder, like, man, I don't know what it is. At first you knew what everything was, and then you're just like, whatever it is, like amazing,
Well, everything becomes so much deeper and heavier. Like, I mean, this idea that the stars might actually be singing some sort of sonoluminescent song, each one sort of, beaming a vibration down to Earth. I mean, we have to totally reconsider what what I'm even doing here. Like, what it's it's a lot bigger and a lot more sort of profound. Yeah.
It brings like the words that you were reading now have profound meaning, right? Like they were just at first like words to understand, like theology and like maybe like understandings of how to be like with each other and stuff. But now it's like these things are inscribed like in your heart, like you can't get away from like what it says. It's the truth, So, I mean, from our perspective, you come from the heliocentric over into flat. It like enhances it. Like I don't know if you just like it makes it even more rich.
It makes everything. I mean, you're right, and especially when you get into the Bible stuff, then you're starting to think, wow, man, like this isn't just a poetic interpretation of just people that love God. This stuff has incredible sort of substance to it, and
yeah, exactly.
Oh, bro, it's just it's a lot. I mean, it's like.
How new are you to the topic? Because it sounds like maybe you're coming off of like maybe at least a year or two, like into flat Earth.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm very. It took me a while just to kind of just get through all the facts, and then it took me about a month really, and I was like, okay, this is flat. And I started talking to my friends about it, and some of them got angry and pissed, and like I couldn't really break through because I just ended up feeling like an idiot because they would, that's the kind of thing like people. You have to sort of break through in a certain way, and it's not worth it unless someone's already kind of gone up the ladder a little bit. But anyway, I realized that then you kind of have to go through, okay, where is the community? And then I'm starting to realize that there's through Witsit, really, I've been just Witsit's my boy, man. I love that dude. Hopefully I'll talk to him one day, but he through him, he's able to sort of talk and speak about, God. And I like the way that he uses Yah, because for me, Yah just feels better. And it takes it away from English and this idea that, the language we're even speaking right now can't even really describe the power and the profoundness of connection to God.
Right.
So it's like we can get close, but like to speak closer to those languages, they were more like singing. I would imagine, like resonating. And the way he's talking about that prime resonance each being has, everybody's going around when they're feeling God, that connection, you're literally resonating differently and your voice comes out in a different way. I mean, there's so much like you could, imagine.
That's why they say like when people congregate like at church and singing hymns to God and spiritual songs, yes. You feel like a resonance. It's not just good. It's like it's something else. There's like an energy buildup.
Yeah, like when I'm a singer, and I've sang my whole life. But when I started singing, some like Shiva hymns and a lot of like stuff in that realm, and you start to realize the power of a true song is in like the resonance of the voice and how that's resonating and where you feel it in your body resonating, what chakra is resonating while you're singing. All that stuff starts to realize, and then you're like, okay, sound and singing is literally for giving thanks and giving gratitude at its highest potential. And that's it. And then you start talking about like, hymns and these songs of just, and then of course you go into the angels that are singing down constant praise from the stars over us always. And it just gets really intense. Yeah.
Yeah. I was saying before, man, people have a spiritual connection when they start to see what the earth actually is versus what they've been told. Because you're like this rock, right, randomly that just blipped out of nowhere, and then there's other rocks that blipped out of nowhere, and then you're just like an accident, There's really no rhyme or reason.
It changes your entire mindset. It totally rearranges how you approach everything. Yeah.
Some people usually say, "Well, what difference does it make? What I'm go to my
exactly." Bro, that's every single one of my friends. They always get to that point of what different, and then I'm like, really?
Yeah, exactly. You're like, if you understood what I know, you would
just I mean, but I told it if they really did do the research just for a month and looked into it and then understood it, and then boom, some window would open, and then there's so much more then that would open up. But it's just that, like, that barrier is just so strong. It really is.
And we often talk about that barrier being like a spell. They're under a spell, and it can't be broken. Like you have to break it from the inside out. It can't be broken from the outside. You can't. It's true. So strong. They have to actually be because they're the ones that break through it because they're inside.
Yeah. And I would encourage people to remember where you were when you were under the spell, and also remember that spell isn't completely gone from you, probably. So then you can come from a place of understanding, so that we don't start to take sides and create like a us versus them situation, which is classic. It's just all over the place. This idea of globers and flat, Yeah. I don't like seeing that because it just doesn't make any progress for me. It's like we need to find a way to bridge gaps here.
Yeah, the thing is, the paradigm in which we're existing right now is that there's an overarching understanding of like this spell, right? And it encumbers everything of like deception, like of what you perceive. So like I said this before, and just put it in perspective this way: when you're very young, you're taught in the school system, and even parents teach you, and just everybody, that the Earth is a globe. It's been loomed over you, like, and you know, teachers tell you the solar system is this and that. So by the time, and I always say this, by the time you reach critical thinking age, you're going into higher learning. You're, you know, high school, transitioning into college. You take some college courses, and then you find out that in philosophy, it tells you that when you start thinking, you can't even perceive the reality that you're in, because it could possibly be anything. You could be in a dream, you could be in a simulation, it could just be anything. So there's a slight chance that what your perception of reality is something that you can't actually know what it is. So they take away the idea that you can actually know reality objectively. They remove it from your. So now you're looking at things in a very subjective way. My truth is my truth. Your truth is your truth. We don't share the same reality. It's
yes.
When you
and the shape of the globe too. Everyone's sort of, if you think about a globe, everyone's on their own little point on the globe, shooting outwards. And
So when you shift that and you say, no, my friend, we're experiencing this reality together. You are the same thing I'm seeing, and the reason why things resonate is because we're experiencing life together. It's not because you're off in your own world and I'm off in my own, and that's a very disconnected way of like keeping
and you can,
unifying.
And you can connect it to like the metaphysical idea of like we live on a plane of inertia. I mean, it's like if you think about the giant like magnetic donut that we're in, it's like it's like a metaphysical connection. We're all sort of sharing this plane, and it like the electromagnetic. It all starts to come together when you look at like the actual science of it and what it could look like and how.
You tell people, quantify love for me. Tell me how you can measure it. What is the way that you can reason that love is possible when you love your animals, when you love your friends, when you love your mom, when you love your loved one? How is it possible that you can regulate that? In what way are you weighing that on a scale? Because that isn't anything that you and I can understand, but it's something we can experience. You know, so it becomes real, like even more in depth when you know how connected we are. Like it's just
and my heart starts to glow when you say that, and then the heart is the plane of inertia for the human body, right? Which mirrors the plane of inertia of the earth, you know? So it's like that central point, that central chakra.
But you long for this, right? We all do. And we don't know what that is. And I think a lot of times people like searching, they try to fill their life with material goods. You're striving to get a better life, the American dream. You know what I mean? Like in everything that you do never is enough. You always try and try and try. And it's like at the end of that, you could win the lottery right now. It's at $1.9 billion. And it doesn't matter. You could be the guy who's the happiest with everything they have with material goods. At the end of your life.
That's part of the programming. I mean, they programmed us to run, you know, in a loop forever, so that we just keep feeding the machine. It's like they're just building a machine. It's like the Matrix is like so much more real than I've ever imagined. It's literally just like they need people to just, you know, feed off of, and it's like, so it's like.
They feed off of low vibrations. They feed off of fear. They feed off of doubt. They feed off of anger. They feed off of all the negative things. It makes them stronger. And when you give your mind over, they're all the more powerful, because now you can't think for yourself. So everything that comes from them doesn't come from the creator. It comes from them. You're given to you know, like. And that's why it's like now this is an awakening, my friend. Like everybody now is talking about flat Earth, and we're discussing it. We're like, you know, what's the relevance? It shifted from the very beginning when we first started with this and exploded onto social media. We were pretty like, hey, you're dumb. It was chaos. But now it's kind of calming down. Everybody's like, okay, let's sit down and just, all right, let me hear you what you got to say. You think the Earth is a globe? Let me hear you. Think it's a simulation? Let me hear you. Like whatever it is, I don't care. Hear what you got to say. So when they finish, they let it all out, right? Okay, I'll tell you all the ways I think it's a simulation. Okay, that's good. Now, give us some evidence, because we have so much evidence that it's flat. We do. We got demonstrations. We got like people out there doing something. And once you realize that everything that you had as an idea doesn't have the evidence that we have when we come, you just compare it, and then you could see for yourself. You know what I mean? That's what we want people to get to.
It takes voices, man. It takes voices like yours. It takes voices to just keep speaking, and so people are going to resonate with that voice and think, "Gosh, this person sounds like they really are saying something real." But it just sounds so stupid. But they sound like they know what they're talking about. Like that's what happened with me. I was just, it was like Dubé or one of those videos. I was just like, this guy just like knows what he's saying. He's not just like spouting this off for no reason. Like and you can feel like there's a purpose behind it, and then you start to realize that like God is just lingering right behind it, just sort of like smiling, like
It's like you can't be forced into it. You have to. You're not. It's like a flower that blooms. Your mind has to bloom like a flower. Once it's ready, it expands, and you're like, "Whoa, I get it now." Like this is crazy. But like you're not there yet. When you're on your walk and you're past it, it still sounds ridiculous. Still sounds crazy, and it takes for you to just dive into it. Like let me see what it's all about, because
Did you see the video where he addressed Perfect? Eric Dubé, Miggy.
No, I haven't seen what.
Well, he talked about that whole Dude Perfect video. He made a video about it. Eric
did it?
Yeah,
no,
I think I posted it the other day when we were talking about it. But you'd have to go. I have to find it again. But yeah, it was awesome.
I'm pretty sure
he addressed it right away. It's great.
He's basically he was saying the same things we were going over the other day, right? Like
basically, yeah. But it was, but he just went. He goes more in depth. You know how he is, but it was pretty awesome.
Yes. So, I don't know if you know that Dude Perfect is he's a YouTuber. He's got like 58 million subscribers. So
he's one of the dudes that does the trick shots, right?
Yeah. So he's got a big fan base, and I think the controllers, the elites, or whoever you want to call it, Jeff Bezos' company, Blue Origin, selected him for this, rocket experience that they were going to go into space and so forth. One astronaut, the rest of them were civilians, but they were going to experience space together. And so they were doing this it's another attempt to get everybody back onto the idea that the Earth is not flat. Now,
they put out these stunts,
I just put it in there. So if anybody wants to see it.
Did you put the 1 minute clip also? Fraud, did I put in yesterday?
No, just the one where Eric Dubé. It's only like 8 minutes. It's not long. He did it. So.
Yeah, we don't even honestly, for us, we don't even spend too much time on it, right? Like we'll talk about it, we'll get into it, and then we're just like, it is what it was. This is just another attempt. They do it with the Red Bull space jump, Richard Branson's Virgin Galactic, and you got now the Blue Origin with Dude Perfect. I mean, these guys are being used by the elite system. It's just like the men who walked on the moon, Buzz Aldrin and all those guys. They were used for that specific agenda. So that look at the way it turns out. Like he's in it now. He's always drinking. He's just miserable. Any chance he gets, he's talking to little children and saying, "No, we didn't go to the moon." Like there's things that are coming out because the weight of carrying that lie is so heavy. That it's not worth. I'm pretty sure these guys at Blue Origin, Dude Perfect and them got paid, man. Because in order for them to Jeff Bezos, come on, he must have gotten. Because they had to have lied and said, because he's like, I saw the whole Earth and it was perfect circle all the way around. It's like, dude, you were at like barely 200,000 feet. How did you see the entire Earth?
You just wonder how many people are. I wonder how many people are in on it, or maybe they're being shown an illusion somehow, and people just. I think there's just a lot of layers of illusion, and people don't even know. They don't even know the truth. Like a lot of these people, that are just sending these rockets up. I mean, yeah, there might be like a few, but they use compartmentalization to just keep it real manageable.
Yeah. Like with your friends, it's like, how are you going to tell them not to look? Like when they see that Dude Perfect video, they're going to be like, dude, come on. You're over here talking about flat Earth. And these regular Joes, they're just doing trick shots, and all of a sudden they're on the rockets. Come on, anybody can do this. And they're looking at you like you're crazy. Like
Right, exactly. That's the way to set up the ridicule.
Yep. So therefore, when you like, let's say everybody, all those millions of people that are watching Dude Perfect's video, they're gonna have a reason to say no when the flat Earth topic comes up, because at the end of that video, they even asked him. I don't even know why this was mentioned. If it was all about space and Dude Perfect going to space and stuff, why did he mention, hey, so I got to ask you a question. Is the Earth flat? And he's like, oh, no, no, the Earth's not flat. We checked. It's like, come on, man. Like, that didn't have, nobody had to say nothing about the Earth being flat. Like, that's a jab at flat Earth.
It's gonna come out. They always do it like kind of low key, like when Obama said it, he always kind of says it kind of at the end or in a joke. It's that's whole part of the tactic to just keep it sort of like, it's so low key. It's just like hidden in plain sight,
Yeah. It's been like, and I was saying this, man, I bet you anything we're going to get people coming in here in the future with that. Like, what about the Dude Perfect video? We haven't heard it yet, but some of the anti-flat earthers are saying that now. They're talking about it being,
When did that come out?
Like 3 days ago now.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I got to see that one. That's going to be a big one.
I would say this. Listen to how they're saying things in that video towards the end, like when they return back. And then, at the end, he does say that. I have the 1 minute clip. I don't know if anybody has it. They want to play it for Jonga so you can hear it. I'm cooking chicken right now in a pot, so I can't get there.
Yeah. I've imagined that they're going to come up with some that are even going to make flat earthers look even stupider. There's going to be like a whole bunch of them. It's going to be, I don't know, because it just seems like so hard to stop right now. This wave. It's huge.
In the video itself, they show the pan of the horizon. He literally says, "Look at the curve of the Earth," and then they pan showing the horizon, and you can watch the horizon deform as they're panning downwards.
Yeah. I don't know why. It's just
direct play for barrel distortion, right? When people see that, they need to understand that as they break down that little, like it's like 3 seconds as they're panning down, you need to realize that that's happening real light or real time. Barrel distortion, that means that you can't draw a decisive conclusion about the curve itself.
Yeah, people just need a little bit of oh yeah, okay, good. It's still a ball. Okay. Good.
Yeah, that would be assuring. Right?
That's all they need. It's just a little bit of like, oh, okay, we're good. You guys are idiots. Oh, thank God, we're fine.
That's what I'm looking at it like. It's just reifying the idea that the Earth is a globe. Has nothing to do with them actually going to space, because they didn't go to space. They're in the upper part of the atmosphere. That's all they do. It's like a high altitude craft that goes up there really high, but it never goes. What they say is the actual Kármán line. Well, beyond that is outer space, which is 62 miles above the Earth's surface, which is at least 300,000 feet. They didn't nearly get to that part. So even if they did achieve that maximum altitude, they didn't go to the place where supposedly space begins. So, and there's a lot of stuff too that comes with that. But like, that's what I've been trying to tell other people. It's like you're being this whole facade about them doing what they say they're doing. They can't line up with the narrative, because the narrative says that in order to be in outer space or in space, you have to go past the Kármán line, which is the idea that between 62 miles and 80 miles, there's a like this imaginary line where outer space begins. So that they haven't pierced that. So many inconsistencies, man. Like they were going straight up. A rocket that actually carries humans, like actually does a parabolic curve and around the Earth, so they can gain the momentum for escape velocity, which is 25,000 miles per hour. They were barely like 2,100 miles per hour. So there's so many different.
Touching on that for a quick sec, my question was, that thing was up in the air for it's 10 minutes, right? I think they said something like that. Based on the speed of the Earth, apparently it's spinning. Why was the rocket able to go up, let go of the capsule, and come back down in the exact same spot? Because again, the surface is moving, right?
Yeah, people are just not going to think about that. I don't. This is one of those things, man. I just can't. Like when you really put it all together, it makes sense. But people just don't think about. They just don't question it. It's just it's insane. It's like it's almost as if it's been so, planted in their heads. There's just no, you're not going to think about it. There's just no one has ever brought it up, enough times. So it's
I'll give you the Glober answer, QE, to that question. They didn't reach the escape velocity, so they're still velcroed into the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, it's so the gravity fucking god.
Yeah, the gravity is going to keep them
right.
So that's telling you
gravity lock. Yes.
If you have any questions, I'll tell you the Glober response because I've heard almost all of it. So everything to them is you're tied. You're still velcroed to the Earth, so to speak. You're bungee corded to.
I think they call it like gravity lock or some shit. But,
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not outside of Earth's gravitational influence, so you're still going to be tethered to it.
Got it.
So that's the answer to your question.
Yeah.
It's not the right one, but it is the answer they will give you.
Because you have to account for the air pressure, and like all the different layers of air have to be moving in different speeds, like to account for the spin and like the air pressure. It's just there's so much that just isn't accounted for. I don't get it. It's going to open up. People are just going to start realizing it. It's just going to start flooding eventually, but I don't know. It seems like some of the kids are learning it, but it's tough, man. Thank God for this little community.
Yeah, we'll keep rocking till the wheels fall off, man.
Yeah, man. I want to get into some more stuff around like the whole metaphysics of it and how the sun and the moon are sort of these portals themselves, or they come from these portals, and just how the stars are sort of these lights that are like also sounds. All that stuff to me is just stuff to meditate on and stuff to just consider and start to really just dive deep into, because there's just so much profound stuff around that. And my heart is just really.
Well, the part that I was saying before is that being connected to people that are connected to the Earth, like you're actually plugged into so you can become like a collective of people that are one, not all just different. Like we're speaking the same. We're not saying anything different. Like we move in this. Like
yes,
it's like a wave. When you see a wave in the ocean, it moves in unison with it. It's never broken apart. So. That's like all of us. We move together. Like every time we.
Yeah, that's why I hate.
When they hear me or you speak, like they'll hear the same thing. Like if they come to me, I'll be speaking the same thing you are. So we're working in tandem, not even knowing that we are.
Yes, and we have to maintain that when there's infighting in our community, it has to just be snuffed out. Like people got to figure it out because it's like that's going to kill us, from the inside.
Yeah. Well, it's hard because. A lot of people are coming from these other areas where they still some of the things about the globe and how it's still kind of with them, even though they know the Earth is flat and stationary. They still have like certain ideals from the globe, and they're still trying to get away from So there's a little bit of
and like I said, I think all of us still have a little bit of that in us somewhere. We're all working that out.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. That's true. But of course, you start to realize the layers of it. It takes like a year to like get to another layer, and now I'm at the layer of, okay, like the creator is 100% like, a heavy part of this realm. Like, what does that mean now? Like, the joy I get and the gratitude I get from nature is now attributed to this being or this entity.
You're plugged into the source. You're not just. It's not just. I guess that some people call it inner peace and that, but it's like tapping into a source that you didn't know was there.
Yeah, I like that.
You felt it before. You kind of had like little remnants of it, like here and there, but now you know how to tap into it.
Now it's man, I could see it, and it's like within my grasp, and it's in my realm, and like all the astrology and all the stuff that like I couldn't really understand about how the stars were so fucking far, but they still created like these different astrological nuances I mean, it all just sort of makes sense, and it makes you feel, like you said, tapped in to something and connected to like a true source, which also goes in with the idea of, at the very center of the earth, there is the dielectric, hourglass, which is where everything is being projected out from. So where we live right now is the Maya realm, which is like the three-dimensional world, which is the torus field that surrounds that hourglass in the center. So like magnetism is that. It's the dielectric hourglass in the middle and the magnetic torus field that fit together in a perfect ball, right? So in the middle, you have the divine and the source and the creator, that energy that's sort of unseen, that we cannot travel to, that projects outward into the world of Maya and illusion and time. And so we're constantly sort of, that idea of being tapped into that source in the middle where everything is being projected out of. Like, we all have a piece of us that's eternally in that central point where we are being projected from. You know what I mean?
I was saying this before, but I think you can probably agree with this. The people are right now, like, would consider themselves to be in an enlightened age. I think from the dark ages, I think it's in reverse. I think we were enlightened and now become darkened. Like in this age, like it hasn't been more enlightened, it's been darkened. Just look at like society and how disconnected we are from reality. Like, we're so far from being connected that people don't know how, like, it's more prevalent, right? As you can see in the future, people like now have a cell phone. They're looking down, walking. They're not even looking at it. There's no conversations happening. There's no like people caring about each other. It's more connected to social media and what other people think about you. You
could argue, though, that their arrogance in creating all this technology and their arrogance in thinking that they can control it is actually what's going to bring them down, because of the power of the spirit that we can hold and connect through it now.
Yep. Just like you say, voice also, singing resonates, speaking resonates with others. So there's power in that.
We got to take music back.
Well, they can never stop it because, like you said, there is a connection to this place. Obviously, if there was no input or there was no set place that we're in, there would be nothing going on. There would be no us doing what we do, right? This place, for me, it's set up as an environment so we can be in and live and do what we do. So even the controllers and the liars and the people that are kind of like keeping us away from the truth, even they are dependent on the design of this place, because if it wasn't for the fundamentals of this place, they wouldn't be able to do what they do.
Yes, and that's why he says, looking at the sky is where you're going to find, what is it? What's the verse where the sky will show his glory, or basically keep your eye in the sky, and they always want to keep us thinking that the sky is just sort of this worthless void, but up there is where you are reminded that it is his realm. It's always going to be his realm, and there's rules that they have to apply. There's metaphysical rules of right and wrong that like they understand. That's why like they have to tell us everything they're going to do, because it's like they know that there are like repercussions, even though they're still trying to conquer and prove that they, are the owners of the Maya, which is just this physical world, which is a temporal place.
Were you referring to Psalms 19:1? The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament shows his handiwork?
Yeah, that's one of them. But also there was another one you guys were saying. It might have been in the other book, where it was just the wonders of God are shown in the sky or something. It was like something like that. But yeah, this whole idea of like looking up is what they don't want us doing. And they just want us kind of not really imagining the true glory that's up there, especially the idea that the stars are constantly up there, beaming down like day and night, even though you can't see them. It's just, and then in that book, in the book you guys were just going into, it talks about how the stars are actually the engine for everything. They create lightning and they actually power. Yeah, Enoch. Sorry, yeah. They actually power the sun and moon in a way.
Yeah, they're made of lightning. Yeah, that's what it says. Yeah.
It just rearranges everything. Now you actually like really you're honoring. I mean, I'm gonna go out every night now and just spend some time just contemplating the amount of like what it says, glory that's being just rained down upon us all the time. Like, it's overwhelming, the amount of love. If you think about every star as an angel, as a being of sonic light, for the sake of like goodness and God and God's glory, like Jesus, like it's just very overwhelming. It makes you want to bow down, basically. Oh. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of like stuff opening up. You caught me on a good day. I can't believe that's actually you, Miggy, from all these videos I've been watching. I just spent the last few days going through every single Enoch stream that Witsit has on his site.
Yep, that was me and him.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. I really do.
No, glad I could help, man. But yeah, I just want to get to a point where we're just discussing and enjoying the fact that we're all meeting as one, together, and just having a conversation.
Yeah, the conversations do everything.
Hey, so I just watched the Dude Perfect video. What were y'all saying about that? I mean, it's just kind of like hilarious to get Dude Perfect to go be an agent of the lie,
Yeah, I'm gonna watch that video now.
Just basically everything that's being posed there to the public. It's all theatrical. None of it has any bearing on like doing anything serious. It's just some people going up, just like a vomit comet, doing parabolic curve down and floating around for a little bit, and then claiming they went to space, and they didn't. I don't know if you got that when you seen it, but that's.
I mean, yeah, they're clearly. I mean, when you see the video, it's like, take a look, guys, look, and then you can see like the lens just adjusting. It's like, why do they ever not show it? They just won't. It's like, if you go up there, you have to use a fisheye lens. It's like, I guess everyone that goes up that high is just always monitored, and I guess we're not getting enough footage from people on the ground that are just like putting up balloons. We need to have like every day, like once a year, everyone should just put balloons up and take videos and like post them all over the internet, like once a year, just to reify like our side.
Well, they're making a claim too when they're up there. We see the whole Earth. He said it's a perfect circle. You can't see the whole entire Earth from that elevation. 200,000 feet. You're not able. According to Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's like, you're 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You can't see the curve of the Earth. That stuff is flat, he says. So it goes to the same narrative for one.
Yeah, it's a big club. It's like a big club that everyone's in, and they all just support. It's hard to break through. It really is, because he's become authority and everyone likes him. He's so knowledgeable in his space stuff, but. Yeah, I mean, he's a gatekeeper for sure.
Do you guys? I don't know who was asking that question, but did you see that in the and what they were being proposed as far as like telling the public that they saw the whole Earth when they went up there?
No.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody asked that question. I don't think it was you, Janga.
Mm.
No, it's just crazy that it was me, but it's just weird to always see them. I mean, still hard to accept the fact that they can just get people to go up there and tell lies like that. And I don't know, it's a huge mental hurdle for anyone.
Yeah, I mean, it also I've actually thought like maybe this is I don't know. This is what I was thinking before I got into a lot of this Bible stuff, was that like they need to do this in order to progress humanity or something. This whole lie is sort of this essential piece to our development or something, or that the only way to get us to a certain point is to take us through this whole lie. It's like, it's this delicate balance of like, but I can't get that through my head as something that I can just, allow and just be okay with, really, because it's just truth, and it's truth and fiction, and the stuff in the Bible just talks about, it's like when you wake up to see it, it's not going to be easy, and people aren't going to agree, but yeah, I don't know. It just seems like too many parallels.
Yeah, I mean, I was an atheist, and one of the slow ways I ended up here was just like seeing the parallels between today and like, the Bible. It just kind of weirded me out to the point where I couldn't deny it.
Yeah. Were you a Christian before, or?
Nah, man, I was full blown atheist.
You were just full blown atheist, like from the start. Yeah.
Yep.
That's the beautiful thing about flat Earth, dude. I love to hear that. Like that this whole belief. Well, I wouldn't say belief, but this idea brings a lot of people over from the dark side. And just to be honest, a lot of guys that were atheists before, when they come across flat Earth and they really look into it, it changes their heart, man, and that's good to hear.
Yeah, man, that's a beautiful thing. It's scary and it's beautiful at the same time, It's definitely scary.
It shows you, though, the power, you know what I'm saying? It's like, where this leads you to this, to let you understand there's a creator, you know what I'm saying? I mean, like, no one can say anything about that. Well, how can that be bad? To bring you to something that's good for humanity? And people want to say, oh, it's bullshit, because they want to continue on in their flawed ways, you know what I'm saying? Their sinful lives and have no repercussions for how you conduct yourself and your character and all that stuff. No, it's silly, man. To believe that it's silly that they're trying to push on us.
Yeah, I mean,
at least now there is not an asteroid about to fall on your head and kill you.
Exactly.
And you're not spinning wildly through the vacuum of space at 66,000 miles per hour. I mean, at least you have a better foundation now.
You're right, and maybe there's like a whole strain of fear that's already implanted in everyone because of that, and it's also about releasing a lot of that ingrained fear that has been sort of just nailed into us from all this bullshit.
Bro, exactly. Remember, turn the TV on where they sold you the globe and they sold you all of this BS, and it's all fear-based mongering about a bunch of BS that if you turn it on or you turn it off, you probably never hear about it if you just turn it off. So,
dude, every other month,
the propaganda, the fear, the war machine, it's always on to keep people.
Yeah,
and like running blindly for the machine, for that freaking secondary machine to be running on the side, because this is the liars, the deceivers machine that they want to keep running. That's why they have to push it to you 24/7. But that's not the real machine. The real machine is the one that you're standing on, and you have to realize you're actually living in the reality. This is the real place that we have to work on. This is the the real work has to be done based on reality,
Yes.
not on this fantasy that is being sold to us.
It makes me feel so rooted to the ground, you know, connected for sure. Oh man, yeah. There's so many layers of transformation, you know. But it helps when you guys are talking because it gets me quicker. You have to start feeling that belonging, that sense of you are here, you belong here. You know, when people have a nihilistic sense, an atheistic sense, it gives them an excuse to do some, you know, to sin because it doesn't really matter. You know, who cares? Whatever. It's not. It's just a big joke anyway. We're just flying around. I can't believe we're even here. You know, this is such a
And remember, forget about that you are a speck of dust that came from the sun, and you're lucky that you're alive because of an accident and a coincidence of cosmology, sciences, of whatever, right?
Yeah,
so forget
like a
about
fluke.
that. Remember that you are a son of your mother and your father. You are a brother, maybe
Yes.
a father one day. You are you know who you are, and there is a purpose to everything, for you, for us, for everybody. There is some type of purpose. What it is, you'll find it.
Yes.
But at least you have to realize that you're not a speck of dust that have no meaning in this accident of a universe
Yes.
that they call it, right?
Yeah, and my dad, I remember when I used to watch the Discovery Channel shows, you know, with my dad a lot, and we used to watch that stuff. And at the end, he would always have, you know, some philosophy for me, and it would always be, you know, we're just meaningless, just a speck of dust, with nothing, just nothing. He'd be very passionate about this idea, this theory. And I'd always kind of laugh, but now it just makes perfect sense. Like, that's what they want you to think. Like, that is the main point they want you to know. It's like that you're meaningless, that you don't.
Scared. Listen to your priest. The you know, the Neil deGrasse Tyson, the priest that tell you that you are doing something bad if you don't believe what they telling you.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, bad boy.
Yeah. The self-worth is really what it is, you know? It's your self-worth.
Then you come to the realization that things actually mean something. This is there's an actual meaning to things. It's not just about this fantasy that is being sold. So yeah, take a purpose. Definitely find something to do in life. Be productive, and don't let these liars keep us down, right? Keep you down, right? Like, it's not like, oh, they've been lying forever, that means I can't do anything. I mean, change your immediate reality. Make it better for yourself.
That's another stage. You know, you start to rebel and you start to get angry, and you start to say, well, then fuck, they have total control. But now you come to another place of like, you know, but you belong. You have a lot of worth. You have a lot of purpose here. And now it makes sense because of, you know, the story that you now understand. The truth makes you feel like you have more worth, you know? So yeah, that's it. That's it, baby.
Can't tell we know the whole truth, but at least we can have a better fundamental of reality and start from there and make your own journey and have a community of like-minded people, and, you know, just at least call the BS what it is, right? When someone is coming to you and lying to you, you'll be like, okay, thanks for the BS, but no thank you.
Yeah, you have to pick your battles, you know? You don't want to get into battles that is going to, like, make you angry or make you too upset, and just, keep your heart steady.
Yeah, call the bullshit what it is and keep going, because I'm not going to tell you, hey, go rebel and fight your government or something like that. You know, I'm not going to tell you turn into a rebel or something. This is not what this is for. We're not calling for violence or anything on that. We're just having a conversation on the internet about things.
And now you have a purpose that's huge now, right? Because if you really take this on as like a life path, you have a huge, like, almost responsibility. You know, when we really look at it, everybody that has come to the realization almost has a responsibility to share it, you know, and it's heavy because it's like, wow, this is a lot of truth. I have to share this. So now you have a real vision, and you can apply your gifts, whatever gifts you have, to this vision, right? To this purpose. Yeah, baby. Cool.
Yeah.
No, I did.
People are here for the debates and for the excitement and to flatten smacking or whatever BS. I enjoy that as well, you know. But some people just want to hear how to beat the globe, you know, and they want to be so passionate about flat Earth. But flat Earth is just a term. This is not what this place is. This flat Earth label that was given to us because nobody in here made that term, you know. No one in here made that. That was given. That's part of the whole system as well. So that description, we describe this place as flat, motionless, level, horizontal, stationary, contained environment.
I like
this place is not a description. It's not a term. So don't let people label you and tell you that you are a flat earther and that's what you are, because you're not the hat that you're wearing. You're not the when you fixing the car. You're not the mechanic. You can act as a mechanic and you can fix the car, but that's not what you are.
Yes, it plays into what they want too when we do that. So we have to be careful not to create this, you know, hard division. And now we start to make fun of the globe. You know, that's what they want. They just want infighting. That plays into their hands.
Here's a big part of it. They want the infighting because they don't want you to realize that regardless of what you believe, Earth is flat. Doesn't matter what you believe. Earth is flat against the globe math, right? It's not a globe that we live on. Doesn't matter what I believe. Doesn't matter what you believe. Doesn't matter what anybody believes. The fact is, it's not a globe. Then there's that. It's not about what we believe.
They don't want the real truth out there because that tumbles their entire house of cards.
Yeah, and the thing is, when they get us lost on the word belief, it's like, why do you believe the Earth is flat? I don't have a belief on the subject. The Earth is flat regardless of what I believe.
Right. We can actually measure this one. Yeah, this one we can actually look at and measure if you just take a couple minutes.
Wait, bro. I was just going up the hill earlier, and it was kind of like angling up, and then I had to go like a little straight, and then I went back down. It didn't feel that flat to me. So when you say Earth is flat, that's like a huge statement about what this place is. And I don't know, man. I was going up and down, left and right, and I don't know, man.
There's local topography, but overall it's flat.
Yeah, well, it's definitely flat. I mean, there's no. The people have red. They got these cameras that are like they're showing red, you know, red light, and it's like they're seeing shit that they're so far away. It does not, you know, it makes no sense. It's just like,
it's silly.
Yeah, at least you can call the BS and
go ahead, Jamesy.
You know, it's not a globe, so that's a good standing. That you're standing on a solid foundation. Now you know it's not the asteroid is not gonna hit your head and kill you coming from outer space, you know?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Dang it, really? Because I was looking forward to Bruce Willis going out in the outer space and blowing up a rock.
Or the sun exploding, or the heat death of the universe.
Yeah, or somebody having to go to the core of the supposed core of the Earth to fix it.
That's kind of funny, but it's ironic that actually NASA in the news, you see, now they're claiming that they in a way they claiming they are labeling themselves as kind of like saviors because they have the technology to deviate asteroids away from the Earth, right? So they're saving the Earth, saving you, right? They're saving the planet.
Yep.
Because these asteroids was headed towards the planet Earth, and they send these rockets and these satellites to deviate them. So now they saved you.
Yeah, they're proving that modern technology is the pinnacle of, you know, our existence. They always want to kind of prove that where we are now is the pinnacle. We're constantly, you know,
we're always at the best. We're always the best. Always at the precipice.
Oh, there is technology. There is technology, and there is technology that we utilize, and it works perfectly. But remember, they're giving you BS fiction, fantasy technology. They're sending it to places that don't exist and doing things that is only done in imagination. So, and they telling you they doing that over there in the imaginary place and telling you that they saved you in real life, and people actually believe you, and that's kind of dangerous.
So audience, here's what Jemsy's saying. If I can't try to make it even more obvious, what happens is those in charge, they create a problem. So they're going to say, in outer space, there are rocks coming our way, and then we have to deflect them. So number one, outer space is Narnia. It's fantasy. Okay, so they created a fantastic place, And they're now going to create a fantastic idea that a rock from that imaginary place is going to hit the Earth. Okay, so they create that problem. And now there has to be a solution to the problem, right? Because if people buy that there's rocks, hurtling towards the Earth, well, shit, we got to take care of that problem, don't we? We're the human race, right? We're pinnacle of technology, all that stuff, right? So we're going to save the planet. And so these imaginary rocks coming from an imaginary place are going to hit us soon. So we need to create an imaginary solution for a problem people think is real. Well, what do? Satellites, guns, Space Force, whatever you fucking want to point at the sky. And then they can say, oh, look at what happened. After all of this work, we saved the Earth from impending doom. It doesn't matter that you didn't see anything happen in the sky. Yeah, we shot a couple things up there and blew a couple things up. And you're supposed to think that that was asteroids or meteors being deflected, right? And whereas nothing was happening. So problem, they do this. It's Hegelian dialectic. Create a problem, right? Then create a solution for that problem. In the middle is our reaction. So they create a problem, we react to it, then they bring the solution. When nothing happened in the first place. There was no problem, therefore there was no need for a solution. So they create the problem with asteroids, then they see our reaction, and then they bring the solution in with what? Like I said, Space Force. We're going to have fights with aliens about stuff and just all kinds of nonsense, right? People loved it.
Well, your reaction is that you're going to keep going to work and paying your taxes, because if you don't pay your taxes, there will be no NASA, and NASA won't be able to save you for you to be able to go to work and come back home and watch Netflix and stuff. So go to work, pay your taxes, so NASA can keep going and they can save you from asteroids and give you Velcro.
Exactly right. No, you know what? NASA gets all this money. We're not going to find a cure for cancer out there, but what we are going to do is save everyone's life from an asteroid.
It's not funny, but it's laughable.
There was a moment when I was like first figuring this stuff out after a month, and I just started cracking up because it really is the whole thing. Like, if you really think about what's going on, it's absolutely hilarious. Also,
I can't believe
the first time I realized it. The first time I realized it, I laughed and cried at the same time. So it was something like.
Yeah, exactly. That's the feeling. It's an overwhelming emotion.
True story. Yeah, I got worked up. I went to dinner with my mom and my girlfriend at the time. A couple nights after I realized that it's not a globe. And I was getting worked up at dinner. I was like, you guys don't get it, this, that, and the other. And I had to go outside. I was like, holy shit.
You turn into the crazy guy. The crazy guy in the family. That's you.
You do. And you become alienated. And your goal was to try to like offer them this beautiful truth that maybe they could love. And what did you get in return? I got anger at one point from a friend. And just disbelief, and they look at you like you're crazy. That's what you get in return. It's hard. Yep. It's not easy.
No good deed goes unpunished. That's what I think. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to help you out. Oh, really? So I'm going to punch you in the face while you're trying to help me out. Oh,
right.
What?
Yeah, that could
thankless work. Yeah. Thankless work.
Yeah, but then when you get people to transfer over, it's worth it in some sense. But I've never really done that quite yet. But
I've only had it done once, and I think she was lying to me anyway. So yeah, it's hard. It's hard to like.
But they have to. You have to do it yourself. You have to.
They have to sit by themselves in front of computer screens and books and stuff, but then go out and check the world, right? Go do a bunch of observations, measure the ground from one point to another over flat water, right? Do a bunch of shit that once you're convinced, fuck what we say. Don't listen to what flat earthers say. Don't listen to what globe earthers say. None of that stuff. Once you've convinced yourself of what you're seeing, right?
Yes.
Then you're good. Then it's like, oh shit, I'm finding stuff out myself. And here's the last thing. Sorry. When you start going out and checking the world against the narrative that you've been fed since you were born, you have no choice but to start seeing truths, right? It's not like you're going to go out and be like, holy shit, those flat earthers are dummies. It is a globe, and here's why. You're not going to find any globe evidence. So if you genuinely look into it, you're going to become a flat earther. Guaranteed.
Yeah, but you don't even have to do any of that. this is the thing with this whole idea. I mean, when you do long distance observation, or you know the way life behaves, they try to make this whole.
But you don't have you don't have to label yourself anything. You don't have to. You don't have to say flat earther, level earther, or horizontal earther, or honest earther.
Is nobody hearing me?
Realm earther, or whatever. You don't have to label yourself anything.
Am I not coming?
You're
through?
not a label.
That must not be. But anyway, so like you really don't have to do any of that. Logic dictates, and you can just figure it out for yourself, right? So if you know that long distance observation, you can watch the video and you can tell, you know how things behave, right? Just from your own experience in life. I mean, you turn on a flashlight, you've never seen the light bend. Use a laser pointer, you've never seen that light bend. So they're claiming that the light is bending around the earth, right? In any direction. That's what's if it goes over a certain distance, it's bending because of this. There is never any evidence of that. Has anybody ever seen? You ever seen your car lights bend, your flashlight bend, a pen light bend? None of that stuff. I mean, and I just don't know how people just cannot just imagine and see that this is not a possibility. So to me, it's beyond understanding how people can cling to something with no evidence, with no facts. There's no fact. I mean, if they've made theory. This is what this religion has done. They've made theory fact. They've made people believe that theory is a fact. So if I can theorize that this is what happens, it's a fact. And no one can put past that. Oh, I accept it because this guy says he did a couple made a couple math problems, and that equals this. And so I just don't understand the thinking of human beings now. It's like knowing is not the same as theory. You know, if you can know something is real, or theorize it's real. I mean, like, how do those two? There's no correlation there. I mean, it's just the thinking of human minds now is degrading. I mean, we truly are going backwards as a race. You know,
it's media.
I wouldn't say backwards. I would just say dying. You know, because we refuse to use our own eyes and ears anymore. We let people tell us how to think and tell us what to hear and tell us what to watch. It's crazy.
It's a trust. I mean, it's a trust that people have in the system, you know, and if people lose that trust, that, you know, something emotionally, psychologically kind of goes, it's hard for, you know, it would be hard for people to do that. It was hard for me, you know, to crack that piece of my psychology, you know, and to break it off and say, okay, I don't need that anymore. I'm going to leave this whole religion. I mean, it really is a way of kind of thinking about everything from when you were, you know, very young. So, I mean, you know, it's a psychological leap, and it's, you know, it's something that a lot of people, I think, would kind of, it would be too much for a lot of people, basically. You know what I mean? So I like to approach it in a delicate manner so that we can bridge the gap somehow, and not just, you know, not just to other people, but it's really hard, man.
Yeah, but you know, when people don't even believe in creation or anything like that, you can't reach people like that because they trust human beings more than they would trust a God, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I was there. Yeah, I was
weird.
I mean, I was there not too long ago. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm coming right off of this. I'm just now understanding, like, the magnitude of creation. You know, it's just, it's a lot. So it's, but
you know, I mean, because we as human beings, we try to create things, right? So you can't. I mean, obviously, so this stuff was created. I mean, it's like we're trying to replicate and duplicate what's already here. They're trying to clone things. They're trying to recreate something that's already created, but you can't recreate the cell. You can't create mitochondria. You can't recreate DNA. You can synthesize certain things, or you can use something that already exists, but you cannot create something from nothing. God can do that, not man. Man can only manipulate, right? You can manipulate what a God has already put here. So there is no real creation of human beings. So it's silly to believe that human beings can become creators when obviously you're living on a creation. It didn't create itself. It's such a contradiction belief system. It's a paradox, that belief system.
Yes.
It's silly. It's ridiculous, man.
They literally are putting everything under, you know, it's being subverted and inverted. You know, that's what's happening to everything. But we get to smile and laugh in the light of the Creator, and it's about that moment of peace and light that he can like offer when you realize that, and then you can relax into it, and there's a moment where you can kind of really be, at peace with it all. I'm realizing that also, it's a big spiritual offering, this whole thing, for sure. Oh man. Yeah. It's heavy. It's crazy. I can't believe that everyone's still going for it, but I was just there. That's the other thing. It's like, you got to remember, we were all just there, we all were there through it. So it's like, how do we do it in the right way so that people, can understand it and aren't blown away by it, and aren't overwhelmed by all of these things that we have already researched. And that's what ends up happening. You have to be a tactician.
I was able to talk to one friend about it in private, and he responded to it well, but completely. I mean, he still denied it, obviously. But I'm just gonna wait a few months and come back to him.
It never happens in one sitting. You have to that's the one thing I realized. Like, it'll never actually go through in one sitting. You just have to kind of like pop a clue somehow and send one video and see what happens. Yeah.
You gotta remember that the term, the words in literature, like when people read about things and learn things, when you read about flat Earth, you see some type of weaponized term, and that's what people learn it is, right?
Yeah.
So, and also they kind of like add the globe next to science and technology and the world's achievements, the best achievements of the world and evolution, and all these. They add everything that has nothing to do with the cartoon, but they think everything works because of the cartoon. So if you tell them, hey, if you take away the cartoon, you're telling them, hey, I'm taking away your cartoon, I'm taking away technology, I'm taking away satellites, evolution, and they don't want to do away with any of that because they think everything works on a globe, on a spinning globe going to space.
It's a psychological. There's so much there piled on. You have to be.
And also, not just the term. My bad. Not just the term is being weaponized. The flat earthers, and people that believe in that term or don't believe that the Earth is a globe. Those people are retarded, are stupid, dumb, anti-science, and they believe in an archaic idea that has been debunked. There's no way it's possible, and people actually believe that.
It's like Santa, but isn't it kind of weird how Santa spells Satan and he lives at the North Pole?
Yeah, it is funny though. I mean, like when you look at it, it says it's Satan. It's like you can't get any more obvious than that, bro. I mean, like, seriously.
I know.
So it's so bad.
I've spoken with multiple family members, and I spoke to them about level, water, motionless, containment. Even I spoke to them even about the luminaries, and one of them, he's like a watchmaker. He's been like over 40, almost 50 years. He's like almost 70 years old, and he's been dealing with watches for a very long time. And he told me the clock in the sky is more accurate than any watch that you can make. We have to adjust to the clock, to the clock in the sky. He told me, right? He told me something like that, to that reference. And he understood horizontal. He understood horizontal. He understood level, motionless, the cycles of the luminaries. Everything I told him. I never told him about flat Earth, and he understood everything I told him. I didn't use the term tierra plana because we spoke in Spanish. I didn't say tierra plana or flat Earth or anything. I just spoke to him about the foundations of that.
That's the way to do it. I love that. That's a great way to do it.
Daylight savings time is because the clocks can't do as well as the one in the sky. So you have to adjust the clocks on the ground that we make for daylight savings. Like, remember, time just went back an hour 3 days ago, right? So it's like, yeah, we're always constantly adjusting for something that's in the sky that's already perfect, you know.
Yeah, and he understood the parallax. He got it. Like, bro, I told him, if we were moving on those speeds that they claim, do you think we will have the same cycles of the luminaries resetting again and again and again? He said, yeah, that doesn't make sense. And about level and horizontal, it was like, it clicked. Everything for him, it just makes sense. He's like a almost 70-year-old guy, and he got it. We spoke in Spanish, so it's a little different, I guess, than the propaganda in English. I think a lot of Spanish people are a little more open to have that kind of conversation. It's not such like a big how do you say that? Taboo. Yeah, it's not that taboo. Yeah. For many of them, unless they are like in a university. Oh my God, if they're in the university, they're fucked.
I was about to ask you about that, honestly, if they were open to it, because they seem like they would be. I work in a restaurant, and there's a lot in the kitchen, and they're all cool guys. So I was gonna.
The two guys that I spoke to, one was a watchmaker, and the other one owns like a farm and a business, and he's like these people are hands-on business owners, and they do practical things, very like people that know how to do stuff, and they got it. It's pretty simple to them. They understood, and they were able to have a conversation with me about very simple those simple topics about foundations of how things work, and how the globe didn't make any sense whatsoever. And I asked one of them, like, when you think about the globe, what do you think? Does it look like a cartoon when you picture it in your mind? So yeah, it looks like a cartoon when I think about it. Kind of funny. The globe looks like a cartoon when I think about it. Duh, it is a cartoon.
People, when they're being honest, Jamesy, they're going to tell you the honest truth. They don't have any agendas or anything about the globe. But people that are invested with the globe do have the agendas to stick up for it. But the ones who aren't, they'll tell you exactly what it is, what it looks like to them, because they're not invested.
Mm-hmm.
People don't want to believe they're living in a matrix, man. That movie was really revealing. They don't understand how eye-opening that movie is. They just think it's just fiction. That reality can never be anything other than what they see. It's like, no, dude. You're seeing through someone else's eyes. Someone else has put their eyes in your head.
It's the illusion of freedom that's so dangerous, right? It's like you think you are free to as much freedom as you can get, and that's perfectly right where they want you.
And it's the trust as well. The trust in the authorities and people in high places. People want to trust other people because we have,
that's it.
We have families. We have relationships. We have communities. Where I want to trust when I go to the store and I buy food from the guy at the store. I'm going to trust that food is not going to kill me, right? I don't want to worry about that. So when I go to fix my car, I want to trust the mechanic. I want to trust him. So we try to trust other people, but then there is a certain, that there is a percentage of those people out there that they're gonna take advantage of people that trust in them, and
it's trusting the system.
If there's no a price to pay for lying to people, like people in high places, they don't pay. Do they pay any price when they lie to you? No, they make another lie, so they keep lying.
Yeah, people have a very hard, close trust with the system, and they depend on the soccer games and the football games arriving on time and everything moving. Like it's supposed to just keep moving, and my check is going to keep coming. And so it's very hard to try to unplug someone from that once you're already in it. So yeah, that's why it's hard to get this idea across, because there's not a lot of credibility sometimes in the flat Earth community. It's very rare to find somebody that has this credibility, this ethos, who is also willing to kind of reveal it, And then I wonder when people get up high enough or they find it out, that someone comes and talks to them and says, look, you have to keep this lie going or else, you know, we have to do away with you or something. Once you get to a certain situation. But I don't know, that's just like kind of a postulation. But yeah, man, it's hard to break the trust. The trust is big because you have to say, don't trust the system anymore, you know? And no one wants to give up all that because it's just, it's hard.
What do you mean don't trust the system? When I open my water key, the water comes out. When I turn on my lights, the lights go on. When I go put gas on my vehicle, the vehicle works. So what do you mean don't trust the system?
People attribute that to NASA, you know? People attribute every little piece of technology, everything in their house, everything in society, all of civilization is attributed to NASA at the pinnacle. And,
you have a cell phone. What do you mean? You have a cell phone. You don't believe in science? You don't believe in the globe because you have a cell phone. Come on, bro.
Yeah.
Satellites. Come on.
Yeah, people get lost in that stuff because they really think it's like, you know, it's keeping us going, you know, it's where we're headed, you know. If we don't have a place to go, people get very, you know, afraid. It starts to break people down. What are we doing then as a society? Where do we go? But then that's where God comes in and sort of says, wait, you know, you could just come towards me and you'll be okay, you know.
The foundations are in place to be able to build the foundations of the system. Then you have layers around and above that is people in high places that they want to stay in power to, I don't know, control you, have a better life than yourself. They need slaves. They don't want to clean their own toilets. They're going to pay someone. They're going to pay the lady to clean their toilets. And they're 20. You think these billionaires can clean their 100 penthouses and their 100 properties? They can't do that work. They need someone to do that work. So they have to keep the layers of the system in place in order to keep what they have. And you know, it works to a certain degree. I think the system in a way could be better because foundationally it has to be on a real each level in many places. But then you have the obviously the lies, the controllers, the propaganda, the war machine. We can do away with wars. We could have peace in the world from tomorrow on. No more bombs, no more shooting, and everything will be fine. You know. But obviously we have to protect each other. We can. I mean, if an abuser comes and abuses children, we have to deal with that abuser, right? Something has to be done. It's not like it's gonna be rainbows and rainbows and unicorns. But in this system, the abuser is being protected. The real criminal is being incentivized to go higher and higher up in the scales, you know?
Yes.
I think the foundational system is there, but it's way too corrupted, so it has to be cleansed somehow. Yeah, because the house is here. The house is here. It's just that it's not in order. The house is in place. The walls are up. The house is just not in order. That's the problem.
Yeah, so that's good. There's some faith you can have there. That you can replace the owners. And, you know, with that good vibes and truth, basically, as truth as a weapon. This is what I always think about. It's like, how could you go wrong? There has to be a connection with truth and just goodness and creation and God and all that stuff. You know, it has to coincide. So that faith is really where that comes from. Once you realize where we live.
But it has to be like shared between, you know, mother, father, children, family, community, because I think there is entities at work that are actually pushing away the foundations of even morality and faith and actual, you know, faith and the design of things. They are giving us this alternative fantasy that people are venturing into and replacing the real thing with the fake. And because it's easier, I guess, it's easier just to live a fantasy. And
they want us inside the city, inside of our, you know, virtual machines. You know, that's what COVID was like. Big thing of COVID was to just push and jumpstart the virtual world. Like I think that was one of the main reasons for it, because now people are okay with just sitting around their house all day and staring at the screen, because they had to do it for a couple of years during COVID. So it's like it breaks in and starts to prepare everyone for that age. Anyway, that brings us back to ourselves. This whole thing just brings me back to me, my own heart, how I belong in this amazing realm, and how I have a strong sense of purpose and desire to just spread the word at this point. But then the fear
do what you can. Don't do what you can. Don't overdo yourself, and do.
Yeah.
I think a big purpose in life is be the better version of yourself. Make a wife. Get a wife. Make some children. I know a lot of people saying, "Oh, this world is so bad. I wouldn't make any children. It's bad for them." I mean, like,
yeah,
someone has to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're not gonna do it, if you're not gonna bring children, I'm gonna have to bring double the numbers.
Shit, that's a good point. And you're right; it has to happen at the family level. It has to start to spread at the family level if it's going to really, change. Homeschool.
I mean, there's the foundations, right? Like, how do we made it here to this point? Because we had ancestors and they had children. And before that, what happens? A mother and a father got together and they had children. And before that, same thing. So what are we gonna do? We have to continue this thing going and hopefully eventually figure it out and fix it. I mean, we have. I mean, I don't want to put it past even our generation that this lie is better and stronger than what the creator designed us to be. Like, I don't think that. I think we could definitely be better. I know there's powerful entities at work deceiving us and taking us as fools and laughing at us, but I'm pretty sure we could do better. I think the only reason this is the way it is because we allowed it. That's the only reason it is the way it is. We've allowed it.
Yeah, we have to. They're very cunning, at what they do. So but we've been traumatized through this in a way, and we have to remember, like, all of us are going through a traumatic sort of undoing right now, and through that we'll be able to kind of hopefully not let like the kids go through it also, but. It comes to, you have to be able to like undo that trauma and be aware that like your self-worth was always hit by this since you were a kid. Like your parents' self-worth was lower because of this lie. Your self-worth was lower because of the lie and your parents' self-worth. So now we have a lot of like, uphill. We have to just keep reinforcing, that we belong and that we matter and that we can make a difference, Yeah. It's a new psychology, you know what I mean? It's an entire psychology. There should be like a whole flat earth psychology, like, realm to help people deal with it, to help people go through and like, undo the trauma of it.
Yeah, there is. It's right here, brother.
Yeah. There you go.
Like, because we find, and I know for the lack of not sounding like a cult or something, because it's not, right? It's just people from all over, diverse people coming together under a common banner that we've been lied to. And they're searching
in the name of truth.
Yeah, they're searching for answers, and they find it where we're not, being against like them challenging cosmology. So, Jamsey was talking about a lot of things that you can take to heart, right? Like just live in this world, be the light, be somebody who always advocates for truth. Have some children, enjoy life. We know it's bad, and people might look at it like it's like there's no hope, but you are the hope. You're the light.
Yes.
You're the salt of the earth. And live it. Don't just own it. You know what I mean? Like say it, own it. Like I'm saying this though, we're all people, right? All of us get into our emotional state sometimes. That's fine, but always come back to your center, which is overarching principle of what we're supposed to be doing. That's advocating for truth, being an ambassador for truth. relaying the information like the way it should be. Like as if you had a loved one that had impending danger in front of them, how would you tell them, like about it? Would you be screaming at them, hey, you're not listening to me? Or would you be like, look, I really care about you. I want to. So it's how you present the truth. We had that conversation here quite a couple of times, because you can say anything you want. It's in how you say it.
Exactly. That's beautiful. Those kinds of conversations is really where the gravy is, because then people, the heart has to be love, and the heart have to come first.
Yeah,
in these conversations.
It's not gonna be worth.
If it's brain versus brain, you lose, because they already have the lock. You have to unlock your own brain from it.
The idea of proceeding with the truth, and I personally can say that I honestly get triggered when I hear people refer to this place as a cult, just from a standpoint of, and again, YouTube, cats, whatever, knowing that what cult do you know of that observes a truth and then collects under that umbrella, as stated by Mickey, right? This isn't something where we collectively got together and started honoring something or whatever.
Exactly.
Oh, hey, we saw this, and we all saw the same house, and we're all on the same journey, and we walked to that place, and we're like, this is where I'm going to set up shop, because this place makes sense to my innate. It speaks to my brain, it speaks to my heart, and I'm able to navigate these waters because of what we've been told. This community is truly a great place. So very glad to have you here, man. For sure.
Much love.
What's funny is that we're coming up to the American holiday Thanksgiving, and people usually reflect on what they're thankful for and stuff like that. And I think that's kind of like, it's kind of cool that, at least one part of the year people are saying thanks, But I mean, to just have a heart of thankfulness, when you wake up in the morning for living another day, instead of looking at it like, oh man, it's raining outside, like, oh, another day, and you're beating yourself up already. You haven't even given the day a chance to, so it's the mindset,
Yeah, I remember looking at my dad when I was like a kid. I remember a moment, and I was like, well, why? He was driving a car, and I was like, at a point where I was like, man, driving a car would be freaking amazing. And I looked up at him, and he wasn't having fun. And and I was just like, he's just not having fun with it. What's going on? And I just started to have more realizations around just adults and how adult people just seemed like they weren't just having fun like they should be on Earth. I'm just like, what's happening here? What the hell's going on? And it just
because we're living under an artificial environment that is being taken us away from our real meaning and purpose. So people are sick, tired, overworked, annoyed, upset, lied to,
and it
abused.
Makes sense. Right.
So many people are at a corner thinking about, oh my God, if I don't pay rent next month, I'm gonna be kicked out, and my whole family is gonna be on the street. So that is been touching people and rubbing people the wrong way for a long time, and it has created an environment where it's difficult. It's even difficult to explain. Our potential is way higher than that, because we're sons of God and daughters of God and brothers and sisters, and we thrive from seeing each other thriving and happy and at least enjoying life, and
yes, it gives a new idea.
Feeling.
This idea of it's a culture of fear, right? So we get involved in it from a very young age. We don't even have a scale for our own sense of like what is safe, because they hit us with fear so young, a sense of it so early, and 9/11 and things like this happen, and we get hit, and then we don't even understand, like, this idea of fear of God comes in, and I'm just like, what is that? Like, what if the fear of God is a lightness almost, it's like this. It's this other thing. It's not even fear. It's like this bow down in the presence of such awesome glory or something, And so it redefines this idea, because I've always disliked and I've always been averse to this idea of the fear of God. I don't know if anyone's like on that, but
it's the beginning It's the beginning of wisdom. So what happens is you start to see the awe and wonder in nature, and you start to see the fingerprint of him everywhere. You can see him in the laughter of a young child. Like it becomes like the essence of what he left behind, so that you can see who he is in all of creation starts to be revealed to you more and more as you get closer to the truth. And it just like it makes you just want to be immersed in it. So that it's like there's nothing that compares to the awesomeness of knowing that, like that understanding. But you could tell somebody that experience. You could talk to them about how you feel about it, and it's going to sound very obscure because they can't. They're like it's alien to them. Like, what do you mean? That sounds weird. Like, are you high? Like they're not going to see. They can't see the energy that's flowing through you. You know, you can feel it, you can experience it. But like when you tell people you're tapped into something that you couldn't speak it in words to describe how the feeling, yet you can experience it. And that's kind of what I was saying about love. Now you can't quantify it. It's the same thing. It's like with this understanding, it takes like living to a new level. Your goals they've changed. You're like at first I used to be all about trying to ladder, just trying to make it, like just trying to be the best at my whatever I do. It's like all of that is like, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not essential. We're really here to share life with experiences with each other. The moments that we share with each other are what's precious. Not not these other ideals of like living life or whatever ambitions you have in life. It's the moments you have, like if you're sitting with your mom, you're discussing like, her day or something, that's the essence. That's what it's all about. It's not about like, you know what I mean? When you think about it, like it's what are you going to get when you try to get like the best job? Like, what is that going to do for you? Like you're just going to have a good job, but it doesn't mean the value of what life, the experiences you get.
So the answer, I was at an event in California and I had this realization. It's a conscious event. Everyone regroups. They had this idea of regrouping to keep going with this idea. But the whole thing for me is the answer comes from within, right? Everything has to come from the inside out. So the whole illusion is that everything is outside of you and you have to go get it and it comes into you somehow. But the whole experience and this whole idea is now grounding me from my center and then outwards.
Well, that's what it says. Like when you can't like when you deal with some people and then it gets you like out of focus or out of line or you're outside of yourself. You're not who you are. But when you're tapped in and you center yourself, you come back to like who you really are, and that's like the person who you've become right now because of the fact that you're drawing closer to the truth, and it just you see the real you. Not the you that be influenced by outside influences, and that just it makes more. And that's the thing that you can't tell somebody how to experience because they don't know the roadmap to do it. Even if you show them, you're like, look, I know that you're gonna listen to me, and it's gonna sound like I'm crazy, but what I have to tell you about the shape of the earth has nothing to do with like what you know. It's like, can you perceive this? Like, do you actually see these things in reality? Like, there isn't anything that they're telling you that we're going to take on and says, this is what the earth is. It's just like an illusion. Like when you experience life, you don't get that from life. You don't get that from the experience. Like that we tell people, it's like, if you're saying the earth has curvature, go and see if there is curvature. Like, can you see it? Is it noticeable? Is it detectable? Can you measure it? Like none of the things, it doesn't pass the smell test. So what makes you think this very crazy idea that there is curvature there? It's not there when you experience it. So that's what we tell people. It's like it's always about the experience and demonstration and evidence, and it comes back to where all they have are just theories and ideas, and so that's why they captivate the people's minds is on these thoughts and imaginations, but without relation to reality. That's why your friends and family they're in another space,
Yeah, and they can increasingly use screens. There's so many screens and so much content now, and just to reify, and people will just keep living in this sort of illusion world without the sense of being on the earth and part of it.
Yeah, that's why we sigh when we see like Dude Perfect. It's like, oh man, like, and he's got a huge reach too. So it's like us, we're a small little feeble army, but we're strong. Like there isn't anything that can come against the truth. It always falls to the wayside, like by the wayside every time it comes against it. But we're we're still going against like the majority. Like these guys have a bigger army. They have a bigger academic, background. They
And
have
just
like
remember,
more.
they have to go to more and more extreme measures in order to hide a truth. Do you know what I mean? Like they don't have like they have like it's really hard. It's gonna be difficult for them. So it's a lot of these things are just like maybe they're very well planned out, and maybe they just are kind of see the future. I feel like some of them can kind of like predict what's going to, so they can literally just craft and create the illusion from some sort of soothsayer or something. But it's still very like they have to go to extreme measures to hide it, and so we can use that on our side. We can use that as ammo.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, they can't stand against the truth. They have to use all their tricks in their bag just to hold on to the lie. And we don't need nothing but the truth. And we completely demolish them when it comes to like their demonstration of what they think is happening in reality versus what is.
Yeah, Flat Earth Dave already put out a video. I think he's already put it out like either today or yesterday. He's on top of that stuff. That goes directly about it.
Flat Earth Dave, I think Eric Dubase put out one. We've even talked about it yesterday. I mean, all day actually.
Yeah, you really got to jump on them because they're so. It's just like really.
Yep, because people. I mean, it's not their fault, man. They're victims of this like information age. So whatever information gets to their ears and their eyes, they're gonna be like, "Wow, look at this guy. He was just doing trick shots the other day. Now he's flying in space." Like,
it's kind of a world of entertainment. I mean, it's just bread and circus everywhere.
And what do you have? You just got truth. Against the whole barrage of like deception. It's weird, right? Like you're standing with this like little gem of truth, and everything around you is like it's all showmanship. It's all like bread and circus. It's smoke and mirrors. It's everything to like distract and deceive. And you're over here just holding on to truth, and they're like, dude, what do you got against these guys? They got bigger guns, man. They got bigger movies. They like, man, you got nothing. And that's because you do have. So long as you hold on to it. That I always tell people too. It's like, don't ever get moved off the sacred ground in your mind that you're holding on to objective truth. If at any point in your mind you feel like you're holding on to 99.99999% of truth, then you will be moved. You will at some point. I won't say right now you will be, but in the future something can come up and you're gonna be swept off your feet because that one little tiny percentage you left open to subject, they're going to come in with like VR glasses and they're going to take you from a rocket from the ground to the moon. You're going to be looking at virtual reality and be like, whoa, these guys are really going, to the moon and, or whatever,
There's a lot of joy to this. I thought about this the other day, the difference between joy and pleasure and how the entire society seems geared to just keep the pleasure sort of dopamine hits going. And when you get a real deep joy from coming from the inside out in this way, listening to your heart and finding truth. There's like a deep sense of joy that you get from that. I feel, worth following.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, yeah.
It's become it's a movement, man. So, but like these things can only be shown to people. Like, you can't do anything but show them knowledge. You can't make them think, you have to just show them knowledge and they have to think for themselves. And once they do, it becomes their battle, their journey, their path, all that stuff becomes to flow from within them, not because we usually ask people too. Some people's like, hey, I'm a flat earther. We're like, great. How did you become a flat earther? What was your journey? I was like, oh, I don't know. I just walked outside and I looked outside and the earth is flat. It's like, it seems artificial. And the people that do go through their journey, they're like, man, I was like wrestling with this. I came to a place where, I like what I'm saying is everybody's journey is their journey, but usually the people that are more attached to the understanding and they're more passionate about it, they go through a process, the process, like it peels them back from what they used to know to like now what they know. It's like, and it's just like in the way people talk too. I mean, you can hear it.
Was anyone ever a transhumanist or like, aspire to be?
Transhumanist? What do you mean? Like they want to try to have cycles?
Yeah, like that far gone. I was pretty far gone.
No, yeah. I mean, I have some friends that are way into, the what's the point where humans and machines combine?
The singularity.
Yeah, the
Or
singularity.
No, that's not the singularity. I guess machine Neuralink shit. But
yeah. I mean, yeah, that's tempting, but
into a hard
Jesus.
drive? Is that the idea? Like uploading your consciousness to a hard drive and living forever in that?
Yeah, that would be transhumanism. Yeah. That would,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't want that.
My buddies talk about that, dude. This is the thing. Like, I'm still in my world here in DC. I live in DC, so it's like I'm still here. Like, people are.
Dude, that's a hellhole. That is a fucking hellhole.
I mean, it's just these are my buddies that these are my buddies I grew up with, but it's just like we talk about soccer now, and that's it. Like, I just, you know what I mean, and relate. Like, when any kind of political thing or anything, I just have to like kind of turn off. But it's like,
I got family in DC, and it's like that.
Wow.
It's just tough, it's tough, but it's just ingrained. It's just the whole joy of it, the whole like, oh, space, it's so much fun. Like, there's so much like awesome stuff going on. Yeah, I got a good job and I got like, my house and everything. The world is just moving so nicely and, fuck the Trumpers and, we're going to have, everything's going to be fine. You know what I mean? Like, they're living in a life that's very comfortable. It's very nice. Why would they want to stop and question everything and reverse and even get into this in the first place? And that's what they end up getting to. It's just like, what does it even matter? Is what they end up getting to, because they already have
and benefiting from it. Like it's they're involved in the system and they don't know it, but they're benefiting from it, and that engages them even further and just instills them there. It's hard to change.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm looking for another community. There's a whole crew in LA that I probably will end up moving out to, possibly. But yeah, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. I'm at like a transition point because it's like, what do I do? Like, not live my truth? Like, now that I know this, I can't turn back. You can't just turn back. Like, can't just like I tried that for a little while, just sort of going back to my regular life. But it's like, it's just always going to come back. And now I've gotten to a point where it's more profound than ever. And sort of these, these Bible readings are now sort of opening up an entire new channel towards, what this actually means. Like, how much this actually means, Yeah.
I kind of act like a charlatan, and I just kind of drop seeds everywhere.
Yeah.
But I don't.
Again, show not tell. That's the perfect way. That's how to do it. You just got to show people things and let them take it or leave it. Yeah. Oh man. Are you guys here every day?
Mostly, yeah.
I love that. I gotta get going. Are you guys is there like a start time?
No.
Or does it just keep rolling?
It keeps rolling 24/7.
All right, well, I'm really grateful for this because I haven't really been able to talk a lot about it. So thank you guys.
Thank you, bro.
It's been a good talk.
For sure, man.
Yeah. You're not alone now. You realize you're not alone, huh?
I know. That's the thing. It's like you got a little. I got a little armor now. I got a little armor, so I appreciate you guys. And I'll see you guys. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah, later, buddy.
All right. Much love.
That's the thing, dude. I got nobody outside of here to talk to this stuff about. Nobody, bro. None. I know no one who is as invested and interested and engaged as we are in here. I can't. There's nobody outside. Not one family member. Not one friend. Nobody. It's crazy.
That's the purpose of this app, man. It's an aggregator, So you found the right spot. All right. Much love. Peace.
5, 6 years? Crazy, man. 5 years now, probably. Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say that because there's a lot of people in the Spanish community that are actually very dedicated, and the Spanish community have like their own thoughts about this. Like, there's a lot of people, more than what you guys think. Way more people than some people think.
Because, like, the community's gone black, so, you think black people would be more skeptical of stuff like, no, but they're not. That's the scary thing. They're open-minded to some conspiracy stuff, but once you bring this stuff in, oh, hell nah, nigga, what's wrong with you? It's like,
what about like Kanye and shit? And like Kyrie, what do they think about them?
Exactly, but I'm saying And look how he's ostracized, and he's a pariah. He's everything that, you know what I'm saying, you would think that they, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I just don't get it, man. People are just so concerned with, you know, just so selfish now, self-centered. They only care about themselves. They don't care about anything else. They don't care about the big picture. That's the thing. No one cares about the big picture anymore. It's all about what can me now. You know, very selfish people, covetous. You know, they want what others have. They want what others don't have. Especially in the black community, man. Now that we can get money and stuff, and now that black people, you know, stuff ain't like how it used to be. Black people don't care no more. You know, they just want to have what the white people had for all these centuries. They want it too now. They don't want the truth anymore. They want money. So, it's hard to reach people, man. You know, especially with so much information out there now. It's so easy to find this stuff. People turn their heads, you know. And hard to come by truth seekers.
You should have seen in the chat earlier, Fraud. This mic working? Does this mic work?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Roger that. Yeah, there's you wouldn't believe the desperation of some of these people. I don't even know what to call them. In chat today, you know how they have their seizures and panic attacks because they don't have any evidence and all they can do is insult. They lost their minds so bad today. One of the trolls, and their names really don't matter. The trolls flipped out so bad that they started literally claiming that it was better off to let disabled children die than it was to allow people like us, skeptics, have a place to talk. So they've literally gone so far over. Again, this has nothing to do with evidence. They are now literally admitting to the hearts and minds that we knew that they had and how it's a spiritual thing. They're literally, making fun of people that are mandated reporters that, protect disabled children. And that's how bad they have gotten. This conglomeration of people exposing the outer space religion has made these people lose their minds so bad. They're literally promoting genocide now. I mean, you can't make this up. They're literally on the verge of a full panic seizure. So their one option is, of course, to end their own life. But before they do, they're going to tell you how it's okay to do this, this, and that. Things I can't even mention right now. They have lost their minds so bad. They're now claiming that we should just literally euthanasia all the disabled people instead of protecting them. Get that out of the way. Outer space is more important than funding, places to protect disabled people. You can't make this up, bro. It's the highest level of Satanism.
Did you see the Dude Perfect video?
No, I keep hearing about that. No, I have not seen that yet. I keep hearing about it. If somebody gives me a link, I will.
I think I did put it out. I put the link for Eric Dubay where he addressed it. I could put it again, but dude, it's telling because that guy's the YouTuber, so you know how much followers he's gonna have. To think him to lie like, I'm saying it's ridiculous, bro. That he went to space. Oh, you can't see it. Maybe he probably has.
Yo, check it out. Do you know what time you posted it? Was it a live stream voice text?
Yeah, search yesterday. I put the actual video. I downloaded the video off of YouTube, so it's the entire 13-minute video. So you can put it in your archive. And I also have a 1-minute clip as well. That's just a little bit at the end where they talk about when you went up there, is the Earth flat? He's like, no, the Earth isn't flat. So the little jab to flat Earth was in there as well.
Believer, but I don't promote genocide or euthanasia.
Yeah, well, that's just like the Logan Paul. Remember, Logan Paul did this a couple of years ago. They have to. They have to do it. They have to make sure that their mindset is in the system fully. They have to make fun of people that are skeptics to make y'all seem crazy. Yeah.
I don't know what
Go ahead.
I don't know what that's about, like especially like what he's talking about. But what I can say is that 2 years ago there was a video that I played this morning with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you have Michelle Fowler, and you have Bill Nye the Science Guy, and they were on there talking about how it is okay to have free speech and say what you want to say, free speech, but you can't say or with to any influence that the earth is flat. That is dangerous. They have said that on the Matthew. Whether you know of that or not, that is what they're saying in the mainstream. Like I said, if you agree with,
saying don't teach it.
Well, no, they're saying don't speak to anybody with influence on it, or speak with any influence on it, because just like you said, don't teach it.
Yeah. So don't teach it. They would say that
that's
you have
evil
to believe it.
No, what?
Yeah,
What'd you say, Matthew?
They would say that you have the right to believe it.
Yeah, but it's dangerous to teach it.
Right. Something being dangerous, you have the right to hold dangerous ideas or wrong ideas or right ideas. So you have the right to believe whatever you want to.
Yeah, but in your, I guess, mindset, how would you think that this is dangerous? Well, what way do we endanger people?
Wow.
Like, this is like the part, having a different perspective of cosmology is not in any way dangerous. It's just a different perspective. So be it.
I would agree with you on that point.
I'm just saying it's a different perspective on cosmology, and if people want to look at it in this way, when does it become dangerous? Like, what danger do people get into? Like, are they building craft that's going to hurt people? Like, you know what I mean? Like, is there something involved with the information that's going to put people in harm's way? Because I think that's what teaching something that's dangerous to me would sound like.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. I don't think it's dangerous to think that the Earth is flat.
And now another thing too, it's like that from the perspective of somebody who advocates for the globe. I mean, you could see, at least if you're reasonable, right? You could say, hey, like the mainstream narrative might be saying things as far as like shunning the idea. I mean, you could see the value and why, right? From your perspective, because they want to keep the narrative what it is without anybody going outside of the respective box. Like the universe and the cosmos or this. But at the same time, they advocate for the idea of people to think of new ideas. Like, there's a contradiction there somewhere. Why is that the case? Like, I mean, you coming from maybe the buddies that that you can postulate anything you want within the realm of heliocentric cosmology. Thinking outside of that, then you become some sort of agent. Like you're trying to dismantle science, or you know what I mean? Like, there's a specific tie into like where you're only, because like maybe you are still teaching in some respects, like whatever, if that is the case, but you can't go outside of the paradigm in which you've been instructed to with your curriculum, because then you would be shunned from your field. They would probably take you, you know what, you're not well, we're going to remove you from teaching the curriculum, and which you've been kind of like put up there to do, because now you're giving people things to think about that have no relation to reality. So I think that's kind of like, how is that, if you're somebody who encourages people to freely think and be curious, at the same time shut people down when they're thinking of other things? What if somebody didn't even hear about anything like what we're talking about in here, but came to you and said like, well, what if the earth is flat? Let me give you my kind of reasoning for it. Like, would you be like, just don't go there, shut them down and kind of redirect? Because isn't that what happens? Like when somebody would come to a teacher and ask him, like, wouldn't the teacher?
That would happen if you were a bad teacher. A good teacher would help people think for themselves and come to their own conclusion.
Well, at least that's what the people that I've spoken to that are in those fields, they don't react like that. And I think, is that something instilled in because obviously you guys have meetings and stuff, and where everybody has a different method of teaching, but for the overall majority, people would say, let's kind of redirect people away from thinking of these things, keep them corralled into keeping them thinking of a certain, paradigm in a certain way. And see, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I think maybe you might be just one out of like however many hundreds or thousands of, people in that field. But then you got the vast majority of people that you can acknowledge as well, that would be like, I'm going to tell them this isn't right. Like, we can't be thinking like this. We were thinking that way long ago. And now we've come to the place where now technology, and we're advanced in our knowledge. Now we know we're flying through the sky, cosmos, and we're astronauts, and like, how can anybody refute that? So that's what I mean. There isn't anybody that would advocate for those kind of teachers. There's more of like the people like that are doing the teaching that are just going to keep people not being curious. Like, you can only be curious only if you stay within the realm of this paradigm. My argument, Matthew, that I see happen. Like, it's difficult because you got to do it kind of case by case, because you can't say all teachers are that way. So anyway,
yeah. So you're arguing against bad education, and I agree with you.
But I don't know. We've I guess we've dealt with that in our lives. You know, at least my perspective. Teachers would say that they would kind of incentivize curiosity, in the same breath be like, no, we can't think like this. It has to be. So I don't know. I think it's a double standard. We got
hey guys.
What's up?
Oh, sorry, Chris V here. As an educator myself, I kind of just wanted to ask Matthew a question, if I may.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, Matthew. Has it ever come up as an educator? Like, have you ever had students sort of come up to you and actually ask that question? And my second question is, do you kind of show both evidences? From at least both sides of the argument.
So not that many people ask about flat Earth. When it does come up, I give them I give them Miggy's 3 points, and then describe my view on those 3 points. But honestly, it doesn't come up very much.
Yeah, great, thank you. I mean, that I kind of have a similar experience, or at least not too many students actually bring it up, but when they do, I present them with both sides, and kind of just. If they ask the right questions, I give them those answers.
Perfect video there, Matthew.
Yeah.
So what happened there? He went to space.
The Dude Perfect video? Which one?
Yeah, Dude Perfect.
It depends on your definition of space. Some people define space to be lower than other people. So I think that Blue Origin doesn't go that high. So I don't know if it really counts.
Yeah.
So him saying he went to space is him lying then?
No, it's him using a different definition.
No, I'm sure he knows what's going on. He went with an astronaut. So the astronaut obviously confirmed that he went to space. So you know better than the astronaut then?
Well, no, yeah.
You know what I said? I'm talking about there's different ways of defining space. If you define it differently, then some people say, "Oh, that's high enough to go to space."
It's androgyny. Yeah. I asked you, did he go to space or not? I didn't ask you for a definition. I asked you specifically, did he go to space?
It depends on the definition.
That's not what I asked you, bro.
Hold on, I got a quick question.
I asked you straight up, did he go to space?
That's how dangerous the religion is. It's just androgyny.
Yeah, I got a real question. It's just a real quick question.
That's all they do is they dodge the question. They always do this shit.
I have a true or false question. It's just for Matthew. Matthew, are you ready for this question?
Yes, I'm ready.
True or false? You're full of excuses.
I am full of excuses because that's the way that you get to the truth sometimes.
Nice little stumble there too. Thanks, appreciate that. Did you hear that, audience?
The truth? Wow.
Okay. Yeah. So
this guy is special, bro. I swear, every time this guy comes in,
he's full of excuses. He said so, right?
Well, the thing about it is, we hear like science communicators telling us that that's not space. That's what people consider space. Not even low Earth orbit. I mean, of course, like I've been saying this because, like, defined by Neil deGrasse, what is it? Felix Baumgartner's Red Bull space jump was nowhere near what they consider space, because it was called the edge of space jump. So if we were to ask you, Matthew, at the time that Felix Baumgartner was doing his edge of space jump, we would ask you, was he at the edge of space? And it's either like, yes, he was, or no, he wasn't, right? And the definition would then be defined by the people who are actually keeping the narrative. So that's not us. We're not saying space is past the Kármán line. They're saying space is past the Kármán line, outer space anyway, going into, like it's not the upper parts of the atmosphere, like the stratosphere, the mesosphere. We're not talking about that. We're talking about like what people consider space in the sense of when we speak it, we're like, hey, that person went to space. We're all thinking the same thing. Like you, me, and everybody. We're thinking they're outside of the Earth's gravitational hold. They're floating around. ISS is in space. That's the kind of thing that we're thinking about. So when we say it, we actually mean the thing we're saying, but in the sense of like everybody should understand what that means. So like you're saying, you're saying it in a way where it has to be defined. We're all understanding it like the common person. You're like, hey, did this guy go to space? Yeah, he went to space. But instead of saying that, no, he went to the upper parts of the atmosphere. Like there's a definition of what that means versus what space means. And so the understanding of space becomes what everybody understands you have to go through when you leave Earth and you go into space. That's what space means to a lot of people. And without the definition, that's kind of what everybody understands. So these guys, the guy came back down from the capsule and came out with his hands open. He's like, I've been to space. And he says it with such enthusiasm. And the theatrics are great. He falls down to the ground, kisses the ground and whatnot. But it's all showmanship. It's all there to make somebody believe the idea of what's happening here. The overall macro picture of them actually achieving something from being a trick shot backyard person to actually now being selected to Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin company to go upwards and fly around in space, which is what we know is outside of Earth. Not saying that your definition would describe that, but the way they portray it is that's what happened. There's a lot of things that were said and video that was screenshot about the Earth's curvature and them saying that they've been up there and they even asked him at the end of it, which is really kind of curious, Matthew, for you to think about. They asked him, well, so you've been up there. Is the Earth flat? No, it's definitely not flat, he says. And they
don't give him that way out, though, Mickey. Don't give him a way out because he does this all the time.
Yeah, but listen, because they were up at least 200,000 feet, right? I gave them credit for 200,000, but their video screen showed that they were at least 198,000 before the second stage disengaged and fell down back to Earth, and then they were still rising up in their capsule. So I gave them at least 200,000 feet, or a little bit more than that. But even at that height, the mainstream narrative says you can't see the curvature of the Earth. Now, these guys were blatantly saying that, and with video evidence nonetheless, that they were showing people how the curvature of the Earth. There's a lot of things, and when you look down and you look at the land that's underneath in the shot of that video, it's the size of Texas, the size of a planet. It's like, what is the planet Texas? So there's exaggerated forms of what people are, it's embellished, right? People are getting this idea that they're in a place that they're not. And this is what I'm relaying to you. It's theatrics. It's now people are engaged with the idea that this guy, Dude Perfect, who's got 58 million followers on YouTube, has now brought everybody to space with him. The 7.5 million people that are watching his video. And there's comments in the comment section. People are teary-eyed. They're emotionally attached to this idea about something that the mainstream narrative would say he hasn't even accomplished. That he came back down after being on that little trip, saying that he accomplished going to space. So this is the reason why we ask you, do you think they've been to space? The space that they're talking about was a place outside of Earth. And they weren't. But the projection of what it was that they were. It's psychological, Matthew. And it works on the mind to the people looking at it. So by this little, scene of them doing this, they were all, just your average Joe who doesn't really have time to look into too many things because they got a busy life. So when they see this video kind of as an entertainment, they'll say like, cool, the Dude Perfect went to space without a question. And then therefore making our job that much harder when they come in here because they're going to be like, well, you're saying people can't go to space, right? Well, Dude Perfect was just a normal guy shooting trick shots in his backyard. And now he went to space. So, take that, flat earthers. And so we got to explain, go through the whole thing about the narrative and what Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying about how high the Felix Baumgartner was, and Virgin Galactic, and all the the heights of the elevation that they can't see Earth's curvature from that height. So we got right now on our hands a bunch of liars who were saying we're in an elevation that they were not able to see the whole entire Earth. So this is what we're dealing with, Matthew, on the scale that maybe you can see or maybe you can't see it, but this is all theatrics, placating to the idea that we're in a place we're not supposed to be, and really tugging at the emotional heartstrings of the people that are wanting this to be a reality, and further deceiving them. So what we're doing is becoming the buffer for truth. Otherwise, no one's going to tell them. It's just they don't have anybody else. Will you sit there and tell them that the Dude Perfect video was not correct in saying that they went to space? That's the thing. Are you the buffer of truth? Would you correct them and say, no, Neil deGrasse Tyson is correct with the mainstream narrative, and telling him, the people, anybody who says that you've been able high enough to see the curvature, you're wrong. You have to go higher. And so that's all we're saying, Matt. It's like when you become disagreeable to things that are commonly known in the mainstream narrative, then you're not a part of the solution. You're part of the problem. You're the reason why we're here. Because other people, like, even with the narrative, aren't setting the record straight. I mean, I could agree that you could say, you know what, these guys they're not at the space that everybody thinks they are. Let me just say that to clarify, you have to be a lot higher. Then we would say, oh, the guy's at least agreeing with the narrative. But that's not even happening. So this is what we're dealing with now. We're dealing with people who are just lying. They're not even going with the narrative anymore. It's just whatever every man thinks for himself. You could think, yeah, he went to space. At 200,000 feet up, it's not space. It's just high up in elevation. Of course, aerial high altitude photos can be taken from such altitudes and giving you perspectives from that vantage point. But it's never been because anybody's been to space, and it's not even the Blue Origin. So anyways, that's my spiel. I know it might be a bit much, Matthew, but this is why when they were asking you, did he go to space? They were looking for clarification as to, was he actually in space or just in the mesosphere or the stratosphere? What do you think? And then from an educator's standpoint, you have to be honest. At least that's what we're hoping for. So
one of the screenshots, I just threw up a screenshot at 20 minutes past the hour, where they specifically address in the video, like, do you see the curvature? There's the curvature. The major thing I wanted to outline is look at the frame of the window to the right and to the left of the pictures and how distorted those frames are, right? Or the frame of the window is. So that's where you kind of start to realize that spatially there's something wrong with the actual lens, because as they pan through that shot at that spot in the video, you can actually see the distortion in the frame of the window that it's looking out on the horizon as it pans down. It's like a hand in the cookie jar for barrel distortion.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson goes over that with the Felix Baumgartner's Edge of Space Jump. He talks about it. He's like, they use a wide angle lens, he says, when they use this shot, and it's giving people the perspective that he's seeing the Earth from like it's not what the camera's seeing. So there's a lot of things he corrects, and I don't know, because he has to go with the narrative because he's a science communicator. And I feel like that's where everybody starts to be cherry picking on what they feel their version of the globe Earth is. It's like, well, that's not space. Well, according to him, it was they dubbed it the Edge of Space Jump, and he's really kind of telling people, if you think that's edge of space, you're not even close. So
yeah, I would say that there's no question that they went up to 260,000 feet or 80 kilometers, whatever it is. The question is, okay, does that count as space or not? And some people would say, yeah, that's outer space, and other people would say no. If you're asking for my opinion, I think that to qualify as being in outer space, you'd have to at least orbit at least once. So I would say no.
Well, an orbit would be outer space for you. I mean, if somebody says they're in space, they would have to qualify for that to say that they've went in orbit, and then that would be space to you. Like, is that how you define space? But
that's how I would define them, sort of visiting that location of being in space in orbit. So yeah, if you're just going up and down, it doesn't seem to quite count for me.
Well, I know that, but what I'm saying though is we can't even. I gotta say this, man, because like even people in the education field that advocate for the globe should be correcting people, at least on the level that Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying it. He's like, you guys, we're not in space. You're like 2 millimeters above the beach ball. Like he's smacking the ball and he's like, you can't see the curvature from that height. That stuff is flat. Like you obviously have to be a lot higher. Like, and so correcting those who are saying these things and doing these videos, and it's a misrepresentation of even the narrative. So that's what I'm saying. It's like it's so bad nowadays that people don't care anymore. They're just like, well, space, yeah, he went to space. Like they don't care. It's like we do. It's like if they're gonna be portraying, the globe Earth of what it is, they just at least have to follow the narrative. That's the very least. But they're not even doing that. Why?
Yeah, I'm saying there's no agreed upon narrative about where space starts. So what do you mean trying to correct people? It's different opinions about how you define it.
Well, if somebody told you they went to space, you'd be like, cool, they went to space. Like you're not gonna say
like, no, I would. According to your definition, maybe they did, but my definition, I don't think they did.
Yeah, that's the thing. But you're gonna be dealing with people who are gonna tell you that. Like, obviously, if somebody's like, hey, did you see the video? Like, Dude Perfect went to space, and there's no correction in that. There's like space is whatever you make of it. You know what I mean? Like that's there's no defined understanding. And I feel like just having that kind of fluid conversation, space is whatever. You can throw a ball up in the air and it went to space. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're not defining it. You're just letting it be as ambiguous as you can so that anybody's thoughts about whatever they think Earth is, it could just fall in line with globe. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I think that's just misrepresenting the narrative altogether. If they're not saying what the arcing understanding of the lesson being taught about globe, then it's just every man's interpretation, subjective to whatever you think Earth space is. And if that's what's being taught, then maybe I got it wrong, because I'm thinking like Neil deGrasse Tyson is correcting people on what globe is, and maybe your understanding is like, well, I think it's orbit. These guys think it's just 198,000 feet in the air. Whatever. Everything qualifies as space.
Here's a question. Yeah. When do you think Dude Perfect signed their NDA?
What NDA?
Well, I don't know if this is really a question specifically for you, but more of the guys who think about, did they gain their fame authentically, right? Or was an NDA signed many moons ago with the presupposition that they would eventually go to space and make their declaration when they needed to?
Wait, so you're presuming there was an NDA with zero evidence? Yeah, you just sort of made that up?
I think that's a bit of you reading into something. I don't know what are you reading?
There's no proof of anything. This is a claim like that. 100% me being tongue in cheek. Just the whole NDA scene, and people are sign documents to not say anything. Right? I'm sure.
Yeah, no idea, bro. But I wouldn't want to.
Behind bars, go to www.weet.com.
Somebody's thing is talking. Yeah, I wouldn't lean on anything like that. That would just be people's opinions, and like, you know what I mean? Like that wouldn't.
Typically, no reflection on anybody here. Me just being me. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, there is truth to that a little bit, Kiwi. Obviously, even at E2, like I was, enlisted, you have to have a level of secrecy, and of course that just gets higher the more you go up, right? So there is all sorts of, you're not allowed to talk about these things, and they just make them bigger and bigger as they go up. But that level, right? That level of aerospace and faking space, that is a level I'll never know about, so I can't tell you.
No, exactly. We can only throw.
Yeah, but did the guy have to buy some type of airplane ticket or spaceship ticket that costs certain amount of money, and they promise a certain price to take him to the region of space? And does it has any specific? Can I buy this airplane ticket? This space ticket? Can I buy it?
Yeah, let's go talk to Jeff Bezos, man. He'll take a flat earther up in his rocket.
But if you buy a ticket that you go into space, they take you to space because that's what you pay for, no? Or can I get a
Yeah,
refund if they don't take me to space?
but once again, Jemsy, I was asking Matthew, like, what is space? And I guess Matthew's understanding is orbit around the Earth. To the Blue Origin guys, it's 198,000 feet up. You know, and Neil deGrasse Tyson is, you know, way higher than that. So who's saying where space is? Nobody knows.
I don't know.
Because they might take you on an airplane ride really high up, and they'll be like, "Oh, you're in space." You're like, "This don't feel like space." But if you want to be floating, you just go to the Vomit Comet. You can just have a fun time floating around that airplane.
This is Maggie, you might have stumbled onto something. This is another example of the dangers of this religion, where everybody can just have their own definitions. That's crazy. I don't know what else to say about it. I mean, what other religion you can just have your own definition, and they all won't even challenge each other. You know, like this hive mind of let's just be right, even though I have a completely different opinion than you. That's scary. They don't even have a claim.
We are correct, but we don't know where space is. But we know we are right, but we don't know where it is.
Yeah, that's what.
If we ask mountain climbers, how tall does a hill have to be before it's a mountain? Do you think we'd get different answers, or would they all agree on the exact same number?
Yep, no claim. That's not a religion that's taught in school and forced to be taught to millions of people. That's the difference. Is that this is a religion that's forced? I know you're getting triggered. I know you're just relax. Just you're interrupting me. So that's the point. Is that what you're forcing onto people is a lie. You've never experienced space, and you're making a claim. You're making a claim. Yeah, you've never experienced space. You're the one lying. That's the point. You have to lie to back this religion.
But the definition of a hill and a mountain, right? There's a definition there. Are they abiding by the definition? Or are they making up what the definition means to them? That's the difference, right? The definition clearly states what a hill is and what a mountain is. So you're saying that
clear. My point is that it's not clear. The difference between a mountain and a hill is not clear.
So they're able to just arbitrarily say that they're climbing a hill when it's really a mountain?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if you ask different people, I bet we'd get different answers. It's not lying. It's just they have different opinions.
Matthew, you mean to tell me somebody's climbing a mountain, they're going to say that was just a really big hill?
No,
it's not a mountain.
I'm saying that the difference between a hill and a mountain is not a perfect exact number that everybody agrees on. That's all.
Yeah, but it's defined what a hill is, right? You're not going to say you're climbing a hill when you're climbing.
Defined. My point is it's not defined.
Wow, he's triggered. He can't even let you finish the sentence. If somebody calls Mount Rainier a hill, they're lying, just like when they claim they know when space starts, thing. They're also lying. It's the same thing.
No, Mount Rainier is definitely a mountain. Everybody agrees that Mount Rainier is a mountain.
Well,
no, you can't make a claim.
We think that everybody would agree, but upon your discovery of how you're perceiving it now, is like everybody has their own definition. It's Hill Rainier. Because that guy said that
Mount Rainier is clearly in the category of mountain. I'm talking about the ones where it's not clear. It's like ones that are sort of in between. How do you know which is which?
Well, we're not talking about like that. We're talking a definition between what space is versus you, because that's becoming something where we're mincing words now. We're talking about like what something is defined as.
Yeah, so clearly, if you're 400 kilometers high, everybody agrees that is space, and that is like Mount Rainier. But if you're down at 50 kilometers or 80 kilometers, 100, 120, like these numbers are where people disagree, kind of like tallish hills or short mountains.
You're saying the gray area? There's a gray. So
there is a gray area, yes.
What?
Just like there's a gray area between a hill and a mountain, there's a gray area between space and not.
No, Matthew, you're wrong on that, because it was already said by Neil deGrasse Tyson that even Matthew Baumgartner, who was at 120 some, I'm going to get his numbers wrong, but he was at that height, jumping from his edge of space, was not at the edge of space. Virgin Galactic, Richard Branson was doing the same thing. They were not near space, and that was defined by the way he was communicating to like people, understanding where they're at. Like, is this space or what? No, it's not space. They're just really high in altitude. Like, and of course, there's, as you guys would also teach, like the globe, they're in different layers of the upper parts of the atmosphere. You have to define it in those terms. So in that way, you can describe they're in the mesosphere, they're in the stratosphere, they're in whatever layer you want to call it, according to the globe context. If you keep it in context, they're in the parts of the Earth that are in the highest parts of the atmosphere. They're not in space. When they leave the atmosphere and enter into outer space, that's low Earth orbit, that's the Kármán line, that's 62 miles up. There's an understanding beyond that point. It becomes where they actually are in space, and they weren't nearly there. So that's kind of the thing. It's like you can't make something ambiguous when it's clearly stated. When you're a certain elevation, you're still in Earth's atmosphere. You're not
clearly stated. The U.S. government says it's 80 kilometers. The ESA says 100 kilometers. Therefore, it's not clear because two different space agencies have different numbers.
And they're both lying.
Yeah, who's correct then?
That's the point. It's not a clear thing if they have two different things having different opinions about them.
Right, but you can't make a claim that you know because you don't know. You've never done it either, so you can't.
No, I don't know. That's right. It's a fuzzy line. It's not a clear, unambiguous.
And that's deception, right? That's how deception works. Like he said,
it's not deception.
And from which
height? Oh my gosh, absolutely a million percent.
It is deception. What would you call that then? If it's not deception, is it truth?
I would call it being unclear. Just like saying, okay, if you have a hill that's 1,200
I call it
feet
fucking
high,
stupidity, dude. If they can't prove something empirically, it's stupid. Like they need to show you.
No, sorry, you're not even understanding what we were talking about. The difference between space and not space, not proving anything, just sort of a definition.
Space isn't real, though.
Yeah, it is. Of course, it is.
Okay, go up there and take a picture.
I don't need to. Somebody else did.
He lives in a cartoon.
How do I know that's a real picture? How do I know it's not a?
Oh, you don't. You can live in your skepticism if you like, but I'm going to trust the clear evidence. You don't have to.
Well, a picture's not evidence, dude. Do you know how good green screens are? CGI.
Evidence.
No, it's
not.
What
is evidence, Matthew? You said that you don't know there is a 100 kilometers or 80 kilometers. What is evidence then?
Or 62.
Yeah.
Evidence is whatever you want it to be. Whatever you want it to be, that's evidence.
You just you can't just sort of. They have good reasons for making those different definitions. They're different definitions, though.
Matthew, do you understand if somebody's going to use escape velocity to leave the Earth's gravitational pull, they have to at least know when it's the strongest or when it's the weakest, so that they can achieve that. There's math involved here. Like
that's a gross underestimation of the mathematics involved.
Right. So when they use their calculations to achieve escape velocity, so they know how fast they have to go, so that where the rocket actually takes off and they don't need any more propulsion, that has to be understood at what level you're going to get out of the Earth's atmosphere, so that you can the Earth won't be an influence on the rocket. So they have to know exactly where that line is. So they have to have a boundary. Okay.
No, they do not.
Yeah, well,
velocity is a velocity to get out of the gravity well. It's not a specific altitude. It's a velocity. It's right there in the name. It's a velocity, not an altitude.
Matthew, can we see the curvature from that height?
I don't know.
Well, but the guy said that he saw the curvature. He was in the space.
Yeah, I don't know.
Matthew, you know, bro. Come on, man. You know.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson visible, but he hasn't been that high either. As far
Neil
as
deGrasse Tyson's not a scientist, dude. He's a pseudoscientist.
Yeah, he's a science educator.
No, he's a pseudoscience educator.
No, it's all right. Who is right now, Neil deGrasse Tyson or that guy who was in the space? Because you said that people can go into space and make pictures, that you believe them. Who was right, that guy who saw the curvature or Neil deGrasse Tyson who's saying that you cannot see the curvature?
I would trust the guy who's been up there rather than the guy who hasn't. So the guy who's
but you're assuming Matthew, he was up there.
That means, Matthew, that we need
nobody disagrees that there is a Russian flight that went 200,000 feet high.
Can we attack Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Nobody. Where's that lie again?
Can we attack from Globe Earth side Neil deGrasse Tyson then and say that he is a clown? From Globe Earth side.
Yeah, well, I mean, he oversteps science for sure. He says he makes all kinds of philosophical statements that are false. So I don't.
Okay, that means that Neil deGrasse Tyson does not standing on the side of the globe.
Yeah, he doesn't qualify for someone who speaks for the globe. Basically, what Matthew's doing, throwing him under the bus, like all the other Globers do.
You are saying, Matthew, that you are speaking in the name of the globe, but not Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, they all throw him under the bus.
That means that I need to listen to you, not to Neil deGrasse Tyson, because you are telling the truth. Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying the bullshit, and he's on the mainstream. But that is the truth about globe. He's saying about globe, but you are saying that is not true. That means that you need to step out there and tell the Neil deGrasse Tyson not to ask, man, you're wrong. You're presenting us bad. All you globers need to go to the Neil deGrasse Tyson links or whatever, website, blah, blah, and you need to attack him and to tell him, man, stop to do this because you are presenting us bad and you are doing that very wrong and because of people think that is flat, for example.
Dude, his PhD thesis is a joke, too. It's a one-page paper. This PhD thesis is literally 1 page long. They're normally like 100 pages. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Really? It's only 1 page?
Yeah, it's kind of understandable for astrophysics because it's typically a lot of data and not like analytic research. It's very, very pseudoscience. So I understand why they're not that long, but having a 1-page thesis for anything is ridiculous.
You have a link for that by chance? Or?
You just type in Neil deGrasse Tyson PhD thesis. I'll find it right now.
Guys, I haven't been here for the whole conversation, so maybe this point was covered. But Matthew, it seems to me that they are saying that the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere. Is that correct? Is that what the consensus is now?
No, there are parts of the molecules from Earth's atmosphere that reach far away from Earth, even as far as the moon. So it wouldn't.
Okay, here's a link in live stream.
So they're not saying that the moon is inside of Earth's atmosphere? That's not the...
No. Okay. I mean, you could find newspaper articles that misinterpret that and, say it for sensationalist sake, but I would say that...
Why are they saying that?
Well, I read some on space.com, and that's what I came away with, is what they were saying, that the moon is inside the Earth's atmosphere. If you're saying that's
wrong.
not the party line...
it's not true.
Yeah, you are saying that is, Matthew, you are saying that is not true. That didn't came from the flat earthers. That came from the mainstream narratives.
Right.
Right. That means that you need to step...
If you look at sensationalist newspaper headlines, that's not a good source for truth.
Yeah, that's great. That you need to step out and all your globers and to say that it's not true and that people bullshitting on the globe side. Can you do that?
No, it's not my job.
What? Oh, really? It's your job to convince people that there is water curving, but it's not curving. You will spend now here 4 hours telling people that water is curving, but you will not spend 4 hours telling other people that moon is not in air.
Right, nobody says that.
Oh, nobody said that. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson didn't say that you cannot see from that height the curvature.
Nobody says the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they did.
Well, that's not true, bro. Space.com published an article not too long ago that said that. EarthAndSky.org published an article that said that. There are people that are saying that. I understand you're saying that's not true, but you can't say that nobody is saying that, bro. You can't say nobody's saying that.
We can't trust headlines. What are Globers going to do?
Yeah, you can't trust the sensationalist.
Matthew, who is saying that? People who believe in globe or people who believe in flat earth?
I'm saying it. I'm saying that the Earth is not, that the moon is not in Earth's atmosphere.
But who is saying that it is?
People who publish sensationalist headlines to get...
okay. Is that people flat earthers?
How convenient for you.
They're globers. Oh, really?
Why would they say
yeah,
such
weird.
What? Why?
Why would they ever?
That's how news works.
Oh, so let me get this straight. We can trust the news when some big shot goes, quote unquote, to the edge of space, but we can't trust the news when it hurts your narrative? Got it.
Which news is real, which is not?
There's trustworthy news sources and not trustworthy news sources. What are you talking about?
So, Dude Perfect going to space.
Why Neil deGrasse Tyson is not a trustful source?
Because he's a science educator, and I don't like what his philosophical pronouncements. So
it doesn't matter what you like, but he's presenting the globe.
He said he didn't like it. Who gives a shit?
Isn't it funny how Matthew chooses to pick that some of the scientific renowned people who are publicly being, supported by television and whatnot, that he chooses to pick to say that they are talking about philosophical things?
No,
as if not everything that represents the heliocentric model is philosophical and has no standpoint of truth regarding the reality that you live within. That's funny, man.
I think there's a double standard here because it's sensationalist news when you hear it and it's convenient to say that. But when we talk about Blue Origin taking up their Dude Perfect, you're like, oh man, they must have really got onto like space and whatnot. And it's like, why aren't you looking at that as sensationalist? Why does it got to be only certain topics? You know, that's the thing.
Exactly.
Oh, he left. He didn't want to confront. Man, I wanted to get him on that one.
He left. Listen, guys, we were really wrecking the story. The story he believes. So it's no wonder. Hold on. It's no wonder he bowed out like that. He had 0 arrows in his quiver since he got here.
He got really triggered earlier. He wouldn't even let Miggy finish a sentence. Something's up with him.
Listen. Put yourself in his shoes. He's a cornered wolf, starving wolf. Okay, they're gonna freak out.
Hey, can Neil disagree with Matthew and be right and Matthew wrong?
I don't know.
In the globe model, yes.
It sounds
because
like
contradictions are true. Contradictions are true in the globe model. I think this is why they say that the moon is inside the Earth's atmosphere and it's not inside the Earth's atmosphere. Like they say gravity is a force and gravity is not a force. The horizon is optical and the horizon is geometric. The horizon is level and the horizon is curved. They have all of these contradictions so that no matter where they go, they can arrive at some type of statement that credits some feasibility for their ridiculous nonsense.
No,
and at the same time, they tell you that it's dangerous if you disagree with them.
But he was talking about sensationalist news, guys. He was saying those articles are sensationalist news. And what about this one with the Blue Origin? That's not sensationalist? It sure feels like it. They're making everybody believe like with emotions and you heard the music in the background and the people crying. And that to me seems like it brings out sensations from you to think that that's real. That's what it seems like to me. Why isn't that sensationalist? Like he doesn't put it in a category where that's sensationalist. He says,
it's just funny how like people who are openly supported publicly by the same scientific community that he believes in to be the truth of reality, that he chooses to speak against these high-tier priests and says whatever this scientifically educated person, which is Neil deGrasse Tyson, according to his reality that he believes in, I mean, in his paradigm, he is someone to be trusted, right? He just chooses to say, to be honest, I do not agree with anything he says because it's just I don't agree with most of what he says because it's just philosophical themes to create more publicity or something. Isn't that...
But he was throwing him under the bus and at the same time saying that he's credible science communicator.
Yeah,
is he a science communicator or is he not credible? Like, you know, they want to like, and that's speaking both sides of their mouth.
They want both positions, Miggy, so they can cite him when they need him and then chuck him when they don't, bro. They live off contradictions, bro.
Shout out to Chris for stepping up and being like, hey, so when your students ask you questions, how do you handle that? I was like, yes, educator asking an educator how you deal with this in real life. That was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of wanted to know because, I've had some students confront me too, and it's a real kind of danger to your job. At least it's not in any sort of contract that says, oh, if you talk about flat Earth, you'll be fired. But man, I've seen people get fired for less, you know what I mean? So I just kind of wondered how he handled that as an educator and if it came up.
But can you see his perspective, Chris? Like the way he views this ambiguity from like actually telling people like certainty. Like there's it's like a hill and a mountain. It's like, you know what a hill is and you know what a mountain is, obviously.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. I mean, and that's the kind of thing.
What got me too. Sorry. Well, he even answered like, well, I give him Miggy 3 points. And I was just kind of thinking like, do you though? Like, cause I don't even do that. I talk about, some points, but
The double standards are real though, and that's not fair because they can hold 2 points of the different sides of the two contradictory points and still be right.
They do that all the time in academia. I mean, and they don't even see that contradiction. It mind-boggling. It makes your eye twitch a little bit. Like, you're supposed to be a professor. Come on, dude. Like,
well, dude, that's why it's so important to call people out on contradictions, because if you allow someone a contradiction in their thinking, they can conclude anything validly from a contradiction. That's a law of logic. You can't escape that.
The guy Rice, who was days ago, he was saying you can have refraction and curvature in the same Soundly's image photo. Then he circled where refraction was happening, and then he drew 2 lines, and then he says, well, refraction's happening all over. We just can't notice it all over. That's his argument, because refraction, he's like, it's always happening. So they want to
remember that.
was epic. The double refraction explanation. Where wait, hold on, is it curvature or refraction? Well, it's both. Wait, what? We've never heard this before. Please tell us more.
I'm just waiting for them to create a third option. Can't wait, because you know they will.
They don't need a third option. The contradiction is all they need. Bob came in here and said that the optical and the geometric horizon were both simultaneously visible in the Black Swan.
Sir, I get that. What I'm trying to say is they will all of a sudden one day disregard the fact that they were destroyed on that, and they'll move on to something else, perhaps a third reason that we're not ever seeing curvature, even though it's there.
yeah, quantum physics, man. When you have your back turned towards the ocean, it's actually curved, but when you look at it, it goes flat, right?
Fuck yeah, dude. It knows. It's just fucking with you, dude. The ocean's just fucking with you. Flat earthers, come on.
But
you observed it.
I just like how the angles really work well with Bob's admission of the horizon and how straight it is. And then I take a triangle, a sextant, and I'm like, and I plug it right in. It just fits. It's right in.
Think about things too. Like they're not perceiving reality the way you're talking about it. They perceive it as a concept. So really, when you talk about like stuff like that with math, they could easily apply that same logic to a globe. Their mathematical construct is a globe, so they'll be like, yeah, that's how it works out there, but look at how it works out over here. Works out just fine. But to them, right? Because they're using idea, and they're using your concept of math, the language, to make it say what they want on the globe.
Yeah, so it's a perversion.
Yep.
Got it. That's right. That's the scariest level, when they don't even have an answer and they're okay that they contradict each other. That is a cult. There's no word for that. That's scary.
What I love is when you take what they say, you repackage it, and you ask it back to them for confirmation. There's a pause, and they say yes, and you keep proceeding with your questioning. Yeah. The repackaging of the question to propose it back to them sometimes is the most fun part. Questioning their observation of the model.
So I feel like definitions start to disappear, or at least get muddled in the idea that there's so much gray areas in our knowledge that you can't. When you're looking at something, you're like, well, that's a hill. No, that's a mountain. Wait a minute, that's a hill. That's how we define a hill. It looks like this. No, it's a mountain. We can say whatever we want because there's no defined term. There's a gray area here. So, and on that, you can say with anything else, right? When does space start? Well, 62 miles up. No. It's 100 miles up. No, it's 80 miles up. When does space actually begin? There's no definition on that. What's space to you? Is it 100,000 feet? That's space. So he's basically saying anybody that does anything that they go up in the atmosphere really high up and you want to call it space, that's fine. You're in space. Okay, you heard him. He's like, space to me is orbiting the Earth. And that's not the definition of being in outer space. So
we don't have that problem with height. You can go 1 meter height, 100 meter height, 2 kilometer height. It's always flat. Doesn't change the like in their model, because in their model you cannot see the curvature on that height, but you can see curvature on that height. And choosing that who is speaking right, double speaking.
Was that get? Because that's right. They don't have a claim. If you ever ask them, and if they mention model, you can ask them about their model. You can ask them about their reality. When does Earth curvature start to appear? At what altitude? You can't get an answer, and that's frightening because that's the point. There is no claim because I know if they give you an answer, they're going to have to keep it. They cannot keep any answers. It's too easy.
Well, I haven't had that many interactions with him, but I've never heard Matthew Lawrence actually lie. I feel like today he actually lied because it was just a few weeks ago. He told me that the horizon could absolutely be calculated. Now he's saying, oh, no matter how high you go, we don't know. It's just, I don't know if they saw Earth curve or not. It's like, dude, you admitted that you could geometrically falsify any claims under a certain altitude. And today he's saying, I don't know. Golly gee, I wonder. And the guy is a mathematician, isn't he? Isn't he a math teacher? Professor?
Something like that. I don't want to say it right now, but I've heard him do that countless times. I lost count 2 years ago.
Sorry, guys. Slow to get to the mute button. Yeah, he is an educator. What I would say high school, but or maybe even college level, but he is an educator in math. The maths.
Something you guys said had him flustered today. He doesn't just bounce out of here like that, does it?
No, he usually hangs up for a while. I was a little surprised to see him hit the exit.
He got a little flustered because it's, coming at the Dude Perfect video and just like, he's probably listening right now because usually when people log off, they still listen. But like looking at the Dude Perfect video and trying to be honest about the theatrics, it's like, you can tell all of that's manufactured. None of it is like having to do with like, they just want to go to space and like, it's all about, that whole thing because of the plug at the end. Is the Earth flat? No, it's not flat. Like, so it's all manufactured. It's all of this is a ruse to get people plugged back into the idea that space can be done by anyone. So it's selling dreams as well as that's all they're doing. This idea, just keeping the dream alive.
It's one big fantastical sure.
Did you get a chance to listen to that God Rockin' where people were just making up when space starts? Space is the only religion where you can just have your own opinion and where it starts.
Oh yeah.
No, I didn't catch it. When was that?
And all of them are correct.
This morning.
Yeah, everyone's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say about that. Yeah, he was he was actually not letting anybody finish their sentences, so that he was triggered. He was just he lost.
But that's the thing, though. They don't stand up on objective truth. So when you're not standing on an objective truth, it's malleable. It's whatever. You say it's 62 miles. I say it's 100. But it's cool because either one is good. We're all good. It's whatever you think. There's gray.
We're all good.
That's right. Do what thou wilt. Yeah. They were called good evil and evil good, right? Yeah, they will be lovers of themselves. I mean, that's happening.
So if an airplane is flying at 40,000 feet, they're basically in space defined by whoever's in that plane saying, hey, I'm in space. Sure. You're up in space. Go ahead. According to me, that's all good. If, to some guys it's 62 miles, and other guys it's 100. So I mean, if you want to say 40,000 feet is space, go ahead.
7 miles. Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody else calls it something else, but you can call it space if you'd like. That's your definition. See, my definition is when we go around the Earth in an orbit. That's space. Well, that's fine for you, but I'm on an airplane, so I say that's space. Is that cool? Cool. Because we can just define whatever we want. As long as I'm with the globe, right? I'm with the globe, so I'm cool to say whatever.
That's right, and that's the irony is that they project everything that they actually have as a problem. They'll tell you that you guys can't agree on anything when it's the exact opposite. Every one of you guys knows there is no curve. They're the ones that can't agree on when the curve starts or when space starts or any of it, literally.
Yeah. And that was just a clear example to show you guys like the contradictions within the narrative. Like that's because fly a kite. Your kite's in space. Don't worry about it. Like you're a glober. You can say whatever you want.
Well, if they could pin it down, they would. They can't. That's just it.
Yeah, because it's not real.
Right.
If it was real, then it was. That's the whole point.
Yep.
If it was real, it would be objective. It would be like, no, space starts right here, always, objectively. But just like the gentleman said earlier, they live in ambiguity. They live in there. That's where they thrive. So long as no one knows the answer. What's a hill to you? I don't know. It looks like a mountain. Okay, it's a mountain. But it's a hill, but it's a mountain. But it can be both if you want it.
Right, which is a horrible analogy since we can observe a hill and a mountain. Nobody can observe space, this outer space cartoon. So it's just not even comparable. Even if you allow them to get that insane, it's still completely irrelevant.
But Mount Rainier is a mountain. That we know for sure that's a mountain. But what if I call it a hill? Would I still be right?
How is he going to say that you're wrong? He cannot tell you you are wrong now. Yeah, it's over.
I think it's a real tall hill.
Exactly. And he can't say you're wrong. What standard of truth could he tell you, no, you're wrong? He cannot. It's over. It's that easy. There it is. There's the earth. There's a shape. There's a mound of dirt, and we can just claim that. There's space and point to it. No, you can't do it. You can't tell us or point to when the beginning of space is.
What if it's really one hill with many, many hills within one hill?
Huh?
If you can see it, you get to point to it, Kiwi. That's the important thing here, right? Like we can see it and go, there it is. That's the difference. They can't.
But if you're a glober, you can say whatever you want, Kiwi. We'll all if you're in a room full of globers, they're just gonna sure. That's what it is. It's a hill within a hill within a mountain within a hill. Yeah, we'll go with that.
If we were to just make a document, Kiwi, and just literally just put a couple DARPA symbols on it, put Dragonfly or put Raytheon, McDonnell Douglas, and say according to our latest research, outer space actually starts at 26,000 feet, right above what is it? What's the tallest mountain in the world? Mount Everest. They would believe it if we just put some symbols on it and put a picture of Mount Everest on there and say, yeah, outer space actually stops at the highest peak of the Earth. They would all go along with it and say, yep, this is the new information. Yep, outer space starts at 27,000 feet.
We could redefine space travel forever.
Yep, they'll say, "Oh, you're all space cadets now. You've all been anybody who's ever flown in an airplane above 27,000 feet is now an official astronaut. Come get your golden star, and when you're waiting in line for your mark of the beast." Did you hear that, honey? We get to be astronauts now. When we go get our mark of the beast today, let's make sure we get that golden star. People would just fall right for it and love it. They would. They buy their kids their little helmets and everything. Mic drop.
That was coffee.
That's so sad, bro. I think that's probably true.
That's how shocking, right? Because they've already done worse. The moon is in the Atmos. They've already done it. You can't make this up, bro.
But those articles are sensational articles. They're not the real. They're not real. They're not. It's because it was speaking against what he was saying. That's what trick. That's why he left. It was speaking against like his knowledge to it. He's probably gonna go look it up. Oh damn! They're really saying that.
What do you mean they're not real?
Well, he said there were sensational articles, like like the Sun Times or something. Like a phony article. So they're not real. They're not really saying that the sun or the earth, the moon's in the Earth's atmosphere. So basically, we read that.
They say that a while ago, didn't they? They didn't obviously say that, right?
They did.
Yeah, you can. There's articles that have saying that the moon's in the Earth's atmosphere.
But here's the point. Where's the outcry? Where are all these honest globers going to show up and say, hey, how dare you say the moon's in the Earth's atmosphere? Never happened. There is no group of honest globers saying, hey, we need to fix this. It's just they'll come to attack you guys in droves and say you can't trust your eyes. But if someone on their own side makes a mistake, just push that to the side. We don't care. We'll just ignore it. Just like if they came out tomorrow and said, actually, all dogs are also cats. All cats are cats, but also dogs are also cats. They're actually just a different genus of cat. The same people would probably fall for it.
I was talking about that the mind is a sacred ground, and if you don't have objective truth and you don't hold on to it, you're gonna get moved. Whatever it is that you thought was reality, they're gonna change it for you, and you're gonna be like accepting the new reality because you don't have a basis for that objectivity. And that's scary, That's why like the people are like they don't know what things are in the globe. Could be both. Refraction, curvature, it's the same.
It's kind of like you have A, B, C, or D, refraction, curvature, gravity, and you just don't understand. So for anything you say, it'll be one of four answers.
Yeah, that is the magical list, isn't it?
Refraction, curvature, gravity, or you don't understand. Is there any other option? Do they have any other options?
That's it. That's the magic list.
Gravity and evolution got together and had the refraction baby in 2016. Now they just all concede that they don't trust their eyes. So that, that's the best for me. That's the best concession you could ever ask for, literally. Oh my gosh. Right away, as soon as you call refraction, now you're denying the entire military industrial complex, 100 years of weaponry systems. I'm talking about battleships that used to, even 100 years ago, shot over 20 miles away. Then, of course, that was on linear trajectory. The coordinates are just straight out in front of you, right? World War II, over 30 miles away, right? On the beaches. The Bismarck apparently shot and killed the Hood from 12 miles away. And now, of course, weapon systems are hundreds of miles away, right? So for some reason, the entire military-industrial complex missed this refraction thing for the last 6,000 years of human history. Amazing. So they're the ones claiming all technology is wrong. It's just insanity. They're claiming all of that's wrong. You can't believe any of it. Hello, Mr. Byrne. I guess Mr. Byrne might need to get verified first. I'll wait. God Rockin', did you want to verify Mr. Byrne real quick?
Yeah, sure. He needs to come up. See, I can do it. Maybe I can do it. Where is it?
Is there any way? Yeah, you can transfer him over there, huh? Yeah, you can move him. Right. See if you can move me too. If you move him, move me, John.
All right. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. See it.
You can unmute him here. You can just go mute, unmute.
Yeah, just get your finger on the trigger just in case. You should be pretty safe.
Yeah, your mic's on you, Burn.
Hello, Mr. Burns.
Check.
Roger.
Burn. Okay, I'm looking for Mister for some reason. Burn isn't muted. You're gonna mute yourself, Burn. Oh, Burn.
And I unmuted him a minute ago, but he called him for him, but he didn't. Just.
Oh, we have Motley Mike as well. He has VC verified. Motley Mike, you've been unmuted. Exceptional. Exceptional. You've been unmuted. Exceptional.
Radio check.
Yeah. So, did you get a glimpse at anybody get a glimpse at the Selenite eclipse last night?
I actually was outside at 4 in the morning and I saw the moon, and it looked like it was being covered, but I didn't see the red effect or anything. The reddish, didn't see that. I did saw some people posting photographs. I got some here.
Yeah, I
People
got
posted from the Philippines. It was from the Philippines. This one's from New York.
That's pretty red. Or whatever.
Man, that must be tough to believe in outer space and say you can't trust your eyes. That eclipse might not be there. Man, it'd be tough to not be able to believe in eclipses. I don't know what they're going to do with that.
Yeah, so New York got it. Holy crap. Wow, bro. Jonesy, how'd you find it? Where'd you find this guy? The time lapse.
Someone from New York made it from the eclipse this morning.
Great. Well, that's nuts, man. Thanks for sharing that, bro.
And then I found these two. People, a bunch of different people doing the observation and just taking pictures, just random people. And this
Okay.
one was, he said he was looking, but I don't know if this one was today, but he posted it to this morning, and he said he was using a 1200 zoom or something like that. He said.
That's me with my crappy iPhone.
The craters don't look like craters. They look like water droplets hitting powder or fountains. In my opinion, that's just my speculation claim. Because they're all perfect. You know, they look like everything was made up and down. Like there's no side impacts. They look like water droplets hit it. In my opinion.
Oh yeah, they're definitely. I mean, I would say because there's no trail crater. These are just quote craters. So there's no trail, i.e., I would class these as like dimples.
Yeah, it looks like you
Last
took.
one,
Yeah.
This one, he said he took this one with a Samsung A35 or something like that.
Bro. Excuse me.
Like if you were to take a frying pan and put powder or whatever talcum powder in it and just drop some drops of water in it, that's what it looks like to me. Same thing with the holes on Earth, like the one they have here in Arizona, which is below the Grand Canyon. They call that meteor crater. Looks like a fountain to me. Could be one of the fountains of the deep, mentioned in the Bible. You know, it's just perfectly, you know, just like a giant swimming pool, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's no angle at all. I think it could be a bubble, or you said a fountain, or some bubble.
A bubble, sure, a molten bubble. Yeah, sure. That'd be a pretty good sight, though, to see a fire hose a mile wide. Be a nice experience in life. Yeah, you'll be deeply impressed. You'll never forget that.
He's shooting a quarter mile into the sky or more.
Oh, probably miles. Probably miles into the heavens. My goodness. It's a mile wide. Remember, it's a mile wide. So you know it's going to get more than a mile up. It's going to be several, if that's what it is.
Imagine the pack that much water if it up and back down bucket loads.
Oh, 1 trillion gallons a second? I don't know if you can measure that.
Well, I'm saying just hit way back, just crush it.
The amount of power as well is unfathomable.
Right.
I remember them lying about it 20 years ago as saying, oh, we got special metals from that crater, and here, this is worth this and this because it was made from that meteor crater metal. That was all a lie. Yeah, they never found any special metals ever.
Right. Yeah, they did look too. They looked for meteor pieces all up along the edges, all around the outside of it. I remember watching a special where they had several people look everywhere for any type of meteorite material or an impact that big. There would have to be something. That's
something somewhere nearby, right? I mean, the Grand Canyon should have been filled with debris. It's just north of it. So would Glen Canyon with that type of if that was an explosion.
It's too perfect uniform. It's too doesn't look him. Just doesn't look violent for that.
Yeah, Jimmy, I was going to say, but then I had to dip real quick pertaining to the eclipse if y'all still talking about it. Yeah, I saw it this morning too, but I didn't get the selenium part. because the atmosphere just got thick all of a sudden, and then it just disappeared. Couldn't see it. Well, first of all, yeah, it took like forever for the other part of the moon to come back in. You know what I'm saying? Like I never got to see that part. Well, what did they capture? Well, I guess when I stop, I'll take a look.
I think from our East Coast side, by the time the eclipse started, the moon was pretty high in the sky, and it wasn't sunrise yet. So I don't know. I'm not 100% sure because I didn't get to see it actually.
Hey, Jimsy, I sent you a PM real quick.
Okay.
Oh, we have Elam here. Maybe they wanted to say hi. I see that they're verified. I don't know if they're just here to listen.
What's up, man? I've been here a while. I just never gotten the verification. Or past verification, I guess.
Yeah, find anything out since you've been here?
Have I found anything else? Is that what you asked?
Yeah, did you anything pique your interest, or did you learn anything, from just meeting skeptics?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've learned tons from this community.
Were you surprised that nobody has any, evidence for this supposed Earth curvature that we're all taught to believe in? That's usually the first thing I always go over.
Yeah, I mean, the argument that got me, like whenever I was sitting in here, you can listen to like the Black Swan, and you'll be like, oh, they're doing some math magic on me or something. I'm not paying attention to this. Oh, they're dogpiling on me. You can kind of cope out of it. But I love the atmosphere arguments. It's just like atmosphere into space, you can't get around it, and it's I love it.
Is it good to know that you're being lied to? Just for me personally, it is. So that's why I'm asking you. That's not a trick question.
Yeah, it gives me a lot more confidence. I always knew she was off.
There you go.
I always knew she was off, and no one else wanted to fucking listen. So I had to find the shit myself. But I did, and it gives me a lot of confidence. It's nice to know I have God and truth on my side, even though I never believed in God. And yeah.
Well, if you get a chance, I just put one of my recordings in the text chat right there. I tagged you, and that's my shot on the water looking over 70 miles out, and it's not even 100% clear day. I'm on the Pacific Ocean. That's Puget Sound, looking past my kitty cat over to Mount Rainier, past another mountain range right in front of it. You can even see the small, tiny mountains in front of Mount Rainier that are blocking the bottom, and that's over 70 miles out.
I'm from North Carolina. I've never done the measurements, but you can see like the Charlotte, city line from like Grandfather Mountain, which is like 200 miles away or something like that. So yeah, it's ridiculous.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. You just realize what you see is you shouldn't be able to see those things. That should not be visible in that fashion.
200 miles.
That's probably 2 or 3 miles. There should be at least over a mile, because 70 miles is already 3,000 feet. So inverse square law, 7, 4, and 21, that's going to be 3,699. That could be literally several miles of curvature you should experience at 200 miles.
Yeah, I've never actually done the measurements because I don't know the exact observer height because you're on a fucking mountain. So it is high up, so it increases it, but
Well, the observer height, though, isn't going to change the shape of my floor. If I get close to my floor, it's going to be the floor is the floor. If I go high above and look at my floor, it's still the floor. So that observer height, don't let that trick you, because that's not going to change anything. If you can see something, you see it. The ball has a limit. You can't see past a certain point. And that's why they have to use that as a distraction. Oh, your observer height lets you see past it. No, that's the point. There's a limit. If there's a hump, I don't have a limit, right? So there's never been a case where on a clear day you couldn't see farther than you should have.
Remote.
And that's why they will sometimes go, oh, you got to go back down. And they like to play games. When you go back down, you can get lens compression, right? And then they'll say, oh, that bulge is curved. Well, the bulge is caused from a linear surface being compressed because of the lens being focused and zoomed in on, right? You go up, it goes away. So they have a hard game, but they have no choice. They have to just play these games because there it is. You can see too far.
I'm about to post a quick link just to the Google search of the skyline. Just that's a horrible link. I should have just posted a picture, but yeah, there's tons of examples of being able to see the Charlotte skyline from very far away.
Yeah, it looks like the minimum worst case scenario should be several miles, like 3 miles of curve, two and a half, at least 2.5, 3 miles of curvature. Because it can't look like that. You cannot see something linearly from it. It would not, even if you're on a high point of view, you're going to notice, even if you're in an airplane, you would not be able to see it just go flat out continuously,
No, one of the things that made me really search, there's a lot of hints, like Obama shitting on the flat earthers. I was like, okay, well, maybe space is fake or something. Maybe they can't get past the Van Halen belt or whatever it is. But then I was just in an airplane one day, and I jokingly said, looks flat to me, like trying to be a little troll. And then it really did look flat, and then questions were asked.
Yep, it's all in the imagination, because even years ago, I thought I saw the curvature from an airplane. And I looked up my own photography, which I took on that same flight, and then I felt really stupid because you don't see it. Because I was one of these people that says, oh, I think I've seen it out of the window of a plane. You don't. You imagine it. And when I knew how dangerous this religion was, when I realized it was making me see things that were not there. So that was about almost 8 years ago for me.
Yeah, the one person I tried to talk to this about in real life, he just said he saw it out of the plane. And it's like, I don't even know how to like negotiate with his frame of mind like that,
Yep.
What do you call that? Confirmation bias or something like that?
Illusion.
Confusion.
One of my very best friends will not even talk about flat Earth because he swears he saw it from an airplane, bro. It's so sad.
Yep. Right, and then you got to point out that, well, that doesn't mean you've measured anything. Me seeing a little bump on a basketball court doesn't mean the basketball court is a basketball. You just got to get them to think a little bit different. Even if I did, listen, I got a shot. Godrockin saw this. I got a shot of me, driving to Utah, Arizona, where big water is, and you can see the Earth curving down away from me. That's Earth curvature. Then it starts to go back up. Oh, that's not Earth curvature. That's just terrain. So even when you see Earth curvature, it doesn't mean the Earth is curving. You got to really change, the way you think about things. Because I can see 2 miles of Earth curvature, then it starts going back up, proving that's not obviously consistent Earth curvature. And then in the background, 20 miles out, I can see the canyons and the valleys still, right? So even if you see curve, it still doesn't mean the Earth is a ball. It's a different way of thinking.
You can always challenge them too, where you can say, "Oh, so you're anti-mainstream," because not even the mainstream says you can see Earth curve out of an airplane window. You're a bit of a rebel. That'll throw them off.
No, it does not, bro. I tried that. I tried showing him like Neil deGrasse Tyson, like straight up telling him with a calculator. The people believe ultimately. We believe as people. Most of us believe what we want to believe. It's just how we work, bro.
It depends. Like my neighbor, for example, big into space, big into rockets, big into Earth being a planet. But over the course of about 2 years of our friendship, he gave in because he couldn't argue anymore. He's like, since I can't really bring a rebuttal or actually scientifically argue with you anymore, Derek, I'm just going to accept it. But I don't want to argue anymore. And that was fine.
No, there's a level of like programming and Stockholm syndrome and beaten wife syndrome and all those things going on with these people, man. The same reason that a husband who beats his wife and the woman turns around and swears that her husband loves her. It's the same thing with a lot of these globe people, man. Why would they lie to me? No, why would they do that? It's sad.
Why does Santa live at the North Pole? Can anyone answer that?
I don't know. Why not?
How can he get in your house if you don't have a chimney?
Bro, Bitcoin is dumping like crazy. I'm so happy right now.
Yeah, probably gonna bottom out at 10.
Bro, I'm making $1,000 right now betting against crypto. Bro, I just made another $50 in the last minute.
I never got into the whole Bitcoin thing, so I'm not sure what's going on with that.
It's a pyramid scheme, so like just like how all the markets are, it's a pyramid scheme.
Fair enough.
It took me a while to accept, but yeah, it is.
Even the stock market's a pyramid scheme. The stock market's actually even worse because the people who run the stock market, they can see like the individuals who are doing all the buys. So if it's like a company and they want to beat you out of the market, they can like crash the price if they see you buying a bunch of stock. Like it's so dirty. The one thing I do like about crypto is it's a little bit more difficult to do that.
I used to like be interested in all of that, but then like all the fun kind of got sucked out of it. Just realizing it's just a bunch of bullshit, and all these people are just always. I don't know. It's a game. It's a stupid game to play.
A lot of things are. At
the end of the day, there can only be more losers than winners in those type of markets.
Absolutely. Well, unless you consciously agree to distribute equally, which will never happen. There's in player versus player, you want to dominate the market, so people will not. They won't do that, which is pretty shitty.
Right. Right, the whole, it's decentralized and take the power away from the big banks. But as soon as someone who has, bought into a coin, yeah.
JP Morgan owns 70% of the Ethereum infrastructure?
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, all the validator nodes, everything, bro, infrastructure, like miners and all that. Apparently, JP Morgan owns 70%.
Have you ever looked into like who Satoshi is much, and like how their white paper like looks like a bunch of different groups kind of working together from different like linguistic backgrounds?
I don't know of it, but the way Bitcoin is designed, it does inherently look like it's not one creator, like it's a group of individuals who came together and created this project, because the way it's formulated, it's not like, it just doesn't seem like one person would have created it. But I don't have any idea who these groups are that worked on Bitcoin.
There's one little theory. So Satoshi Nakamoto is like Samsung. I can't remember all the tech companies, but it essentially is just like a little coded name for all the little tech companies.
Satoshi Nakamoto translates from Japanese to English as central intelligence. That's the literal translation from Japanese.
Holy shit! I did not know that.
Yeah, it's a pseudonym. It literally means central intelligence. So at the start, if the person who created Bitcoin is monitoring all the transactions and they put it into a database, they technically would centrally know like what people are buying the shit with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little more into the altcoins, like Monero and Pirate Chain, but at least they're a little more anonymous, and that was the whole point of crypto. It was supposed to be cryptic, but it's like Bitcoin. Everybody knows every single transaction on the ledger.
That's what I like about it.
And the companies are Samsung, Toshiba, Nakamichi, and Motorola.
Where?
So it'd be like Samsung, SA.
Toshiba, okay, yeah, I understand.
Nakamichi, yeah. If you just look up Satoshi Nakamoto company, you'll find the pictures. I can't post pictures,
so do you think it is a bunch of companies who created this?
I don't know. So like, it's been years since I did a little research project on this, but there's some analysis of the white paper, and it says there's evidence that it comes from like some English backgrounds, like actual like in British English type of stuff, and then there's other linguistic like artifacts from other places. So I doubt it's just a bunch of Japanese people doing it. Is my point, but it does look like a bunch of groups of people conglomerating to push this idea.
Well, that's cool that you said that. I never knew that.
They're talking about expiring money as well, like within the coding of the digital money. Your money can expire. They could give you like a certain date that you can use it for.
That's only for CBDCs.
Okay, only CBDCs?
Yes, or if it's a closed source program where you don't know what the code is, like the person could have slipped that in the code and not have told you. But if it's a CBDC, I wouldn't trust it. The government can code it like saying, "Oh, you can only buy this much bread today," or you can, maybe tomorrow you can't buy restaurant
veggie burgers.
Exactly, or from now on you got to go green, bro. You got to get solar panels. You can't eat meat. You got to eat vegetables.
You can only travel certain amount of miles. So you can only buy a certain amount of miles when you travel.
That's right, social credit, buddy.
I was a big crypto guy for a while, but then Elon, I think, was purposely pushing Dogecoin to kind of ruin the actual potential tech benefits, if there were any. I feel like he was just a wrench in the whole thing, just kind of ruin it and push CBDCs instead.
You think Elon's pushing CBDCs?
I think he's pushing Dogecoin to ruin the like people's trust. Dogecoin is just ridiculous. It makes the whole thing look like a meme. And
okay,
a large part it is, but I think it really want to ruin it the image of it and say, yeah, we're going to have this official come in, CBDC from the government. This is some real shit. This is not just some Dogecoin meme that Elon's pushing. You know, I think he was purposefully meant to like ruin the image of crypto, even though he pumped it for a while. Yeah, sure, he pumped it and then it fucking dumped it. You know, he's manipulated.
Okay.
Stepped away for a second. Cuddy, what's going on with that picture you posted? Like you got the
So Satoshi Nakamoto, those are all Japanese companies, and they kind of spell Satoshi Nakamoto, who is the founder of the Bitcoin white paper.
Oh, all right.
Or I said he's the founder. That is the name given to the person who made the white paper. You know, and the person may be a group was what I was talking about earlier.
That's dope. Thanks for the share. Or the identifier in it. Cuddy, thanks for the share. Looks like we got a couple friends in the chat. New friends. Celebi. Not sure if you're available to chat with us. Don't see any rules associated with Celebi. We also have a friend. Is it Modabi or Mod Deeb?
Welcome, one and all.
Yo, Shane, what's going on, dude?
I was giving it a minute to be like, how is it this quiet with this many people in here? Is something wrong with my audio?
No, you're good, man. What's popping? How are things? You got a debate on your channel coming up tonight, don't you?
Wait, is that Shane from the debate channel?
Tartaria. Yes.
What's the name of the channel?
Tartaria.
That's like 24/7 Cosmology Tartaria Discord, right? Yeah, dude. Sorry, we have an event later on tonight with McToon. It's going to be a shit show, I imagine, but not as big as a shit show as with FTFE.
It's dumpster fires.
Who's debating who?
We got 3DP and Hammer against McToon and Jesse Gordon.
I wonder if McToon is going to be able to retain his composure, not fly off the handle.
Well, I'm kind of hoping he doesn't, right? Because that's why I
Yeah,
like 3DP. He's gonna have this like condescending tone. He's gonna be like, "Listen, McToon, about that, McToon. Okay, McToon." Like he's gonna say his name so many times. I'm hoping it'll piss him off because that's what he does to everyone, right?
Well, yeah. Try.
I think it'll be a good matchup. Yeah. Well, I mean, he is a clown, right?
It's good for the audience, you know.
Well, we do have like a structure, right? They're each going to do 10-minute presentations, then some open Q&A, and then it's going to be like opening up to whoever shows up for open questions, which I think is going to be the best part, right? Sort of anyone who wants a whack at him, come get him.
I can get a whack at him whenever I want. He lives near me.
Really?
Yeah. Minnesota voice.
It's not like it's hard to get on his channel, right? He goes through like the bottom begs of the barrel to find flat earthers. That's how he found me.
It was a couple of years ago now, like Craig, Fight the Flat Earth or whatever.
Yep.
I agreed to go on to one of his shows or whatever, and we agreed that it wouldn't be a debate. Two of the guys that he had on the panel ambushed me, tried to debate me anyway.
Yeah, he does that, right?
Yeah.
Craig is easy though, right? If you just diffuse his like poking tactics, if he tries to rile you up and it doesn't work, it like literally implodes and backfires. He's got nowhere to put all that hostile energy.
Well, and it's kind of a good thing because it helps him to reconsider himself. Like, why am I getting so hostile?
Well, like I didn't know that he had like this rule that he like supposedly mirrors the flat earther on his show. The second you interrupt, he'll interrupt. The second you call him a cunt, he calls you a cunt, sort of thing. But I didn't know that was the rule, right? So I just went in there and just went very polite and cordial, and then he was polite and cordial back. And halfway through, I had to be like, "Listen, man, I gotta ask you, what the fuck's going on here? Why are you not being a dick? Like every interview I've ever seen of you is you being a dick, right?" And he's like, "No, man, you've been cool, so I'm cool." I'm like, "Oh, I didn't know that's how it worked."
Yeah, yeah. He's getting better at that, is what I've seen. So that's a good thing.
I think it's important. Like
we can't, convince them, observations, even though they see it too. What's important is that there's some character growth.
Well, yeah, like for a flat earther, I think it's important to run that gauntlet, right? Early on or later on, whenever you do it. It's like trial by fire. Public speaking test, hone your arguments test, handle your bullshit tests, all in one.
Spot the bullshit. Yep. I like to spot the bullshit.
Like, say, if I had known what a reification fallacy was before I went in, I'd have had a much better time. Right, calling out all 34 of those, whatever he made, Live and learn. It's all good.
Well, I don't think even they heard of that until they encountered FE.
Right?
Yeah.
Dude, it's so eerily quiet in here. It's getting to me. Maybe I'm just used to the chaos now. Jesus.
Yeah, no, it's
Well, when it comes to quiet, like sometimes it makes people uncomfortable, but not me. In my mind, is a good thing. Is there's people who talk just for the sake of talking.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. The people who want to be famous and get their name out there and get a word in anywhere they can be on a live stream. Yeah.
And that's bullshit. Like, I don't want to listen to that.
Right.
Like, either have something.
Yeah, sometimes people take up like 90% of the conversation all the time.
Yep. Right. Those people in a room full of 12 people that feel the need to respond to everything everyone else says. I hate that.
Yeah, we had a little
One-upsmanship.
Yeah, we got a couple
Yeah.
of those, I think.
That's the one-upsmanship game. You know what? The joust, the duel. Last word, that stuff. Yeah. Quick, someone say something. I don't want that to be the last word.
No worries. Oh, and on your server, Shane, or I'm not sure whose server it is, but I think you're a mod on there. I fell asleep one night in the voice chat, and when I woke up, I had like 300 extra points next to my name.
Yeah, right. So that's like it's like a WoW leveling system that we instituted for literally no reason, just for like fun. It's like a social experiment. It literally means nothing. It awards nothing. It gives you no power.
Yeah.
But people love it for some reason. I can't figure it out. Right? People I've seen like power level themselves in a chill chat all night to like get levels, and I'm like, did no one tell them it's meaningless? What are they doing? It's just a fun thing, right? It's like just server engagement level, right? You talk, you get a level. You send some messages, you get a level. You've been there for 3 days, you get a level, right? That doesn't really mean anything, but people freaking can't help but wear it on their sleeve. It's the weirdest thing.
I looked at it like after waking up the next morning. I'm like, oh, hold on a second. What did I do?
You're like, well, I'm sure there was a little bit of, oh, all right, I leveled up. Yeah, I'm cool. Right? Like, I don't know what it means. I like it. Yeah.
So you even get levels. I didn't realize we get levels for just sending messages too. That's awesome.
Right. The way the math that works behind the scenes is like a minute in voice chat is like sending 3 messages or something. And then it just scales infinitely from there, I think.
That's sick.
Right? Because then you get like troll lobbyists who come in and start trolling us and getting rewarded for it. And they're like, oh, bring more trolls. And we're like, uh-oh. Whoops. Yeah, that's the other thing, man. We have like the most active troll lobby I've ever seen. Right? More than geos, more than like here, just people that just come and just all day, all night text, troll each other, troll. Wake up, there's 700 troll messages. I'm like, what the hell, guys?
I think that's kind of due in part to the fact that you got some people on there that are Globers that are also mods, yeah?
Yeah, but they're not the ones trolling, right?
Like, sure, no, but like their fans are.
Right. So I mean, we have people who we respect as Globers on the panel. People like the Gator, right? Well, people who I respect, who you can have a conversation with, who are easygoing, balanced, not likable to go off the handle or to throw some crazy shit out there. People you can actually like have a conversation with. Let's see, like Ruhif. We kind of like Ruhif a little bit. He's fun. The Gator, the big ones. Matthew learns a little bit, even though he's never there. But it's mostly for optics, right? We don't actually do much modding. It's just so we have the apparent neutrality.
Sure.
Matthew Learns was just here.
Was he? I like that guy.
Probably about an hour
just
ago.
joined
It
in
got
the lead or
hot. Yeah, dude, it got hot under the collar. He bounced. We didn't even say nothing. We're asking him questions, bro.
You were talking to him and he wasn't answering?
No. We were asking him questions and he was defending what he could defend, but I think he got a little too hot under the collar.
Well, see, I like Matthew Learns for this reason, right? Like, if you drill him down hard enough on any one specific topic, it'll always come down to, well, I believe the world is a globe and that's why I choose to believe this. And I'm like, well, damn, right? If that's not the most honest answer I've ever heard from a Glober, and also I can't do anything with that, right?
I'm taking the globe activities as characters within a story. They presuppose their stuff and they observe and they find their media that supports their claim and so on and so forth. The presuppositions, it's getting fun to it's getting fun to spot the presuppositions and understand them, identify the concessions, but it also gets a little tiresome as well.
Right? Like Ruhif's presentation the other day was like 10 minutes on refractive indices and refraction. And he's like, oh, look at the 7/6 R. And I'm just like, psst, ask him what R is. Okay, well, But his answer to that was curious, right? He's like, yeah, we're presupposing a radius, but then we're doing the math to prove it. And I'm like, okay, well, that's fairer than just assuming everything's right from the get-go. Yeah. Funny.
And that's like within, again, the confines of a presentation to be able to come out and directly ask that question. What is the presupposition? What does the R represent within your formula? And its radius. And it's like, okay, cool. If, again, the audience is paying attention, they should be queuing in on that, you hope, right? Unless you specifically draw a big red arrow that points to the R within 7/6R.
Right, I feel like Ruhif in that was at least partially honest, and more so than most globers would be. Completely presupposition, right?
You heard when I asked McToon the question directly when he was showing all of his wonderful charts and mathematics, and I said spherical here and this, that. And
spherical excess,
You're right. There was so much reference, as I said, within the confines of the presentation or within the critique, where I said to him, so you're presupposing the globe, right? And obviously you're going to get a scattered answer off of that. But yeah, presuppositions.
No, but not really, but kind of, but sort of, but no, but flat Earth is stupid, but yes. Okay.
And I use shadows to prove the surface. I use the stuff in the sky to prove the surface. I did what Eratosthenes did 500 years ago to prove the surface. Right.
Reminds me of that meme I saw the other day with two fishes in a fishbowl looking up at a light bulb, and the one fish is like, how far do you think away that light is away? And one goes, oh, about 96 million miles or so. Yeah, it makes sense.
I love it. Yeah. Gravity fallacy. I love it.
Personally, I'm a fan of calling it gravity now. I heard that and I couldn't
gravity,
get
it. Yeah.
Gravity.
Gravity. Grabs you, brings you down.
Yeah.
Gravity.
Someone used it and I was like, that's
it
a
also
riot.
holds you up,
Right? But don't forget those anti-gravity trees.
Trees
defying gravity.
That's exactly it. You see a tree, a seed gets planted, and holy crap, it's an anti-gravity machine. An elevator anti-gravity machine. Then you get a firefighter's elevator, which is pressurized. So you have an anti-gravity machine in a vacuum. Whoa. Mind-blowing.
Blowing my mind over here, yeah. Oh yeah, if you want, I'll post the link for the interview tonight if you guys want to stop by and take a crack at McToon. I really think open season is a good policy. Come get him.
I would rather want to engage him in real life. Be like, dude, what are you doing?
You think? You think that would be advantageous and beneficial in any way?
Maybe. It's kind of a one-sided thing when it comes to the internet, because he's committed to the globe no matter what. So outside of the internet, I wonder. Like one of his last debates was with Flatzoid, who's my friend. And Flatzoid was trying to explain to him that his mathematical extrapolations were orthographic and not perspective, and he didn't want to understand that. He didn't want to get it. And then he's like, well, explain it to me then. Well, no, this is a debate. He doesn't have to explain it to you. Like he can give you the fundamentals, but he doesn't have to go in a precise method because it's a debate. Like if you're actually wanting to learn, yeah, he probably would go through it with you. But in a debate type setting, it's different.
I like Flatside, man. He's a new friend to me, I think. I was just on a show the other day. I didn't even know he did a show, right? It's good to meet like-minded people.
Mm-hmm.
Especially like-minded people who are doing shit. Love it. Yeah, I think I went through theodolites with him. Rather, he taught me about him. And I was like, that's way easier than saying that they're just a conspiracy theory that proves curvature everywhere. That's what I was going with. He's like, no, the horizon moves. It's all a scam. It's an optical thing. And I'm like, oh, that makes way more sense than my theory.
And what time is that taking place again? I'm looking.
That is-
Like is that time? It says 8 p.m. for me.
Yeah, so the cool thing about events, right, is they always display in the viewer's local time zone.
Oh, sure. Awesome.
That's why I like them, because I'm like, I don't know what the hell time it is in Australia right now. I can't, come on, I suck at that. Yeah, it makes it easier to coordinate stuff. It should be in his usual Tuesday time slot, though. It's so funny seeing him make demands before debates. Like, I demand this structure. And we're like, no. I demand this moderator. No. Take it or leave it, you know? You can come on and get content for your show from all us wonderful flirfs, or you can fuck off, you know? It's funny because he keeps coming back, right, with other demands, and we're like, still no, but see you Tuesday.
Well, it's like when it comes to some of these Globers, it's like it's kind of a good thing that they brought attention, in my opinion. Yeah, there's something to it. I can't quite place it or describe it, but it's just good overall. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Like McToon in particular, I think, is good for us because his arguments represent like the best of scientism against the common sense refutations, right? The basic observations we make compared to the backwards compatible mathematic complexity nonsense that he comes up with. To the average viewer, they go, right? Like, is the sun and the moon the same size because they look it, or are they really 400 times bigger and 400 times further away? Which one makes more sense, right?
And it's a good thing for the audience to hear, that's for sure. To make them
think so.
kind of consider things.
I know when I was on with him, he was like, what would make you a Glober? I was like, show me a rocket that goes up, you know, from the ground 74 miles into space. And he spent like 18 minutes showing me rockets that did no such thing, even by their own claim. And he was like, duh.
And for me, it's like, dude, I was a Glober, 100%. I was full on, yeah, we totally landed on the moon. You betcha.
Right. Even the Globers who I respect were like, well, we didn't go to the moon because we were in the Russia space race and we had to do it for patriotism, and you know, it was all good, and it was really a good thing that they lied to us about it. Like, okay, well, at least you have some hope, right? We can talk to you because you know that was a lie. I think David Weiss does like the probing technique. Is like, do you think we went to the moon? If the answer is yes, he just moves right along and doesn't even engage. And I'm like, that's fair enough. That's a good barometer.
And yeah, I talked about this yesterday, I think. But yeah, there's a lot of Globers who don't think that the first moon landing even happened, but they still believe Earth is a globe.
Right. See, those people I think are reachable. They can be reached, right?
Right. And there's some common ground.
Exactly.
Well, it's like if they faked it the first time, what makes the next one more provable?
Well, from there, it's an easy leap, right? So the moon landing was faked for whatever reasons you think they faked it for. And then how many more times do you have to find NASA straight up lying before you unwind it to all of space is fake? Right? It should be just one more time for most people. And even if you need 2 or 3, it only takes like a day. Evidence is abundant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, I find like making events for the server seems to be doing this well. Like we have an event every day this week with debates or presentations or discussions or whatever. Just make an event, spike activity, get people hyped, and then launch it, right? People seem to respond. Every time we do it, we get more joins.
And to Django, to kind of answer your comment, yeah, it can vary on the environment. It can be toxic. For me, I never debate ever. It's honestly against my religion, but I love having conversation, like mutual beneficial conversation. I'm not trying to one up anyone.
Are we already known as the Globe server? That's unfortunate. I guess I could see how they got there though. Because like what happened with McToon was as soon as we did the first one, we had like an influx of Globers, and then we had a little unbalance, right? From being forever flat Earth oriented. After that, it was like, well, now it's a little bit slanted to the other side. How do we undo this? We need more flat Earthers now. And of course, all the Globe trolls are way more vocal than competent flat Earthers who don't feel the need to prove every dumb remark wrong, right?
Well, for me, I don't feel the need to speak a lot of the time. I really don't.
Yeah, I like to listen a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's we think of I think of this place specifically as a place I come to. Again, we observe the truth, we uphold the truth as such. The Tartaria server, I'm on the panel in that server, and from an aspect of just observing, who comes in, the personalities that engage in that server, and really it's the conversation that gets created. But it's when you go out to a server that has views of both sides, and you have to knowingly engage in that. Right, as a new person to this entire thing, would I actively engage in that, trying to learn? No, it's a battlefield, so to speak. To be dramatic about it, if I want to become a student of the game, I need to really learn what I want to learn, which is, I chose to learn the truth and walk with that, and that's what I choose to support. There's people who don't choose to walk like that, right? They choose to create their own truth and base their truth on observations of others, and that's the way they choose to roll. So it's if they want to roll that way, they got a place to do it, I guess.
Well, I mean, like, the deep questions you ask these people, these devout globe zealots, I call them, right?
Oh, dude,
not even anti-flat, just people whose self-identity is wrapped up in space so much that they can't even imagine a world where it doesn't exist because their life is now pointless and meaningless, right?
Yeah.
Those people, like Biodual, who did his own, Cavendish experiment with organic turkeys or some dumb shit, right? Oh, like, God. Wow, the amount of lengths this guy's going to make himself okay with believing in the globe is insane.
Yeah.
So you're thinking those two turkeys have gravity then, right? Is that what you're concluding? Gravity. And you proved it? Wow.
Crazy. And again, it's, I'm going to choose to do this quote experiment because it's an experiment, right? There's a presupposition. It's an experiment, so you're doing something to see if something's going to happen, to confirm what you think is going to happen, right? So you already have a preconceived notion of what's going to happen. Which I think is hilarious. So you're going to proceed with a preconceived notion into a quote experiment, and you're going to have to input energy into that experiment, which I guess you have to input energy into all experiments. So, but truly at the end of the day, we're trying to measure real life, right? That's what we're looking for. We're looking for the measurement in real life. We're looking for a measurement of curve. We're looking for a measurement of rotation. These things are not there.
Right? But the things that they make up to let us to pretend to say that they are there is insane.
Yeah. I'm proceeding on the basis that at some point in time the curve is gonna show me the curve.
Show
that
it,
meme.
baby.
The
I know it's
emperor has
spinning.
no clothes.
I've never
The
felt that I
emperor-
know it's spinning, right? I know it's
Yeah,
occurred,
I
but
know
I've
it
never
is
seen
because
it.
they tell me it is, so I know it is. I'm gonna sell out all of my senses to I think the word is ingratiate myself into their story so that I fit with the other folk that are following the same story, so that I don't become the outcast and I don't get made fun of. I want to be in with the cool kids.
Even the guy doing the Cavendish, right? He's not really doing his own thinking. He's following the prescribed steps with the prescribed apparatus to reach the prescribed result, as everyone who's done it before him has come to, right? Going, da-da-da, I prove gravity myself. Well, no.
So isn't it Einstein that coined the term doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results or something? No, sorry, doing the same thing over and over, getting the same results is the definition of insanity.
It's expecting the same result. It's expecting the same result. So it's even worse because they definitely expect the same result and then triumph when they get the same predicted result. It's weird.
Expecting different results.
Yeah, right. Sorry. I love the people who come in with like the globe education that we all got, saying to it in such a condescending tone as if we didn't learn the same thing. It's to the point where I'm like, listen, if we wanted your opinion, we could just Google it ourselves, man. At least apply some independent critical thought to the thing you learned to add something to the conversation. Just don't regurgitate things that you think are right? We've all learned the same things.
Yeah.
And when it comes to flat Earth, the very thing I learned about it, or engaged with a statement about it, was a straw man. Like, oh, people used to think that the Earth was flat hundreds of years ago. And here's this picture of a boat going over the edge. Well, what a bunch of idiots.
Right.
However, we don't understand.
That was never a claim.
They don't
We're going to make
understand
an argument for you and attack that.
Right.
Angular resolution. The boat deck will be the first thing to disappear first because it's the smallest damn thing in the mass we're looking at, friends.
Right, but things disappear bottom up all over the flat Earth. Always have. The fact that they think that means it's because you're on a globe is mind-boggling, right? The one good thing I heard Nathan Oakley ever say before I stopped watching that clown was like, they've hijacked perspective on us, right? Everything that you see in a daily life, they have already transcribed to make you think you see that because you're on a ball, right? Like when I was looking into flat Earth and they're like, "There's no curvature," I'm like, "Well, yeah, but there's never been any, and I live on a ball." It was that simple, right? Then I thought about it, like, what am I even doing? How is that a comparison? Yeah, the ancients, right? So yeah, the good thing our dumb ancient ancestors who figured out everything, they had it all wrong. But we're smarter, lucky us. We figured out the Earth's a globe. Right?
Our ancestors
ancient culture.
Our ancestors were not stupid.
No, I think it's the reverse from what they say. It's right that we're getting smarter and better and better. And I'm like, no, we were good, and we're getting dumber and dumber and dumber each generation. I think so. Therefore, but the fact that we're the dumbest generation to ever walk the earth, in my opinion.
I agree, actually.
Well, at least we found each other. No, I'm kidding. At least we found the truth, damn it. You know what? Yeah, we found each other in the truth, which I think is dope, right? The community and what's
absolutely
grown from that. Again, I said earlier today this word of occult. I'm curious to know if anybody actually knows of a cult that gathers under a truth. I'm actually going to look up the definition of cult just to see.
Well, see, like cults require belief. We're not here because of a belief. We're here because of what we see.
I remember the first time I heard that, I'm like, a cult. So the best you could get is we're a separately crazy collection of individuals who altogether arrived at the same conclusions independently. I guess you can call us that.
Huh.
But a cult?
Wait, let me look.
We found out some of the truth. Stop believing in theories. Stop celebrating pagan holidays. Know there's a creator. Who's in a cult again?
Right?
Like in that case, a globe is a cult, even if it's a very large one.
It is. It's the biggest cult, right?
And I was in that cult. Absolutely.
The best thing about that cult is they don't know that they're in the cult, right? It's why it's so powerful. They've converted science into scientism, and everyone's a believer now.
I could even say, based on that definition that I just pulled off of Google, a system of religious veneration and devotion directed toward a particular figure or object. The cult of Saint Olaf. So I can easily say the cult of Helios, couldn't I?
Oh, yes.
Did I just do that? Yeah, the cult of Helios.
Nice.
That was pretty easy. Because I actually don't even think that... is there... Anyways, I'll withdraw. Disregard.
Someone asked which flat earther channel to look at. I'm like, well, no matter what I say, someone's going to chime in that they're a shill. That's the culture that we're in, where we're all turning out.
It's
Everyone's
kind
a
of
shill.
ironic because it's like, dang man. Okay, I've been in this since 2015, and there are some flat earth channels that only seem to be in it for the fame.
So, like, David Weiss is a good one that everyone says is a shill because he sells an app, right? But, I mean, personally, his was the first interview that got me. He was the first person I ever spoke to on stream and did a first podcast with. He's literally, like, one of the biggest reasons why I'm here. So I guess you can call him a shill, but then I wouldn't be here without him. So you do with that what you will, right?
Yeah, sure.
Never mind the shills. Any worthy YouTube channels. Yeah, Witset's really great. I like that kid a lot. He's really smart. Way too smart for his young age. Plus, he does real work and independent stuff and original content, and definitely has knowledge to spread and share. Wasn't he in here at one point? Did he leave here?
I think he's still on the server somewhere. But one of my favorite things that he did was interview a woman who was taught flat Earth like 80 years ago.
Talking about David Weiss and then Rose?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Like flat Earth was still being taught in public schools back then.
See, that's hotly contested, right? Because it has to be, because it makes no sense in the globe model. Otherwise, no, we've known for hundreds of years. It says here in the book. Oh, wait a second, right? But like, I think that's the truth. And then the only thing they can say is, well, that lady is nuts. And you're like, that's your opinion, right? If you watch that interview and you got the impression that lady didn't have it together, I don't know what to tell you. Sure, she's 107, but she's more with it than my grandma, And that means like there's others. There must be that whole generation. I think it's really like a 2 to 3 generation gap where they pulled this on us. I think that's way more believable than they've been hiding it for 200 years. Yeah.
Like
it doesn't take long.
Even when I can't even say it right.
Eratosthenes?
Eratosthenes.
Oh, maybe I said it wrong.
But no, you got it. It's like he came up with this crap like 500 years ago, and nobody, took him serious until like 300 years later. But they're trying to act like people took him serious as soon as he said it. Like, no, they didn't.
Like, I'm almost debating, did that person even exist, or we see another story inserted into our history to lead us in a certain direction? Because there's more than one of those, right? But it's hard to pick them out. And then you run the risk of, well, is it all junk? Or is just some of it junk? Is most of it junk? I really think you can like change the world in 2 to 3 generations, right? Like take the kids, educate the kids. Don't worry about the adults. When they die, the world is yours almost.
Yeah, it's quite a beautiful system of where, I like to describe it as akin to a time loop. Not your traditional time loop that everyone would think of as a time loop, but more of, as time moves forward, we're rewriting the past. Rewriting the past is controlling the future, which allows them to rewrite the past to control the future. And so you're constantly not actually going through time, but you're modifying what occurred in time, telling a different story. So you're literally leading people down a path that you get to a point, and I think that's where we are, where physical reality is completely different than what it is, and when it's understanding of it.
Oh, hey Andy, I know you were here. What's up, man?
I've actually been on for quite a while, but I've been sleeping. I'm getting over a cold, so it's like I fell asleep to you guys talking a few hours ago.
Weather changes, bro. It's not really a sickness. Your body's just getting adjusted. That's all.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Of course,
Pressure
that's
in the
what it
head.
is. You're in Minnesota too. Yeah. We were experiencing 50-mile-an-hour winds yesterday.
Yep, I lost a couple more trees.
That was really bizarre. Like the strength of the wind yesterday. Oh my goodness.
I was used to it when I was in Colorado, more so. Where I was in Colorado, I was in the foothills, and it was normal every year to get gusts of, or even constant like blowing of 80-mile-an-hour winds. I mean, just insane. And I'll never forget one particular day where the house 2 doors down, which was being built, actually caught on fire, and they believe it was the contractors that left some fuel or whatever near the heater system. Nobody had moved into that place, but the point is that it caught on fire, and then this happened to be a day, around this time of year, where we're experiencing 80-mile-an-hour winds. So, my wife, she didn't really wake me up, but I was in bed actually in pain due to what do they call it, gallstones or something along that concept, but more male side. I forget what they call it, but anyways, and but yeah, it was like 4:30 in the morning. Everything is still pitch black, and the wind is blowing. We've got these flaming pieces of stuff flying right by our windows, and opened up our garage door to look out there, and literally it's like, whoa, the whole front, in front of our house is just this ash and flaming stuff going by, and I got some video, of it happening. And it's hilarious that the fire department came, and they were evacuating the whole area that I was in because the wind was so strong that it then caught the house next to it on fire, and there people were living in that house, and so that was starting to go, and our house is the next one over. So yeah, it was a crazy day, and amazing though, the firefighters got the fire out, and they stopped it from spreading. But literally, like I said, there's flaming pieces flying, and so a block away there was little wildfires starting, just from flaming pieces, and that's where it was just amazing that the firefighters were able to contain it and keep it from spreading when it was starting fires everywhere. So.
Let me answer this question. Allergies make my eyes red. Do you think that people who run FES believe we're world is flat, but just want people to stay asleep so they play stupid. Okay, I think the people who run Flat Earth Society, FES, actually Globers. They banned me as soon as I started mentioning that Earth doesn't move. Stationary. I mean, because Flat Earth Society is all built on the belief that, it can be a flat disk, but it's still hurling up. And I'm like, no, it's not moving at all. I mean, the stars, sun and moon are moving around us, sure. It doesn't mean Earth is moving. And they banned me.
What?
Flat Earth Society. They banned me.
Is it a Flat Earth Discord?
No, Flat Earth Society.
Yeah.
They're basically Globers.
So why is it called Flat Earth Society?
Because they've been around a long time, and
I didn't know they even had any members. What are you talking about?
Right? I didn't know they had real people there.
I didn't think they did. You got me like.
Well, any actual real flat earthers, where we tell them that Earth is also stationary, they don't want you in there.
That screws up the disinformation, I bet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once you hear that on flat Earth, on the disk in space you live on, gravity is just going upwards at 9.8 meters a second, you're like, I'm out. This is stupid. Perfect. Just as intended.
Yeah, nothing like that Netflix special, right? Highlighting the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, I never bothered to watch that, right? But that was clearly a hit job on us, right? Like, without doing any investigation. That's got to be what it was. And every time you go to a Globe server, all you hear is, thanks, Bob. And you're like, what the hell are they talking about? Oh, got it.
Yeah, it makes me wonder about Mark Sargent, Where does he fit on this, really?
I mean, so like I had him on my show not too long ago for like 2.5 hours. I had a good long talk with him. My read is that he's not as smart, is not the smartest flat earther, right? So then he didn't seem to know some of the non-basic concepts that we went over, and it was kind of alarming to me.
Yeah, I mean, after seeing him highlighted on the Netflix show, I got the impression that he could very well be controlled opposition, but what do I know?
Well, I mean, I don't think that's what did it for me, because he is like open. He puts his email and stuff on his YouTube, right? That's a ballsy move. But that means he gets a lot of interviews, so he gets a lot of contact. Like, compare it to like Eric Dubé, who's probably better, definitely more well-read and more researched, but doesn't really play well with others and doesn't do any more interviews and doesn't really interact with the community as a whole. So he's calling everyone else a shill, and then you got people like Mark Sargent doing like the opposite of that, trying to be friendly, going on shows, getting on stuff that's a Netflix hit job, and then going, oh shit, they got me, right? Like, I don't think Bob went on there to get framed, but I think he probably realized what was happening a little bit too late, and I don't really fault him for that either, right? I'm sure they made it look good. Yeah, this is going to be great. Oh yeah, we're going to get the word out there. We're doing a good job, and then, haha, stupid flurf. Damn it. Right?
When it comes to Mark Sargent, I'm not gonna lie. I like the man. I really do. Very friendly. But when it comes to defending him, I can't.
I mean,
like the company he works for made a flat Earth application for it, like back in 2010, like a full 4 years before the thing blew up on YouTube and before he claimed that he knew about it. Then what is the company you're working for doing, making an application for you on it on iPhone?
well, yeah, right. So he blew up on YouTube.
That
He has
doesn't make any
100K
sense.
followers. He hit the scene late, and he took off running. All those things are very suspicious to me. But the fact that he was in a hit job, that's not the thing that triggered me, right? I'm like, well, they got a lot of people with that wide net. Okay, that's cool. But all the other things are adding up, right? Like just
We'll
the
find
fact that
everything out eventually. So
like he doesn't know, like, you know, beyond the basic flat earth basics, like flat earth 101. You take him to like a second level course and he's like, wait, what is this now? And you're like, wait, who are you? How long have you been doing this? What?
Yeah, well, you know, there is a group of, you know, people here, you know, where I live that meet pretty much every month. You know, main topic flat Earth, but and in a handful of them went to Flattoberfest, and so they of course posted pictures of them, you know, with David Weiss, with Mark Sargent, and a number of other.
I don't even do that. I mean, I believe you. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh yeah, no problem. I didn't take any offense.
Right on.
But yeah, it just, you know, it makes you. I have no idea what it was like. You know, our next meetup is actually this Saturday, but I'm probably not going to make it. I haven't made it to several, so. And I found I've met a lot of good people, but there's a lot of delusional people. You know, and I just don't know what to think, because you know you get into craziness. You know,
For
you're
me, I mean, I've been in this a long time, and it's like, I mean, even though I'm FE myself, unless they actually win my confidence, I'm not going to show up, and none of them have.
Right. Well, respect is earned, not given, right?
That's right.
Yeah, I just find myself a little out of place, you know, personally, when I've gone.
No worries, man.
You know, it's like I consider, you know, I think, you know, logically and intellectually, and I want to have good discussion, and I wind up, you know, listening to crazy theories. And I mean, not that, you know, but people that actually really believe it, and not, you know,
Lizard people.
Well, and I don't discount that one, but you know, I'm
Right?
not going to hang
Not
my hat on it.
entirely, yeah, exactly. I know that I don't know.
Like pole shifts, you know, the concept of the pole shift, and you know, and that explains the rapture and how we all float up, and yada yada yada, and I don't know, you know, and there's whole groups of people that study the, you know, the sun, solar flares, and all kinds of stuff, and how it plays it apart, and
Yeah. I mean, that's a little bit out there for me, right? And then there's also like crazy stuff about what the Gartho, whatever, the convex Earth stuff, and what this, like the Vril stuff they make in there, and Nazi super weapons, and all sorts of crazy nonsense that I'm like, I think that's bull, but I can't prove it.
right?
Hey, Shane.
Yeah, and then honestly, I swear, nothing wrong with it, but I mean, it's like I feel like there's so many, and they're all potheads. Not that I don't get high, you know. I was in Colorado, and I know most people here are getting high all the time too. But
bunch of stoners,
right? Yeah. Dude, there is a definite overlap on the Venn diagram of flat earthers and stoners, though.
Yeah, not able to hold a good conversation though, and that's where, you know, there's just too many. A little burnt out.
There's also a huge overlap in stoners and my personal friends throughout my whole life, right? So maybe I'm biased.
And I totally admit that, you know, for me, when I get stoned, it's, you know, my wife, she wants to pass out. She just wants to go to sleep. Within 15 minutes of taking a hit, she's ready for bed. And me, I could go on for hours and just talk, deep talk, you know.
Oh, we know.
It awakens, you know.
Good thing you're good at it, and most people like listening to you, huh?
Well, what matters is if there's substance to what you're saying.
Yeah, and there always is with him, right, Andy? He's a smart guy. I just met him like a couple weeks ago. I really like listening to everything he has to say. We got into some nice, long, deep conversations, man. He knows a lot about a lot.
He does. I've been listening too.
I've spent most of my life, you know, trying to make a living. Advance my software, travel the world. Software engineering, business software, understanding how the world works from a.
Wait. Did you change your microphone or something? Because it's reverberating a little bit.
No, I just actually walked from one room to another and went through a doorway.
Does anybody else hear like kind of an echo?
Well, I can certainly switch to a headset. It just takes a minute.
Oh, no worries.
Kimbo, how's them Southern Stars looking?
I've been flat out at work. Wife insists on sending kids to private schools, so got to keep that business up there and running, mate. So haven't had a chance to get out there yet. Now the weather's it's been a strange year actually. It's only just started getting warm, and it's pretty much gone from winter to summer in a week. And normally it starts getting warm here around October. Even September starts getting pretty nice. But we've had freezing cold days and rain the whole time. So I haven't been able to get out camping and use that new lens I got. So as soon as I do, mate, I'll shoot them over to you.
I can't wait for that, man. We have very little Southern Star Trails time lapses from the Southern Hemisphere because there's not that many people that actually see it, right? Like if you look at like the map, it's like you guys and like the southern tip of South America, and like that's almost it for the populated portions of the world that actually see the thing we're trying to prove.
Yeah, and maybe in South Africa, or they're a bit higher up, aren't they?
Yeah, I have a perfect little map.
You said you got a new lens?
Yeah.
What you working with?
I haven't even taken it out of the box yet. I've got the camera. I've got a Sony.
Oh, okay.
E. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what lens size is it?
I can't remember, mate. I've got 20 of them, so I haven't even unboxed it yet. So.
Hey, so the longest zoom lens you have for your Sony?
What's that?
The longest zoom lens isn't even close to the P1000, huh?
No, not. No, I've thought about swapping it over, but I've got so many lenses for this camera that it's like, what do you do? Like, because I do other, I take photos of old buildings and stuff like that as well. So, it's such a good camera for that because it's nice and light.
Yeah.
But
Saturday. I didn't recognize that. Hey man, what's up? I liked your last video, man. The last rap song you dropped was bump. I dropped it.
Oh, thank you, bro. I appreciate it. I'm trying to sell my Nikon D850 right now with like 12 lenses, bro. I probably spent upwards of like almost $5,000 on all this stuff, right? And
yeah.
Dude, it's crazy. Like, I can't even get like half of what it's worth. Dude, it's a bad time to sell cameras right now. Like a year ago, it was a good time. Now it's a bad time, bro.
What are you hoping to recoup from it?
Well, I mean, I bought it used for $2,000 in 2020, and it only had 360 shutter clicks on it.
Is that like mileage?
So it was like brand new.
Yeah, right. Like mileage on a car.
Yeah. Now it's got 15,000 on it, but that's still pretty low. You know what I mean? I see ones with like 40, 50, 60, 100 for like going for like the same price all day. I don't know. I don't know if just DSLRs are starting to die, because it's like one of the best DSLRs. Everybody just turning to mirrorless, or people just. I think also what contributes to it is cell phone cameras are getting so good with such high quality resolution, and you can zoom, that most people are just like, well, I'll just use my cell phone, you know?
Yeah,
could be what it is. I don't know.
That's the trap, right? Everyone has a camera in their pocket better than anything, but not really. And then when you ask most people why they spend $600 on the phone, they're like, "Well, the camera."
I know,
You're like,
right?
"No."
Yeah, and you can get those those telescope attachments for the phones now as well. So
yeah.
and they're really good quality, even the cheap ones.
Yeah, they are.
But
it's just you can never create, huh?
Go ahead, dude.
I was just going to say you can't really make a sensor big enough for a phone that will equal to like what you can on a regular camera. But maybe I spoke too soon. You never know what they're going to come up with.
Yeah, I don't know. You know the quality that because you can put all the camera pics on the computer and do shit with them as well. You can't. I mean, you can with the iPhone as well, but it doesn't have as much to work with. You always get much better photos out of the camera.
Yeah, you'll never recreate that bokeh effect. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is that what you use to make your videos and stuff, or what were you doing with that, man? Just out of curiosity.
Dude. Every single video I've made, is all on my phone. Every single one, bro.
That's what I
all
figured,
the pictures
right?
I post. Yeah.
So, what'd you do with the big expensive camera you bought?
So I still have it. I'm trying to sell it right now on Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist. But my girl's all like, "Dude, look at your picture on Facebook." It's like me, like with a co-vagina, like, you know what I mean? And then she's like, "Dude, you know what I mean? You have zero sales. Like, nobody's gonna even take you seriously." I was like, "Oh, I didn't even, all right."
Good point.
Posted on hers, but yeah. And people
put a suit and tie on, mate, and you'll be all right.
Yeah, I just have to create a different face page account or whatever it's called, Facebook page or whatever.
Oh, and Alex Stein and dress up from the waist up.
Yeah, right. I know, right? Yeah.
You got any debates coming up, St. Pierre, Shane?
Yeah, man. I got one every day this week, actually. Yeah.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, we got McToon and let's see, God damn it, McToon, Jesse Gordon, 3DP, and Hammer tonight. And then tomorrow we got
McToon.
Yeah, tomorrow we got Ruhif and Brian Leakey, I think. Let me see. I gotta check. I made so many.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. And then I hopped in one on Thursday with Jesse against Bacon and Arma for Celestial Navigation debate. And then I still got one on Friday, but I forget who I put in there. I'm always just trying to schedule stuff. Turns out if you put someone's name on it, they feel obligated, right? So it's make the event, invite them to it, and then they don't back out. It's wonderful. It's fun.
Gentle manipulation.
Yeah, right. A little bit of flat earth coercion. No hard feelings, guys. What I do find alarming, right, is we run like a flat earth server, but like when I ask everyone to step up for a simple debate against relatively unknown globers, I get crickets. Like, we got a lot of big talkers here, but where the hell is everyone when we need them?
Yeah.
Right? And then you ask like the power hitters directly, like, "Oh, I don't really do debates. I don't do this." I'm like, "But you just said you were the intellectual smashing of debates. What do you mean you don't do debates?"
I'm willing to do a debate if I charge. You can pay me with your EBT card, even though I take EBT.
I do like watching your debates, dude. Your debates are always worth watching. They're really funny. I particularly love you and FPFE. Yeah, when you ate a whole banana with the peel on, dude, I lost my mind at that. I was like, this guy gets it. I did it wrong.
They get so mad, dude.
I was so pissed, dude. He booted you out so quick.
I was like, want to point this out. I just want to point this out. But like, if it's a scientific debate, to be honest, the Globe can't. No, they cannot. They don't adhere to the scientific principles at all.
Well, so they do have the
assume calculations as measurements.
Yeah,
that's not observation.
But they have this wonderful power of mathematics where they present gravitational equations and absurd nonsense, and people go, "Ooh, glob." Right?
Like, I was going to say they smash you with maths and confuse the fuck out of you. Like, and you go, what did he just do? And then if you slowly go back through it, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Some of Tesla's quotes on Einstein will tell you that, right? Backwards through mathematics after equation until they construct a world of nonsense or something like that.
Yeah.
You just gotta be that janitor at the college who is able to discern their math problem You know what I mean?
It's really like
got to
the
be that
janitor.
goodwill.
It's like the janitor calling the dean of the school a schmuck, right? Like, you're an idiot.
right?
Like, it takes a lot of balls to do that.
Yeah.
Matt Damon.
You're right, man.
Have some water, bro.
I think this is a Glober.
Making me want to
Poor
cough.
lad.
Man, this is like the only time to have come in here and not heard Sonny's wonderful water effects in the background. Where is he?
Oh, the guitar.
I haven't seen him for days, man.
It's been a
Really?
minute.
I haven't. Yeah.
It's
Oh,
okay. Shout out to Sonny for listening, bro.
I love
Check
that
in
guy.
with the crew.
Yeah, man, I'm so glad I found like the community of other flat earthers. I did it alone for so long in the dark that I was so overwhelmed to meet people. Oh my god, there's other people like me who aren't retarded. Oh,
Yeah,
I just
I'm
don't
not-
understand. I
I'm
don't
not the
understand
only
how.
weird person. Yeah, mate. Sorry.
I don't understand how somebody could be retarded if they were never retarded in the first place.
it's the single tard, the pre-tard. I don't know. Which is
Yeah. Like, why do they call them refried beans, dude? They haven't even been fried yet. And
Yeah, I know. They're only fried once.
they call them refried. Refried bean.
Dude,
Hey, you know what they call the inmates in the joint that when they go and pick like the guards who've been chewing tobacco and they spit in a cup, the inmates get it and then they pour that spit onto like a coffee filter and rinse it out and they roll cigarettes out of it and they call it chugler.
Yikes. Is that like toilet wine?
Well, yeah, no, like how bugler tobacco you roll it, but it's already been chewed, so they call it chugler. And if that doesn't have anything to do with the flat Earth, I don't know what does.
I was trying to connect the dots, man. I failed. I was like,
yeah,
man, I have a
Motley.
lot of.
Motley,
Yeah,
are
you
you
all right, man?
okay, man?
Bro, what is going on? He's hitting something.
Who's that?
sounds like he's got Kobe.
Sounds like he just hit a rig.
Either that.
You got attacked by 5G.
Funny, not funny.
Who is it, though?
It sounds like Ferris Bueller when he was sick on his day off.
No, that sounds way more legit.
Yeah, it does.
Dude, I got a lot of respect for you guys who have been doing this for like years, right? I've only been on Discord for like 3 months. I've been doing Flat Earth for like May 2021. People have been here in the trenches for like 4 years and are still here, weathered, beaten down, holding up the stuff. Lots of respect,
Yeah,
guys.
for me, more like 6.
Right? That's insane to me. I would go insane screaming into the void that long.
But it's not really a question of like how long you've been in it. Just it's just a question of just stand up for the truth.
Right? But you get jaded after standing up for the truth so long alone.
Well,
we
I mean,
haven't been.
if
We're
you
not
get an
alone.
ego,
Right.
you're in the wrong. That's for sure.
No, I think we're hitting a new level.
Hey, dude.
That is really starting to hit the target, man. We're hitting the target, man. We're right over
Right?
it.
It feels like the wave's about to crash. Yeah, exactly.
Viewership's up. The trolls are up. Yeah, we're like getting really close, and the guys that have been sticking it out here in the trenches, man, they are now coming to the next level, and it's just awesome, man. It's been really fun. This morning was especially good. When everybody, Matthew was getting trapped into a corner about what space is. You know, I mean, just the definition of space is so all over the. Even he was like, well, they don't agree what space is. You know, and we're like, wait a minute, man, you've been doing this for 20 years, whatever. You know what it is? You still know what it is? What the heck, man?
I heard you guys trapped her into a corner and made him rage quit.
Is anyone is he roboting for everyone? Or?
Oh yeah, real bad.
Yeah, definitely roboting.
Yeah, you're roboting, dude.
He was just trying to give medical advice, I guess, because he's a doctor now.
I think he's a doctor of philosophy, though.
Yeah.
I see.
All of a sudden, he just got his PhD, and he wants to give me a he wants to give me a medical exam. You know what I mean?
I was just thinking, when did he get his PhD and awarded himself a doctorate? Nice progress, man. I'm proud of you.
Right? Hey, it's actually in this country even easier than that.
Right. Good thing we don't respect indoctrination degrees in places that matter.
Right. Remember how they had Dookie Howser, and he was like a kid genius doctor back in the day?
Oh yeah,
yep.
Dookie.
Yeah, and then he just became House. He's still a genius, but he's addicted to Vicodin. Mm-hmm. No more Dookies.
It's actually pretty good.
Dookies.
All right.
Am I better now? Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Am I robot now? No. A little bit quiet.
Even though it's a little faint.
A little quiet.
But it's not roboting.
All right. That's good. That's good. I was in the building, man. I had to step out. No, man. Now we're getting close to the target. And, I mean, I've done a lot of guys out here put a lot of time in, man, to break down their magic tricks, man. And we're exposing them, man. And it's just so good at this point, man. Today was really, really good. This morning, it's been really good for the last few weeks, man. It's just, and no, not one Glober's coming here to defend that stupid dude perfect. Not one.
No, they sure haven't.
Not even close.
I mean, we've collected all the Globers that you guys have banned here because all they do is bitch about you guys to us when they get there.
Right. I love it.
We get all the rejects. It's cool.
Yeah, that part a lot. Being a member here is like a badge of honor, straight up.
Yeah, it's looked down upon in the Glober community. Oh no.
Yeah, it's the perfect. It's the what do they call it? The perfect opposite. If you are what a Glober hates, you're doing it right, baby.
Right? That's how you can gauge.
You're on the right track, yeah.
You can gauge how effective your memes are by how butthurt they get at it, right? Rage.
And we learn from Cuddy. Shouts out to Cuddy.
Did Matthew rage quit? Did I miss that?
Yeah, that's what was told to me.
It wasn't a rage quit. Matthew doesn't really have rage. He just left. He didn't say anything.
Quit,
Yeah.
Quietly exited.
He must have seen me in here or something.
Who was he talking to?
Nobody. No, he just joined real briefly and then left.
Oh.
No, he was talking with Miggy and XO about an hour and a half ago, maybe 2.
Wait, you guys let XO in here?
Ago.
What, did he get a word in with XO?
I think XO is starting to get to his next level too, man. I think he's getting it finally. But he was on with Witsit last night for about 2.5 hours.
Yeah, that was good.
Really?
Yeah.
That was really good, man. It was fucking. I was just like, I'm gonna shut up now.
Yeah.
And it was religious, a lot of biblicals, a lot of history.
Was I here?
Stuff about giants.
Damn.
Giants, dragons, kinds of crazy stuff, man. I was like, Ooh, this is juicy stuff, man. I gotta listen. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how they memorize that stuff from the Bible. I don't know how many times they've read the Bible. So
I don't know about XO,
And,
but Witsid's got like an eidetic memory, dude.
And then Gizmo is
XO sounds
chiming
the
in,
same.
too.
Yeah, I don't know
That was
too much
really
about
good.
XO. I just sort of met that guy.
He's a smart guy, man. He's so smart, man. I just want him to, learn to be a little less abrasive. That's all.
Right? So I invited him into the server like 4 times, and he called everyone awful stuff and lasted 10 minutes each time. Right? Like I never banned him, but other people did immediately. I'm like, what happened, dude?
Yeah, he called me illegitimate. I can't believe he called me illegitimate, dude. Asshole.
Well, to be fair, I mean, I snapped balls on Wit when he muted me in the Earth Awakenings. I snapped balls on that dude. I mean, I apologize later, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he can be triggering. I think that's a gift and it's a curse at the same time. So he needs to find that fine balance. And I thought he did a really good job last night with it. So maybe he's turning the corner. We'll see.
We'll see.
How
Maybe he turned over a new leaf or something.
Maybe.
Yeah, I got a lot of respect for that
Anybody
guy.
catch-
For sure.
Yeah, he's really fucking smart, man. So
Absolutely,
just
right.
want him to use his energy in the right
I think he's a
direction,
robot.
I don't know about that.
I don't think he's a human being. He's a robot. He knows too much. There's no way anybody could know that much.
Nah, robots don't flip on Globers the way he does.
I know.
No shit, right? Yeah. Especially if you're a fucking atheist cuck bastard, fucking devil worshiper, man. Watch out, man. Here comes the
Starting to sound
XO,
like the
man.
XO a bit. Yeah. I was gonna say.
He's coming for your fucking head. Which is good, man. But don't come after flat earthers' heads, man. You know?
Yeah. The thing that
At
keeps
least
us
the
down,
ones
I
that are
think,
still trying to, yeah.
is the division
At least the
between
ones
us,
that are
right?
Mm-hmm.
We're
Dude,
so
I
quick to
invite
call each
Globers
other
to come out
chill.
of my head. I'll tell you where you can meet me and everything, bro. I ain't hard to find.
Well, yeah, we invite him to the channel all the time so we can hear the ridiculous reasoning for the observable universe. It's fun.
Yeah. That's it. I got to go back in, man. It's raining. But I'll be listening. You guys need any philosophy? Everybody's like depressed or anything, let me know. I can help them out.
I saw you and him walking in the rain. Yeah, you guys are walking on the through the curvature in the rain, 8 inches per mile square, in the rain, mind you, with shoes on and a mask.
Back in the day, I tell you, right? We had to walk up that earth curve in the rain with the mask.
When I was a kid, you actually had to buy the video game and bring it home, and nobody wanted to watch you play it. They wanted to play. Nowadays, kids get paid to watch other kids play video games.
Wow. You just do that on the spot?
Mm-hmm.
That's nice. Dude. That's eerily true.
I can never understand that. I go in.
I mean, does playing Call of Duty help build your immunity?
They're watching guys play video games. I go, why don't you play the video game?
Yeah. Right? There's this thing too, like if it's like a story driven video game, like a campaign thing where you play for like the story, people can just get the game for free by watching someone else hit like the A button to run the whole time for 6 hours and they get the whole story. Kind of a weird dynamic.
So weird, dude. We used to, when I was a little kid and we were playing Super Mario Brothers on the Nintendo, we'd fight over the control. Because we're like, will you play after I die? And the dude will just play forever. And then we're like, we'd purposely cause something to make like, we'd turn off the lights or like pull the plug, do something, it's our turn now.
Right?
But now I guess it's the opposite.
Smack. Oh, did you miss it? I'm sorry. You pull up the controller wire. Hey.
Yeah. Nowadays, like they hand the
funny,
other kid the remote. He's like, no, I just want to watch. I'm good just watching. Weird.
Right? What does that say
You know what
about
I
us? Does it like what happened to us?
It's pornography.
Dude.
Pornography.
It's,
Pornography.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
maybe.
like it's like cucking video games though. Mhm.
But it's like it's through every aspect of life that we're just seeing it on video games and marveling at it, going, "Wait a second, that's a sign of
Yeah.
a much deeper illness, guys."
Right? Yeah.
Back in the day, when I was a kid and growing up and played video games, I'm not sure if you even heard of half of them, but like Zork or the Amazon, it was all verbal. You know, you literally had to type what it is you wanted to do.
Like Oregon
You know?
Trail.
Yeah, it was more complicated than that. Zork was maybe.
It was like one step down from Pitfall 2.
Well, I mean, on the Commodore 64.
Yeah.
Obviously, there was Sega and shit like that. You know, Atari. You know, and then the Commodore 64. I had a Commodore 64. That was, a breakout type time. That's when I learned to program and other things. But yeah, we used to sit with our friends and you just take turns at the keyboard. But everything was more slow paced. It wasn't like today where you have to react quickly. It was more thinking. It was more puzzle solving,
Yeah.
And I actually enjoy that, puzzle solving.
Yep. Nowadays, these kids are on TikTok, smoking cigarettes and chewing bubble gum. Imagine that, chewing bubble gum in public. My God.
Dude, you have
It's
a
on your
good career.
shoes and everything. Horrible.
You have a good career as like a video announcer or a commentator or a narrator or something, for real.
Dude, I do so many different accents. Like when I get off, sometimes like I'll do a couple crank calls a year, dude. Oh my God. My chick has to leave the room, dude. Seriously, just to leave the room. But she'll listen to them later, though. She loves them, but
That's how I met my first girlfriend. Crank calls.
Crank calling? Really?
No.
Yeah, I got a call at 11 p.m. I got a random phone call at 11 p.m. And it was some girl and two girls, and they were going through the phone book and, just randomly dialing numbers. And, we wound up hitting it off. And next thing I know, I'm up to 2-3 in the morning every night of the week, talking to them.
Oh, shit. Did you end up ever meeting her?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I had sex with one of them and I mean,
gotta love that sex.
That's actually pretty cool.
They were 18 or so, and I was like 14.
Oh, that's even cooler.
Is it?
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah,
Totally.
no, I think it is. Just judging from my 14-year-old self, yeah, it is.
Dude, if I had a younger son, and an older woman he had sex with, I would be like, totally like, dude, I would go talk to the chick and I'd be like, you have no idea how much you've advanced my son more than the other kids his age. Can I buy you dinner? Can my wife buy you dinner? You know what I mean?
Shit, I even at 14, I spent the night at one of theirs house, met her mother and everything else. I'd be in her room all night, and it's like, damn, your parents are like really accepting to you being yourself. And I'm like, I'm 14 and I'm lying to my parents about where I am for the weekend,
You're like almost always and forever, yeah. It's like a rite of passage, dude. I remember when I got called on my first lie as a teenager, they let me spin this elaborate tale of where I was, and they was totally like placid, looking at me, nodding along. And then at the very end, they were like, yeah, all that's bullshit. We were there. You weren't there. I was like, no. Damn. Got me. Life lesson learned.
Oh, hey, Triple. I don't know if anybody's seen this yet. 2 days in a row. My friend's a flat earther, and his sons are flat earthers, and they're in high school at Dos Pueblos High School in Santa Barbara. And they were like, dude, they're putting these in the bathroom. And he sent me a picture right from the bathroom of this. Well, I just got to post it. You can be like, what the hell? This is for real, dude. You can be like, damn, that's crazy. All right, hold on just a second. Let me find it, and I'll post it right about. Oh, here it is. Okay, I posted it right now. Crazy, dude. Yeah, it's not a joke, dude. or with a friend. Huh.
Oh Jesus! What the fuck
crazy,
does this
huh?
world come to?
Dude, right?
Oh, I never saw the or with a friend the last time I saw it.
Pretty weird, huh? I'm just saying, though.
Yep, that's definitely something that'll trigger you. You know, and if the parents even knew it, you know, how many would accept something like that?
So strange, dude.
And sadly, I think so many parents really don't give a shit, and in fact, they applaud it. It's really sick.
Jesus.
Yeah. So strange, dude.
It's even stranger with the lack of outlash, and that the people who speak out are the ones demonized. It's insane. Upside down world.
Yeah, I get a kick out of those school board meetings. You know, if you've seen the videos of parents just reading from, you know, books and materials, you know, at the school, and they're getting shut down for speaking pornographic like.
You're right. You ever see the Alex Stein ones when he goes to like the school meetings, the town meetings, and he just plays into all their stupid rules and absolute extravagant nonsense, and they totally take him seriously? It's ridiculous. That's so funny.
I don't think they take him seriously anymore.
Well, the
I
first
think
couple
like
ones did, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, how about that shop teacher that puts on the breasts?
I got that video.
Are
Oh, the big
insane.
old... Yeah.
Is that I called it Canada's Alex Stein. Yeah. I think
Yeah, they don't even teach history in school anymore. They teach STEM. They took the history out pretty much. You guys know what the STEM's all about.
You might need to enlighten me.
Right, I don't know.
Give me
what that
just a second here. I'll post it right now. Okay. Okay, so it stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, right?
Them.
And they've taken the history out of that, basically. You know what I mean? So, well, I'll post. And they're doing this not just in like elementary, but they're doing this in like high school.
Mathemagic, scientism, and what else? We can make that a better acronym.
Right. Oh, wow. I just found out there's one called STEAM education, too. Not just STEM, but STEAM. How weird. Oh, okay. So it's... I thought it was called STEM, babe. Now they're saying it's STEAM, and the A in STEAM is the and. So science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Wow. Just like not very long ago, I was looking...
They usually don't add and or to or anything like that.
Yeah, that's weird. Okay, so right here it says STEM and the other one's STEAM. Dude, weird. They're really trying to confuse these kids, dude. Damn.
Confusion by design, right?
Right? So...
No one fucking says STEAM, dude. It's definitely STEM.
I understand that, but... Okay, then I'll post the thing where okay, here. So... Here we go. All right. That's what I was thinking too, right? Yeah. Okay, so hold on.
Kiwi, that's a really funny gift, dude.
Right. Oh, okay. The A in STEAM doesn't stand for and, it stands for arts. So you got science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And STEM is just all that without the art. But they've taken the history completely out. Don't get that messed up.
Well, it was only fake history to begin with, right?
Right, yeah. So
if you were down history, what would it be doing?
STEAM is just some weird thing where they're trying to include arts into it. It's definitely just STEM, and it's just supposed to say like not histories and humanities. I think you're reading too much into this. It's just some art person who likes art wanting to include it in the acronym for some reason.
Okay, so it's pretty much the standard across the board is STEM then, right?
In my experience, it has been.
Okay. All this is new to me, dude. Yeah. All this stuff's new to me, so I'm just hearing from them. I'm just like, damn, that's crazy. But
Them.
When I say them, I mean potential victims of photographic shooting on school campuses.
Photographic shootings.
You know what I mean? They're all getting shot. Every single one of them. Get a close up. You want to get their good side.
That's sad, but true.
Yep. Next week I'll be performing triage, you know what I mean?
You know what it reminds me of is the drills they used to do for the nukes in like the 50s and 60s. Like, you get on your desk, protect yourself from nuclear holocaust. It's cool.
Right.
Everyone be scared all the time. It could happen at any point. Don't forget. Okay, good night. Like, what?
Remember McGruff the crime dog?
Oh yeah.
Take a bite out of crime. What about the one where they go stop, drop, and roll, dick, roll in the event of a fire? So weird. I don't know. That's what they say. Stop, drop, and roll, dick, roll.
No,
I guess the kid's name's Dick.
No, it's just stop, drop, and roll.
No, they say roll, dick, roll. I'm not even kidding you. Brought to you by the same people. When they come out of the little kid's room and they show like the sky, it goes Dick.
Yeah, we used to have air raid drills in. I grew up in California in the 70s, at least grade school. And yeah, we used to have air raid drills, just like you would have fire drills. You'd have an air raid drill where you'd go under your desk.
Yeah.
Right, but is that really for like preventative protection and practice, or is it just fear porn to keep everyone in a state of just, trauma-based mind control sort of thing?
Yeah, I subscribe to the latter, yeah.
Because how is preparing for the bomb to be dropped on you help you when the bomb gets dropped on you? I don't understand.
Yeah, the best way to fight radiation is going underneath a wooden desk, for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Back in the day. I would go into your desk.
Mm-hmm. What about what that marijuana does to people, though? You got kids jumping off buildings, robbing their grandparents, having premarital unprotected sex, smoking cigarettes, and chewing bubble gum while they're on POT. It's the gateway drug. That POT will lead you to flat Earth, and then you'll go to hell after that.
Shit, the first time I smoked pot was at 5 years old.
Holy shit, early starter, aren't you?
Yeah. It was in the family, so it's like it was good humor to be, to get high in front of like my aunts and whatever else. It's like they had bongs and they're always smoking this shit. But
what fucking family did you come from?
Oh, he changed his name. There's the boy. I love that. Love that soundboard, dude. CB now. What was your name before?
I bet y'all drinking that wine too, ain't you? Just smoking them tweeds and everything.
CB, I think, stands for Kaiser Permanente.
Killing me, dude.
Who the fuck is that guy?
4 seconds to find a clip among hundreds, dude. Touche. Hats off.
It's actually all in his head. What he's doing is called remote viewing.
Nah, man, he does it simple, analog style, old school. Right? Phone
I thought he just did it in his mind. Whatever he thought just played on the live stream.
That would be a
remote view.
Maybe I gave away a secret.
Good afternoon, CB. Hope all is well, brother.
I love your henchman cackle, Kiwi.
CB, did I tell you about or do you know about I was going to say Creation Bear, about Paraplegic?
What did he get the new latest Chugga Chugga beans?
Oh, okay, you know about him then. All right, cool.
And those are very rare beans, by the way. Very expensive.
Really?
Oh yeah, the latest Chugga Chugga. They're 100%.
Have you drank any of different kinds of his coffee that he makes?
I'm trying to save up. I really would like to get my hands on the NASA's coffee because it seems like it's just higher quality and it's a more trustworthy source.
Yeah. Well, if you like NASA's coffee, you'd love their cocktails, bro.
Oh, well, everything they do is just it's science, so it's better.
Yeah. True that. Yep. I don't always choose to drink my own pee, but when I do, it's science. And I like it with cream.
Space coffee is just it's a delicacy. So just trying to get my hands on that. Not
Yep.
just Earth
It's
coffee.
almost as much of a delicacy as adrenochrome. Do I heard that? Dun, 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 dun.
You peasants in your Earth coffee. Hey.
Can I get a radio check right quick? Oh yeah, I got the drums.
So XO's name is actually XO. Now I'm much less confused when people talk about you. Now I get it.
There you go, Shin. Very good. Where is Flatter Day Saints? What did you say that I called you earlier? Illegitimate? I don't even use that word, Flatter Day Saints, so it couldn't have been me. So who else is copying me?
Somebody. I thought you were calling me illegitimate, and then my girlfriend told me that I actually am illegitimate. My parents weren't even together when I was born.
My goodness, yeah, that wasn't me. That must have been a clone. They're trying to clone me now. You got to be careful. That wasn't me.
You know I was just joking, bro. That's the name of one of my songs, homie.
Oh, okay. Well, they found the DNA for the perfect killing machine. So if you see me and he's not like me, you got to shoot him between the eyes. It's not me.
Okay.
Yeah, if they don't immediately get mad at people lying to them, it's not me. You got to shoot him. Take him out.
XO in the morning, XO in the evening, XO at supper time. When XO's on a bagel, you can have XO anytime.
Like if I talk to a Glober that just starts losing his mind and I can't help but interrupt them and I actually let them speak, that's not me. I won't let them speak. I'll always interrupt them. Thanks.
Yeah, for sure. You got to go for the larynx, bro. Go for the jugular.
Hate us so much.
That's right. You can either kick me out of the server or let me interrupt the person lying to me. Those are the two options. Sorry.
All right. Well, the third option is you interrupt them so much that they leave of their own accord, right? Which is like a win for everyone.
Well, to be honest, if you allow somebody to speak to that, it's like a bad child, right? Like if you allow if you saw your kid steal $100 from you and you allowed that, whose fault is it now? Now it's yours. You've encouraged, right? You've enabled that crime, right? So when we do that, it's now our fault. If I allow someone just to lie to me and pretend that I can't trust my eyes because he believes in cartoons on outer space, and I pretend like that's a legitimate argument, shame on me. Thanks.
I think it's shame on both of us, really.
Yeah, you fooled me once. You can't fool me again.
Shame on you, and shame on you, and shame on you.
You fool me once, shame on you, and you fool me once, you can't fool me again.
You could fool me a couple times, and I might even fall for it again if I'm stoned.
Where's Dude? Yeah, Dude was listening. I don't know what it is, Dude. For some reason, Witsit and I can have a conversation. So I'm just not cut out to have conversations with scoffers, maybe. And anytime it's a person that doesn't lie to me, everything's fine. So Witsit's a good guy, so it's got to be a good conversation.
Where was that conversation so I can go listen to it? I think I'm intrigued.
Shane, you heard about it earlier. It was here last night.
It was here, right? Okay.
15 or 20 hours ago. I mean, yeah.
Right. Oh, I gotta.
It was late
because I've been banned again, so I gotta refine the channel.
Well, you're here now. Well, okay, you mean the YouTube stream?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, it was late here because it was after the full moon, I believe. Yeah, it was already a full moon. I'm looking straight up at it, so it was after midnight here.
There it is. 9 hours ago. Sounds good.
Could be, most likely, yeah.
Yeah, XO, every now and again, you do have to interrupt to sort of make sure your point is heard. But if somebody starts interrupting me, I'll be telling them.
I don't need you to interrupt me, Mr. Beta Male. Hold on.
Right, like when was it where Shane? Yeah, the other day I went over there. What's that guy's name? Fight reality and hide from morality. Fight the tight shirt. And I let him talk. You gotta listen to the weirdo blind. It's like gut wrenching. It's like you want to throw up. He finally gets done. I get 3 seconds into my reply. He starts interrupting me. That's it. I'm now off the hinges. Because if a moderator is going to allow that, then there's no conversation anyway. Why would I want to continue? What am I going to do? Talk to this guy for an hour, letting him interrupt me over and over again? No, I might as well just leave. Just ban me now.
Bro, his name is Fight the Flatter Day Saints.
That's his real name, correct? That's actually what's on his birth certificate, I believe.
Yeah. Hey, do you know the pillow he puts up where it says like "Fight FTFE" on his knuckles and shit?
Yeah,
but he don't really have that tattooed on his knuckles.
That's his Green Lantern emulation. He loves that shit for some reason.
Yeah,
he would like the lamest superhero, wouldn't he?
Yeah. And so every time I was ever on there, I put my knuckles right to the camera so you could see that my shit's for real on my knuckles. He's got like some fake pillow with a picture of it on there.
I still love that interview.
You what?
I still love your interview with him, dude. It's one of my favorites ever he's done, right? Even better than Demok.
Yeah. Good old Craig. I even wrote a song about Craig. You know what I mean?
Dude, you were there for like 45 minutes. You didn't answer a single question, dude. I'm so impressed.
What was the song? What was the song about? Making sure that you don't miss your medication when you have to take it. The guy's answer was things disappear from the bottom up.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Wow, what an amazing... Oh, I guess we're on a cartoon ball. Things disappear from the bottom up. Let's pack it up, guys. My goodness. It's like last time I checked, I don't remember looking at objects that are on the sky. Last time I checked, all objects on the water are on a surface of water. Where else should they disappear from first? Does anybody have an example of an object not disappearing from the surface up on any surface once it starts to disappear?
Your microphone's a little quiet.
It's bad. Yeah, I got a bad connection. I got a bad wire issue with this. I broke it, apparently.
It's kind of like, it's like randomly getting quiet.
How about now?
It's okay.
Boy, I can't hear you from up there.
Well, it might be time for me to leave. This microphone doesn't want to cooperate. I'm going to have to give up today.
No, that's better now.
Right now? Okay. Anyway, I just want to point this out, that anything that disappears, if it's on a surface, is going to disappear from the surface up as soon as it starts to disappear. There's no other option. So that's not a proof for anything.
Yes, that's very true.
Gosh, that's just terrible. They're still saying that, though. I mean, they don't even have a claim to actually even... If you just ask them, do you know anybody who's ever tried to measure curvature of the Earth? Boy, they don't like that. Because you know that there's no such thing, so you just got to put it in that word tried. And
well, the thing is whenever you try to measure it, you don't find the curvature as to the radius that they give you of the ball. So,
of course, that's why you ask them, do you know anybody that's ever tried to measure the curvature of the Earth? And whoever blinks first loses. It's too easy.
Like, scientists should have thought of that. The people who gave you the radius, they should say, hey, to prove you that this is a ball, we're going to show you the curvature with a laser.
Right? Oops. That makes the most sense.
They could have done it. If there was curvature.
Oh, unfortunately, yeah, there's these things called radar. Yeah, that's why they'll never talk about like radar, the line of sight systems. There's a heads up display in any modern, quote unquote, they were designed in the 70s. Any modern HUD system in an aircraft shows you where the target is with a little box indicator showing you that it's always based on line of sight. I mean, you can't even get into these conversations. They hide from all of it. But if you go anywhere near military-industrial complex technology, it just absolutely annihilates this outer space ball religion. That's why they'll never talk about it.
Right. Yep. The same.
Well, there's your problem.
Space.
Well, if there's no curvature, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rigs?
What's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Right, which would mean that the curvature of water starts to go up, then goes down, then goes up again. I can see the horizon behind it. That makes a lot of sense. Great claim.
Well, I told this person that, yeah, XO, like it would have to be some sort of mound or some sort of sagitta or a hill or curve of water, if you will. And when I pointed out that's what it would have to be, I was told that
Not a hill of water. So yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Okay. Right. So what happens is when you zoom in, the field of view is going to increase, right? But the water is you're going to remember this F word. It's not the FL, it's face. It's a surface, right? The water is a face of water, just like Genesis 1 says. So when you zoom in, the water below you, this is going to be hard for some people to know, the water below you is closer to you than the object, in this case being an oil rig, right? The oil rig is farther than the water that's closer to you. You see, I know that's complicated. So the water that's closer to you, when you zoom in, is going to compress because the water is closer. The compression will actually bring the water up slightly, and you can see more of the oil rig, but you're also seeing more of the water. It's kind of bringing the water also into the field of view. That's why you see the Soundly photos. That's the same sort of compression. The problem is the globe claim isn't that the water starts to go up. The globe claim is that everything goes down as soon as it leaves your feet. The earth has to start to go down. So if the water's going up, that's not their claim anyway. So they completely ignore their claim and now claiming the water goes up first, then down, then back up. It's just pure insanity. They don't have a clue.
Wait, so it's not a hill of water?
Not a hill of water. So yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Watch this. Let's say it is a hill of water. Great. You have a hill of water in the middle of the face of the ocean. That was easy. It's still a face of the ocean. If I see a bump on a basketball court, that doesn't mean the basketball court is a basketball. It's not going to change anything. If I see curvature of the earth in front of me, that's great. Beyond that is, again, the earth coming back up. Right? You can, just like you're driving around, if you go out to, what highway is it? Might be 83, I have to ask God Rocket. If you're going from the Arizona to Tucson border, the land goes down several hundred meters and starts to come back up. So even though I can see curvature, it doesn't mean it's a ball earth. The earth then comes back up and now it's flat straight out in front of me linearly.
So I just drawed a ball and I drew a person as if they're looking at this ball on top of it, and the way it looks is the water cannot possibly come up and then go down. It has to always go down if it's a sphere.
Exactly right.
Well,
yes,
I mean, like,
it never would come up.
Like, from your point of view, it would look like it's going down. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. It would never come up. And the only reason it ever looks like it's bulging up is because we're using our lens to zoom in on it, right? So the Black Swan, for example, being 9 miles of water, the 9 miles of water before the oil rig that's over 9 miles away. Again, this is hard for people to, if you're a glober, this will be confusing. The water that's closer to you is closer to you. So it's going to compress and it's going to raise up, which again does not conform to the globe claim. So they still don't have a claim.
Hey, XO, have you been to California or no?
Oh, several times, yes, many times.
Okay, so you've seen the Black Swan in person, right?
No. I just mentioned it because I know you guys are familiar with it.
Yeah, I have a. No, I don't know if I've ever told you, but like, there's right before the Black Swan exit. If you're going north, there's a Santa Claus Lane exit, right? And they actually there's like a pier right there that it's not open to the public. They say it's for oil rigs, whatever. I think it's for undersea cable, whatever the pier's for. It's got barbed wire all around it, and there's big rigs going on at all times of the day. Anyways, at night, when the Black Swan and its brothers and sisters are all lit up and you can see them, you got like 3 on the left, and then there's a gap, and then there's 4 that are all the same size on the right, but the 3 on the left are like different sizes. And as you're driving northbound, the ocean's to your left, and you're looking at the oil rigs, and you can see them at night, and the way they have it, it looks like Santa Claus's sleigh with reindeers, and it looks like it's moving to the right as you're driving north, and then you see the pier, which just appears to be like the ground that's lit up with a runway, and then it appears Santa Claus's sleigh with the reindeer are going over that surface, and then the pier drops down to the ground level where the trucks go up it. So it looks like Santa Claus's sleigh is actually flying off like into the night because the optical illusion of the pier going down. But I was able to take some pictures of it during the day driving. My lady was driving. We were going southbound. So I took like 11 pictures so I could post them up, and I numbered them so you can get an idea of like the way they have this like perfectly lined up, so it looks just like that, like Santa Claus's sleigh. It's a trip, but yeah, has a really good argument for curvature actually.
Yeah, well, perspective. Yeah, I mean, either way, it goes out linearly. That's why when these guys show you lens compression, they'll never show you when they reduce the zoom back into getting rid of the zoom, because all that goes away. They'll just show you when it's compressed and it's of course manipulated. Actually, that's a true illusion. Lens compression is an illusion, and that's why they won't show it to you when they're not compressing it. Yeah. I rarely go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll post them.
I was about to just say it's gotta hurt for the flat Earth to keep growing instead of shrinking. Hey, Globers. Whoops.
Well, to be honest, here's the most ironic thing about this is that the people that this crushes and this hurts their soul, they are the reason that it has become what it has become. To be honest with you, this sort of idea isn't really magnified by the people that believe it. It's magnified by the people that hate it. And that's why you always must keep that in your back pocket, that the people that hate this make this what it is.
I agree. If we're sloppy in our actions, we become what we hate, right? Simple as that. You don't have to be like that, anti-flat earthers. You don't have to do that. You can come to the right side.
Right. Their hatred shows how dangerous their religion is. Their hatred shows that they don't even want to talk about evidence. They want to make fun and, insults and the trolling, because that's all they can do. If I want to talk about evidence, forget looking out with your eyes. The greatest evidence is how people treat this idea that challenges their paradigm. They are the greatest evidence you could ever ask for, by far.
Yep, I agree. Matthew Learns is one of my favorite flat earthers, without question. That kind of deal.
Oh my gosh.
I love Matthew.
That guy. Oh, that's a next level scary. Like, he admits it's based on imagination. Like, I don't even know what to do. Like, I don't know what to do. You're admitting that it's imagination. What am I supposed to say? I'm done.
Yeah, the more they attack us, the more it becomes obvious to to somebody looking at this, going, "What the hell? Why is this Glober attacking these guys for believing in the Earth flat or whatever?" And the peaceful people will start to come to their senses and go, "Well, I need to look into this a little bit more, because these anti-flat earthers, they're visceral fucking bastard Satanists, man. What the hell's going on here?"
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Hey, Doctor.
Yeah. What's up, Eddie?
Did you see the remember I told you that it looks at night, it looks like the Black Swan and family are going off like with Santa Claus's sleigh. So I got it during the day though.
Are you gonna post that in live stream?
Next time I drive by there at night, man.
Yeah.
Catch that, yeah.
Yeah, so I just took like pictures of it so you could see, like, imagine the picture's not moving, but you can use your imagination and see how it.
Imagination?
Yeah.
All right, let's check it out. Something wrong with my Discord here or something.
Okay, Boomer.
Is anybody seeing the pictures I'm posting?
Where are you posting them? That's what I was looking for. Not live stream voice text, are you?
Oh shit, I'm not. Oh,
I'm asking you. You tell me, man. I don't know.
Yeah. Wait, I thought I was. I'm almost positive I was. Oh no, I wasn't posting him there. Shit. I was posting him in live stream locker. Shit. Okay, I was posting him in the wrong place. I'm a retard. My bad.
I don't think I have access to that.
My bad. Now I'm posting him in the regular.
The only thing I would request is to have access to the VC check-in. Thanks.
Well, I'll try to put a good word in with you with the higher ups. You know what I mean?
There you go. Thanks.
Shit.
There we go.
Why isn't it?
Okay, I'm looking now. Number 2 screenshot came through. I see the number 2 screenshot right there.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't put it. Hold on just a second.
Well, yeah, I mean, I see curving land up there in the left, so that proves we live on a ball right there because I see a mountain right there that curves.
Oh yeah, Channel Island, most definitely.
Okay, you're zooming in now. There it is. Better shot. You're a little clearer. Okay. Number 3.
There it is.
Well, that's what we'd expect on a ball. Yeah, it's always going to look flat on a ball, so that proves the cartoon ball religion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah. Look at that flat ball.
That stuff is flat.
I mean, I see a car right there. Are you denying that the tires have curvature? I mean, you guys just hide from evidence. So, nope, there's compression.
So
you got to zoom in.
My chick was driving like 70 on the freeway when I was taking these pictures with the phone. So they're not the best of pictures, but.
Well, wait, that's your phone. That's a pretty good phone, actually.
Thank you.
What is that phone?
The Galaxy S21 Ultra.
Does it have a physical? Doesn't have a physical zoom, does it? That's pretty zoomy.
No, it doesn't. It's I guess it's the furthest zoom camera that they've made on a phone so far, unless the S22 Ultra has a bigger one.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
I think there's 2 number 9 pictures because that one came out crooked. Oh no, there's not. See, there's 2 number 11 pictures. Okay. So you guys get the idea. It looks like
that the Earth is flat.
Well, you know.
What are you trying to show with these
find
images?
these truths to be self-evident.
I don't get what the pictures are trying to show. Like different zooms?
No, so this is the Black Swannon family, and if you're driving on the freeway at night and you're going northbound, you see these oil derricks, whatever they're called. They're all lit up, and there's 3 really big ones on the left, and then to the right.
Yeah, I see that. How far are they from the water surf, from the shoreline?
Yeah, so
they look like they're at least 10 miles from the shoreline.
Okay, so what it looks like is when those oil rigs get to the end of the pier at night, it looks like Santa Claus's sleigh is like taking off. You know, it's just optical illusion because they're still on flat water. It's the pier that dips down. You know.
Okay. But even so, with all those miles, you still don't see any curvature.
I know, it's sad. I just want a drop of curvature.
And you're supposed to see drop after one mile of curvature. I mean, sorry, 1 mile of distance. You're supposed to see the curvature. Apparently,
at least a couple inches. You know what I mean?
Isn't it 6 inches per square mile?
I just want a couple inches. I just want a couple inches.
Yeah, I do too. I want 6 inches per square mile, but I'm not getting that.
I want 8. I want 8 inches. I'm sorry, 6 just ain't enough.
Oh my!
Okay. Well, then you're gonna have to have that ball be a little smaller. Maybe call the boys up at NASA to reduce the size.
Yeah.
Well, there's a big reason that you want to join a boys' club, right? It's not because
That's what they
you're
call space junk, dude.
because you're sexually proficient.
My.
Hey, do any of you guys watch Boston Ray Mud Flood Adventures? I guess not.
Oh my god, is that actually a chemtrail line in that picture?
Yeah.
How can you tell what chemtrails are by looking at them? Like when you are all those long clouds of smoke coming out of planes chemtrails?
Well, if check this out, if it was cold outside and you were walking on the street and you could see your breath, would you see your breath all the way at the end of the block? But I mean, with that, you know what I mean? It's kind of like the same thing, bro.
Not at the end of the block.
Exactly, bro. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay, because that shit stays in the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Exactly.
yeah, I get it. So is there direct proof that they are putting like harmful chemicals in these gases?
Well, the way I would look at it is it could only be one of three things.
Because I heard they put
witness
like
it.
graphene oxide or something in the planes or some shit like that. Some fucked up chemical.
Well, here it could only be one of three things. Either A, it could be good for us. B, it could not do anything to us. It could be neutral. Or C, it could be bad for us. It's only one of those three options. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, you look at our population, dude. We don't seem to be getting a lot smarter.
Yeah, most definitely.
I look at it this way. That I mean, I'll give you my personal experience as far as, for example, sleeping at night. You know, I have to sleep with the windows closed. Why? Because if I sleep with the windows open, I wake up where my throat and my lungs, you know, are trashed, and you know, I'll get sick. I'll get bronchitis. I learned, and I've been dealing with this for many years. I have to sleep with my windows closed. Well, what's the difference?
Mm-hmm.
Outside air is supposed to be good for you, but no, there's crap in the air. You know, whereas inside, at least I got recycled, filtered air. You know, and I eat better, and I don't get sick typically. But when I'm outdoors for any length of time, I get sick, and I'm not the only person that experiences that. And my also understanding is that you know, calling it chemtrails is always a problem with terminology, right? So calling it cloud seeding. So if you actually research cloud seeding online, you're going to find what they put in the chemical, you know, what chemicals they use, and they're open about it. But they're open about the context of weather manipulation or controlling, you know, global warming concepts, which they say is experimental and it's not wide scale. So they don't admit to how large scale their operation is. and how long it's going to go.
It's if you Google weather modification patents, you'll go all the way back to like the late 1800s.
So I see
Every
what
single weather
chemicals they
event-
put, and it says they use either silver iodide, potassium iodide, or dry ice.
Yeah, they burn the silver iodide flares sometimes on the ground too.
So they're burning silver into our atmosphere. And iodine.
Yeah, so they try to, in all the things that they show, like the on the news or whatever, where they're talking about cloud seeding, they all make it seem like what they're doing is making it rain because of the drought. But in the same breath, they also say that they can take away the rain. If it's going to rain organically, they can also take it away. But most people would be like, what? Why would they want to do that? Well, because when you're putting up the infrastructure for these microwave signals, or these millimeter wave signals, you know, the number one thing that can stop it is water droplets. Water is a big time enemy of it. So it doesn't. pay to have
so
it
that's
rain,
why they're
but
going for electrification on everything, and that's why they want to get rid of the food, or farming, or normal farming. They want less rain so they can control everything. And they're going to hook us up, bro. With slavery, real slavery.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of, dude, I was looking into that the other day. So remember, supposedly slavery got banned in 1865, right?
Well, it was banned by that one U.S. president, the one they call the racist guy.
Yeah, Lincoln or whatever his name is.
Yeah, Lincoln. That's the guy who freed the slaves, and they call him the racist.
Yeah. Okay, so whatever, regardless of whatever happened with that, the Emancipation Proclamation, whatever it's called, it was 1865, right? Well, coincidentally, that's right around the same time, like almost the same year that the undersea cable started getting put in, right? Now, fast forward over 100 something years later, like about 150 years later, you got them putting in a new infrastructure in the ground, right? For the millimeter waves, right? Well, now they freed all these slaves, supposedly. You guys are free now. Now you have them go and work on the undersea cable, right? You're paying them, and they're not likely to leave or feel like resentment or anything like that. They'll feel, so they're doing that. They just did that recently with Trump's bill where he passed second chance for criminals. So criminals get out, they're not allowed to ask them anything about their past. And these companies, construction doing infrastructure, get a huge kickback if they hire a felon, right? It's kind of like the same thing that they did back in those days too. You know what I mean? You hire these dudes all of a sudden are free, and then they're getting, decent more money than they've ever made before, and they don't ask any questions. They're good workers, just like they were back in 1865.
So you think the powers want to keep slavery indefinitely?
Well, I mean, everybody's a slave, so to speak, but it's just on how much you realize you are or not. Or how, or you could be a slave and totally not think you're, be completely happy, and then you're free in your own mind. I think I think that all that is in the eye of the beholder.
Okay.
Right. I mean, I'd argue things like, chemtrails or the idea of what they're adding to our foods is all about giving us essentially an RFID chip. It's a way. It's a way of tagging us, so we know that we have unique fingerprints, but they need to be able to differentiate us in the microwave world. The electromagnetic waves. Think of it as like sonar. It's like, we get this ping is coming off the submarine, and I know it's a Russian submarine, right? And the resolution. And so it's all about fine tuning the resolution of of the air, with the electromagnetic waves that are bouncing off of things, and saying, I can focus in, and I know who you are, and you don't need to have a phone. I can track you. And now we can manipulate, or we can send microwave signals to you in experiment and see what happens,
And truthfully, this is just my opinion. This isn't medical advice, but I think that those who go barefoot more often, if you are barefoot and you're grounded and those frequencies hit you, they're gonna have way less effect on you because they're gonna get sucked straight into the ground. Whereas like if you're rocking them J's or whatever, whatever shoes you're wearing, or you're in that electric car and those frequencies hit you, they have nowhere to go. They're just bouncing around in you, and it's not obviously not always going in the same direction as your blood. Therefore, it's becoming harmful. That's where you get the BCs, the blood clots. That's not a gang from South Central either. The blood clots it's not a gang in LA. It's something in your body.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about those the past 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems it again, typical conspiracy oriented. Oh, it's technology being used for various purposes. Where's your proof? And the only proof we really have is patents.
Yeah.
Well, how about patents are actually a really good proof. You guys heard of the quiet weapons for silent war, or the what's it called, for the Elders of Zion? You know what I'm talking about? Those documentaries or books. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it. I'm sure you guys have.
I've heard that thing, Elders of the Zion, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I've listened to that whole thing, dude. I was like, wow, dude, it was so spot on their plan for everything. Oh my gosh.
What is Elders of Zion?
So it's called the
Protocols of Elders of Zion, but what's it about?
Yep. You got it. So it's similar to Silent Weapons for Quiet War. It starts back in like the early 1900s, or maybe even the late 1800s, when they're just talking about this plan to like completely take control using the media and control of everything, the American family. Yeah, you just got to listen. I don't feel like I'm doing any justice by explaining it. If you have a good couple hours to listen to it, dude, like,
where can I find it?
Dude, you can find it on YouTube, bro. If it's still there, I seen it on YouTube a couple months ago.
What is it, a movie or a book, or what is it?
It's like an audio. It's like you could just hear it. It's basically somebody reading the book, Oh,
okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a trip, though, bro. It is a trip. How they've weaponized everything against us, bro. Everything is weaponized, bro. And the funny thing is, though, if you think about it, everything that's more organic and more natural costs way less money, and there's not really any profit to be made off of it, right? The more you get into inorganic and in man-made, the more money there is to be made off of it. But the worse it is for people, It's that perfect balance.
Put it down there. In it.
I mean, like think about this. If think about this, if you had just here's a good example. If you just got shot a couple times in the chest, right, and the ambulance comes to take you to the hospital, would it make sense for them to start doing chest compressions on you?
No.
Right? Or let's say like you just drowned, right? Would it make sense for them to come and hook an IV you like right away and start trying to pour water down your throat, like if you're dehydrated, if you had drowned? No. You know what I mean? So why would it make sense if somebody had cancer for them to put all these x-rays through them, different types of x-rays and stuff like that?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Or what I mean? It's just like it's like a double whammy, a double whammy, basically, Whereas like it's such double speak, bro. They'll grab your hand, start slapping you with your own hand until you stop hitting yourself, right? And then if you can do it quickly, or if they do it quickly for you, they'll give you a reward. And if not, they'll incarcerate you if you take too long doing. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get a kick out of. I was researching radium.
Yeah.
And of course the story. There's the radium girls, and there's this story about 40 workers that got killed. From radiation.
Dude, that's also, yeah, dude.
Yeah, but they say it's all cancer causing, right? But it's long-term effects they talk about. But yet, how do they use radium today? Well, they use it in chemotherapy to excrete cancer. They use it.
Yeah.
And it's like, that seems odd. It causes cancer, but it also cures cancer.
Right? Yeah. Right. It's just like if I catch my kid smoking, I'm gonna lock him in the closet for 3 days and make him smoke a box of cigars, dude. You know what I mean?
I bet y'all drinking that wine too, ain't you?
Right.
Yeah,
Make him
back in the days, like the 30s and 40s, though, the kids didn't have fentanyl. They were doing that tussin, that Robitussin. What they do is they boil it in a pot and scrape it. They were off that tussin. You know what I mean? They were huffing and puffing off that tussin.
That tussin pack,
like bath soap or whatever.
Dude, people should not be drinking that stuff. That's terrible for you.
And that shit
they off that tussin, dog.
Robo tripping, bro. That's terrible.
Ain't that shit called lean these days?
No, it's called robo tripping because it's like cough syrup from it's like over the counter cough syrup.
Sir, I robo tripped in high school. It's different.
Yes, I know somebody who does it every single day, and now he's in the military.
I did an actual website for a company that was selling that.
Off that tussin, boys. So funny.
Well, how about whiteout? They wound up, changing the formula of whiteout because people used to huff it.
Yeah, for sure.
For real?
No doubt. I mean, there's a lot of things out there that aren't good for you. You know what I mean? I just recently my girlfriend told me don't be eating these Tide Pods anymore. You know what I mean? I was eating these Tide Pods every day, bro. You know?
What?
Jackie said, "Stay away from those Tide Pods." Oh man, it's a hard habit to kick, though. You know what I mean? Because they look like balls. I give one to a Glober. I'm like, this is really good proof of the Globe right here, bro. Look at this Tide Pod, bro. You know what I mean? It's all this liquid, but it's in this see-through little package, dude. It's just like the Globe Earth, you know? You got to throw them bones sometimes. You got to be like, here's a good proof for you. Look at when you see a drop of water, it's a sphere. That's a good proof for you guys. Throw them a bone every once in a while, you know what I mean? Throw them a bone.
It is a 3-dimensional spheroid. However, I don't know that, and it has not been proven.
Round and round we go. Jesus. How stupid you got to be, folks.
Stupid?
Glot flame? Switching it up, huh, dog?
No, this is my laptop.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I got 3 of them. I got the trifecta, the cell phone, the laptop, and the desktop computer. So, hey, FBI, CIA, NSA, DHS, if y'all aren't listening to me by now, y'all are shit at your jobs.
What about those people? What about those people down at VHS? Remember when you were returning those videos, Glad? You weren't being kind because they weren't rewinding. You didn't rewind them.
I didn't, dude. I only rewound like 20% tops.
Yeah,
you're not a kind person, bro.
Yeah, check out that site, man. I didn't. This is not the exact site I made, but I made it for this company first. They're called RoboCough.
Nice.
There you go.
That's good branding right there.
No, but I'm serious, dude. They call it lean now. They like mix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just joking, like thinking, like how what they used to do back in there. Imagine them boiling this stuff in a big old pot and scraping it and doing. I don't know what they did with it, but that was that tussin back then. You know?
I'll bet if you smoke it or snort it, it'll do some crazy ass shit too.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Folks addicted to drugs will kind of do whatever, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'll do whatever, even if I wasn't addicted to drugs. Fuck. It's not that I have to think outside the box. It's just I don't even understand how my brain would work inside of one. You know what I mean, Glad?
Well, that wouldn't work on a globe.
The best advice I have is just doing the exact, like down to the T, the exact opposite of everything you've learned in public school and everything you hear on the news and any official who gets paid to be in that official capacity and rule over you says, do the exact opposite down to the T, and I promise you, everything gonna be all right.
Professionals have standards.
That Tussin. I had a little cousin who his nickname was Brezin, and he was huffing and puffing with his other cousins, tussing off that tussin.
Make some tussin.
Hey, Glad, you want to hear something funny, bro?
I want to eat some tussin muffins, bro, because I'm roughing it.
Yeah.
I'm loving it. What's up?
Okay, so I don't know if you've ever heard from anybody, but, you know, back in the day when I was younger, I considered myself, you know, somewhat of a debater. Some even called me the master of it, right? But check this out. So if you've ever seen me on one of those debates, bro, people are just like, oh my God, who is this guy? Like, did he just come from the Jungle Book or something? Like, what the hell? Anyway, dude, so James calls me like last minute and he's like, hey, can you come on? He always knows, dude. I'll be like, call me 5 minutes before it starts. I don't even need any. I'll just go off the top of my head. And I'll stop whatever I'm doing to go to one of these debates. But he calls me and I go on. And the other flat earther, so there's me. Let's just say me and this Glober were white, and the flat earther and the other Glober looked like Hispanic. So you could just basically, dude, the Glober went first, the one that was white. Dude, oh my God. It was so bad. Modern Day Debate took it off the air like ASAP. This dude, they were like, so what's your proof? He's like, I don't really know much about the Globe, but dude, he was so weird. Like, it's the weirdest intro you've ever seen. And he only says about 10 or 12 words. And he just sits there. Dude, it's so strange, bro. I got to play it. But anyways, these two, the Hispanic flat earther and the Hispanic Glober, probably took up like 85 to 92% of the noise and the time during the whole debate. It was crazy. So like people, yeah, huh?
What they talk about?
Dude, they were yelling at each other just over, like, you know, it was normal. It was normal, like what people would debate over, but they were screaming it and just sticking to that point. And so I wasn't able to say anything, but
was it in Spanish?
Dude, the whole thing was worth it just to see this white dude who's the Glober, the 2 times he spoke. Oh my God, it was worth it just to see this. You're like, oh my God.
Bro, dude, what do you got against white people?
Bro, people, after it was over, people were putting in the comments, they're like, you know, the debate was that bad when Latter-day Saints was the most level-headed, understandable, favored debater in the whole thing. Everybody was voting. They're like, oh my God, he's on his best behavior. Look how polite and level-headed he is. He sounds like he knows what he's talking about. That's how bad of a debate it was, bro.
No, hey, seriously. Come on now, give yourself some fucking credit, kid. You are a smart young man.
Well, thank you, but you know, I just act weird in public.
Well, that's okay. Fuck them. Yeah. Fuck everybody. Fuck what they think, dude. Come on.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying, though, that's
why I like your attitude, dude. You know, fuck what they think. Yeah. I got truth to spill. I like it.
That's right. Thank you, bro. Yeah, but I mean, like, seriously, though, like, that's how bad of a debate it was. If they're saying, like, I was the best one, like, oh my God, that's so funny.
Well, then you gotta post the thing up so the rest of the audience can feel that with you. You know? Show us the funny ass clip.
Okay, so I'm thinking I'm gonna edit out almost all of the when the 2 dudes are just yelling back at each other because it's just superfluous. You're not gonna gain anything from it. It's just like you want to turn it off. All right, so I'll just edit it and put that dude speaking. I probably should. It is so weird, dude. It's so weird, dude.
Cool.
And you know shit's weird if I say it's weird.
I know, right? That's why I can't wait to see it.
Oh my god, dude! Me and my lady rewound it. We were kind and we rewinded it like 5 times, dude. We're like, "Is this for real?" Halfway during when he's speaking, like he gets up and he's laying on this like bare mattress bed. Like the pillowcase has no cover on it. It's all like brown. And you just see the bed and he gets up and then he comes back with like this plastic plate with like, you know, the silverware that's like one step above like McDonald's plastic. It might be like Whole Foods plastic to go. It's so
I don't
like
know.
fork,
I
like
buy the cheapest plastic that I can. Sometimes I just eat with my hands.
he's eating like a plate of like microwave Chinese food, and then it's just so weird, bro. You just gotta hear him. He does the whole "we're too small" as ants, but he's got like this weird European
Ants on a
accent.
basketball. I love. You know what's funny? If you're talking about the scale of an ant on a basketball, that's a huge motherfucker on that fucking basketball. Damn, that thing's like 300 miles across.
Right? Oh my god! But yeah, but he pronounces. I gotta post it. He pronounces. He goes. He calls it a Fuck. What does he call it, dude? He says that we're like a tiny ant on a giant rat. I'm gonna post it, bro. I don't want to misquote him because I really don't. I want to. I'm gonna do him injustice.
He said
bro.
rat? He said rat. We're a. Wait. I'm not on a fucking. What are those called? Rodents. I'm not on a diseased ass rodent right now. I would know that. Okay.
No, he's trying to say rock, but he says it. Oh, dude, I just gotta play it, bro. I'm gonna just cut. It'll be like a couple minutes just to watch his part, bro. And it's I don't know.
Yeah, just grab it. We'll see it. Hey, I gotta
Okay,
take off
okay.
for a few minutes. I'll talk to y'all in a bit.
Okay, bro. Okay. I'll see you later. So, Siri, is gravity a theory or a fact? All my tampons in the house, a period's at. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Elbow.
Yo.
Oh, Flat Earth dude.
Yo.
What up?
Shout out YouTube chat, man. Any of those Globers out there want to come in here and give us that curvature? That'd be cool. Phoenix, Shadow, Ben, Laia.
Oh, my Globers in the house
Moxie.
where my period's at.
You guys fishing for truths out there? I'd just like to shout out to the YouTube chat because, you know, it's an open forum, man. You guys are welcome to come in and jump on, piff out, have epiphany. Piff.
Hey, I got an announcement to make. The winner of the 9 o'clock Globe versus Flat Earth debate, 2 free tickets to Comic-Con next year.
Yeah, come on in, win some tickets.
Yeah. Comic-Con, and they're going to be showing the new Star Wars preview.
Win some crap. Come on
Yeah.
in, win some crap.
I'm watching these Helio kids go freaking ape shit over the new Star Wars preview at Comic-Con. Oh, this shit's funny as fuck.
See, anybody catch the eclipse last night? Anybody catch that? Totally
Yeah, I
rainy
did.
shit here. Yeah,
I
you
caught
got
it.
it. How was it? Pretty,
It's
huh?
amazing.
Pretty nice.
I didn't get to see the moon when the sun came up because it got too atmosphere was too thick, and the moon didn't start coming like it was red. So it's not like it wasn't easy to see through all of that because it wasn't lit at all. So
Right.
But I'd love to see like how it continued for like whoever got to see. Like I'm guessing the people in the West got to see the rest of the eclipse. You know what I mean? Because what happened to the eclipse after we saw it? We saw the moon go dark from the top down. Then it went red for like
Right.
fucking 20 minutes, bro. 30. I don't know how it like forever
Yeah.
until I couldn't see it. And so what happens? Like what happens next? Like who knows? Who's got that? Anybody?
I didn't, man. It was rainy here. I couldn't see anything at all. So I
Sorry to hear that.
blew it out.
Yeah.
I went to bed. Yeah, I was bummed out. Get it next time. I got that last one pretty good. All right. Anybody out in the YouTube? You guys got a you got some eclipse videos? Can you bring them in? Anybody? What's that guy's name? He's on Earth Awakenings a lot. He kind of got the Salanillion a little bit, man. It looked like he was in some kind of hotel or something. It looks like he was shooting through like a screen window or something. I don't know. Anyway, that's the only video I saw this morning. I was looking around. If you type in Salanillion
yeah,
eclipse on
I think El Barico, Jimsy, or somebody. I think they might have it. They said that somebody in here got it. Either was here at Earth Awakenings, I can't remember, but somebody did catch it in New York City. It was somebody from New York City. Is the guy you're talking about from New York? Because if so, then I think I'm talking about the same thing.
Yeah, that would have been New York, Connecticut, New Hampshire, all that. Up there was like the best shot to get it. So yeah.
Me and Travis was trying to catch it, but we were out. We both of us are over here in the same area, but neither of us had the visibility. I wonder how the other guy caught it. He might be upstate or something.
Yeah, we'll check it out tonight when I get home and try to see if anybody else got it. But if you guys know of anybody, drop a link. You know, that'd be cool. Drop a link.
You would expect that there would be like at least hundreds of people who recorded it and uploaded it to YouTube or somewhere, right? Where you're like, oh my God, it's the sun and the moon. You would
There
think.
was one. If you type in Salanillion eclipse on and then go like today, upload or whatever, filter it, you'll get one. And the rest is some kind of software shit or something. I don't know. Kind of weird. All right, I'll keep looking after it. I'm at work, but all right. Tom's out there. 444, what's up? YouTubers, man, are typing away. You guys got some jazz hands out there. I like it.
Yeah, I'm at work right now. I'm at work. I'm riding around. Can't really type or anything.
Yeah, I got to go back and cut some wood. I'll be listening. You guys keep it up. among
Well, I guess I'll have to take care of this myself.
You want to rip him a new one? That's you. Yeah, you right there. I think that's gravity's force. Yeah.
Gravity is not
What's all the ruckus?
a force, but you can think of it as a force.
Look at that moon.
Jeez.
Look at that moon.
Jeez.
Cresting the hills. Man, I missed the Selenelian this morning, even though I was in prime watch zone. Why? Because there's a big mountain in the way. I could have went to the top of the mountain, but it was going to be at like 3:30 in the morning or something. Something like that. Yeah. Oh, man, son, look at that. It's minty. What's all this ruckus going on? No, nothing. Nobody. I know how.
A conspiracy theory is what the mainstream media calls it when you don't agree with them, when you don't believe them. And they're finding non-believers to be very problematic. You are a non-believer if you don't believe all their stories. And when I say all, I mean all. So forget what you were told and go with what you can know, not with what you think you know. And if you're not auto-hoaxing, you're not paying attention. Superstitions, scary stories used in this protracted psychological warfare operation. falsifiable, and they're considered to be such by the government. So if you're disagreeing with the media and they're calling you a conspiracy theorist, it's because you're committing blasphemy. So at this point, we are, as a group, this is the new face of the truth movement. We're the ones who are recognizing that the media is the state church. And the best thing that we can do is to continue to collaborate, to work, and to tear down their green screen day after day. That green screen is the Berlin Wall of our time. Separating the overly mediated worshipers of the state church, government as religion, they don't even know it, from those of us who are living in reality. We had a media exodus. We live in the real world. They live in the fake world, and the defenders of the fake world, they have lost the moral and intellectual high ground.
Sleeping out there?
What you're seeing here is a mirage. A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage. They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Twilight Zone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's where we live and control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison where they tell your vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting a citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all in the bank note. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV all day, you get politically entertainment. The news that you see is all suggested. Lower brain frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like Polly want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication, control the mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters. And you're rocking the boat, or you're ever having any thoughts of your own. You better hope you never caught rocking alone. To be locked up a road off by the echo. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show. Brain scrambling when the Wi-Fi's on. Airplane mode when I buy my phone. If your eyes wide closed. We're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions. And they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent, and satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite, and being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awaken now, I'm feeling all alone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awaken now, I'm feeling all alone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
Ballers run away about.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Check. Wow. Check.
Yeah, who was that?
Check.
Yeah, can hear you, mate.
All right, thanks. Where is everybody? It's coming so silent.
I don't know. They were in before, and then it went all quiet the last hour.
Oh. I see.
Got a fire going here at my house. It's beautiful. It smells great. Keeping the place warm.
It's cold here. We could have fire. It'd be nice.
Yeah, got a brand new wood burning stove here. I didn't install it, but and I didn't pay for it. But I get to use it, so that's nice.
There you go.
Yeah, it's got one of them heaters up in the midsection there before it pumps all the rest up into the old Atmo. You know, it spits heat outside of it into the room. It's nice.
Right. Does it suck the air that for the heater? Does it suck it from outside or just in the room?
So it takes the heat from the fire and blows it into the room as it's all going up the chute. So it sequesters some of that, you know, the output from the fire, puts it in the house. I've never seen anything like that. My fiance's father's brother installed the thing, her uncle.
Yeah, they make all kinds of them that have either you can put a 4-inch pipe out through the side of your house and suck fresh air in to pressurize your house, and it goes through. Well, on the back of the wood burning stove, there'll be a chamber that the air gets pumped into, and then it has little vents that blow out in the front of the heater or on the side, or there's all kinds of different designs, but the very best ones are when you suck the cold air from outside, blow it around your heater, because what happens is it pressurizes your house, so it's never sucking cold air in through the windows to burn the fire. See, those fires require oxygen all the time.
Yeah, I think this one does that because there's two levers. You got the flue lever, and then you got this air intake lever where you control how much air is getting in or out once you've sealed it.
Right. Yeah, they're the best ones are like that for sure.
I think that's what we got. I don't know, but it's really seamless. Like I thought, burning a house inside or burning a fire inside of a house, like without a big old fireplace area made of stone is, like pretty dangerous, but this is easy.
Yeah, I know those wood burning stoves are nice.
Yeah.
It's probably sitting on tile or
it is on tile, yeah. It's got tile behind it too.
Yeah, see, so you're good.
But we're going to put it to the test here. It's Minnesota weather. We'll see.
Oh, I'll say. It's a little chilly up there, don't it?
Yeah. Northern Minnesota here. It's we're gonna see. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska, so it's gotten really, really cold, right? Like 30, 40 below there, but that's rare. I guess up here it's every winter. So looking forward to it.
I got a friend that moved to Minnesota. It's Aaron, but I haven't heard from him in a long time. What's going on with him? His parents own some property up there, with a couple of ones like an old. I can't remember what style of cabin he said it was, but it needed some remodeling. And, it's got an old cabin on part of the property, and it's got a house on the other part. Anyway, somewhere in northern Minnesota, it's like 20 minutes from the border or something, way up there.
Yeah, I know a lot about the area. In fact, yeah.
Anyway, he used to call me all the time. We used to chat. He came and visited me one day here in Utah. Spent about 2 weeks at my house, just hung out with me, whatever. But I haven't seen or heard from him for about 2 years now. I kind of wonder what happened to him.
Yeah, it's always strange when you lose track. You get to thinking about them one day, and you're like, shit. Sometimes you reach out, sometimes you don't.
Right. Well, I reached out to him, but I just don't have a number. I don't have a phone number.
Yeah.
I know he's got mine. Hasn't changed. My number hasn't changed in 12 years.
I was going to say we can start homesteading in the area we are once people start, realizing.
You can homestead up there?
Well, I'll put it to you this way: there's just a lot of land. There's even a few houses right now that are ripe for the picking. If you don't mind fixing it up a little bit, and you know,
yeah,
those of us in the area help each other out. I helped a guy with the barn. He helped me with our roof. These kinds of deals. So, you could get a homestead going on some of this land. It's mostly farmland out here, but there's land and houses. More so here than suburbs or definitely inner city anywhere. But it would be cool, like flat earthers and globers, right? Just people who don't want to live in the city anymore, who want to do it right, homestead off the grid, and see how long you can make that last. Be happy and healthy and all that. Agreeable with each other. So that's right. I'd love to do something like that out here.
Yeah, that'd be fun. A lot of people looking at that scenario right now.
Yeah,
rightfully so.
It can't be too much harder than getting there, which I'm already here, and now I just got to get sequester some land, do gardening, get a couple horses, a couple cows, a couple chickens, a couple pigs. Nothing special. Just get some goats. Right. It can't be hard.
Right. I always wanted to try a little bit of goat milk. I've heard it's pretty good.
Goat milk is good. The cheese is a little bit bland. It's all kind of. Compared to the cow hormones, right? Goats aren't supposed to be huge and fatty, so there's a lot less taste. But it's a good alternative. There's no lactose, and it doesn't fuck with people's. It's not. I guess it's not dairy, technically. So, yeah.
Wow.
Don't quote me on any of that. This is not nutritional advice. This is just what I've heard.
Hello.
Who's this Motley Mike character? Server muted.
Motley Mike. Can you hear me?
We're all day server muted.
We're here to take your questions.
He is server muted then? I'll look.
Not anymore. He's open. His mic's open now.
Oh, all right.
Mr.
Yeah, he's
Motley
been all
Mike.
day. I pinged him in voice text earlier today, but didn't get a response from him.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Justin. Okay, well, Mr. Motley Mike, if you want to speak with us, you know what? Try this out. Try server deafening him so he can't hear us, and then maybe he'll come to the. You know what I mean? Cut off the feed.
Yeah, I usually just disconnect them. That way they have to reconnect so you know
Yeah.
they're there.
It's a good one, too. Yeah, do that. Well, but now we have nothing to talk about. I can smell the YouTube chat anti-flat earth cretins from here, and I ain't even loaded up the window yet.
That's because they don't really wash.
You know, they wash nothing but their mind there, partner.
Well, I suppose it's not their fault. When they go for a shower, the water hits the brain and...
That's true. Water hits the brain and boom. Hey, are you roboting right now?
No, I'm not Samuel Rowbotham. I'm Crypto.
Okay. It sounded like it was like. It's weird.
It might be some background noise I've got. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can leave and come back if it's annoying.
No, it's. I mean, it's kind of whatever. Go ahead, though. I guess. Yeah.
Did you guys know the Earth's flat?
You know, I've come to that realization. Yep. It's actually been a while now. A big portion of my life, I've understood that it's flat. No.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, I've only known 7-ish years.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's a big portion of someone's life. 7, 8 years. That's. I mean, you know, that's a chunk. Bigger than a handful.
Yeah, true. That is true.
It wasn't that hard to do the paradigm shift informationally, and yeah, I was emotionally like not sad or distraught. I was just like, jeez, dude, what a big fucking lie! Everything the implications are just unreal, and I guess that's where people have that's where a lot of people stop and they go, okay, well, I can either now separate belief from fact or just keep believing the globe narrative.
Yeah. I think the reason why it was so easy for me to kind of understand the information was because I already knew that they lied about everything anyway. So,
right, exactly.
Oh, that's flat. Oh, I'll just throw that on the pile, right? There's all these other lies, and I'll just throw it on the pile.
Yep,
yeah, like they lied about the banking system, they lied about the political system, they lied about men and women. They lied about everything. Oh, they lied about the Earth as well. Well, that figures.
It does. It just figures, right? It just makes total sense. It's almost like, oh, how did I not see this until now? Yet, duh. Jeez.
Yeah, literally.
Just look at the moon. Holy crap, man. That thing is big. Anyone else see the moon?
I ain't seen it.
That thing is big, yo.
Is it, though?
It is.
Or does it just appear that way?
I think I'm going to go with resilient. I think that's probably the better word I'll go with.
Guys, don't trim your beard too often. Your body sends oils to the area every time you do, and eventually that'll turn into acne. Trim it every once in a while.
Well, I got a big beard. I haven't trimmed my beard in over 3 years. Almost, no.
Oh, that's cool, man. So are you picking up signals from Mars?
Nah, but I got a big pimple coming in on my cheek.
There we go. See? So funny, because what happens is the oils go to the surface and stay there because of the hair.
Damn it.
Yeah, it's not your fault. Kinda.
I'm willing to deal with it. So.
Do you want to hear a crap joke?
I do.
Go for it. Is it a dad joke or a crack joke? Sorry, go.
It's definitely a dad joke. This 100% fits a dad joke. What's the difference between people from Dubai and people from Abu Dhabi?
I don't know.
Go.
And it is, no? Okay. People from Dubai don't like the Flintstones, but people from Abu Dhabi do.
I love it. Oh, that's good. That's, quality, innocent material. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Well
done. Thanks for that.
I feel like the next generation of children aren't even going to know what that means, though.
No, I know. That definitely is a joke with an expiry date.
Yeah, yep. And like Flintstones are one of those things where you're like, oh, dude, Flintstones, they're going to be around forever. Every generation's going to experience the Flintstones. It's like, maybe like 3.
I mean, to be fair, though, they do keep on bringing out things that you would have thought died 20 years ago as
That's
films.
True. Yeah.
Like, wasn't there a Top Cat film recently? Garfield. There's a Garfield film.
There's a ton of those.
That guy was old when I was 5, right?
Right. Okay, good point. And then you got the Flintstones movie with John. What's his name?
John Cena?
No.
Oh, John Candy.
No, not Candy either. It's older, like in the 90s, early 90s.
And John Goodman.
Yeah, John Goodman. Yeah. And he did a decent Barney. Or Fred Rubble. Or what was it? Fred Flintstone and Barney Rubble. Jeez, I can't. Y'all are like, you sure you even watched the show, man?
Hey, I saw an observation pointed out about this where one of the two of the couples has like black eyes.
from each of the couples between what was it, Barney and Betty and Fred and Wilma.
Yeah.
Were like the other person is like an imaginary persona, and the one that has the regular drawn eyes are the actual people in the show.
I love all that shit. Wacky trivia stuff. I liked the Jetsons theme song just slightly better than Flintstones.
I think it was Fred's wife and Barney had blacked out eyes, so they weren't actually really people. They were more imaginary.
Wait, who's imagining them?
Fred and Barney's wife, I believe, were the two that had eyes with the white spot in the pupil, where the other two characters had just totally blacked out eyes. And that was something that was consistent with every time that they were drawn. And there's a couple other characters that were the same way. I don't remember specifically which.
All right, let's check it out. Here's what's going on. You got the Flintstones, but it's a place right out of history. And the deal is it's a Westworld type of deal. So Barney and the other one, who they have just the black eyes, the ones with the pure black eyes are like NPC robot characters. And then the other ones are the real people.
That are just kind of like Tyler Durden's, they're just figments of
okay. Sure. Or that too. I like that a little bit better. Yeah. Everybody's nuts and just imagining their counterparts. That's fucking great. But they all do it, so it's like no one thinks anybody's crazy. It all just works out.
Hey, yo, Crypto.
Hey, how's it going?
You catch that Dude Perfect launch?
What?
The Dude Perfect space bullshit.
No, not if it's recent. I've seen it.
No? Guy. Dude Perfect. Launched their little capsule into the sky. Surprised you haven't heard about this yet. Little link in the chat.
I don't really pay attention to any of that anymore. It's like once you've decided it's all bollocks, like why are you like you're watching a soap opera or something.
Oh, it's the cringe factor. Quite honestly, man. That's what I.
I suppose also from my perspective, you've got all these globers who are going to bring it to you as evidence. So I suppose you have to know about it. But I just find it kind of it's like informing yourself on X-Men characters or something. You know?
Yeah.
Why am I going to take all of that time to learn every detail about Charles Xavier if I don't believe that he exists? You know? But yeah, I see what you mean.
Oh, it's just fun to see at the end of the day. The guy's definitely worthy of some cringy. Do you want the short version or the long version?
Oh, I've got 10 minutes to do it, either.
Awesome. Bear with me.
Hello?
Hello.
All right, thanks. Keep having trouble with my mic.
Hello.
Hello.
It's me.
Hello there.
Hello.
Who might it be? Who might be there? All this dead air's driving me crazy, man. Sitting here pulling.
Who are you?
Just some weirdo.
Oi, Justin, stop being weird.
Okay, maybe. Talk about me being weird. Holy moly.
No, not you, Justin.
Oh.
Thank you.
That's a compliment.
I can tell.
How are we doing, Good Rockin'? You good?
Yeah.
My dog stepped on a bee.
Oh, jeez. How about you, Crypto?
I didn't hear what you said, mate. Sorry.
I said, how about you, Crypto?
You know, same old, same old.
Yeah.
Nothing good, nothing bad, you know. Still living on a flat earth. What's new?
Yeah, fortunately, that's the good thing. We are living on a flat earth, but not too many people seem to realize that. Pretty sad.
Wow.
I wonder what the real percentage is. I mean, if you were to go worldwide, what would be your guess as to what, like 1%, 2%, 3% of the entire population understands we're on a flat surface?
I don't know, man. It's interesting, isn't it? Because I think, like, if you'd have asked me 10 years ago, let's just say 10 years ago, I knew the Earth was flat, and then you asked me, I'd have said probably less than 10,000 people know, because it was so fringe. But yeah. I would say now, like, it's got to be in the millions, because I talk to people now. When I used to bring it up sort of 6-7 years ago, I didn't do it much. But when I used to bring it up when I first knew about it, people were like, oh, that's weird. And now when you bring it up, people know about the subject and they already have an opinion on it, which tells me that there's lots of people who have the opinion that it's flat who aren't saying anything because they can't be asked with ridicule, right? So when you bear that in mind, as we all know this thing, now, if you were to believe voting records in the UK, then in this country, and obviously I don't really believe in the voting system, but I'm not necessarily sure that the votes are faked here because all of the parties are the same anyway, so why would they bother? But when you consider in this country, like, you're kind of shamed for being a conservative, but we've had a conservative government for 10 years, which means the majority of people are voting for the thing that's being shamed and they don't really talk about it. Whereas our left-wingers are very proudly open about it, right? So it makes you realize that you can even be in a majority and you're shamed into silence by a loud minority. So just the idea that because we don't talk about it means we're a minority, that's off the table now. I'm not saying we are a majority, but it's interesting to know that. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
sure,
it could be 10%. Could be 20%.
Things have definitely changed over the last 10 years. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
But as far as people that actually believe that, or know, rather than just know that we're on a flat plane, it doesn't move, doesn't spin, all that kind of, the real deal of people that really know. I still think it's pretty damn low. I don't know. And worldwide, it could be. I guess it could be a few million, maybe. I don't know. But how many people are on the Earth? 7 billion, they say. I doubt that's even true.
Well, I don't know. It's hard to know, isn't it? I mean, I live in London.
Yeah.
There's people everywhere, but obviously London isn't an accurate representation of the world. So, I mean, they tell me that there's 1.5 billion people in China and 1.5 billion in India. I have no way to verify that. I don't know. But with regards to, I think what's happened here is that where you've got sort of the whole COVID thing, a lot of people are distrusting their governments. 9/11 had a big effect on people trusting their governments. You've obviously had the Trump thing in 2016, which a lot of people think was stolen. 2020, which a lot of people. And look, there's all these different events, right? Whatever, it doesn't matter. I think that there's just this general distrust now, and I think probably the percentage of people who are like us, who definitely know the Earth's flat, that's probably still quite small. But I would imagine that the portion of people who are undecided is massive, and we probably don't have access to those people.
Yeah, you're probably right. And the reason is the main reason, like you just said, they just don't want to be ridiculed. They don't want to be put with that stigmatism of flat Earth on them, be called stupid and all that. Yeah, you're probably right. That's probably has the biggest effect.
But they know to distrust their government. So they have the same attitude I did a few years ago, which is like, yeah, I mean, the Earth is flat. Okay, we'll add it to the pile of lies, right? I mean, like, does it really, does it really surprise you that the government lied about that as well? Not really.
I don't think so.
But that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of people with that attitude.
Yeah. And we just hear from the hardcore Globers that want to come in here and argue about, that we live on a spinning wet rocket ball. I don't think there's really all that many people that are so, zealots over the whole thing. I think that's a pretty small amount of people too.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. I mean, I see the Globers as like the hardcore LGBTQ people. They're kind of the same. Like, they are impervious to any kind of facts that you throw at them.
Yeah. Anything that'll rock the boat, they don't want it. They don't want nothing to do with it.
I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
Doesn't he go on to say that's my right as an American or something?
You don't hear too many people saying exactly that, but there's definitely some people dug in. I'm telling you, they're stuck in. I don't know what they dug themselves in. I think they got stuck in there. They're afraid to do anything.
There are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures. There are fossil records.
Oh boy.
Have you seen these fossil records? Huh? Have you poured through the data yourself? The numbers, the figures? Well, no. No. Oh, interesting.
I absolutely love that clip. It's so identical to the people that come here. They almost say the exact same thing. Like, they'll just be like, well, there's numbers and figures. There's fossil records.
Calculations.
And so all you have to do is be like, oh, well, have you seen these numbers, these figures? Oh, well, no. It's like every freaking time, man.
But I know they're there. Yeah, it's weird. Weird subject. It really is. People make it weird, rather. It's really not weird at all, but people sure do want to make it that way.
Oh, man. Quality acting there from Dennis. It's either that or maybe they come in here trying to sound smart. They use some big words.
Or maybe I'm just being rhetorical.
No, you're not. God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter.
Well, now you're just acting transcendent.
Yeah, but the thing of it is, they don't sound smart at all. They sound like idiots.
Right, that's the point.
You know what I mean? It's just wow.
Or maybe I'm just being rhetorical.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is quite mind-blowing to see so much self-evident information. That you can go out with your own two eyes and you can just see that it's, that we don't live on a ball. You can see that and feel that we're not moving. I mean, these are just self-evident things that you don't really even need any calculations for. You don't need to have any tests for. The test is you just open your eyes and think about it, critically for 1 second. It really doesn't take that much to figure it out. It's not that hard because it's just right there in your face all day long. But nobody wants to look at it. Hardly.
Hey, you. Finally awake.
I doubt it. Elections are so damn funny, like you were saying a minute ago, Crypto. That they're having elections right now over the House and the Senate, the House, and whatever it is. I don't really follow politics hardly, but now there's this big Republican red wave or something they're talking about. That now all of a sudden the Democrats are saying, well, it's going to take us about a week to count all the votes, and we're not really sure where we're at with all this. So, we need like a week to count the votes, and then we'll let you know where we're at. And it's like, here we go again.
Hey, God Rockin', didn't they do that with the? I'm seeing posts about the Powerball or whatever. They're saying that, there's the delay. We can't give out the money yet because something's going on. There's a delay. So yeah, it's like if they want to get their hands on the thing, just make a delay or back it up a few weeks or whatever.
Right. You talking about the $1.9 billion power play lottery?
Yeah, I don't even like watching news or I don't follow any of that stuff. But I was just scrolling. And it happened to pop up like, there's a problem with the Powerball. There's a delay. Someone's not getting their money right away. It's like,
did someone win it then?
I don't know. They're just saying that. I guess I could look into it a little bit more. But it's kind of like like you said, with the polling situation. Just give us a week. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Like they did with the Trump-Biden election. They figured it out all right.
Right.
I think that's what they're going to do here. I really do. My friend is into politics, and he's like, "No, we're gonna take over the House, and we're gonna take over the Senate. We're gonna change things and all this." And I'm like, "Dude, you watch and see. Election night, they're gonna shut down the polls, and then they're gonna say, "Oh, now we need a few days," and that's exactly what they did. They're going to come back in a week and say, "Yeah, we got all these votes came in for the Democrats, and came in for the Republicans."
Right. The drawing was delayed over security protocols. What they're saying.
Is that what they said? Yeah, fuck.
I mean, that's all they have to say. Just, there's a processing error. Just give us a minute.
Yeah, give us a minute to change these numbers up a tad.
Yeah, we're gonna fuck with this shit for a minute. Yeah, exactly.
And I can't believe that the American people don't just like have some sort of coronary over the whole thing and say, you know what, that's it. You guys are not doing that shit no more. No more of your fucking shenanigans. Just go in and have all those idiots removed. I mean, we have the right to do it, but I guess nobody's got big enough balls to get. I guess if you tried to put together a let's say a large group of people to try and overthrow or get rid of the people in the government that were no good, they would have you arrested as a terrorist probably way before you could ever get it organized. I just don't think it's. I don't think it's even possible anymore to do something like that. Maybe that's really what needs to be done, but they've got it all sewed up, I'm sure. Just laughing at my friend earlier, telling him, dude, oh, these elections are nothing but a joke. And he's like, oh, no, they're real. Oh, dude, they're so last century.
Hey, you don't mind if I play something on the bot, do you?
Nope, not at all. Have at it.
It's only a minute. It's only 1 minute.
Sure. We ain't doing nothing worthwhile, that's for sure.
That was insane. Good job, team. We went to space! That was absolutely insane. And then all of a sudden, it really is. It's just black. Just this perfect circle, super bright layer of blue all the way around the Earth. Biggest of all time shout out, Moondell. Truly the experience of a lifetime from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. For real. Holy cow.
Astronaut Cotton, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Pleasure.
Lifelong fan. Is the Earth flat?
Not flat. I can confirm it's round.
He's an astronaut in our midst.
One astronaut and a bunch of civilians.
And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Sorry, I had to put it in there. But
thanks, Neil.
Appreciate you, Neil.
Yep.
So, Dude Perfect went about 200,000 feet up. Yeah, didn't go to space. But
I don't think he did. You think he really went up anywhere at all? Did you think that was?
Yeah,
real?
he did. But guess what? God. So, yeah, like that's fine. I mean, they can do that or whatever, play around up there. But look, just like Neil said, that stuff is flat, and they didn't go to space. Now, we talked to Matthew Learns earlier today. I don't know if you guys were in the conversation, and now he says that they don't know where space starts. And I'm like, well, that's funny because they usually talk about the Kármán line being 62 to 82 miles above the Earth's surface. And he's like, well, so, nobody really knows. There's a gray area there. I'm like, gray area? then how do they know they're in space? What you mean a gray area? What you talking about, Willis? Like, seriously, like all these like guys who think they know what they're talking about, these anti-flat earth guys who don't know what they're saying, who like to be on YouTube live stream text chat, who like to come in here and like to talk about what they know, and they are going against the mainstream narrative. Just like Neil pointed out, you know how he was spanking that beach ball? He was really paddling you guys on the behind. You guys don't know what you're talking about. So, yeah, that's what it is. Every time. You guys don't know. You want to answer everything. And I asked Matthew Lawrence today. I was like, so are they in space, Matthew? Like, did they go to space? Well, I mean, what do they define as space? And I was like, well, I don't know. You tell me. Like, apparently you know where, well, space might be different for everybody. I think going to space means you have to orbit the Earth. So you can just say where space is, huh? That's cool, right? You can tell me where space is. They can tell me where space is. Everybody can tell me where space is. If I took a commercial flight, I can be in space, right? 40,000 feet. I can just say I've been to space because that's what space is to me. Because apparently 200,000 feet, according to them, is space. So do you agree with him, Matthew? And, of course, he's got to agree with everything because that's their interpretation of space. And then he gave me a really ridiculous analogy of a hill being the same as a mountain. Sometimes, like in between a hill and a mountain is the same. Like you don't know if it's a mountain or a hill. How about Mount Rainier? Oh, Mount Rainier, that's a mountain. We know that's a mountain. Oh, okay. Well, that's funny. Mount Rainier is a mountain, but anything in between that and a hill could be labeled as a gray area. It could be a hill. It could be a mountain. We don't know. It's whatever you think it is. Only when it's as big as a mountain, then it could be a mountain. Oh, I get you. But what happens when I say that's just a really big hill? Why won't you agree with me? You're going to have to, right? Because it's a gray area, Matthew. You don't know what a hill is to me. I think that's a big hill. Can I just redefine terms and just make up whatever I want? And then just have everybody believe what I believe? Because obviously, with you, there is no certainty, no objective truth. There is no objective where space begins. Obviously, right? And the guy got ticked off. He was upset. And Matthew doesn't really usually get upset. So if you're listening to Matthew, I know you're upset because of it. But you don't understand objective reality. And that's the thing with all these globe earth guys. Everything's a gray area with them. Well, mountain, hill, who knows? It's whatever you want it to be, right? If you say it's a mountain or a hill, who knows? That's just what you deem it to be. Real good one there, Mr. Educator, trying to educate people. Now think about it. That's silliness. How do people define terms? Like when do they say space? Because apparently Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos' company, gave these knuckleheads a ticket to go up. And now they went up as civilians with one astronaut in there. And now they went to space. Oh, but that's not space, right? But according to your standards, space is anything. Could be 198,000 feet. Just whatever you want it to be. So if that's the case, if it's that just generalized, and anybody that's been up, they could have just said they've been to space. Because that's according to Matthew Learns' his term. It's whatever somebody thinks that space is, because there is no defined place where space starts. Okay. That don't make any sense whatsoever.
Vicky, do you know that Matthew made the video and he has a channel? He made a video of what Globers thinks and what flat earthers. Like, did you saw that video?
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay, doesn't matter. But he's making video that mean like, for example, he's saying flat earthers think that level is flat, but we are Globers thinking that level is curved, and blah blah blah. Doesn't matter. But now, because he disagree with Neil deGrasse Tyson, he can make a video. We are Globers think this, but Neil deGrasse Tyson thinking that. And then he can make a video of what Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks and what our Globers thinks.
See, that's the thing with those guys. All you guys Look, all the globe Earth, anti-flat Earth guys, you guys live in gray areas. For you, that's the safest place to be. Refraction, curvature. Oh, you can have both, refraction and curvature. It's the same thing, all wrapped into one. We can know exactly something's physical and optical all at the same time. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? So that's where you guys live at, in the realm of gray. Doesn't matter anymore. Whatever you subjective, it doesn't. Who cares? You go up, you could throw a ball up in the air. Well, that's been to space because it's now subjective, right? No, you can't define it. Well, that ball hasn't been to space. Yeah, it did because I just said it is. How are you telling me I'm wrong? So that's all you guys, right? Gray area. Just that's because that's all it is. You can't define anything. You don't want to be objective. So just live in your subjective world and say that everything is possible. Space is just right as soon as you leave the Earth. As soon as something detaches from anything on the Earth, it's in space. Just say that. Gray area, huh? Let's see. Bendy Light, Flurf Williams. Go down the list. All you guys live in a gray area, and you're most happy there, huh? Where you can't know anything, and life is whatever you make of it. Just it could be no definitions, no objectivity, just living willy-nilly. That's fun, isn't it? And then you want to tell people in the chat what's what. Oh, that's rich. You guys come up with all these ideas and you don't have any clue as objectivity. No clue whatsoever. Yeah, for you guys, you can't even have an opinion because to you everything's subjective. Nice one. And then you want to be in the chat spinning everybody's wheels talking about, I know what's going on. No, you don't. Everything's subjective. Gray area this, gray area that. Tell me what a hill is. Tell me what a mountain is. You don't know. Definitions are meaningless because now we live in a world where anything goes. Right? Where does space start? No one knows. 62 miles, 80 miles, 100 miles. Who cares? Doesn't matter, huh? No one cares. So the Blue Origin rocket went to space. You throw a baseball up in the air, it went to space. You take a plane flight, you went to space. Everybody went to space. See? We can all do that, can't we? But how ridiculous is that? There's no defined term as what space is. So you guys you guys did this to yourself. We didn't. We're just pointing it out. Yeah. Because there's such a thing as definitions, Bendy Light. Otherwise, what good would those definitions be for a mountain and a hill? If there was a definition for a mountain and a definition for a hill, why would we need definitions? We could just call it whatever we want to. And then for that matter, you don't even have to use definitions. You could just call it a plate of spaghetti if you want. Oh, that's a plate of spaghetti. Well, how do you know that's a plate of spaghetti? Oh, because I said it is. That's why. You see? Everything becomes ridiculous. Your gray area becomes something that nobody can agree to. But that's fine. You know, hey, you do you, right? Continue living your life where in a gray area where you can't understand anything and then keep spinning everybody's wheels in the text chat saying, oh, I know what's going on. Let me tell you about the earth. Ha, ha, ha. You flat earthers don't know anything. And then you guys live in a gray area. Come on. Get over it.
Well, Miggy, I'm currently thinking of game shows where you have to take a stance, pick an answer, A, B, C, or D. Or you have shows like, The Price is Right. So you get people who they'll try to pick the number spot on, and then you'll get people who will go for the dollar or, whatever. But you have to sort of choose. You can't float over you can't float over all positions. You know what? Not A, B, C, or D. I'll just take I'll just wait on this question. You have to choose. That's the thing. They want to keep it vague intentionally.
Hey, check this out.
Yeah.
CB, look what I want to post in the live stream voice text. Look at this. These are the ridiculous people in this world that don't stand by definitions. Where's the definition of a mountain? Does it say exactly where it should be called a mountain, not a hill? Why would they call it a hill, doofus? Dude, why would they call it a mountain in the first place if it wasn't one? Why don't they just call it a hill? Just erase mountain altogether. Get rid of it. We don't need the word mountain. Just use hill. Have you ever thought of that? Has that ever crossed your mind? When you're there talking about definitions, well, let's toss the word mountain out. What good is that? Let's just use hill. Just run with it. Go with it. Say hill to everything. That's a hill. This is a hill. Wait, that's a mountain. No, that's just a hill. Why do we need what a mountain and a hill is if there's not defined when it becomes one? Ever thought of that?
A hill is something. Hill is something higher than mountain. Mountain is something smaller.
Yeah. Why else would it be called a mountain? Bendy Light? Because why else would you tell me? Why would somebody call it a mountain versus a hill? Come on, you tell me. Let's get logical here. You are the most ridiculous person. Look at this guy. I mean, get a load of this guy. Look at that. I mean, dude, you can't make this stuff up, man. I swear. You cannot make this stuff up.
Well, this is reminding me of our conversation with Ding Dong the other day when I was like, well, here it says there's a bulge between you and the ship. No. You can't say it's a bulge. No one claims there's a bulge.
All right,
it's like Bendelites. So like, no one claims a mountain. I mean, what? Are we just going to start throwing definitions under the bus now?
Let me just get to your ridiculous claim here that nobody can define it. I don't think you're a geologist, are you, Bendy Light? I doubt it. You're just a YouTube troll. Anyways, let's go to the definition. Thank you very much for that, Chili. It says there, most geologists classify a mountain as a landform that rises at least 1,000 feet, 300 meters or more above its surrounding area. A mountain range is a series or chain of mountains that are close together. I think there's a definition in there somewhere, Bendy Light. Yeah. You think so? Oh, I think so too. Now, is that a hill? Could you say that's a hill, Bendy Light? Oh, I don't think so. But you can call it a hill if you want to. You're welcome to. But then everybody's going to look at you like you got three heads because it's defined already that it's classified by geologists, not Bendy Light, the guy who comes on the internet and likes to poke fun at things he doesn't understand. Of course not. You know? Think about it, Bendy. Like, come on.
Well, maybe he has dreams and aspirations of one day climbing Hill Everest.
So now what, Bendy? Like, what you got? Come on. You got nothing. According to the U.S. Geological Survey he's putting in there, there's no official difference between hills and mountains. Well, then erase mountains from the dictionary, you fool.
That proves my point.
So erase it. Then just call it a hill. Call it a hill.
Mount Everest.
Yeah, just should I lump Flirt Williams into this? You and Flirt Williams go have your little erase the mountain party from the dictionary. Go ahead, go tell him that. Hey, we want to erase the mountain from the dictionary because we think that there is no definition for mountain. We just call it a hill, right?
He's gonna climb Hill Everest. You're trying to take away his dreams, McGee. Let him climb Hill Everest. All right.
Go erase the word mountain. Let's see how you fare with that. Oh, I'm sorry. You can't because you're just a little guy on the internet. You have no pull. There's no way you can go erase that. Come on.
At least we had debates in 2018, 17, 19. Now we cannot debate anymore.
This is
ridiculous, dude. It's just
this is what you guys are reduced
have to be wrong that bad, huh? That we have to be that wrong where just even talking about hills and mountains, we have to be wrong. Come on, man. Why do you have to fight against everything we say?
He's trying to, with the idea that he's pulling rank with his. Oh my goodness.
I mean, next thing you know, we're going to say the globe is 3959 miles in radius, and you're going to say, "No, oh wait."
Hey, man. Your life is what you make of it, huh? Gray areas everywhere.
Right. The globe isn't this size. It's any size you want.
Look.
Oh, my God.
There's no difference between hills and mountains.
Then why is the freaking definition?
What is different between river and canal?
Oh, so wait, Bob also thinks that water forms into mountains. Okay, so not just water hills. There's since hills and mountains are the same. So I guess there's also water mountains, huh?
Yeah, it has to be.
Interesting.
It's a gray area, man.
How we can distinguish lake and sea?
I'll have to work on that bit. The water mountain bit.
But the thing about this, man, like I think the most rich part about it is that they live in a world where they look to flat earthers and say that it's our claim.
Right.
Laugh out loud, Miggy. You're the one claiming there's a clear definition when to call it a mountain and not a hill. Yeah, dude. I think the whole world does that. Freaking whole world.
Oh my
says
god!
That. It's not Miggy on the internet. It's what we all agreed to. The definition being, hello.
Yeah, flat earthers came up with the word mountain. Like, oh my god, dude. This is getting ridiculous, man.
But in Croatia, we don't say mountain.
Hey, look at. Have you ever seen those agents when they were dodging bullets in the Matrix? Look at this guy. I'm gonna paste.
Oh my god! This is what happens when you start bucking up against anything a flat earth. Now you're throwing mountains under the bus, saying the whole U.S. should be a mountain. Like, come on, dude! This is ridiculous. You're only shooting yourself in the foot,
and then putting your foot in your mouth.
I guess the entire Midwest of the U.S. is a mountain. Okay, if you say so.
Yeah, go ahead, man. You define what you want in your reality. Go ahead and tell everybody that what you just put in text chat. Go report back to your hive mind and go see what they tell you back at the Globe, arena or whatever you guys go report to. This is ridiculous.
These flat earthers, they were talking about mountains, and I told them that mountains aren't real. Like, what are you gonna say? Come on, dude.
So his first claim was that I was the one that was defining what mountains and hills are, because according to, let's see, I'm going to cite you. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, there's no official difference between hills and mountains. All right, then let's erase the term. Then just get rid of it. Why are we using mountains and hills? We just call it mountains or hills. Pick one.
We have also mountain range.
Yeah, well, you could be hill range.
No, but he says all is a mountain. No, it is not. We have mountains range. That means Carpath,